In the 20th year of the Empire, beneath the ancient city of Lulon, the underground dragon vein erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, as if a formidable power were about to surge forth. Huaiwan and a tall, silver-haired, one-eyed man stood in quiet anticipation, their eyes fixated on the shimmering dragon vein above. The chakra is prepared and the energy ratio is stable. We can depart at any moment, Huaiwan announced, his voice calm yet tinged with excitement. As his words echoed in the vast, subterranean space, heavy footsteps reverberated through the air. The silver-haired, one-eyed man emerged from behind Huaiwan, his imposing figure clad in robust armor, each step resonating with steadiness and strength. Though he possessed only one eye, his gaze was sharper than any. He called out in a deep voice that resonated throughout the cavernous dragon vein, "Praise the Emperor! Minma, Suk, we shall set forth." No sooner had he spoken than two figures, one cloaked in black and the other in yellow, descended gracefully from above, landing firmly before Kaziz. These warriors, equally tall and robust, were adorned in ornate, heavy armor. Minma and Suk knelt before Kaziz, their voices resolute and powerful. "My lord Kaziz, we are fully prepared and ready to depart at your command." Kaziz regarded them with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes before turning his attention back to the energy-spewing dragon vein, his mind swirling with thoughts. 30 years prior, the Emperor had descended upon the world, his unfathomable power bringing forth technology that surpassed mortal imagination. By the Emperor's grace, Kaziz underwent 13 miraculous surgeries, endowing him with a physique that transcended humanity. From that moment forth, he became the Emperor's sword, clearing all obstacles from the shinobi realm. During that transformative upheaval, the feudal system of daimyo was abolished. The 5 great nations and their smaller counterparts unified under a singular governance, achieving unprecedented integration. The once surreptitious organizations, such as the Kagaya clan, were eradicated by the Emperor's merciless hand. Or once deemed the most formidable tailed beasts in the shinobi world were, under the Emperor's wisdom, refined and returned to their pure chakra forms. Under the Emperor's dominion, the shinobi realm flourished in a manner never before witnessed, basking in peace. The dragon vein before them resembled a mysterious and profound vortex, leading to myriad parallel worlds. Kaziz was acutely aware that his mission, bestowed upon him by the Emperor, was to explore these parallel realms, assess their validity, and determine whether to usher in peace or destruction. Just as Kaziz was lost in his reveries, Minma broke the silence, his voice tinged with uncertainty and trepidation. "My lord Kaziz, must we truly venture into that unknown world? To bring them war, this seems." Before Minma could finish, Suk interjected, interrupting him. The voice of Suk was resolute and powerful. "Minma, restrain your compassion and do not question the Emperor. Our mission is to assess the righteousness of the opposing world. If they are correct, we shall bring forth peace and development. If they are mistaken." He clenched his fists, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifesting with a piercing brilliance. "Then we shall bring about destruction." Kashizawa observed the 2 young warriors before him with a sense of pride. He inhaled deeply and stated with determination, "Let us embark." Thus, Kashizawa, Minma, and Suk stepped into the vortex formed by the dragon vein. When they reappeared, the surroundings had transformed into a scene of decay and ruin. The dragon vein, which should have been concealed beneath the earth, was now laid bare beneath the sky, an incongruous sight. Suk swiftly raised his right arm, activating the device on his wrist for analysis. He intently scrutinized the device's screen, and after a brief moment, reported, "Atmospheric composition is normal, chakra concentration is stable, but the pop status is anomalous. Lord Kashizawa, we must be in a new world now." His tone betrayed a hint of excitement and curiosity. Upon hearing this, Kashizawa promptly examined the device, verifying the data. Once he confirmed Suk's observations were accurate, he gently tapped his chest, and a disc materialized before him. The disc emitted a beam of light, projecting a screen in the air, upon which a solemn figure appeared. This silhouette was clad in golden armor, a halo of flames swirling behind it, seated upon a throne, exuding an air of majesty and mystery. Minma and Suk immediately knelt on one knee beside Kashizawa, bowing their heads towards the screen in a gesture of respect for the Emperor. As the three knelt, the Emperor's voice resonated with authority and depth. "Well done, Kashizawa. The data confirms you have reached the New World." Kashizawa replied with reverence, "Thank you for your commendation. We shall continue to strive, living up to your expectations." The Emperor continued, "Now, you must conceal your identities and assimilate into that world. Subsequently, you are to report on the circumstances of this realm regularly. Until I provide further instructions, remember not to act recklessly." "Understood, Emperor." Kashizawa, Minma, and Suk replied in unison, their voices firm and resolute. As the Emperor's figure and voice gradually faded, the trio rose to deliberate on how to disguise their identities and integrate into the local life. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, the black and white Zetsu witnessed everything unfold. Initially, they were merely observing the land as usual, unaware that the dragon vein would manifest and bring forth such a stunning spectacle. Black and white Zetsu approached, eager to uncover the truth. However, an overwhelming surge of chakra suddenly emerged, akin to celestial bodies descending from the heavens, leaving them astounded. What astonished them even more was the tone of conversation among the three humans. They discussed matters of the new world, identity concealment, and life integration, as if all of this lay well within their grasp. In the depths of his heart, Heiju was engulfed by confusion and fear. He had initially intended to investigate their identities and intentions. However, as Baiju approached, Heiju swiftly commanded him to halt. Heiju gazed intently at the three humans, fully aware that this information was of paramount importance to Lord Madara, and he was compelled to relay it to him. Chapter 2. Encounter and Doubt with Black and White Zetsu. As Black Zetsu and White Zetsu departed, Jotaro and Kazei stood silently in place, the air still thick with the lingering essence of their presence. Following 13 surgical modifications, Jotaro's sensory abilities had greatly enhanced. The concealed aura of Black and White Zetsu was now transparent before him. "Lord Kazei, I sense the presence of an Tsutsuki creation. Shall we pursue?" Jotaro's inquiry shattered the brief silence. Kazei's gazed towards the direction where Black and White Zetsu had vanished, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with calmness and resolve. "There is no need. Our current objective is to assimilate into this world. Recklessly confronting the Tsutsuki's creations would reveal our identities." Upon hearing this, Jotaro silently withdrew his sensory perception. He understood Kazei's reasoning. After all, the Emperor had entrusted them with the mission of concealing their identities in this world while periodically reporting on its conditions. Meanwhile, in the distance, Black Zetsu, already with a dark countenance, appeared even more despondent. He sensed a murderous intent and realized that his presence had been exposed. Black Zetsu faced a significant dilemma. Based on the information he had just acquired, the others merely sought to integrate into the ninja world and posed no threat to the Moon Eye plan. However, this information could hold immense significance for Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu was acutely aware that if he hastily relayed this news to Lord Madara, it could disrupt his plans and even jeopardize the Moon Eye plan. Conversely, if he refrained from informing Madara, should the others take action that affected the Moon Eye plan, Madara would find himself in a precarious position. Weighing his options internally, Black Zetsu knew he must ensure the smooth progress of the Moon Eye plan. In the midst of his turmoil and anxiety, a moment of clarity struck him. He recognized that he had been overly tense, intimidated by the displayed strength of the others. He calmed himself and rationally assessed the current situation. Although the three individuals hailed from another world, they were not necessarily adversaries. If there were shared interests, the potential for partnership existed. With this realization, Black Zetsu devised a plan. He decided to take the initiative, seeking to engage with the trio and explore the possibility of collaboration. He promptly commanded White Zetsu, "Let us turn back, transform into the guise of an ordinary person, and we shall approach them." Comprehending Black Zetsu's intent, White Zetsu swiftly morphed into the appearance of an average passerby. They retraced their steps, searching for the trio's whereabouts. As Black Zetsu contemplated how to establish contact and concocted various collaborative strategies, he brimmed with confidence in his persuasive abilities. After all, he had manipulated generations of Indra's reincarnations, renowned as a master of chaos. This time, he intended to leverage his vast experience to sway these three individuals. Just as Kazei, Jotaro, and Minma had just removed their armor and donned civilian attire, preparing to depart, They sensed that black and white Zetsu were approaching them, in stark contrast to before. Heibaiju made no attempt to conceal his presence or form. He merely donned a facade. A flicker of confusion crossed the faces of the three individuals, as they could not comprehend why he appeared so brazenly. As Heibaiju descended and approached them, an enigmatic smile graced his lips. "Greetings, esteemed travelers from another realm. I am Heiju, here to extend my assistance to you." Kashize raised an eyebrow, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Oh, assistance? Just a moment ago, you were hiding underground. What emboldens you to present yourselves so openly before us now?" Heiju seemed to anticipate Kashize's skepticism, maintaining his smile as he replied. "Circumstances shift with time. Upon realizing the potential for collaboration with you, we cast aside our disguises to engage with you candidly." Myanmar, curious, scrutinized Heibaiju and interjected, "What manner of assistance can you provide us?" Heiju responded, "We can offer you intelligence and resources pertinent to this world, aiding your acclimatization here. Furthermore, should you require any support during your missions or battles, we shall endeavor to assist you." Zhang Zhe, with a wary expression, coldly inquired, "Why should we place our trust in you?" Heiju faced the doubts of Kashize, Zhang Zhe, and Myanmar without flinching. He understood that a fleeting encounter could not fully earn their trust, and his primary aim was to leave a favorable impression, laying the groundwork for future collaboration. He produced an exquisitely crafted scroll and, with open arms, stated, "This contains a detailed map of the Land of Fire, along with some usable identities. I believe these will be of utmost relevance to you. Additionally, the scroll records a summoning technique. Should you wish to collaborate with us in the future, you may convey information through our summoned beasts via this method." Kashize accepted the scroll, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. He unfurled it, quickly scanning its contents before looking up at Heiju, a knowing smile curving his lips. "Your preparations are quite thorough." Zhang Zhe stepped forward, glancing at the scroll's contents before coldly asserting, "We will consider your proposal." Myanmar, brimming with excitement, gazed at the scroll in his hands. Heiju offered a slight smile and nodded. "We look forward to our collaboration." With that, he turned and departed. As Heibaiju's retreating figure gradually faded from view, Myanmar appeared particularly exhilarated. He turned to Kashize, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Lord Kashize, I feel that the people of this world are inherently good. Even the creations of Otsutsuki are so welcoming." Hearing this, Zhang Zhe's expression darkened, and he cast a resigned glance at Myanmar, inwardly pondering, "This fellow is perpetually so naive." Sometimes he truly wondered if the emperor had inadvertently muddled his brain while extracting the nine tails from within him. After carefully securing the scroll, Kashize spoke with a grave demeanor. "As for our collaboration with the Black and White Absolute, we shall deliberate on that matter at a later time. The information contained within this scroll is presently available, which is indeed favorable for us." He turned to Myanmar, his tone laced with caution and admonition, "And Myanmar, you must remember not to make unilateral decisions on behalf of the emperor. Until we receive the next directive from His Majesty, we possess no authority to make any decisions. Do you understand?" Myanmar, taken aback by Kashize's serious tone, immediately suppressed his smile and responded earnestly, "Understood, Lord Kashize. I shall strictly adhere to His Majesty's commands and will not act independently." Chapter 3. Exploration and Initial Encounters in the Land of Fire. After Kashize made a brief arrangement for Myanmar and Jusuk, they set off in different directions to carry out their missions across various regions of the Land of Fire. A few days later, Jusuk found himself traversing the national highway of the Land of Fire alone. He gazed around, filled with curiosity about his surroundings. This was his first encounter with the former ninja world. Although he had heard tales of the past from Kashize and others, experiencing it firsthand was profoundly novel for him. Along the national highway, lush trees provided shade, and the fields were fragrant with ripening rice, while the distant mountains appeared particularly enchanting under the glow of the setting sun. Jusuk inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air of this world. He could not help but feel a surge of emotion. This world differed greatly from the one he inhabited. As he walked along the national highway of the Land of Fire, Jusuk's thoughts wandered. He recalled that by the time of his birth, the emperor had already unified the Land of Fire, and most of his understanding of the nation's past came from the accounts of veterans in the war corps. These veterans often reminisced about the history of the 5 great countries, claiming it was an era marked by profound connections among people, where individuals of different races would sacrifice for one another, and under the governance of feudal lords and nobles, the populace thrived in peace and happiness. However, Jisuk always scoffed at such notions. He firmly believed that those so-called golden days were merely the embellished memories of the veterans, and that reality was invariably far more brutal than imagination. He preferred to trust in what he could see and experience. Shaking his head, Jisuk attempted to cast aside these thoughts. Suddenly, a commotion captured his attention. Following the sound, he beheld a group of ragged, emaciated refugees. This sight puzzled him. For under the emperor's rule, even the most impoverished and desolate areas afforded better living conditions than these individuals. Jisuk approached and engaged in conversation with the refugees. From their accounts, he learned that they had fled from the border regions, their homes having been attacked by the land of rain. Upon hearing this news, Jisuk was even more perplexed. His mind brimmed with questions. Where were the resettlement personnel? What had become of the military stationed at the frontiers? In the mind of Jisuk, the strength of the Rain country was feeble, easily subdued by a single battalion. Yet, the current situation revealed an unexpected assault on the border, leaving him utterly perplexed. Determined to uncover the truth, he engaged in detailed inquiries with the refugees. Esteemed elder, what of the border forces and the logistics troops? He asked an elderly refugee who appeared venerable. The elder scrutinized Jisuk, noticing that despite his simple attire, the fabric was of exceptional quality, combined with his towering stature and robust physique, which commanded respect. Thus, the elder respectfully replied, "My lord, the place we inhabit is not a significant strategic node. Hence, there are no ninja lords stationed here for extended durations. Prior to the border's assault, although troops passed through, they were primarily assigned to patrol and respond to emergencies, not to remain long-term." Jisuk pondered this information, recognizing it diverged from his expectations. He continued his inquiries. What of the logistics troops? Surely they provide supplies? The elder sighed and shook his head, stating, the logistics troops do deliver provisions periodically, but in limited quantities, prioritizing vital military strongholds and cities. In our remote region, the assistance we receive is exceedingly scant. With the sudden attack from the Rain country, we found ourselves powerless to resist, forced to flee our homes. Upon hearing the elder's response, Jisuk's expression darkened, a wave of discontent swelling within him. What of the tribunal? Are the citizens and properties of the empire so easily disregarded? Yet, despite his heavy heart, he clung to a flicker of hope for the Fire country. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Elder, where do you intend to go now? The elder promptly replied, My lord, we plan to visit the capital. I have heard from knowledgeable villagers that it is quite prosperous, and the nobles are very generous. He cast a fond glance at his granddaughter beside him, adding, If a noble takes a liking to my granddaughter, our family will be secure. Jisuk's impression of this nation grew increasingly bleak, backward, ignorant, and lacking ambition. Just as he succumbed to his thoughts, the surrounding clamor shattered the tranquility. Hey, everyone, don't rush. The great sage Jiraiya from Mount Maiboku is here, and there is enough for all. The voice drew Jisuk's attention, and he turned to see a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair, donned in theatrical garb, distributing food, water, and clothing. Upon noticing Jisuk's gaze, Jiraiya enthusiastically waved. Hey there, young man. Come over and have a bite. These rice balls are my exclusive recipe, and they taste divine. Initially reluctant to engage with Jiraiya, Jisuk reconsidered in light of his mission and approached. Jiraiya eagerly offered him a rice ball, which Jisuk accepted, taking a few symbolic bites. For a seasoned battalion warrior, the flavor of the food was not his primary concern. Observing Jisuk consume the rice ball, Jiraiya curiously inquired, You don't seem to be from the Fire country, do you? Zhangzhu remained composed, responding leisurely, Indeed, I hail from the land of grass. I have relatives residing in Konoha, and I intend to visit them. Upon hearing Zhangzhu mention Konoha, Jiraiya's interest was instantly piqued. Residing in Konoha, you say? Then you must be a ninja as well? Zhangzhu swallowed his rice ball and waved his hand dismissively. Not quite. I merely possess some ninjutsu skills, hardly qualifying me as a ninja. Following their conversation, both Jiraiya and Zhangzhu felt a sense of unease. Although Jiraiya could not extract any useful information from Zhangzhu, his instincts suggested that this man was far from ordinary. Simultaneously, Zhangzhu discerned Jiraiya's intentions and assessed the situation before him. Through careful observation, he concluded that the individual he was conversing with was indeed Jiraiya's doppelganger. This realization compelled him to tread cautiously, for in his world, Jiraiya had been a pivotal figure in the resistance against heresy, possessing enough strength to withstand assaults from multiple captains without faltering. Zhangzhu contemplated the cost he would incur should he choose to confront Jiraiya. Chapter 4. Jiraiya. Bamboo Shoot Zhangzhu took a deep breath, suppressing the tension and anxiety within him. He understood that engaging in a direct confrontation with Jiraiya would not be a prudent course of action. In these tumultuous times, every ninja must harbor their own secrets. Wouldn't you agree? In response to Zhangzhu's deliberate evasion of the question, Jiraiya smiled gently. Well, that is a fair point. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Jiraiya, a ninja from Konoha. And you? I am Zhangzhu, a humble villager from the land of grass. After exchanging introductions, Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. Zhangzhu, what a lovely name, he remarked, before adopting a serious demeanor and gesturing to the surrounding refugees. What are your thoughts on the current state of the land of fire and Konoha? Zhangzhu lowered his gaze in contemplation. From his perspective, Konoha and the land of fire were in a state of disarray, surrounded by formidable external foes and plagued by internal corruption and incompetence. After much deliberation, he resolved to respond candidly. Lord Jiraiya, I have yet to visit Konoha, but as for the land of fire, noticing Zhangzhu's hesitation, Jiraiya reassured him, it's all right, speak freely. It is just you and me here. Taking this encouragement to heart, Zhangzhu continued. The current state of the land of fire can only be described as a gilded facade concealing decay within. Frankly, I find it quite disappointing. Lord Jiraiya, did you know? I just spoke with an elderly man over there, and he recounted how their village was ravaged by war, their homes destroyed, loved ones lost, and their lives made unbearable. A trace of indignation colored Zhangzhu's voice as he added, the feudal lords of the land of fire are consumed by their lust for power, indifferent to the plight of the people. While Konoha's ninjas may appear invincible from the outside, the rampant corruption and ineptitude within is truly disheartening. Jiraiya remained silent for a considerable time before letting out a deep sigh. Zhangzhu, I am not entirely unaware of the situation you describe. You are correct. These are indeed the facts. Having finished speaking, Jiraiya rose and stretched lazily. Yet, despite this, there were still individuals striving for their ideals and beliefs. Jasuk, I would like to entrust you with a task. Jasuk perked up at these words, his curiosity piqued by what this legendary ninja might ask of him. Lord Jiraiya, please go ahead. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request within my capabilities. Jiraiya was somewhat taken aback, as he had anticipated some form of reluctance from Jasuk. Yet he was met with such resolute determination. Then I shall rely on you. Jasuk, please escort these individuals to Konoha. Although we are within the land of fire, the threat posed by rogue ninja due to the ongoing war has become considerable. Without a protector, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to survive. Jasuk was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Jiraiya's request to pertain to this matter. Lord Jiraiya, I understand. I will do everything in my power to ensure their safe arrival in Konoha. He responded solemnly. Jiraiya regarded Jasuk with a glimmer of appreciation, raising his assessment of him further. After this, Jasuk turned to the refugees, initiating communication to understand their circumstances and devise a concrete plan for their journey to Konoha. Subsequently, Jiraiya bid farewell to the group, while Jasuk accompanied them towards Konoha. On the night of the second day, the pace of Jasuk and the group was somewhat slow due to the presence of the elderly, women, and children. And despite having traveled for an entire day, they were still a considerable distance from Konoha. That night, having set up camp, Jasuk rested on a tree branch. Upon learning that Jasuk possessed some ninja techniques, the respect the refugees initially held for him began to morph into a semblance of fear. Jasuk was perplexed. In his former world, the ability to use ninja techniques, even the most rudimentary, was a source of respect and admiration. Even those who did not partake in battle were acknowledged for their unique contributions. While he pondered this, he noticed a little girl peering at him from the side. With a leap from the branch, Jasuk approached the girl with a smile and inquired, "What is the matter? Is there something you need?" The sudden appearance of Jasuk startled the girl, but she quickly regained her composure, responding in a timid voice, "I just wanted to see you." Jasuk, upon hearing this, felt even more bewildered. He crouched down to meet the girl's gaze, gently asking, "See me? Why is that?" The girl, slightly fearful, lowered her head and murmured, "Because the adults say you can use ninja techniques. You are very powerful, a ninja." Jasuk felt an inexplicable surge of emotion at her words. He understood that the girl's fear stemmed from the wars and suffering brought about by ninjas in this world. Smiling, he endeavored to make his voice sound more gentle and approachable. "Little one, there is no need to be afraid. I am not a true ninja. I merely know some techniques and would never harm you." Do you know? Ninjas are actually just ordinary people who have mastered some unique skills. The girl lifted her head, gazing curiously at Jasuk, her eyes sparkling with wonder and longing for the unknown world. May I inquire about your name? Jasuk asked. My name is Sun. The little girl replied, her voice gradually gaining confidence. Sun, it is a pleasure to meet you, Jasuk said with a smile. In truth, ninjas are not as fearsome as you might envision. They, too, have families and friends, and experience joy and sorrow. They merely possess certain abilities to protect themselves and others. Jae-suk's words began to dissipate Sun's trepidation, and she gazed curiously at him, eager to learn more about this individual. Sun, what is your impression of ninjas? Jae-suk inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Sun replied, I have heard the adults say that ninjas are formidable beings, capable of scaling walls and employing various magical techniques. However, they also mention that ninjas often engage in fights and even commit murder, causing chaos in villages and leaving us without a place to stay. Thus, I find them somewhat frightening. Jae-suk nodded in understanding and said, Indeed, ninjas possess unique abilities, but they do not exist for the purpose of fighting or killing. Their aim is to protect themselves and those they cherish, as well as to uphold peace. Of course, there are times when ninjas must engage in battle, but that is merely to prevent greater calamities. Sun pondered this, her understanding of ninjas deepening. Jae-suk-onizan, are you currently protecting us? She asked. Yes, Sunday. My task at present is to ensure your safe passage to Konoha, Jae-suk replied. Chapter 5, The Rogue Ninja? As Jae-suk concluded his conversation with Sun, his perception of this world improved somewhat. Perhaps his exchange with Sun had instilled within him a sense of purpose. On the following morning, as sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting warmth upon the camp, Jae-suk sensed an unusual tension in the air. He awoke early, his keen gaze sweeping across the surrounding woods, seemingly detecting something amiss. Just as they prepared to set off, a group of rogue ninjas, clad in civilian attire and bearing malicious expressions, suddenly emerged from the trees. The previously serene atmosphere shattered, causing the refugees to panic, with children clinging tightly to their guardians. While Jae-suk immediately positioned himself in front of the group, observing the intruders carefully, he deduced from their appearances and skin tones that they were likely rogue ninjas from Awagakure. Once confirmed, Jae-suk felt a sense of relief. If they had been rogue ninjas from Konoha, his rash actions might have drawn the attention of Konoha Zumbu, but he had fewer qualms regarding rogue ninjas from other villages. Esteemed ninjas, we are merely refugees. Might you show us mercy and allow us to depart? Jae-suk said with a hint of levity in his tone. The leader of the rogue ninjas scoffed. Humph, of course. In this world, we all seek to earn a living. Just hand over your money and supplies, and we shall let you go without issue. Upon hearing this, an elderly man behind Jae-suk prepared to gather their provisions, but Jae-suk swiftly intervened to prevent him. Bamboo shoots, I remarked last night. There are times when one must inevitably fight, correct? Startled, the bamboo shoot hidden among the crowd quickly regained composure and nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Zhangzhu offered a subtle smile before turning to face the rogue ninjas, his gaze transforming into one of icy resolve. You desire our supplies? Let us see if you possess the capability to claim them. No sooner had he spoken than Zhangzhu retrieved a unique hilt from his waist. This was a chakra emitter. Meticulously crafted by the Empire, its remarkable design and exquisite craftsmanship signifying its extraordinary nature. As he infused it with lightning chakra, a blue blade of light began to extend from the hilt's apex, shimmering with an aura reminiscent of thunderous might. The rogue ninjas, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but feel a twinge of fear. Though they were no strangers to villainy, the sheer strength of their adversary filled them with trepidation. Yet, driven by greed and the instinct for survival, they summoned their courage and launched a fierce assault against Zhangzhu, brandishing their weapons and charging forward, hoping to overpower him through sheer numbers. As the battle ignited, Zhangzhu maintained his composure, deftly wielding the blue blade with the swiftness of lightning, weaving effortlessly through the throng of rogue ninjas. With each swing of the luminous blade, another adversary fell. In a brief span, as the last rogue ninja collapsed with a resounding thud, Zhangzhu nonchalantly sheathed the blue blade and its unique hilt, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. For him, this confrontation was akin to a leisurely practice, scarcely deserving of his full attention. He had undergone far more rigorous illusion training within the Empire, where even the simplest exercises proved far more challenging than the ninjas before him. Meanwhile, the refugees who bore witness to Zhangzhu's prowess were utterly astounded. Their eyes widened as they gazed at his unassuming stature. Living amidst the chaos of war, they had witnessed countless ninja battles. Yet they had never encountered such overwhelming combat prowess, nor had they ever imagined someone could so effortlessly vanquish foes many times their own size. Incredible, one refugee marveled. We are saved, another exclaimed with fervor. Zhangzhu then returned to the crowd, and as silence fell, he earnestly addressed them. I kindly ask that you refrain from speaking of the events that transpired. I am merely a commoner with a modicum of ninjutsu knowledge, and I wish to avoid any unnecessary complications. At that moment, the crowd buzzed with chatter, and the elder who had previously remained silent stepped forward. Mr. Chiu Village, he implored, might you disclose the purpose of your visit? Though I am but a simple man, I feel there are few ninjas as formidable as yourself in this world. The elder's inquiry caused Zhangzhu to furrow his brow. He was reluctant to divulge too much information at this juncture. Yet, faced with the elder's earnest plea and the curiosity of the onlookers, he found himself in a difficult position. Should the elder persist in his questioning, he would have to contemplate more drastic measures to safeguard his secrets. In this moment of tension, Sun emerged from the crowd, gasping for breath, clearly having run to get there. After a brief pause, she leaned on her knees and said to the elder, Grandpa, Zhangzhu is definitely not a bad person. Sun's innocence and conviction brought a flicker of reassurance to everyone present. The elder looked at Sun, his eyes softening slightly. Are you certain? Sun nodded, affirming, I am sure. Zhangzhu has always protected us and taught me many survival skills. The elder fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. All right, since you say so, I shall trust you. He then turned to Zhangzhu, stating, Mr. Zhangzhu, we will no longer question your intentions. But remember, although we are merely refugees, we are also part of the Land of Fire. Should you commit any acts detrimental to our nation, I will not stand idly by. As the murmurs of the crowd gradually subsided, Zhangzhu and the refugees continued their journey toward Konoha. Throughout the journey, Zhangzhu remained vigilant, constantly attentive to the surroundings to ensure the safety of the refugees. As they walked, Zhangzhu pondered how these villagers could be so supportive of the Land of Fire, despite their homes being ravaged by war. He couldn't help but wonder if his own world would become equally ignorant and obstinate without the presence of the emperor. Days later, they finally reached the gates of Konoha. The ninja on duty quickly approached them upon noticing their arrival. After learning that they were refugees from near the border of the Land of Rain, the duty ninja conducted a brief inquiry. Perhaps due to their plight, or perhaps out of sympathy and compassion, the ninja did not press them further and soon permitted their entry into Konoha. Once inside, Zhangzhu curiously observed his surroundings. Although this Konoha appeared significantly less advanced than his own world, the architectural style and the essence of daily life bore a striking resemblance, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. At this moment, Sun joyfully bounded over to Zhangzhu, her face radiating an innocent smile. Zhangzhu, the esteemed ninjas of Konoha have arranged accommodations for us. Would you like to come and have a look? Sun invited, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhangzhu smiled faintly but shook his head, responding, No, I still have to visit my relatives in Konoha. You all go ahead. Once you are settled, I will come find you. Though slightly disappointed by Zhangzhu's reply, Sun obediently nodded. All right then, Zhangzhu, please come find us soon. With that, she turned and joined the other refugees heading to their new accommodations. Chapter 6, Danzo shall we? After bidding farewell to Sun, Zhangzhu followed the information provided by Kuro, searching for the Mura family in Konoha. It was said that this household was inhabited solely by an elderly person. After some difficulty, Zhangzhu finally located the Mura residence in a remote part of the village just before nightfall. Although the location was secluded, it was highly advantageous for his forthcoming plans. He gently rapped on the wooden door, the sound echoing through the stillness of the night. Hearing the knock, Mura Aikir rose with a sense of bewilderment to open the door. Having lived in the village for over 2 decades, he rarely received visitors, leaving him filled with confusion. As the door creaked open, Mura Aikir beheld a tall and robust stranger, momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered this individual in all his years in the village. Young man, if you are looking for Mura Aikir, his words were abruptly cut off as Jae-suk's kaleidoscopic Sharingan began to swirl, emanating an enchanting glow. I am Mura Jae-suk, your distant nephew. He introduced himself with a smile, adopting a carefully crafted alias and identity. Mura Aikir paused, seemingly grappling to recall this so-called distant nephew. However, Jae-suk offered him little time to ponder, stepping into the house as if he were the rightful owner. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Jae-suk's Sharingan flickered with a profound radiance in the dimness of night. The jinjutsu he employed was one he had mastered during his early days in the war, capable of subtly altering a person's perception through the Sharingan. Although its effectiveness was limited against powerful ninjas, its utility in infiltration and covert operations rivaled that of any high-level ninjutsu. Nevertheless, Jae-suk was acutely aware that he had merely addressed his identity issue for the moment. Despite the differences between the two worlds, as long as there existed an equivalent of Danzo in this realm, all his concealments could become utterly meaningless. To truly integrate into Konoha, he must confront Danzo. The thought of Danzo brought a twinge of discomfort to Jae-suk. Danzo resembled a razor-sharp blade in the hands of an emperor. If Keisei's was the emperor's outwardly displayed dagger, then Danzo was the emperor's ruthless cleaver wielded within. This man was deeply cunning, making him elusive and difficult to fathom. After settling into Mura Ikir's home, Jae-suk chose the guest room as his resting place. This room had once belonged to Mura Ikir's late wife. But after Jae-suk utilized his jinjutsu to alter Mura Ikir's perception, it had effectively become his own. At this moment, Jae-suk lay on the bed, perusing a fully functional communication device in his hands. This device not only facilitated communication, but also integrated the functions of a map and a database. Jae-suk was currently examining Danzo's early records through it. Previously, Jae-suk lacked the clearance to access such files. However, now, as one of the advanced team members dispatched by the Emperor to the parallel world, he and Minma and Keisei's had been granted the highest level of access. This meant they could review the files of anyone, save for the Emperor himself. After delving into Danzo's records, Jae-suk finally uncovered some striking information. His eyes lit up upon discovering that Danzo had once been the leader of the Root organization and had secretly conducted wood-release experiments involving Hashirama's cells. This project is not unfamiliar to Jae-suk. As a warrior of the battle group, he has previously undergone 13 surgeries, including the transplantation of interstitial cells. He is acutely aware of the formidable strength and potential of these cells, as well as their pivotal role in warfare. After meticulously reviewing the pertinent information, Jae-suk deactivated the communication device, a contemplative expression gracing his features. A well-formed plan had taken shape in his mind, one that would exploit Danzo's obsession with wood release and interstitial cell research to achieve his objectives. Jae-suk firmly believed that once he confirmed Danzo's identity in this world, he would undoubtedly be engaged in or preparing for research on wood release and interstitial cells. At that juncture, all he would need to do was demonstrate his prowess and present an irresistible bargaining chip, confident that the cunning old fox would take the bait. As for this irresistible bargaining chip, a smirk played at the corners of Jae-suk's mouth. He then formed hand seals, enveloping the house in a wave of chakra, a cloaking technique designed to interfere with others' perception ninjutsu, effectively concealing himself. Subsequently, Jae-suk sat cross-legged, and before long, a series of masks began to materialize on his face. At this moment, the surrounding natural energy was being absorbed by him, and he entered sage mode. Shortly after entering this state, white spores began to emerge from his body. These were the replicas of White Zetsu. "How did you discover me, you bastard?" White Zetsu exclaimed in a state of panic, for his disguise was renowned throughout the ninja world, even worthy of praise from the Emperor himself. But this individual had seen through it from the very beginning. Jae-suk chose not to respond. Indeed, White Zetsu's ability to disguise himself was unparalleled in the ninja realm. Yet this was contingent upon the opponent's ignorance. Given his knowledge of Black Zetsu, Jae-suk was certain that the latter would have left a White Zetsu on him for surveillance, thus revealing his presence from the outset. Chapter 7. Apprenticeship. The following morning, Jae-suk rose from his bed. Although he could now function without sleep due to his enhancements, the long-awaited rest still bestowed upon him a profound sense of satisfaction. Even though he no longer required slumber, the occasional respite allowed his thoughts to flow with greater alacrity. After getting up, Jae-suk did not rush to seek out Danzo in this world. Rather, he immersed himself in his daily training. Despite now being the commander of the Emperor's battle group, his thirst and pursuit of power had never waned for a moment. His dedication to the cultivation of Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu remained unwavering, characterized by immense passion and persistence. However, as Jae-suk was deeply engrossed in his training, a youthful voice suddenly interrupted his practice. He turned to see Tsubaki standing there, markedly different from before. She had donned a pristine white dress, her orange locks adorned with a delicate pink bow, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. Her once grimy face now radiated a rosy complexion, reflecting the vibrancy of youth. Upon witnessing the remarkable transformation of Sun, Jisuk found himself momentarily taken aback. The young girl before him bore no resemblance to the impression she had previously left. Sun shyly smiled, stepped closer to Jisuk, and softly inquired, "Jusuko-nyakin, am I disturbing you?" Jisuk, slightly surprised, noted that he had not disclosed his whereabouts to Sun. Yet, she had managed to locate him, which struck him as rather peculiar. He swiftly summoned his chakra, gently placing his hand atop Sun's head, and with a warm smile, he asked, "Not at all, Sunday. But how did you find me?" Feeling the warmth of Jusuk's hand, Sun shyly replied, "Jusuko-nyakin, I asked the adults in the village, and they told me your name is Jusuk from K Village. Then I inquired about the location of K Village, and the older brother from the guard team pointed me in the right direction, so I followed the path here." Upon hearing Sun's explanation, Jusuk felt a sense of relief. He carefully examined Sun's memories through his chakra and, once assured of her honesty, withdrew his hand. Gazing into Sun's clear eyes, he couldn't help but admire her innocence and bravery. "Indeed, you are quite courageous. However, you should refrain from wandering about the village recklessly. Even in Konoha, safety is not guaranteed," Jusuk advised earnestly. In response to Jusuk's admonition, Sun quickly defended herself. "Jusuko-nyakin, everyone in the village is very kind. And I informed Grandpa and the others before I came out. Besides, you were the one who came to the village without explaining anything and ran off on your own." Sun's voice gradually diminished as she shot Jusuk a discontented glance, pouting slightly, seemingly upset by his abrupt departure. Confronted by Sun's genuine and steadfast spirit, Jusuk felt a profound impact on his heart. He crouched down to meet her gaze and gently asked, "So, Sun, you still haven't told me what you want from me." Sun shifted awkwardly, twisting her feet slightly, but soon steadied herself, her eyes resolute as she proclaimed, "Jusuko-nyakin, I want to learn ninjutsu from you. I aspire to become a powerful ninja like you." Jusuk was taken aback by the fervor and anticipation shining in Sun's eyes. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, attempting to steady the tumult within him. "Sun, do you understand that practicing ninjutsu is not an easy endeavor?" Jusuk's tone grew solemn. "It requires immense effort and dedication, and it may even entail life-threatening dangers. Are you truly prepared for this?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sun nodded vigorously. "I am certain. I am ready. You have told me that ninjas exist to help and protect others. I do not wish for everyone to succumb to danger. Nor do I want Grandpa and the others to toil endlessly." Jusuk was indeed taken aback by Sun's response. Initially, he had no intention of acquiescing to her request, as such an undertaking could pose significant risks. He swiftly contemplated within his heart. If he could cultivate a prodigious ninja, it would likely attract the attention of the organization. A far safer approach than initiating contact himself. A faint smile graced his lips as he reached out to gently pat Sun's head. "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall wholeheartedly support you. From tomorrow onward, I will instruct you in the art of ninjutsu, and I hope you will persevere to become an exceptional ninja." Upon hearing that Zhangju had acquiesced to her request, Sun leaped with joy. "Then it's settled. I'll come here to the village tomorrow to learn from you." Zhangju observed the exuberance of the girl before him and shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He rose and said to her, "Now, come with me to the village for a stroll. I shall prepare some tools you will need for training." As they wandered through the village together, Sun was brimming with excitement, incessantly bombarding Zhangju with questions, to which he patiently responded one by one. "Brother Zhangju, are ninjas really like what my grandfather and the others say?" Sun inquired with curiosity. Zhangju pondered for a moment before replying, "Not quite. Some possess mere strength without comprehending the responsibilities that come with it. Sun, such individuals cannot be deemed true ninjas." Sun took this in, pondering deeply before asking with eager anticipation, "Then, Brother Zhangju, will I also be able to become a powerful ninja like you in the future?" Zhangju smiled at her, offering encouragement. "Diligent practice yields strength, and self-discipline brings forth results. Sun, how you treat yourself will determine how you are rewarded in return." Sun scratched her head in confusion, muttering, "Brother Zhangju's words are quite strange. I don't quite understand." Nonetheless, her eyes sparkled with hope for the future. After escorting Sun home, Zhangju bid her farewell and returned to his residence, laden with bags. He entered his room and retrieved the communicator, which displayed messages from Kaziz and Myanmar. Essentially, they inquired whether he had reached Konoha and how smoothly the plans were progressing. Zhangzhu left a message in response. Esteemed Lord Kaziz, I have arrived in Konoha and am currently preparing to make contact with the World S. Danzo. All plans are proceeding smoothly. After stowing away the communication device, Zhangzhu extracted various training equipment from the scroll he carried. These tools were products of their world, each embodying advanced technology and wisdom. He meticulously inspected each item, ensuring they were in optimal condition. The training apparatus included devices for physical conditioning, tools to enhance reflexes, and illusions to simulate combat environments. With these at his disposal, Zhangzhu felt confident that even if Sun's innate talent were zero, he could still mold her into a genius. Chapter 8. Truly a genius emerges the following morning. As Zhangzhu had just arranged the various instruments in the small courtyard, Sun had already arrived. Unlike the previous day, today she donned a streamlined training uniform, her hair cut short and partially tied back, ready for the training ahead. Upon entering the courtyard, Sun immediately spotted Jae-suk, who was engrossed in calibrating the equipment. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, Jae-suk, what are you doing? Oh, Sun, you've arrived, Jae-suk replied, lifting his gaze to reveal his signature gentle smile. I am fine-tuning these training devices to ensure they are in optimal condition. This way, our training will be more effective in achieving our desired outcomes. Sun approached Jae-suk, keenly observing the instruments he was adjusting. What kind of devices are these? She asked. Each of these instruments serves a specific purpose, Jae-suk patiently explained. For instance, this one measures reaction speed. He indicated one device, and this one, he gestured towards another, is designed to enhance explosive strength and endurance. As Sun surveyed the array of equipment scattered throughout the courtyard, a sense of unease washed over her. In her understanding of training, it should encompass meditation, contemplation, and physical conditioning, rather than this array of machinery. Just as she succumbed to self-doubt, Jae-suk handed her a wristband, gesturing for her to put it on. Once she had donned the wristband, he instructed, this device will record your current physical condition and display the data here. Now, I need you to run 10 kilometers. Taken aback by Jae-suk's words, Sun glanced at the wristband, then at Jae-suk, her expression one of disbelief, as if to say, you must be joking. However, Jae-suk disregarded her reaction and urged her to begin. He understood that 10 kilometers was a formidable challenge for someone of Sun's age, and he did not expect her to complete the entire distance. The purpose of this run was to thoroughly ascertain her physical limits, thereby facilitating the formulation of a subsequent training regimen. With a resigned glance at the wristband and the expansive courtyard, Sun took a deep breath and commenced her run. Jae-suk sat quietly nearby, his electronic device displaying Sun's physical data in real time. In the vast courtyard, Sun ran alone, her figure flickering in the sunlight as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, dampening her hair and clothing. She lacked the strength to wipe them away. Mechanically swinging her arms and moving her heavy legs, her vision began to blur, and the surroundings seemed to drown in a wave of heat. Yet, she persevered, continuing to push forward. Time slipped by, and soon Sun's vision became so indistinct that she could no longer discern the path ahead. Her arms hung limply at her sides. Yet, fueled by an extraordinary willpower, she pressed on. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in her ears, as if cheering her on. Finally, after completing the last lap, Sun could no longer sustain herself and gradually collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, Jae-suk approached, pleasantly surprised by the girl before him. Not only did her data surpass that of her peers, but her sheer determination was also worthy of admiration. He extended his hand to assist her up, but Sun, trembling, raised her hand and weakly said in a hoarse voice, "Let me rest for a moment." Zhangzhu gently nodded, fully aware of Sun's current fatigue. However, he understood that such a form of rest was not advisable. As someone who had endured similar experiences, he recognized that without timely relaxation, Sun could suffer severe hidden injuries. He carefully lifted the weary Sun and placed her onto a specially designed recovery device in the courtyard. This apparatus was engineered to provide soothing relief for fatigued bodies post-training, aiding muscle recovery and preventing latent injuries. Though Sun was nearly too exhausted to move, she could still feel Zhangzhu's attentiveness and care. With his assistance, she reclined on the device, and soon a warm, comforting current enveloped her body, akin to being gently cradled by soft clouds. Relax and fully embrace this recovery process, Zhangzhu gently instructed, adjusting the device's settings to ensure optimal restorative effects for Sunday. She nodded lightly, and with the device's aid, the fatigue and tension in her body gradually dissipated, giving way to a serene tranquility. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhu stood by, intently monitoring the data displayed on the device's screen. Suddenly, he frowned, realizing the recovery results were astonishingly favorable, surpassing his expectations. This advanced medical apparatus was originally intended for warriors of the battle group, primarily serving to relax and alleviate fatigue for ordinary ninjas. Yet, the data before him indicated that Sun's recovery rate was remarkably superior. Noticing the shift in Zhang Zhu's expression, Sun timidly inquired, "Master Chiao, is there something wrong with my body?" Her voice carried a hint of anxiety, and she gazed at Zhang Zhu's furrowed brow, feeling a pang of fear that something might indeed be amiss. Zhang Zhu, snapping back to reality, met her worried eyes and quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, son. Your body is perfectly fine. I am merely astonished by your recovery ability, which far exceeds my expectations." After a brief period of rest and recuperation, Zhang Zhu prepared to guide Sun into the second test of the three-body technique. This was a fundamental ninjutsu that every ninja must master, serving as a crucial benchmark for assessing one's innate talent in the art. Sun rose, stretching her limbs, her face reflecting surprise. She distinctly recalled being on the verge of collapse from running moments ago, yet now her body felt as if it had enjoyed an entire day's worth of rest. Clearing his throat, Zhang Zhu addressed her, "Sun, what understanding do you have of ninjutsu at this moment?" Sun shook her head, as if to say, "How would a simple village girl from a border town know such things?" Observing her headshake, Zhang Zhu felt a mix of exasperation and understanding, realizing he had been overly optimistic in his expectations. Sun's remarkable performance in the earlier test had momentarily led him to overlook that she was merely a newcomer seeking refuge in Konoha. At this moment, he recognized the necessity of starting from the very basics. "Very well, follow me," he instructed. As Zhang Zhu spoke, he led Sun to the side of a crystal-clear pond. "To master ninjutsu, we must first learn to refine our chakra." Standing by the water's edge, Zhang Zhu elaborated, "Chakra is the energy that resides within us. It serves as the foundation for utilizing ninjutsu." To enhance Sun's comprehension, he lightly stepped onto the surface of the pond, demonstrating his exquisite control over chakra. The water merely rippled gently, leaving his shoes unscathed. "This is the power of chakra," Zhang Zhu remarked. "Through refining and controlling it, we can achieve feats beyond the imagination of ordinary people." He turned to Sun. "Now, I shall teach you how to refine your chakra. First, you need to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and relax both your body and mind." Sun followed Zhang Zhu's instructions, beginning her attempts to refine her chakra. Although she initially encountered some difficulties, under Zhang Zhu's patient guidance, she gradually found her rhythm. Chapter 9. Daily life. For several consecutive days, Sun would come to the courtyard, engaging in physical training in the mornings and practicing chakra refinement in the afternoons. Sat in a corner of the training ground, sweat trickled down her cheeks, mingled with the earthy scent of the soil. She closed her eyes to adjust her breathing, savoring the fatigue and satisfaction that followed her recent chakra refinement exercises. On a nearby tree trunk, etchings chronicled her progress, and she smiled softly as she glanced back at these marks of growth. Zhang Zhu approached, observing Sun with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "Sun, you are doing exceptionally well," he said. "Now we shall enter a new phase of learning." Upon hearing this, excitement sparkled in Sun's eyes as she eagerly rose to her feet. Zhang Zhu noted the anticipation reflected in her gaze and nodded inwardly. He recognized that this girl possessed remarkable perseverance and talent. With the right guidance, she would surely shine. Firstly, we must delve into the advanced methods of chakra refinement. Zhang Zhu began to explain in detail, emphasizing that every hand gesture and each transition and breath contained profound technique. He was not merely teaching Sun how to refine chakra. He was imparting to her an attitude, one of rigor and focus towards ninjutsu. Sun listened intently, fearing the loss of any detail. In the days that followed, Sun dedicated herself to an unprecedented level of rigorous training. She practiced the chakra refinement techniques repeatedly, facing failure time and again, only to restart anew. Zhang Zhu remained by her side, quietly observing, using his Sharingan to perceive every subtle change within her. Initially, Sun's movements appeared clumsy and awkward, each attempt at refinement accompanied by instability and discomfort. However, as time passed, she gradually discovered that remarkable sensation of merging with her chakra. Her movements became increasingly fluid, and the chakra she refined grew purer. As Zhangzhu observed with his Sharingan, he noted that the pathways of chakra within Sun had begun to take form. The chakra, surging like a mighty river, flowed orderly within her, infusing her body with formidable energy. Upon confirming that Sun had adeptly mastered the refinement of chakra, Gato decided to temporarily halt her current training. He approached Sun, observing her sweat-drenched yet resolute visage, and inwardly nodded in approval. Sun, you have performed remarkably well in your chakra refinement. Now, we must transition to the next stage of learning. However, before we proceed, you must rest and recuperate. Although Sun felt a tinge of fatigue, the affirmation from Gato ignited a spark of excitement and anticipation in her eyes. I understand, she replied, nodding earnestly. At that moment, Gato retrieved a pouch of shuriken from his waist and presented it to Sun with a smile, saying, Sun, this is a gift for you. As she accepted the shuriken, her eyes shimmered with gratitude and joy. She recognized the significance of this gift, which was not merely a pouch of shuriken, but a symbol of Gato's encouragement and expectations for her. Thank you, Teacher Gato. Sun's voice quivered with emotion. I will strive even harder to meet your expectations. Gato gently patted Sun on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. After concluding a day of rigorous training, twilight gradually enveloped the earth. The two shared a simple dinner, after which Gato accompanied Sun on her journey home. The moonlight cascaded like water over the tranquil streets as they walked side by side, their pace leisurely, savoring the rare tranquility and comfort of the moment. Sun broke the silence first, her voice resonating clearly in the night. Teacher Gato, what do you think my future direction should be? Gato smiled faintly and replied, Sun, your future holds infinite possibilities. Sun lowered her head, murmuring, infinite possibilities? Then she lifted her gaze, resolutely meeting Gato's eyes. I trust your judgment. After escorting Sun home, Gato returned to his residence alone. As soon as he arrived, the communicator on his person suddenly flashed with golden light, capturing his immediate attention. He typically communicated with Myanmar and Kaze eyes through messages, but this golden light signified a special circumstance, an active outreach from the Emperor. Once Gato confirmed that his surroundings were secure, he activated the communicator. As the connection established, the device projected 3 small screens encircling a larger one, forming a temporary virtual conference room. The figures of Myanmar and Kaze eyes appeared on the 2 smaller screens, while Gato was displayed on the third. The imposing figure of the Emperor gradually materialized on the large screen, seated upon his throne, his gaze profound and serious. His presence instantly infused the meeting with a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Thank you for responding swiftly to my summons. The Emperor's voice resonated steadily and powerfully within the virtual conference room. He surveyed the participants and continued, Kaze eyes, how is your exploration progressing at this stage? Kaze eyes nodded in response from the small screen, his voice clearly transmitting through the communicator. I have established initial contact with the forces of this world. Currently, Gato has entered Konoha and is working to gain their trust, while Myanmar and I are reaching out to other factions. Upon receiving Cassius' report, the Emperor, as acknowledged on the grand screen, nodded with composure and stated, Excellent. Your progress is commendable, and I am pleased with your efforts. Continue to advance according to plan, without any slackening. At our next communication, I shall render judgment upon this world. Before that, we must ensure that we possess all necessary information and evidence. His voice reverberated throughout the virtual conference room, imbued with an undeniable authority. The Emperor's words instilled a profound sense of responsibility and urgency within all present. Jasuk, Maruam, and Cassius exchanged glances, their voices resonating in unison, filled with strength and conviction. As you command, my Emperor. Subsequently, White Zetsu completely detached from Jasuk's body, preparing to flee, only to be seized by Jasuk around the throat. Struggling was futile against Jasuk's formidable strength. With a firm grip, White Zetsu succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing the unconscious White Zetsu in his grasp, Jasuk felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. He understood that this asset would be pivotal in luring Danzo into their trap. As a perfect product of Hashirama's cells, White Zetsu not only possessed remarkable vitality, but also excelled in perfect camouflage. More importantly, the Hashirama cells within White Zetsu were precisely what Danzo had long coveted. Jasuk secured White Zetsu within a specially designed container, ensuring there would be no escape. Once he had properly placed white zetsu and fortified the sealing barrier of the container, a profound sense of tranquility washed over him. The tension and plotting of recent days seemed to momentarily dissipate. Though his physique was robust and his mental fortitude exceptional, the sustained barrage of information and strategic planning had left even this seasoned ninja feeling fatigued. He approached the bedside and gradually reclined. The softness and comfort of the bed starkly contrasted with the tautness of his nerves over the past several days. Closing his eyes, he took a few deep breaths, allowing both body and spirit to gradually relax. Chapter 10. Preparation for Assessment. 1. After concluding communication with the Emperor, Jasuke rose and moved to the window. Standing by the glass, he gazed at the full moon suspended in the night sky. His heart was a tumult of emotions, and an inexplicable feeling welled within him, fostering an unprecedented resistance to the Emperor's decisions. He attempted to untangle his thoughts. Was his loyalty and faith in the Emperor beginning to waver? Or had he started to question the principles he once held as absolute? Time slipped by, and after what felt like an eternity, Jasuke departed from the window. He was inherently a man of action. Instead of remaining ensnared in his internal struggles, he resolved to act. The correctness of this world should not be dictated by others, but experienced firsthand. That night, Jasuke did not rest. He busied himself preparing the items needed for tomorrow's training with Sun. His heart brimmed with anticipation and a sense of duty. He meticulously selected training tools, ensuring each one was suitable for Sun's current developmental stage. During the course of preparation, Jasuke could not help but reminisce about the moments he had shared with Sunday. He watched as she transformed from a mere girl into a promising ninja, his heart swelling with emotion. Sending Sun to the Ninja Academy was a pivotal step in her journey of growth and a crucial element of his plans. Jasuke calculated the days and realized that the time left for training in the body replacement technique and some basic ninjutsu was limited. He understood that in order for Sun to stand out at the Ninja Academy, it was imperative to intensify her training during this period. As dawn broke and the sky began to lighten, Jasuke's preparations neared completion. He meticulously arranged various equipment in the courtyard. After a night filled with activity, he felt a touch of fatigue, yet the anticipation within him kept him alert. After a brief stretch to loosen his muscles, he settled in the courtyard, awaiting Sun's arrival. The gentle morning breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing a refreshing chill that invigorated him. In the waiting, Jasuke began to reflect on his acquaintance and interactions with Sunday. Initially, he viewed her merely as a tool for integration into Konoha, but as time passed, their relationship deepened. Sun's innocence, kindness, and diligence profoundly touched him. Now, his feelings for her transcended mere utility, blossoming into genuine care and expectation. At that moment, sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm golden hue across the courtyard. Sun gracefully leaped down from the branches, landing steadily before Jasuke. "Good morning, Jasuke-sensei." Her radiant smile shone like the sun, lifting Jasuke's spirits. "Good morning, Sun." Jasuke replied warmly, a soft smile gracing his face. "Hey, Jasuke-sensei seems a bit different today," Sun remarked playfully, her tone laced with curiosity. Jasuke chuckled subtly, a slight change in expression that Sun astutely noticed. She tilted her head, gazing at him with inquisitiveness, seemingly attempting to decipher more from his demeanor. "Is there? I don't feel anything different." Jasuke attempted to mask his amusement, clearing his throat before turning seriously to Sunday. "All right, let us commence today's training." As Jasuke refocused, he observed Sun returning to his side after her warm-up, and with a smile, he declared, "From today onward, we shall practice the body replacement technique and some foundational ninjutsu." Excitement flickered in Sun's eyes upon hearing this. She had previously heard of the body replacement technique and ninjutsu, and understood that mastering these skills was essential to becoming a ninja. "First, we will begin with the body replacement technique," Jasuke continued. "This technique allows you to evade an enemy's attacks at critical moments, making it an incredibly practical skill." He then distanced himself from Sun and called out, "Now, Sun, use your shuriken to attack me. Don't hold back." Upon hearing Jasuke's command, determination sparkled in Sun's eyes. Though she had heard of the body replacement technique before, the fact that it was her own teacher made her somewhat apprehensive. She firmly grasped the shuriken in her hand, adjusting her breath and concentrating intently on her target, Jasuke. "Yes, master," Sun replied, and without hesitation, she swung her arm forcefully, launching the shuriken toward him. Multiple shurikens traced swift arcs through the air, aimed directly at Jasuk. A flicker of fear gripped Sun's heart as she pondered the consequences if she were to inadvertently harm her older brother. Meanwhile, Jasuk stood calmly in place. Just as the shurikens were about to strike, his figure suddenly blurred, dissipating into the air like a wisp of smoke. In his stead remained a wooden decoy. Upon witnessing her shurikens strike the wooden replica rather than Jasuk, Sun exhaled in relief. At the same time, she was profoundly astonished and impressed by Jasuk's substitution technique. His figure reappeared nearby, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded her, as if he could see through her previous tension and worry. "It's all right, son. Your aim was precise. This is the application of the substitution technique." Jasuk explained the limitations and conditions of the technique with a serious demeanor, hoping to provide Sun with a comprehensive understanding of this skill for better application in future battles. "Son, while the substitution technique can save your life in critical moments, it is not infallible," Jasuk stated. "The attacks you can evade using this technique must be ones you can perceive. If you are oblivious to your opponent's strikes, the substitution technique will be ineffective. Thus, during combat, you must remain ever vigilant, observing your enemy's movements and anticipating potential attacks." Sun nodded earnestly, acknowledging her understanding. She recognized that every skill in battle has its limitations, and only by thoroughly comprehending and judiciously utilizing these skills can one maximize their combat prowess. Moreover, the execution of the substitution technique necessitates prior preparation of a decoy, Jasuk continued. "In the heat of battle, you may not have the time or opportunity to prepare a substitute. Hence, you should be thoroughly prepared before the fight begins, ensuring that you can swiftly deploy the substitution technique at a critical moment." Sun nodded once more. Observing her earnest demeanor, Jasuk nodded in satisfaction. He then formed hand seals, and as smoke billowed forth, a clone materialized. As the smoke dissipated, two identical figures appeared before Sun, indistinguishable save for their differing attire. Sun's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the two versions of herself. In disbelief, she shook her head, attempting to discern the genuine from the false. But both figures mirrored her appearance and essence so closely that she could not make a determination. Amid her astonishment, the two replicas spoke in unison. "This is the clone technique and transformation technique." Subsequently, Jasuk dismissed the clone and reverted his transformation. Sun took a deep breath, calming her exhilaration. She looked at Jasuk, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Master Jasuk, I want to learn this," she declared resolutely. Jasuk smiled faintly and began to elucidate further. "What I demonstrated earlier was, in fact, the shadow clone technique. The sequence for forming the seal is Cho, Su, Chun, Zi. Su, Hai, Si, and Een. It is imperative that you accurately execute the seals in this order to successfully perform the shadow clone technique." Jasuk displayed an unfamiliar seal on the assistant's tablet, elucidating that this particular seal represents the transformation technique. He then turned to Sun and stated that the essence of the transformation technique lies in the manipulation of chakra, which should not pose a challenge for you. Jasuk shifted his tone to a more serious demeanor and emphasized that the shadow clone technique is the focal point of our training today. "Son, it is crucial that you remember the importance of chakra distribution when employing the shadow clone technique." He paused briefly, continuing, "When you execute the shadow clone technique, your chakra is evenly allocated to each clone. Furthermore, when a clone dissipates, all experiences it has undergone will return to you. This is also the reason why the shadow clone technique is difficult to discern, as each clone possesses the same memories and sensations as the original." Overwhelmed by this deluge of information, Sun managed to retain the knowledge. "Understood. I will master it." Jasuk nodded in satisfaction, indicating that training should commence, starting with the clone technique. In the initial days of training, Sun found herself relatively at ease. Compared to the rigorous physical and combat training she had previously endured, merely practicing the shadow clone technique felt like a breath of fresh air. However, she was unprepared for the true challenge that lay ahead. When Sun confidently demonstrated her progress with the shadow clone technique to Jasuk, he affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, "Excellent. It seems you have become proficient in the shadow clone technique. Thus, we shall officially commence training." For a fleeting moment, Sun felt disoriented, as if time had frozen at that instant. She struggled to comprehend Jasuk's words, pondering what he meant by officially beginning the training. In the days that followed, Sun underwent an unprecedented intensity of training. Each day, Jasuk required her to create 4 clones, each engaging in different training exercises simultaneously. When her chakra was depleted, Jisuk would promptly provide her with nutritional supplements to restore her energy. This regimen continued until Sun's physical stamina was entirely exhausted, signaling the end of the day's training. Considering the high intensity of the training and Sun's physical condition, Jisuk decided it would be best for her to reside in his quarters, allowing him to better care for and monitor her well-being. To facilitate this, he personally visited Sun's home to explain the situation to her parents and secure their consent. Reflecting on the formidable strength Jisuk had exhibited when confronting the rogue ninja from Awagakure, Sun's family raised no objections and readily agreed to the arrangement. However, upon learning that her family had so readily acquiesced to her staying with Jisuk, Sun's complexion turned pale. After the grueling training of the day concluded, Sun lay exhausted in the medical apparatus, slowly sipping on the nutritional supplement to regain her strength. Her voice trembled slightly as she tentatively asked Jisuk, "Jisuk-sensei, may I have a day of rest tomorrow?" Jisuk remained silent for a moment, contemplating that Sun had only 3 days left before she was to enroll in the Ninja Academy. He nodded in agreement to Sun's request, saying, "Yes, you may rest tomorrow and refrain from training." However, he swiftly altered his tone, speaking with a grave demeanor, "But you must undergo my assessment. If you do not meet the standards, I would not want you to bring shame upon me after entering the Ninja Academy." Upon hearing that Zhangzhu had granted her a day of respite, Sun experienced a surge of relief, yet simultaneously felt a wave of anxiety regarding the impending evaluation. Nevertheless, as she reflected on her previous assessments, she recalled that Zhangzhu had never intentionally made things difficult for her, always providing fair evaluations of her performance. This thought eased her tension somewhat, and she felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation wash over her weary body and mind. Without further contemplation, she comfortably reclined in the medical apparatus and gradually drifted into a sweet slumber. On the following morning, Sun awoke groggily to the surprising realization that her clothes had been changed without her notice. Recalling how she had exhaustedly fallen asleep in the medical device, she now lay comfortably on a soft bed, feeling both warmth and embarrassment. The thought of having slept in such a state, with someone having thoughtfully changed her attire, caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Her youthful mind began to wander, involuntarily conjuring images of Zhangzhu. She envisioned his features, imagining how he might have gently lifted her, carefully changed her damp clothes, and tenderly placed her back onto the bed. These visions became increasingly vivid in her mind, and her face grew even hotter. As her thoughts raced uncontrollably, Sun suddenly clapped her hands against her cheeks and firmly admonished herself, "Sun, Zhangzhu is your teacher. You must not entertain such thoughts." She attempted to calm her fluttering heart in this manner, reminding herself to maintain the boundaries appropriate for a mentor and disciple. Just then, Zhangzhu opened the door, wearing a comically ill-fitting apron that, despite its absurdity, exuded a unique warmth. He addressed Sun, saying, "Since you are awake, come quickly to have breakfast. After we eat and take a short rest, we shall commence the assessment." Though the breakfast was simple, Sun relished it immensely. During this period, she had been consuming nutrient liquids daily, to the point where she felt her taste buds were nearly dulled. Thus, this modest meal tasted to her like exquisite haute cuisine. She savored each bite, feeling the long-forgotten flavors dancing on her tongue, her heart brimming with contentment and joy. After she finished her breakfast, Zhangzhu took her to warm up. Sun was somewhat reluctant, as she did not wish to move on her rare day of rest. However, recalling the upcoming assessment, she obediently rose and followed him to the courtyard to stretch. Meanwhile, Zhangzhu retrieved 2 headbands from a scroll, which were designed to transport both wearers into a realm of illusion. In this simulated environment, all physical laws and elements are meticulously emulated to align with reality, signifying that the wearer's experience within this virtual realm is nearly indistinguishable from that of the real world, with any harm endured being genuinely felt. However, a notable distinction sets this simulated environment apart from reality: the flow of time. Within this virtual space, the passage of time is markedly accelerated compared to the outside world. Once the warm-up concluded, Jusuk presented this unique headband to Sunday. Holding the headband, she examined it with curiosity, as it reminded her of the bracelet Jusuk had given her previously, an experience that still lingered in her mind with trepidation. Tentatively, she inquired, "Jusuk, what is this for?" Her tone carried a hint of apprehension. Jusuk offered no elaborate explanation, merely responding coldly, "Put it on. We are about to begin the assessment." With that, he donned the headband first. Observing this, Sun followed suit and secured the headband in place. A blinding light enveloped them, and they soon succumbed to slumber. When Sun awoke again, she found herself amidst the gruesome remnants of a battlefield, with Jusuk standing before her. The atmosphere shifted instantly, thick with tension, as the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood filled the air. Jusuk gazed at her intently and proclaimed, "Thus, the assessment commences now." Chapter 12. Assessment 1. Sun furrowed her brow tightly. The sight of Jusuk and the surrounding devastation filled her with dread. The debris of battle, fallen trees, and shattered weapons served as stark reminders of the ferocity that had transpired here. The heavy, pungent odor of blood threatened to engulf her spirit in an abyss of anguish and terror. She struggled to suppress the turmoil within, seeking a glimmer of rationality and a path out of the chaos and ruins. Yet, at that moment, Jusuk's impassive voice interrupted her thoughts. Brandishing a longsword, he approached her expressionlessly and stated, "This is your assessment. Unleash your utmost effort against me until I am satisfied." His tone was chilling and devoid of mercy, as if this trial were merely a game. However, Sun appeared not to fully comprehend his words, still disoriented by the abrupt shift in her surroundings. Her gaze reflected confusion and helplessness. She looked towards Jusuk, yearning for solace or guidance in his eyes, but found only coldness and resolve. Observing her demeanor, Jusuk's brow furrowed in disapproval. He swiftly closed the distance between them and delivered a merciless punch to her abdomen. Sun doubled over in pain. Anguish etched across her face. "Is this the resolve you possess to become a ninja?" Jusuk queried icily. "If this is the case, I shall take your life next time." His words pierced Sun's heart like a dagger, jolting her into clarity. She understood that this was no mere game, but a life-and-death trial. Sun struggled to rise, clutching her abdomen, her eyes wide with terror, as she expelled stomach acid. The sensation felt painfully vivid, especially when Jusuk declared his intent to kill her. She could acutely sense the overwhelming aura he exuded, devoid of jest. Her heart raced, cold sweat trickling down her back. Every nerve in her body screamed that she was teetering on the brink of life and death. Blood seeped from the corner of Sun's mouth, the excruciating pain in her abdomen rendering her nearly unable to stand upright, yet she gritted her teeth, stifling any sound. However, more alarming than the physical agony was the chilling timbre of Jusuk's words and the menacing aura he radiated. With great effort, she managed to stand, despite the searing pain accompanying each movement. She lifted her gaze to Jusuk, whose eyes were cold and piercing, akin to a sharp blade, appraising her as if she were a mere trifling object. Sun recognized this gaze well. She had seen it on the faces of the ninjas who attacked her village and on the nobility who came to collect taxes. It was a look filled with disdain and contempt, as if observing an inconsequential insect. Seeing Sun rise, Jusuk kicked his long sword toward her. Sun clumsily extended her hand to catch the blade. Her posture was awkward, but she gripped the hilt tightly. Jusuk stood casually, hands behind his back, beckoning her with a gesture. "Let us begin." With the long sword firmly in her grasp, Sun inhaled deeply. She could not fathom why the gentle Jusuk had transformed into this formidable adversary. The man before her instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure and fear. Yet she also recognized this was her sole opportunity to prove herself. Adjusting her grip for comfort, she meticulously checked her ninja tools. Every detail was pivotal to the outcome of the battle, and she dared not be careless. Then, she sprang into action, her movements swift and agile as the wind. "Here I go." "Co-village technique," Sun cried out, rallying her spirits. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she swiftly hurled several smoke bombs, enveloping Jusuk in a cloud of white mist. But this was merely a preliminary assault. Next, a barrage of kunai armed with explosive tags shot into the smoke like a tempest, aiming to deliver a decisive blow amidst the chaos. Yet, Jusuk was no ordinary foe. He leaped backward, deftly escaping the smoke and skillfully avoiding the blast radius. The sound of the explosion and flashes of fire flickered within the mist. But Jusuk stood unharmed at a distance. However, before he could stabilize his landing, 3 of Sun's shadow clones appeared around him like phantoms, encircling him. Each clone, like Sun herself, wielded a long sword, their gazes sharp and determined. Jusuk cast a glance at the sudden onslaught, a faint smile of satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood that the smoke bomb's deployment was not merely to obscure his vision, but to create chaos. thereby crafting an opportunity for the impending attack. Sun's tactical acumen and application of ninja tools were indeed commendable. Yet, Jisuk remained unfazed. He observed his surroundings and the movements of his clones with a calm demeanor, swiftly formulating a strategy in his mind. He understood that in the face of such an onslaught, it was imperative to maintain a clear mind and agile reflexes. The three clones commenced their assault. One clone formed hand seals and unleashed, Earth-style, Quagmire. With a low shout, the ground instantly transformed into a treacherous mire, attempting to hinder Jisuk's mobility. Another clone hastily formed seals and executed, Water-style, Raging Torrent. In an instant, a torrent of water erupted from the earth, manifesting as towering columns aimed at crashing into and disrupting Jisuk. The final clone, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed, Lightning-style, White Serpent. A serpent composed of crackling lightning materialized, lunging ferociously at Jisuk. This white serpent not only possessed formidable offensive power, but could also incapacitate its target upon impact. In the face of these threefold threats, Jisuk remained unperturbed. He adjusted his stance and leapt onto a nearby boulder, deftly evading the constraints of the torrent and mire. Simultaneously, he swiftly hurled a shuriken, striking the lightning serpent with precision and redirecting its attack. As he confronted the relentless onslaught from the three clones, he maintained a poised posture, one hand resting gracefully over the other. Effortlessly, he deflected two of the clones' fierce strikes and countered with impeccable precision. With two resounding thuds, the clones were obliterated, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Just as the smoke from the shattered clones began to disperse, a massive shuriken suddenly pierced through the mist, aimed directly at Jisuk. However, he deftly sidestepped, evading the unexpected assault. Yet, as he prepared to confront the final clone, the shuriken transformed into smoke and vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a figure wielding a long sword emerged from the haze with tremendous momentum. Concurrently, the previously vanquished clone reformed, brandishing a sword, creating a dual threat of one real and one false swordsman, both armed with lethal intent. Unfazed by this sudden turn of events, Jisuk resolved to adopt a more serious approach. He inhaled deeply, gripping his sword with determination, poised to embrace this new challenge. He steadied himself, seemingly awaiting his adversary's strike. As the swords of the figure and the clone neared his form, he expertly traced a perfect arc in the air with both hands, deftly intercepting the two aggressive swords. After catching the swords, Jisuk forcefully pushed them, along with the figure and the clone, away from him. The figure and the clone were propelled several meters back, crashing heavily to the ground, the clone dissipating instantly while the figure struggled to rise. At this moment, Jisuk stood firm, retracting his stance and taking a deep breath, preparing for the next round of combat. "Can you continue?" he inquired, his voice calm and resolute, revealing respect and anticipation for the figure. The figure spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped her lips with the back of her hand, and gazed steadfastly at Jisuk. She was acutely aware of the considerable gap in strength and combat experience between them, prompting her to swiftly make a decision in her heart. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to use speed as her breakthrough, attempting to rival Jojo in this regard. Subsequently, Sun plunged her long sword into the ground and began to rapidly form hand seals with both hands. Jojo quietly observed Sun's movements, refraining from intervening. To him, Sun's previous performance had already been commendable, and he was curious to see what further potential this young girl could exhibit. As Sun completed her hand seals, a white serpent shot forth from her palm. Lightning release. White serpent. The serpent spiraled gracefully in the air before descending directly towards Sunday. This action completely surpassed Jojo's expectations. As he beheld the flickering lightning surrounding Sun, he instantly grasped her intention. Sun was harnessing lightning release to stimulate the cells within her body, invigorating her physical vitality to attain greater strength, swifter speed, and enhanced reflexes. Although this method could elevate her power in a short span, it imposed a significant burden on her body. Jojo had briefly introduced this technique to Sun, but had no intention of delving deeper into its teachings, as its effects were far inferior to the 8 gates of bypass, coupled with its inherent risks. Nevertheless, in that moment, Sun was beyond such considerations. She needed this victory, a testament to her own strength. In an instant, Sun's figure moved with ghostly swiftness. She took a deep breath, recalibrating her state. Her muscles seemed to tense in preparation for the impending explosion of power. With a sudden forceful stomp, the ground trembled beneath her, and her figure approached Jojo like a fleeting apparition. Sun's fists were clenched tightly, her knuckles paling from exertion. She unleashed her punch, swift and fierce, the formidable aura emanating from her fist seeming capable of tearing through the very air. Aiming for Jojo's jaw, this was her all-out strike. Jojo's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed the power behind Sun's blow. Just as her fist was about to make contact, he swiftly extended his large hand, striking towards Sun's cheek with the precision and speed of lightning. His palm was broad and powerful, imbued with an irresistible force. Sun felt an overwhelming power rushing towards her. She sought to evade, but it was too late. Jojo's hand struck her face with a solid impact, the immense force causing her to lose balance instantly. She felt as if caught in a tempest, her body involuntarily leaning backward. With a resounding crash, Sun's body slammed against the ground. The tremendous impact fractured the earth beneath her, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Dust billowed, momentarily obscuring the entire area. As the dust settled, Jojo clearly saw Sun embedded in the ground. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his face, quickly masked by tranquility. He approached her slowly, looking down with a deep and powerful voice. The assessment is over. Full marks. Full marks. In the courtyard of the Kyo family, Sun lay quietly on the corridor floor. The afternoon sun filtered through the eaves, casting a gentle golden glow upon her pale visage. Her long hair lay carelessly scattered across the floor, creating a harmonious tableau with the ancient wooden corridor. Sun's breathing was faint yet steady, as if engaged in a silent dialogue with the universe. Her brow furrowed slightly, suggesting she was grappling with something significant even in her dreams. Everything around her seemed enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. At that moment, Ganju emerged from the room. He approached Sun quietly, crouching beside her to carefully assess her condition. Observing her serene repose, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes, yet it was overshadowed by admiration for the young ninja. Her remarkable performance in the realm of illusion, her resourcefulness, tactical ingenuity, and indomitable spirit had truly impressed him. What astounded him further was this girl's ability to alter the nature of her ninjutsu without guidance. Such talent was exceedingly rare, even in a battalion. Ganju prepared snacks and tea, placing them beside Sun as he awaited her awakening. He regretted the excessive force of his final strike. Although the realm of illusion did not lead to true death, the sensation could induce a prolonged slumber, varying in duration for each individual, typically not exceeding a day. As dusk approached, Sun slowly roused. She abruptly sat up, gasping for breath as if striving to break free from the confines of her slumber. Sunlight filtered through the eaves, casting a golden glow upon her pale visage. Her gaze gradually sharpened as she surveyed her surroundings. Only upon realizing she was no longer in that bloody battlefield did she find solace, though her hands still trembled. Seeing Sun finally awake, Ganju exhaled in relief. He stepped forward, eager to present the snacks and tea he had prepared. However, before he could utter a word, Sun instinctively leapt several feet away. Swiftly adopting a combat stance, her eyes warily fixed on him. Ganju paused, then offered a wry smile. He understood that this was merely her instinctive response to battle. Raising the snacks and tea in his hands, he endeavored to sound calm. "Sun, it's me. You've passed the examination. You are safe now." Sun stared at Ganju for a moment, seemingly verifying his identity and intentions. Gradually, her taut body began to relax, though her gaze remained vigilant. She spoke not a word but slowly approached him, accepting the snacks and tea from his hands. Only after consuming the snacks and taking a gentle sip of tea did Sun finally speak, her voice trembling slightly. "At the village of Kyo, I just had a terrifying nightmare." Ganju looked at her, concern etched in his eyes. "What kind of nightmare?" Sun inhaled deeply, as though attempting to erase the haunting memory of that dreadful dream. "I dreamt of being trapped on an endless battlefield, surrounded by bloodshed and carnage. I find myself in a relentless struggle, yet I remain ensnared in that dreadful cycle. Even more terrifying is the moment of hesitation. My voice quivering as I recount a dream of the kosher village normal school, where I faced you in battle, only to suffer a devastating defeat, losing my life even in the dream." As I narrated my experience, Jisuk listened intently, reaching out to gently smooth my disheveled hair. With tenderness, he removed the headband from my head and softly inquired, "Did you give it your all?" At that moment, a spark of light seemed to ignite in my eyes. Of course, even against the kosher village normal school, I would exert myself to the fullest. My voice resonated with unwavering determination and passion. Jusuk smiled in satisfaction, acknowledging my attitude, and continued, "You know, the dream you just had is not a mere illusion. It is indeed real." Upon hearing this, my eyes widened in disbelief, my expression reflecting astonishment. I gazed blankly at Jusuk, struggling to digest this shocking revelation. A flicker of confusion crossed my mind. I could not reconcile the gentle, smiling Jusuk before me with the cold and ruthless figure from my dream on the battlefield. The contrast left me momentarily disoriented. "Jusuk," I stammered, my mouth opening as if to speak, yet I found myself at a loss for words. Sensing my bewilderment, Jusuk chuckled softly, saying, "The version of me in the dream and the one in reality are indeed vastly different. On the battlefield, I must remain composed and ruthless. Only then can I protect those I wish to safeguard." He continued with a serious tone, "What have you decided, my dear? You still have the opportunity to withdraw? But once you choose the path of a ninja, there is no turning back." His voice was low and grave. I bit my lip, hesitating as I replied, "But I haven't yet passed your formal assessment at the Kosher Village Normal School. Am I truly capable?" Jusuk sighed gently, his gaze softening with warmth. "You have already demonstrated your ability and potential. Your performance has surpassed many formal assessment standards." He paused and added, "Thus, you need not worry about passing any so-called evaluations. You have proven your worth through your own strength. Now, the crucial question is whether you genuinely wish to embark on this journey." Upon hearing Jusuk's affirmation, a radiant smile blossomed on my face, akin to the sun's brilliance. I grinned widely, declaring to him, "Is there even a need to think? If I do not become a ninja, I cannot protect everyone better." My tone was infused with resolve and anticipation. Jusuk, moved by the sincerity of my smile, could not help but smile back. He shook his head in a mix of surprise and admiration for my fervor and determination. Then, he solemnly retrieved an exquisite sword hilt from his waist and placed it in my hands. "This is yours. Cherish it well," Jusuk said kindly. As I accepted the sword hilt, my eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration. She had witnessed Jusuk wielding this sword hilt, which was the very weapon he had used to vanquish a band of rogue ninjas. "Thank you, Master Jusuk," Sun gratefully exclaimed. "Congratulations on becoming a ninja," Jusuk said, patting Sun on the shoulder. "Now, enjoy the next 2 days of your holiday. In 2 days, you shall report to the Ninja Academy and embark on your new life." Sun tightly gripped the sword hilt, feeling the weight of the responsibility and power it symbolized. She deeply bowed to Jusuk, expressing her heartfelt gratitude and respect. "I will cherish this opportunity," Master Kimura, Sun declared, standing upright, her eyes shimmering with determination. "I will strive to learn and not let your expectations down." Jusuk regarded her with admiration and encouragement, saying, "I believe in you, Sunday. You possess innate talent and perseverance, both of which are essential to becoming an exceptional ninja." He paused before continuing, "At the Ninja Academy, you will encounter numerous challenges and difficulties, but you will also find like-minded peers and teachers. Remember, always believe in yourself." As she listened to Jusuk's words, an inexplicable unease surged within Sun, and tears glimmered in her eyes as she spoke. "Brother Jusuk, are you planning to leave?" Jusuk was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a misunderstanding. He quickly clarified, "Son, do not worry. I have no intention of leaving Konoha. I was merely discussing your future." Upon hearing this, the heavy weight in her heart lifted, and her tears gradually subsided. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she lowered her head, ashamed of her earlier outburst. Jusuk smiled and patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Do not fret. I will always be here to support you. As your teacher, I do not wish to miss the growth of my disciple." The mention of the word disciple resonated with Sun and filled with deep respect and gratitude. She bowed once more to Jusuk, bending at the waist in utmost reverence. "Thank you for your trust and guidance, Master Kimura." Sun straightened up, her face glowing with excitement and pride. "Being your disciple is my greatest honor. I will work diligently and live up to your expectations." Jusuk nodded in satisfaction, his gaze filled with appreciation. "Well done, Sunday. I look forward to seeing you become an outstanding ninja, fighting alongside me." With a playful smile, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right, enough of the sentimentality. What, do you wish to stay and train some more?" Sun chuckled, feeling somewhat bashful. She shook her head. "No, Master Jusuk. I simply wish to learn more from you." Jusuk smiled gently, then his expression grew slightly serious. "By the way, son, Once you arrive at the Ninja Academy, do not overly showcase yourself. You may shine brightly, but some things must be kept hidden. After all, every ninja should have their own trump cards and secrets. Chapter 14. Kakashi's-san listened intently, nodding repeatedly to convey her understanding. I understand, Zhangzhu-san replied. I will remember your teachings. Zhangzhu looked at Sun, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Very well, son, you may return home now. Do not forget to report to the ninja school punctually the day after tomorrow. Should you have any questions or require assistance, feel free to seek me out at any time. Sun deeply bowed to Zhangzhu, expressing his boundless gratitude, and then resolutely turned to leave. Watching Sun's retreating figure, Zhangzhu realized that his own plans must soon commence. He was acutely aware of Danzo's cunning and suspicion. Sun's current display of talent alone was insufficient to capture Danzo's attention, let alone earn his trust for direct engagement. Therefore, he needed to craft a more profound presentation of Sunday seated at his desk. Zhangzhu meticulously perused the database, searching for individuals closely associated with the third Hokage. He needed to identify a suitable entry point, allowing Sun to naturally encounter Danzo without drawing the attention of others. He scrutinized various clans, the Nara, the Hyuga, the Akimichi, and the Yamanaka, yet none seemed quite appropriate. Ultimately, his gaze landed upon the name of Kakashi Hatake. A sudden realization washed over him. Kakashi's father was also a direct subordinate of the third Hokage, suggesting that in this world, Kakashi Hatake likely shared a similar background. Moreover, Kakashi had been hailed as a genius from a young age, indicating that his counterpart's potential would not be lacking. After swiftly reviewing Kakashi's records, Zhangzhu devised a plan. He resolved to orchestrate a match between this world's Kakashi and Sun, during which he could subtly steer their ideological divergence, positioning Sun naturally alongside Danzo. Zhangzhu knew that Danzo had been covertly observing the young ninjas of Konoha, scouting for promising newcomers. Thus, the emergence of a background-less genius who inherently stood against the third Hokage's faction would be an opportunity not to be missed. Lest he conclude that the disparity between this world and his own was indeed considerable. With the direction set, he only needed to finalize his course of action. Sitting at his desk, Zhangzhu gently tapped his fingers on the surface, his mind weaving together a detailed strategy. He recognized that both Kakashi and Sun were diligent and disciplined ninjas. Even with the school year approaching, they would not slacken their training. Therefore, he surmised that Sun would likely refrain from returning to him in the coming days, opting instead to hone his skills at Konoha's training grounds. Simultaneously, it was highly probable that Kakashi would also appear in the same location. Such predictions clarified Zhangzhu's plan of action. He intended to provide a subtle cue to Kakashi's counterpart during their encounter. Considering that Kakashi was still a child at this juncture, Zhangzhu believed it would not be difficult to implant a Jinjutsu suggestion. With a modicum of caution, no one would suspect a thing. To ensure the seamless execution of his plan, Zhangzhu decided to visit Konoha's training grounds in advance, meticulously scouting the area to guarantee that everything remained under his control. In the stillness of the night, Jusuk quietly arrived at the training grounds of Konoha. To avoid detection, he had skillfully employed a ninjutsu to render himself invisible. Ensuring the secrecy of his actions, he stood silently before the entrance of the training field. His indistinct silhouette barely illuminated by the faint starlight and distant lanterns that flickered in the dark. Gazing ahead, he silently recited his plans. This is the place, he murmured softly to himself. Jusuk began his preparations. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one had noticed his presence, he stealthily entered the training ground. His footsteps were light and steady, akin to a gentle breeze gliding through the area. In the shroud of night, Jusuk busied himself, his movements deft and precise. Every subtle adjustment was executed with impeccable timing. He understood that profound illusions often lay concealed within the simplest of elements, ensnaring individuals unknowingly. As the commander of the Emperor's battalion, while his mastery of illusions had not yet reached the pinnacle of expertise, it was nonetheless commendable. He was adept at weaving a web of deception through subtle alterations, drawing his targets into the intricacies of his craft. Methodically, he adjusted the positions of branches, flowers, and basic equipment within the training ground. Each adjustment appeared trivial, yet collectively, they formed a masterful suggestion illusion. This illusion would activate at a critical moment, causing discord between Sun and Kaze's during their match, thereby fulfilling his objective. Jusuk brimmed with confidence in his plan. The moment Sun and Kazei stepped onto this training ground, they would unwittingly enter the elaborate illusion he had meticulously crafted. As the night deepened, Jusuk completed his final adjustments. Standing at the center of the training ground, he surveyed his surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. Now, all that remained was to wait. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled light upon Sun's bedside. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she swiftly rose from her bed. After hastily sharing breakfast with her family and exchanging pleasantries, Sun eagerly donned her gear, pushed open the door, and made her way directly to the training ground. The training ground in the early morning was remarkably tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze. Sun inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, which instantly invigorated her spirit. She commenced her warm-up exercises, preparing herself for the forthcoming training session. As Sun was engaged in her warm-up, she suddenly heard a sound of approaching footsteps. Turning around, she saw a boy of her age walking towards her. He had striking silver hair and wore a mask, his eyes radiating a friendly smile. "Hello. May I ask what brings you here?" Sun paused her warm-up and politely greeted him. The boy approached her, nodding slightly in response. "Hi, I'm Kakashi. I often train here and noticed you are new, so I wanted to come over and say hello." "Oh, I see," Sun replied with a relieved smile. "I'm Sun. Pleased to meet you." "Likewise," Kakashi replied, glancing around. "Are you training here alone?" Sun assessed Kakashi with a discerning gaze. Although his tone appeared amiable, a flicker of caution surged within her. "Yes, I am training here alone," Sun replied, discreetly observing Kakashi's reaction. Kakashi seemed oblivious to her wariness, nodding with a smile as he remarked, "It seems you are also preparing for the school term that commences in a few days." Sun did not rush to respond. Instead, she pondered briefly before replying, "Not quite. It's merely my daily training routine." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He had witnessed the intensity of Sun's warm-up and thought to himself, "You call this a daily routine?" Adjusting his demeanor, he continued to inquire, "Do you engage in such rigorous practice daily?" "Not really," Sun replied, waving her hand dismissively. "This is merely a warm-up. I have yet to escalate the intensity." Kakashi, surprised by her words, reflected on his own childhood, where he was deemed a prodigy in the village. The level of training exhibited by this young woman was, even for him, somewhat taxing. He sought to excuse himself in his mind, reasoning that sheer training volume is futile without extraordinary talent. Even the most arduous regimen only breeds mediocrity. Though his astonishment did not fully manifest on his face, he maintained his smile, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of curiosity. He did not wish to dampen Sun's enthusiasm, but was equally eager to discern the extent of her abilities. "Such intensity in your warm-up suggests you are indeed diligent," Kakashi remarked slowly. "However, a high training volume does not equate to everything. True strength must be tested in real combat." Sun nodded thoughtfully at Kakashi's words, acknowledging, "You are correct. Practical experience is also crucial." With that, Sun began to weave hand signs, summoning a shadow clone. She had resolved that today's training would consist of a sparring session with her doppelganger. Kakashi was taken aback by her sudden display of ninjutsu, silently admiring her initiative. Utilizing shadow clones for practice is indeed a commendable idea, he commended, though he added, "Yet clones are still rather fragile and cannot adequately replicate the realities of combat." Turning to Kakashi, Sun discerned the underlying implication in his words. He wished to engage her in a match. However, recalling her earlier confrontation with Sasuke in the Genjutsu realm, she shook her head to indicate her refusal. "You have a point, but if I were to engage in combat practice recklessly, I might inadvertently injure someone. It is safer to train with my clones." "Are you implying that I might hurt you?" Kakashi inquired. No, I harbor no doubts regarding your capabilities. I simply wish to avoid causing unwarranted harm to others." As Kakashi and Sun stood in the training ground, an air of tension suddenly enveloped them. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, the Genjutsu prepared by Sasuke had already begun to take effect. Ninjas can be ruthless. If you maintain such a mindset, I would advise you to reconsider attending the Ninja Academy in a few days. In response to Kakashi's mockery, Sun felt a flicker of anger. This boy, inexplicably interrupting her warm-up, sought to challenge her, and now had the audacity to ridicule her dreams. Truly infuriating. However, Sun chose to suppress her anger and refrain from conflict. Her teacher had taught her that a true ninja is not a mere machine of slaughter. Rather, a genuine ninja utilizes their strength to assist others and refrains from unnecessary combat. Kakashi dismissed this notion with disdain. A ninja must obey orders. Those who forsake their missions in the ninja world are nothing but trash. Sun's expression darkened abruptly, her eyes igniting with a flame of indignation. She clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling slightly with rage. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she retorted, Kakashi, you are mistaken. While it is true that ninjas must obey orders and complete missions, this does not imply that we must abandon our humanity and morals. I have witnessed far too many ninjas blindly slaughtering for the sake of missions, even betraying their comrades. They may fulfill their tasks, but they lose the fundamental essence of being human. Such ninjas are the true garbage. Kakashi was taken aback by Sun's words. He had not anticipated that this seemingly fragile girl possessed such a resolute stance and profound insight. Momentarily speechless, he quickly regained his composure and replied coolly, Son, your perspective is naive. In this brutal world, only the strong can survive. Moreover, at times, we must make sacrifices for the greater good. Sacrifice? Sun scoffed. Is your so-called sacrifice merely a relinquishment of humanity and morality? Is it resorting to any means necessary for the sake of a mission? Sun's eyes gleamed with determination as she absorbed Kakashi's words. She understood the necessity to stand firm, not only to uphold her beliefs, but also to demonstrate to Kakashi that strength is not the sole criterion that defines a ninja. Very well, I accept your challenge. Sun gazed at Kakashi fearlessly, asserting, but I shall not fight merely to validate your perspective. I aim to show you that ninjas possess something far more significant than sheer power. A flicker of surprise crossed Kakashi's eyes, soon overshadowed by the will to battle. Humph. Let us see if you possess the capability to back that up. Chapter 15. The confrontation. Kakashi and Sun faced each other in the center of the training ground, both filled with fervor and determination. With a low shout from Kakashi, the contest officially commenced. In an instant, Kakashi lunged towards Sun like a bolt of lightning. His palm charged with fierce chakra aimed directly at her shoulder. Sun reacted swiftly, deftly sidestepping the strike and countering with a palm aimed at Kakashi's ribs. Kakashi executed a backflip, landing gracefully as he easily evaded Sun's counterattack. He did not rush to attack. Instead, he quietly observed her movements, seeking to exploit any potential weaknesses. The bamboo shoot, undeterred, adopted a strategy of evasion, continuously shifting her position in an attempt to disrupt Kakashi's rhythm. However, Kakashi, being a prodigy, swiftly adapted to her tactics. Suddenly, he moved his feet, darting behind her with remarkable speed, and struck at her back with an open palm. Sensing the gust of wind behind her, she remained composed and swiftly pivoted, crossing her arms to deflect Kakashi's attack. Their palms met with a dull thud. Kakashi smiled slightly, complimenting her quick reflexes. Rather than responding, she seized the opportunity to counterattack, launching a strike imbued with fierce chakra aimed at Kakashi's chest. Kakashi sidestepped the assault and retaliated with a blow aimed at her abdomen. The bamboo shoot nimbly retreated a few steps, evading his strike. Realizing that this stalemate could not persist, she knew she had to devise a means to break it. Kakashi, sensing her intent, chose not to intervene, but rather awaited her next move, curious to see how she would approach the attack. Suddenly, the bamboo shoot vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage. Kakashi was startled and immediately scanned his surroundings, seeking her true form. At that moment, she reappeared behind him, delivering a strike towards his back. Kakashi, quick on his feet, rolled to evade the blow, yet he recognized that her speed and agility had reached an impressive level. In the ensuing battle, the bamboo shoot took the initiative, leveraging her speed to maneuver around Kakashi, launching attacks from various angles. Each strike was sharp and swift, akin to flashes of pink lightning dancing across the training ground. Kakashi, with his exceptional reflexes, deftly neutralized her assaults time after time. His movements were fluid and rapid, each dodge and counter perfectly executed, leaving onlookers in awe. However, as time passed, Kakashi began to feel the weight of pressure. The bamboo shoot's attacks grew increasingly rapid and forceful, demanding more of his energy to counter. In a fierce exchange, she unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at his chest. Although Kakashi managed to evade the blow in time, he was still rattled by the force of her strike. Taking a deep breath, he began to reassess his opponent. The bamboo shoot offered him little respite, immediately following up with a flurry of strikes. Her fists and feet descended upon him like a torrential storm, leaving Kakashi momentarily overwhelmed. Just as her attack was about to land, he deftly sidestepped, skillfully avoiding the blow and launching a counterattack. His strike connected solidly with her. And though she attempted to block with her hands, she was still forced back a few steps. Do you now perceive the disparity between us? Kakashi gazed at the proud son, who had been repelled but offered no reply. Instead, she immediately performed hand signs, summoning 2 shadow clones. I can also utilize the clone technique. With that, Kakashi executed the same hand signs, conjuring a clone of his own. Sun's clones swiftly dispersed, forming a triangular formation. As she retrieved several smoke bombs from her ninja tool pouch and hurled them towards Kakashi. This maneuver had proven effective time and again, particularly during her recent confrontation with Sasuke. Observing this, Kakashi reacted swiftly, dodging several incoming smoke bombs with a flicker of his form. Nevertheless, one smoke bomb detonated nearby, enveloping the training ground in a thick haze that significantly reduced visibility. Clever tactic, Kakashi silently commended, his senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings, attempting to pinpoint Sun and her clones' locations. Before he could extricate himself, he faintly discerned the sounds of ninjutsu being cast. As Sun and her clones unleashed their techniques, the training ground erupted in flames, howling winds, and surging mud. Though Kakashi found himself in perilous circumstances, he remained undaunted, leveraging his keen insight to swiftly devise a counter-strategy. Fire release, fire tongue. Sun's clone initiated the assault, a roaring fire dragon lunging toward Kakashi. He deftly sidestepped the oncoming inferno, calculating its trajectory to utilize it against the subsequent attack. Shortly thereafter, another of Sun's clones executed wind release, great breakthrough, a tempest of sharp blades sweeping toward Kakashi. With a roll, Kakashi skillfully evaded the violent gusts, simultaneously redirecting the previously dodged fire dragon into the whirlwind, resulting in a tremendous explosion as the two forces collided. Seizing the opportunity, Sun's original form cast Earth Release, Mud Swamp, aiming to ensnare Kakashi. However, he was prepared, swiftly forming hand signs. He unleashed Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, erecting a sturdy earthen barrier to thwart the encroaching mire. Just as Kakashi emerged from the smoke behind the earthen wall and landed, a sharp kunai was pressed against his neck. Startled, he turned his head to find Sun standing behind him, kunai in hand, her gaze unwavering. "You have lost, Kakashi-senpai," she declared, her tone devoid of emotion. This was Sun's innate talent. Once engaged in combat, she transformed into a precise machine, devoid of personal sentiment. Her calmness and focus allowed her to maintain optimal judgment and responsiveness in battle. Kakashi regarded Sun, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He had faced defeat before, yet losing to Sun elicited an indescribable complexity of feelings. "Indeed, I have lost," Kakashi conceded without excuses or evasion. "You have triumphed, Sunday." At that moment, they had both emerged from the influence of the illusion, the fervor of battle dissipating. However, Sun harbored little fondness for Kakashi. Despite her victory, her complex emotions towards him remained unchanged. After a moment of silence, Sun Ly remarked, "This battle does not alter my perception of you." Kakashi paused in surprise, then replied solemnly, "Everything is for the village." Sun sensed that there was little left to discuss and proceeded to gather her belongings before departing from the training ground. Kakashi, having taken a brief respite, also rose to head home. Sun remained silent, merely nodding before turning away from the training area, feeling that there was indeed nothing more to talk about, and left alone. Meanwhile, Kakashi rested for a while before making his way home. Not far away, members of the Root organization lay concealed behind the dense foliage, employing advanced observation equipment to meticulously monitor Kakashi and Sun's every move. They documented every detail of the battle, capturing the nuances of their expressions and shifts in tone. One member was tasked with recording the combat process, utilizing a high-speed camera to capture each action performed by Kakashi and Sun, from evasions and attacks to subtle tactical adjustments, leaving nothing to chance. Another member focused on documenting their dialogue, employing highly sensitive recording devices to ensure every word was clearly discernible. As the battle concluded and conversation unfolded, the Root members became increasingly engrossed, acutely aware of the information's immense value to their higher-ups, as it could not only analyze Kakashi and Sun's combat abilities, but also provide insights into their psychological states and potential future trajectories. Meanwhile, Zangetsu observed from a distance. Feeling a sense of frustration, he had listened intently to their exchange, initially expecting a conflict to arise elsewhere, but was surprised by the ideological confrontation that ensued. Furthermore, it appeared that in this world, Kakashi was destined to be the progeny of the root's sacred body, and his little girl would inevitably be claimed by the third Hokage. Chapter 16. Danzo, I am the Hokage. At this moment, Zangetsu was not alone in his troubling thoughts. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed intently at the crystal ball in his hands, deeply immersed in contemplation. He had witnessed the rise of countless prodigies, whether it be his own disciple, Hiraku, or the Umbu's Uchiha Shursui, who had showcased extraordinary talents from a young age. However, the achievements of these geniuses were also rooted in the elite training they had received since childhood. Yet just moments ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen had witnessed an astonishing scene that left him incredulous. Hatake Kakashi, the son of the village's esteemed White Fang and a widely recognized genius, had been utterly defeated by a refugee girl who had fled from a border village. Moreover, the defeat was comprehensive in terms of physical combat, tool usage, and ninjutsu. Kakashi fell short in every aspect. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation, pondering the origins of this suddenly emerging prodigious young girl. What kind of training and trials had she undergone to possess such formidable strength? As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered the query posed by the prodigious young girl, a member of the Umbu hurriedly entered the Hokage building, disrupting the tranquility of the room. The Umbu member bore a grave expression, tightly clutching an urgent report that necessitated immediate decision-making from Hiruzen. Upon receiving the document, Hiruzen's eyes scanned its contents and discovered that it contained intelligence from Jiraiya. The report indicated that 3 formidable and enigmatic ninjas had recently emerged near the Land of Fire, their identities remaining shrouded in mystery. Initial encounters had revealed that they referred to themselves as Jay Tsukujo, Akira Maki, and Kakashi Hatake. The intelligence notably suggested that these names were likely aliases, and current indications hinted at their intention to join a certain ninja village. This revelation commanded Hiruzen's utmost attention. He set the report down, his brow furrowed. The appearance of these 3 ninjas undoubtedly added another layer of uncertainty to an already complex and shifting situation. Hiruzen had to swiftly ascertain their true intentions and determine Konoha's response strategy. He commanded, immediately enhance surveillance on these 3 individuals and concurrently ascertain their true identities and motives while establishing contact. We must ensure the safety of Konoha and prevent any potential threats from encroaching upon us. Hiruzen still held profound trust in the judgment of his disciple, Jiraiya. To be deemed a powerful ninja by Jiraiya was no trivial matter. If they could not be persuaded to join Konoha, considerations would have to be made on how to neutralize this potential threat. After issuing his orders, Hiruzen noticed that the Umbu member had yet to take his leave and inquired in a somber tone, "Is there something else?" The Umbu ninja, upon being addressed, promptly replied, "Yes, third Hokage." He then presented another document, stating, "This is a report we recently intercepted from the Root organization. Please review it." Hiruzen took the report, gesturing for the Umbu member to withdraw. He opened the document and began meticulously examining its contents, gradually revealing a look of astonishment upon his face. The report detailed the earlier covert observations and recorded exchanges between Tsukun and Kakashi. Hiruzen was taken aback that the girl who had just bested Kakashi had already attracted the attention of Root and been documented with such thoroughness. He read each word of the report with intent, striving to glean further insights regarding Tsukun. The document elaborated on Tsukun's combat techniques and strategies, as well as the intelligence and resolute spirit she exhibited during her dialogue with Kakashi. Hiruzen found himself increasingly intrigued by this young girl. After thoroughly reviewing the report, he admired Tsukun's steadfast determination. However, what perplexed him further was Kakashi's unusual demeanor. The dialogue records indicated that Kakashi's temperament was markedly different from his usual self. Hiruzen was well acquainted with the Hatake family circumstances and was aware that no extraordinary events had recently transpired to elucidate Kakashi's change in behavior. Moreover, the report's documentation of the on-site investigation revealed no traces of illusion, rendering the entire situation even more enigmatic. As Sarutobi Hiruzen meticulously perused the report once more, he ultimately unearthed several intriguing clues. In a conversation between Tsunade and Kakashi, Tsunade mentioned her teacher, which instantly heightened Sarutobi's vigilance. He was acutely aware that in the Hidden Leaf Village, the identity and background of every teacher underwent rigorous scrutiny. and this suddenly emerging instructor was likely directly connected to Kakashi's drastic change in temperament. He swiftly retrieved the recent records of Nin and higher-ranked ninja disciples from the filing cabinet, hoping to uncover any pertinent information related to Tsunade. Simultaneously, he also dug out a recently submitted report on foreign personnel, seeking to ascertain whether this teacher was included therein. Saratobi's assessment was not mistaken. This enigmatic teacher was indeed pivotal. However, at that moment, another individual shared the same line of thought, Danzo, who had just been robbed of the report. Danzo was incensed over the theft of a copy of his report. He had long engaged in a subtle power struggle with Saratobi to govern the Hidden Leaf. But such an action undoubtedly disrupted the delicate balance between them. Sitting in a dimly lit room, his expression was a tempest of uncertainty. He understood that this mysterious teacher could very well become the crux of their contest for power. If this teacher indeed possessed formidable strength or a unique background, the one who could sway him to their side would likely secure a more advantageous position in the future of the Hidden Leaf. Lost in contemplation, Danzo unwittingly arrived at the Hokage's office. He pushed the door open, foregoing pleasantries, and immediately confronted Saratobi. "Hiruzen, are you aware of the missing copy of the report?" Danzo's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction and suspicion. Saratobi set down his work, lifted his gaze to meet Danzo's, his expression calm and resolute. He had anticipated Danzo's arrival regarding this matter, and thus remained unperturbed. "Danzo, I am not aware of the report copy you mentioned," Saratobi replied candidly. "However, if this report pertains to the village's safety or significant intelligence, I shall do my utmost to assist you in recovering it." At this, Danzo's brow furrowed slightly. He did not fully trust Saratobi's words, yet he lacked concrete evidence to accuse him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his emotions. With a disdainful huff, he proceeded to rummage through the filing cabinet, fully aware that the copy of the report was likely already in Hiruzen's possession. Nevertheless, he had already reviewed the original, rendering the willingness of the other party to relinquish it inconsequential. Danzo's purpose for this visit was to investigate the recent records of Nin and higher-ranked ninja disciples, as well as the report on foreign personnel. Observing Danzo's relentless search through the files, Saratobi waved the document in his hand and jestingly inquired, "Danzo, are you searching for these items?" Danzo, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow tightly. He did not respond immediately to Saratobi's jest, but remained focused on his search through the archives. At last, Danzo paused his actions and slowly turned to face Hiruzen Saratobi. A complex glimmer flickered in his eyes, a blend of dissatisfaction and resignation. "Hiruzen, hand that girl over to me," he stated, his tone laced with irritation and sarcasm. "Only by entering the roots can she truly serve Konoha." Hiruzen furrowed his brow, well aware of his old friend and the nature of his roots. Should he entrust the girl to Danzo, it was likely that this kind-hearted individual would transform into a ruthless assassin under his guidance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hiruzen resolutely refused. "Danzo, I cannot agree to place that girl in your hands. I have faith that, under your influence, she would become an instrument for your purposes rather than a contributor to Konoha." Hiruzen's gaze was unwavering. He would not permit Danzo to turn the innocent girl into a killing machine. He understood well the methods of Danzo and the roots, which were not aimed at nurturing individuals, but rather at extinguishing humanity and creating obedient tools for slaughter. "You underestimate the roots, and you underestimate me," Danzo retorted, his expression darkening. "That girl possesses unique abilities. Only within the roots can she receive the finest cultivation and utilization." "Utilization?" Hiruzen scoffed. "What you call cultivation is merely exploiting her abilities to carry out your missions, to kill, to sacrifice, is it not? For the sake of Konoha, everything is justified," Danzo replied without hesitation. Hiruzen shook his head, unable to accept Danzo's philosophy. In his heart, every ninja was a living being, not a mere tool to be sacrificed at will. "I will personally cultivate that child. She should become a true ninja, not a blade in your hand." Hiruzen's tone was firm and resolute. He would not allow Danzo's ambitions to obliterate a young life. This debate was destined to reach no conclusion, yet Hiruzen was prepared. He privately resolved to arrange for the girl to undergo an early assessment upon her entry into the ninja academy, providing her the opportunity to graduate alongside Kakashi. Subsequently, he intended to include both in the Umbu for more profound training and development. Seeing Hiruzen's obstinate stance, Danzo exclaimed, "Hiruzen, you are ever so stubborn. Do you truly believe your decisions are the best?" That girl has exceptional abilities. Only in the roots can she receive the best training and utilization. Your actions will merely stifle her potential. Enough, Danzo. Hiruzen interjected sharply. I am the Hokage. A flash of anger crossed Danzo's face, but was quickly suppressed. He gazed deeply at Hiruzen, his voice cold as ice. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. Chapter 17. Contact departing furiously from the Hokage building. Danzo made his way to the Roots laboratory. As the leader of the Roots, despite certain flaws in his character, his dedication was beyond reproach, even in the dead of night. He did not neglect to check on the progress of the experiments within the wood release laboratory. Tawanzo gazed at the experimental report in his hands, his brow furrowed deeply. This day had unfolded with not a single event proceeding smoothly. The progress of the wood release experiment had reached an impasse, with a significant number of test subjects perishing. Such words vexed Tawanzo immensely. In a fit of frustration, he hurled the report at the researcher's face, admonishing, "What is the meaning of this? The experiment is progressing at a snail's pace, and the test subjects are dying in droves. How can you call yourself a researcher?" The researcher lowered his head. A look of shame etched across his face as he replied, "Lord Tawanzo, I sincerely apologize. We have exerted ourselves to the utmost. The wood release cells possess remarkably high activity and instability, making it exceedingly challenging for the test subjects to endure such power. We are striving to find a more stable method, yet the current situation is undeniably difficult." Tawanzo remained relentless. He leaned closer to the researcher, enunciating each word with palpable intensity. "Pick it up. Retrieve the report." His voice brimmed with menace and left no room for dissent. Trembling, the researcher bent down to gather the scattered documents, acutely aware of Tawanzo's rage and dissatisfaction, feeling both fear and helplessness. He understood that any attempt at justification would be futile. He could only silently bear the brunt of Tawanzo's fury. As Tawanzo observed the researcher retrieving the report, his ire showed no signs of abating. He reiterated fiercely, "What I seek is not an explanation, but results. Do you comprehend? I require you to discover solutions to the problems at hand, not to concoct excuses before me." At that moment, while the researcher was crouched down collecting the disarrayed reports, a pair of large hands reached over to assist him, retrieving some of the papers and extending them toward him. The owner of these hands was Zhangzhu, who had followed Tawanzo closely since he departed from the Hokage building, having heard Tawanzo's enraged outburst distinctly. After handing the reports to the researcher, Zhangzhu casually strolled toward Tawanzo, his arms slightly outstretched, exuding an air of nonchalance. With a teasing expression, he remarked, "Lord Tawanzo, you ought to temper your temper. Age brings wisdom, after all." Tawanzo regarded Zhangzhu with readiness for combat, entirely unfamiliar with this individual who had seemingly materialized within the Roots wood release laboratory unannounced. Warily, he scrutinized Zhangzhu, his mind rife with questions. As the leader of Root, it was nothing short of a provocation to have someone infiltrate his domain undetected. Although taken aback, he maintained an impassive facade, coldly inquiring, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Zhangzhu smiled, sidestepping Tawanzo's question with a teasing tone. "Why the alarm, Lord Tawanzo? I assure you, I come not to trouble you." Unfazed by his banter, Tawanzo retained his defensive posture, responding icily, "Your unauthorized intrusion here constitutes a threat. Speak. Who are you, and what is your purpose?" Noting Tawanzo's unwavering stance, Zhangzhu retracted his playful demeanor and spoke earnestly. "Very well, since you are so eager to know, I shall oblige. I am Zhangzhu, merely a traveler. As for my presence here, it is purely out of curiosity. After all, the wood release experiment is a most intriguing endeavor." Upon hearing these words, Danzo's eyes flickered with surprise. He had encountered this name in the report on Jiraiya provided by Yuan Fei, but he had never anticipated meeting him here. Nevertheless, he did not allow his guard to slip, for the secrets of the Root laboratory must remain concealed from outsiders. He spoke in a low voice. "Jz. Irrespective of your reasons, you should not be here." Jz, however, shook his head and replied with a smile, "Lord Danzo, there is no need for such tension. I merely wish to observe. I would not divulge your secrets. Furthermore, I am quite intrigued by this wood release experiment and may even offer some assistance." Danzo furrowed his brow, unconvinced by Jz's words, yet reluctant to engage in conflict at this moment. He waved his hand, signaling the other researchers to depart, while he remained in the laboratory with Jz. Once the surrounding personnel had dispersed, Jz retrieved a scroll from his waist and unfurled it upon the ground. Lord Danzo, if I am not mistaken, your current research has hit a bottleneck, has it not? Without waiting for Danzo's response, he continued, I surmise that the wood-release human experiments have encountered difficulties, resulting in a significant number of test subjects perishing, correct? Danzo's heart jolted. This information was directly pertinent to him. Even if Jay-Z had merely glanced at the report, he should not possess such intimate knowledge. Observing Danzo's tense expression, Jay-Z began to form hand seals, and in an instant, a fainted white Zetsu materialized from the scroll. What is this creature? What do you intend to do? Danzo asked gravely, eyeing the peculiar entity before him. Jay-Z reassured him. Do not be alarmed, Lord Danzo. He then used his chakra to sever a portion of the white Zetsu's body, presenting it to Danzo. Does this look familiar to you? Danzo's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he were on the verge of opening a previously blind eye. The flesh before him was astonishingly vibrant, and he noted that as Jay-Z infused it with chakra, it began to transform. The scene rendered him incredulous. This white mass of flesh was sprouting branches and leaves. After a brief moment of astonishment, Danzo regained his composure. He was uncertain of this man's intentions, but possessing such a specimen could undoubtedly lead to a groundbreaking advancement in the wood release experiment. Should he take action? The thought crossed Danzo's mind, yet it was swiftly dismissed. Setting aside the uncertainty of Jay-Z's abilities, the mere fact that he had followed him into the wood release laboratory without detection indicated that his evasion skills were formidable. Moreover, with the white Zetsu in Jay-Z's possession, any rash move could result in its loss. After much deliberation, Danzo took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady. Speak. What is it that you desire? Jay-Z smiled slightly, gesturing toward the white Zetsu on the ground. Lord Danzo, I believe we can discover a solution to the wood release experiment's bottleneck through this creature. Behold, the organization of this organism bears an astonishing resemblance to the wood-style cells. Faced with the other party's evasion of the issue, Danzo exhibited a hint of impatience. Of course, I am well aware of that. Name your price. I shall endeavor to accommodate you without compromising Konoha. Upon receiving this response, Shin applauded while approaching Danzo, placing a hand on his shoulder. This gesture slightly offended Danzo, yet he restrained his irritation. Observing Danzo's awkward demeanor, Shin chuckled. Lord Danzo, I have brought you such a grand gift. Why do you still keep your distance? Danzo calculated in his mind how to strike swiftly to eliminate Shin. However, before he could make a move, Shin had already distanced himself to a safer position. Standing there, Shin continued, 2 matters. First, he raised 2 fingers. Lord Danzo, I require your assistance in formally admitting my 2 companions into Konoha. Naturally, it should be discreet, with minimal exposure. Danzo furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. Joining Konoha is not a difficult task, but I need to ascertain the strength and backgrounds of your companions to ensure their admission does not pose a threat to the village. Shin nodded in understanding. That is only natural, Lord Danzo. My companions are exceptional ninjas, and their abilities will undoubtedly contribute positively to Konoha. Moreover, we can provide detailed information and credentials. Very well, Danzo replied. I will arrange for an evaluation of their abilities and backgrounds. If all is satisfactory, I shall personally oversee their induction into Konoha. Now, what is the second matter? Shin wiggled the remaining finger. Patience, Lord Danzo. I trust you have heard about the new prodigy in the village. Danzo was taken aback, momentarily unsure of whom he referred to, but soon realized. You mean the little girl among the border refugees? Shin nodded. Indeed, that is her. Danzo frowned. Speak. What do you wish me to do? Shin smiled. I mean no offense. This girl happens to be my disciple. I hope that you and Lord Hiruzen will refrain from interfering excessively in her development. Danzo knitted his brows, contemplating for a moment. He understood Shin's intent, yet as a leader of Konoha, it was his duty to identify talent within the village and ensure their contributions to its prosperity and security. I can promise you that I will not impose unnecessary interference, Danzo said slowly. However, should she pose a potential threat to Konoha in the future, I must take appropriate measures. Shin nodded. That is only reasonable. My desire is merely for her to grow in a relatively free environment. I am confident she will not be a threat to Konoha. That is for the best. Danzo remarked. I shall keep an eye on her development, but should she raise no issues, I will not intervene. Shin expressed his gratitude to Danzo before turning to exit the Root Wood-style laboratory. Chapter 18. Enlightenment. Upon returning home, Sun lay on her bed, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling. Sleep eluded her, as her mind was consumed by the dialogue exchanged during her confrontation with Kakashi. The essence of a ninja is to obey orders. Those who abandon their missions in the ninja world are deemed worthless. In this brutal reality, only the strong can survive. The mere recollection of these words stirred agitation within the young girl. In a fit of frustration, she hurled her pillow against the doorframe, the noise provoking inquiries from her family. Embarrassed, Sun could only loudly assure them, "I'm fine. There's just a mosquito in my room." Although she emerged victorious in the match, joy eluded her. Tossing and turning in her bed, her thoughts swirled like a tempest. She reminisced about her duel with Kakashi. Every move and technique etched vividly in her memory. Despite claiming victory, the elation of triumph had been significantly dulled by Kakashi's words. "Have I truly erred?" Sun pondered. Was her dream, her purpose in becoming a ninja, fundamentally flawed? This reflection inevitably brought to mind scenes from her training with Sasuke, the harsh battlegrounds of the illusionary world, and the cold demeanor of Sasuke himself, all seemingly affirming the validity of Kakashi's assertions. Rising from her bed, Sun resolved to speak with Kakashi. She intended not only to defend her convictions, but also to ascertain whether strength and obedience to orders were indeed the sole paths to becoming a ninja. The starry night illuminated the tranquil village, a gentle breeze carrying the fresh scent of the fields. Clad in her shoes, Sun hurried along the pathway to Kakashi's residence, her heart brimming with determination. Meanwhile, Kakashi too was reflecting on his conduct. He recognized that his words to Sun had been impulsive and unwarranted. This sense of guilt rendered him restless, prompting him to seek out Sun, to apologize and clarify his stance. Unbeknownst to each other, they traversed the same path, their silhouettes stretching under the moonlight as they drew closer. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged in Sun's line of sight. It was Kakashi. She halted, watching as he approached. Kakashi, upon noticing her, felt a twinge of surprise but quickly adopted a solemn expression. "Sun, what brings you here at such a late hour?" He broke the silence. "I came to find you," Sun replied. "I have something to discuss." Kakashi nodded. "Actually, I was looking for you as well. I was rather excessive in my words today, and I apologize." Hearing this, Sun's resentment dissipated considerably. She gazed into Kakashi's eyes, finding them filled with sincerity and remorse. "I know I was somewhat impulsive today as well," she stated, "but I wish to express that I do not concur with your viewpoint. Becoming an exceptional ninja is not solely about power and obedience." Kakashi sighed deeply in response. "You are right, Sunday. I indeed exhibited a degree of extremism today. The relationship between a young boy and girl is often so pure that, with a little initiative from both sides, they can easily break the ice." They instinctively reached out their hands, and the gentle touch of their fingers caused both to blush deeply. As Sun scratched his head, about to speak, they both uttered in unison, The atmosphere instantly became awkward, but a moment later, they simultaneously said again, "You go first. Please, you speak." Sun and Kakashi exchanged smiles, their tacit understanding alleviating some of the awkwardness between them. Kakashi, as the boy, decided to allow Sun to express her thoughts first. "Sun, please go ahead," he said with a smile, gesturing for her to continue. Sun nodded, gathered her thoughts, and began, "Kakashi, I came to find you today primarily to discuss our understanding of what it means to be a ninja. I know that strength and obedience to orders are crucial, but I believe that the essence of a ninja extends beyond these aspects. We must protect our comrades and safeguard our village, which requires a heart filled with love and a sense of responsibility." Kakashi listened attentively, occasionally nodding in agreement. Once Sun finished speaking, he responded, "You are correct, Sunday. My words today were indeed somewhat extreme." Hearing Kakashi's affirmation brought joy to Sunday. "Kakashi, will we be able to train together in the future?" Sun asked tentatively. "Of course." Kakashi replied readily. "It's settled then. We will practice together, and today's match does not count. We can settle our scores at school." Their hands remained clasped, and the moonlight bathed them, as if witnessing this moment of warmth and harmony. "All right, it's getting late," Kakashi said, glancing at the sky. "Let us head back. We need to report to the ninja school tomorrow." Sun nodded, walking back with Kakashi. At a crossroads, they parted ways, and as she walked along the moonlit path, Sun felt a surge of happiness, humming a little tune with her eyes closed, until she suddenly tripped over someone. I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, not even looking to see who it was, clasping her hands together in apology. The figure emerged from the shadows, a large hand resting on Sun's head. It can be quite dangerous to walk alone at night. Sun looked up and, upon recognizing the face before her, exclaimed, "Brother Jusuk, what are you doing here?" She was pleasantly surprised to encounter him unexpectedly. Well, Jusuk smiled as he explained, "I happen to have a friend who had a fight with her future partner today and injured. She ran out at midnight to seek reconciliation. I just came to check on her." He removed his hand from Sun's head as she stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes, feeling a bit embarrassed. She realized that the friend he mentioned was indeed herself. After a moment of thought, Sun shyly admitted, "Yes, that would be me. I'm sorry, Jasuk, my actions today were impulsive, and I ended up in a conflict with him." Sun raised her head proudly to look at Jasuk, declaring that although the opponent claimed to be a genius, it was she who emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, Jasuk couldn't help but chuckle, gently tousling Sun's hair. "It seems you have developed a new perspective." Sun nodded, her eyes radiating determination. "Yes, although it was not entirely clear, I could sense it." Jasuk regarded Sun with admiration, remarking, "Very well." He then rose and effortlessly hoisted Sun onto his back, cautioning her that relying solely on physical strength after a fight could lead to hidden injuries. Sun was startled by Jasuk's sudden gesture, but soon she felt his warmth and strength enveloping her. Comforted, she nestled against his broad back, a wave of warmth surging within her. "Thank you, Jasuk," Sun whispered softly. "Humph, it is only natural for a master to care for their unworthy apprentice." Jasuk replied with a smile, his voice imbued with warmth and resolve. Exhausted from the day's events, Sun eventually succumbed to sleep while resting on Jasuk's back. As she peacefully dozed, an indescribable tenderness welled up in Jasuk's heart. He carefully adjusted his stride, ensuring that Sun could rest comfortably. After escorting Sun home, Jasuk exchanged brief words with her family, leaving behind nutritional supplements and medications, along with detailed instructions on their usage and dosage. Sun's family expressed their profound gratitude towards Jasuk. Upon departing from Sun's home, Jasuk returned to his own residence. After confirming that there were no hidden sentinels from the third Hokage or Danzo nearby, he activated his communication device. Shortly thereafter, a screen illuminated, revealing Kazuz and Minma. Jasuk addressed them, saying, "Lord Kazuz and Minma, we have completed our initial contact with Konoha. You may come at any time." Kazuz and Minma nodded in acknowledgement from the other side of the screen. "Excellent, Jasuk. We will arrange our schedule to head to Konoha promptly." Kazuz's steady voice resonated, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Minma smiled as well, saying to Jasuk, "Thank you for your efforts, Jasuk. We will discuss further upon our arrival." Jasuk replied, "Very well, Lord Kazuz and Minma. I shall await your arrival and prepare everything necessary." Once the communication concluded, Jasuk sat quietly in his room, contemplating the upcoming plans. Although the initial contact with Konoha had been established, it was insufficient for the three of them to lower their guard, especially with Danzo still in the picture. In fact, Danzo must be eliminated in the subsequent plans. Jasuk understood the depth of the old fox's wariness. As long as he remained alive, their integration into Konoha would remain impossible. Before removing Danzo, however, it was essential to provide Konoha with some incentives. Chapter 19. The beginning of school today marks the commencement of the Konoha Ninja Academy. At the entrance of the school, a throng of students and parents congregated, with many hailing from the prominent clans of Konoha, such as the Senju, Nara, Hyuga, and even Uchiha. Under the governance of the third Hokage, while certain areas remained under the control of these noble families, the realm of education was undeniably equitable. Every child of age was afforded the opportunity to attend school. Even those who had fled from distant lands to seek refuge in Konoha could join the ranks of the Ninja Academy, provided they were of suitable age. Sunlight bathed the faces of eager children, and amidst the bustling crowd, the harmonious blend of laughter and parental admonitions resonated in the air. Suddenly, the school bell tolled, its deep and resonant sound echoing across the village. The crowd gradually quieted as parents and children turned their gazes toward the school gate, where a teacher stood, smiling warmly to welcome the students of the new academic year. "Please line up according to the class roster, as we shall commence the first lesson of the new year." The teacher's voice was both commanding and gentle, instilling a sense of calm. The students began to line up as per the list, each child's face reflecting a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Among them were those from Konoha's noble clans, and others who had sought refuge from afar, yet here. They were all students of the Konoha Ninja School, destined to receive the same education and strive towards becoming exemplary ninjas. in the midst of the crowd. Tsubaki searched for the familiar figure of Shikamaru, her gaze scanning the surroundings until it settled upon him, standing in a corner not far from the line, which brought her some measure of comfort. Despite having undergone Shikamaru's training and assessments, as well as sparring with Kakashi, the young girl still felt a twinge of nervousness. Observing her peers, she noticed that almost every face bore signs of unease and apprehension under such an atmosphere. She couldn't help but fear that she might falter during the entrance examination. At that moment, Kakashi approached and gently patted her shoulder. Startled by the unexpected touch, Tsubaki turned to see Kakashi and immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a hint of playful reproach, she said, "How can you walk so silently? You nearly scared me to death." Curiously, she inquired, "What brings you here?" Kakashi wore a slightly awkward expression as he replied, "Actually, like you, I am also a new student this year." Tsubaki's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? I always thought you were a senior." Kakashi chuckled softly, shaking his head. "How could you think that? Do I look so old?" Tsubaki scratched her head in embarrassment. "No, it's just that during our sparring, you performed so brilliantly that I never imagined you were also a newcomer." Kakashi gave her a resigned glance, teasing, "Oh, by your logic, since you defeated me, wouldn't that make you a seasoned ninja?" He smiled and continued, "Don't be too anxious. Although the entrance exam is rigorous with your abilities, you should handle it with ease." Gradually, under Kakashi's reassuring words, Tsubaki began to relax her tense nerves. Taking a deep breath, she nodded with conviction, "You're right. I have indeed prepared thoroughly, so there is no reason to be so nervous. It's just an examination." The clamor of the crowd did not linger for long. As the third Hokage entered the arena with measured steps, gradually silencing the surroundings. Before the stage, he donned the Grand Hokage robe and a conical hat emblazoned with the character for fire, exuding an air of dignity and solemnity. His gaze fell upon the vibrant youths before him, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a depth of contemplation and expectation. In his mind, these children were not merely young students. They embodied the future and hope of the Hidden Leaf Village. Each child was akin to an uncut gem, brimming with boundless potential and possibility. This ninja academy was founded by his mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, with the noble intent of providing the finest education and training for these remarkably gifted children. As the third Hokage's gaze swept over the faces of each child, he perceived their determination, bravery, and anticipation. He held a firm belief that, in the near future, these children would emerge as the pride of the Leaf. Clearing his throat, he prepared to speak. "Welcome, new students, to the Leaf Ninja Academy. This will be a place for your growth and honing of skills, as well as the starting point for the realization of your dreams." His voice was deep and resonant, echoing across the expansive space. He continued, "Some of you may hail from esteemed families with profound backgrounds, while others may come from ordinary households. However, remember that regardless of your origins, each one of you possesses the potential to become an exceptional ninja." As his speech neared its conclusion, the venerable elder, later revered as the god of ninjas, solemnly addressed the children. "Wherever the leaves of the leaf flutter, the fire shall endure. The light of the flame will continue to illuminate our village, nurturing the budding leaves of the new." In the distance, Jay-Z quietly observed the entire ceremony. And as it concluded, he found himself clapping involuntarily. His applause was not solely a sign of agreement with the third Hokage's words, but rather an admiration for the elderly gentleman's oratory skills. He regarded the third Hokage and thought to himself, "Truly, he is the leader among the remnants of the old era of the Leaf. What a testament to the will of fire." Yet, Jay-Z held a dismissive attitude toward the ideals espoused by the third Hokage. He did not entirely reject this spirit. Rather, he felt that, in the face of harsh realities, such idealistic beliefs appeared somewhat feeble and inadequate. One should not judge a person by their words, but by their actions and the outcomes they yield. Clearly, although the third Hokage spoke eloquently, the state of the ninja in the land of fire remained unchanged, and the world beyond the leaf still loomed high above. Easily distinguishing Soon among the crowd, Jay-Z noted her uniqueness. While her peers were moved to tears by the third Hokage's rhetoric, Soon maintained a calm demeanor, as if everything was anticipated. Observing her composed expression brought Jay-Z a sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself, fortunately, his disciple remained steadfast in her beliefs and was not swayed by the third Hokage's speech. Otherwise, he would have to expend considerable effort to correct her thinking. For Sun, although the words of the third Hokage were moving, her experiences had instilled in her a profound understanding that dreams and aspirations are not bestowed by others. While her ideals bore some resemblance to those expressed by the third Hokage, she placed greater emphasis on reality and action. She was acutely aware that only her own strength served as the most reliable safeguard. Indeed, as the other party had stated, one would not escape difficulties by merely comparing oneself to the villagers. Thus, she maintained her composure and resolve, unshaken by external discourse. The goals she wished to protect could only be safeguarded through her own efforts. This was the conviction held deep within Sun's heart. Chapter 20. Enrollment. As the third Hokage concluded his speech, the crowd gradually ebbed away like a receding tide. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a golden and warm glow over the campus of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Jae-suk stood in place, his gaze unwavering from Sunday. Her petite figure appeared particularly resolute and solitary amidst the throng, akin to a clear stream navigating through murky waters. Jae-suk understood that this disciple was unlike the others. Her experiences and her gaze conveyed a maturity and determination that transcended her years. He refrained from approaching her immediately, opting instead to wait quietly at a distance. After a while, Sun slowly turned, her eyes meeting Jae-suk's. At that moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her gaze, quickly supplanted by calmness and resolve. She approached Jae-suk, slightly bowing her head in a gesture of respect towards her master. "Master, where shall we go next?" Sun's voice was crisp yet composed. Jae-suk smiled gently, pointing to the registration area not far away. "Let us first complete the enrollment procedures." The two walked towards the registration area, exchanging little conversation along the way. The atmosphere was bustling, with new students and their parents streaming in and out. Some children, accompanied by their parents, wore beaming smiles of innocence, while others appeared somewhat anxious, gripping their parents' hands tightly. Sun and Jae-suk's arrival did not draw much attention. They queued like the other newcomers, awaiting their turn to process their enrollment. At last, it was their turn. Jae-suk presented Sun's relevant documents, and the staff meticulously verified them before handing Sun a class schedule and a student ID. Sun accepted these items, her gaze swiftly scanning the schedule, only to find that compared to her previous training, it resembled mere childish play, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. "Master, shall we head to the classroom next?" Sun inquired, raising her gaze. Jae-suk nodded. "Yes, Sunday, make sure to get along well with your new friends." Sun did not respond verbally, but instead cast a deep glance at Jae-suk before turning to head towards the classroom. She found herself puzzled as to why Jae-suk had insisted that she attend school here. Having seen the schedule, she felt that it would hardly be of any assistance to her. In the classroom, the students had begun to gather in earnest. They gathered in small clusters, engaged in conversation, or sat alone, lost in thought. The moment Sun stepped into the classroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes turned towards the solitary girl entering the room. Unfazed by their stares, Sun made her way directly to an empty seat and settled down. As the teacher arrived, order gradually returned to the classroom. After a brief introduction of the school's rules and curriculum, the teacher invited the students to introduce themselves. When it was Sun's turn, she stood up and clearly and loudly declared her name and origin. "Hello everyone, I am Sun, with no surname, and what I aspire to is to grow stronger." She paused slightly, seemingly searching for more fitting words, then continued with a firmer voice, "I mean to become even stronger." As her words echoed in the room, applause erupted. Although the other children, apart from the teacher, may not have fully grasped her intent, it did not hinder them from perceiving the unique girl before them as exceptionally cool. However, the teacher, upon hearing Sun's introduction, felt a pang of concern. He furrowed his brow, internally lamenting, here we have another troubled child." Having encountered many similar situations, especially with students from prestigious families burdened by immense expectations, he noted how increasingly unruly students had become. Now, even those from humble beginnings were exhibiting similar issues. The teacher felt a twinge of irritation, perplexed by the rising number of troubled youths over the years. He glanced at Sun, observing her resolute demeanor and piercing gaze. He silently hoped that this girl would not stray down a misguided path, that she would cherish her time in school and strive to become someone of value to her village. As the introductions concluded, the classroom atmosphere grew tense, for they were about to embark on their first exam, the basic ninjutsu test. This assessment aimed to evaluate the student's mastery of the body double technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. Yet, for Sun, such an examination did not provoke anxiety. The execution of these techniques was as instinctive to her as breathing. Sitting quietly, she observed her classmates' performances, noting that, apart from those from esteemed families, very few succeeded in performing the techniques, and even fewer reached an acceptable standard. At last, it was Sun's turn. She rose with composure and walked to the center of the examination area. Taking a deep breath, she began to gather her chakra, preparing to execute the body double technique. As she formed the hand seals, the air around her began to distort, and soon, 3 identical shadow clones appeared beside her, mirroring her every movement and expression flawlessly. The classmates gasped in astonishment, while the teacher nodded in satisfaction. Sun's remarkable performance filled the teacher with unexpected delight. He initially believed that Sun was merely an obscure girl with trivial concerns, yet he was taken aback by the remarkable talent she exhibited. The teacher, silently astonished, began to regard Sun with newfound respect. Meanwhile, the surrounding classmates, with the exception of Kakashi, who remained composed in his seat, flocked to her, offering congratulations and inquiring about her techniques. They were deeply captivated by her transformation and substitution techniques, expressing genuine admiration for her prowess. After a brief response to her classmates' inquiries, she returned to her seat, feeling not joy but rather a sense of melancholy. As the experiences at the ninja school left her somewhat disheartened, the environment felt akin to that of a kindergarten, starkly contrasting with her prior training alongside Sasuke, which had been far more rigorous. Kakashi, noticing her mood, approached her and gently inquired, "What troubles you? Your performance was commendable. Why do you appear discontent?" Sun was at a loss for words. She could hardly admit that she found the training here excessively simple, rendering her bored and disappointed. She feared such honesty might hurt the feelings of her peers and instructors. Consequently, she merely shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Kakashi observed her with understanding, smiling as he remarked, "Do you feel that the training here is too fundamental, lacking in challenge for you?" Sun looked at him in surprise, taken aback by how well he grasped her sentiments. She nodded in tacit agreement with his assessment. Kakashi continued, "In truth, each individual's pace and focus in training vary. The intensity of your training with Sasuke was indeed high, but here you can uncover different aspects. For instance, you might delve deeper into the principles of ninjutsu, or to discover new methods and techniques through interactions with your classmates." Although Sun did not fully concur with Kakashi's perspective, she nodded, accepting his viewpoint. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Do you think we will spend the next few years at this ninja school?" Kakashi shook his head, replying, "No, in about 2 to 3 years, we will undergo class divisions. At that time, a jonin will lead a group of 3 students, providing more specialized guidance and training, along with joint missions." Upon hearing Kakashi's explanation, Sun felt a flicker of anticipation. She envisioned a future where, under the guidance of a jonin, she could execute various missions alongside her companions, continuously enhancing her skills and experiences. Such a life appeared far more vibrant than the current routine of mere academic study. Chapter 21. Dialogue. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows along the path outside the ninja school. Sasuke, preparing to return home, was walking alone when suddenly, a steady voice called out to him, "Young man, please wait a moment." He turned to see the 3rd Hokage approaching him slowly. The weathered elder bore an expression of profound depth that was difficult to articulate. "3rd Hokage, what brings you to seek my presence?" Jae-suk inquired with a smile, squinting slightly. The 3rd Hokage returned a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting admiration for Jae-suk. "Should I address you as Jae-suk of the K-Mura, or is there another title? That young lady you have nurtured is truly remarkable." Jae-suk nodded, responding earnestly, "As a teacher, it is my duty to cultivate my students." The 3rd Hokage shook his head, remarking, "Even so, your talents extend beyond mere teaching. I am curious, how do your 2 companions compare to you?" Jae-suk felt a stirring in his heart, but remained composed, having anticipated such a scenario. With utmost respect, he replied to the 3rd Hokage, "Lord Jiraiya's intelligence-gathering skills remain as formidable as ever. However, I have yet to provide you with a response to your query." Yuan Fei Risen, discerning the underlying implications, chose not to press further. If the other party wished to conceal their strength, so be it. Competent individuals often harbor their own secrets. As long as they could join Konoha, a few secrets would pose no issue. I have perused Jiraiya's report. The 3 of you have traversed the ninja world. Do you have any destinations in mind? Jae-suk smiled softly, shaking his head as he replied, I appreciate your kindness. Third Hokage, but alas, you are a step too late. Yuan Fei Risen was taken aback, his mind racing with various scenarios, his hands instinctively prepared for hand seals. Perceiving the change in demeanor, Jae-suk maintained his smile and continued, last night, Lord Danzo reached out to me and consented to my request, along with my companions, to join Konoha. Thus, there is no need to trouble you, Third Hokage. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei Risen relaxed his vigilance. Yet a sense of frustration crept into his heart. While Jae-suk and his companions joining Konoha was undoubtedly beneficial, being preempted by Danzo left him feeling somewhat passive in the village dynamics. Now, the third Hokage could only swallow his disappointment. Being late was beyond his control. Nevertheless, he had to maintain a facade. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for trouble, you are all exceptional talents. It is an honor for our village that you have chosen to join Konoha. Danzo is quite busy with his duties. The process may take some time, but I shall expedite it on my end. Jae-suk, in a courteous gesture, bowed slightly. I am most grateful. Please take your time, Third Hokage. To Jae-suk, this elder, despite his smiling visage, exuded an enigmatic depth. He understood that the third Hokage was no ordinary figure, possessing both the acumen of a shrewd politician and the strength of a formidable ninja. Though he currently appeared amiable, it was merely a facet of his social strategy. However, Jae-suk, what do you wish to pursue upon joining Konoha? I see that you have trained your disciple quite well, the third Hokage inquired, adopting the tone of a concerned elder. As the situation unfolded, Zhangju could not help but think that this old man would not relent until he obtained something of value. If he could not secure a significant gain, he would surely turn his attention to the lesser prize. He was resolute in ensuring that Sun would not fall prey to his schemes, not out of any grand motive, but simply from an unwillingness to comply. Although the initial purpose of taking Sun as his apprentice had been fulfilled, one does not easily regurgitate what has been consumed. Additionally, Sun displayed considerable talent, promising a bright future. While not claiming invincibility, Zhangju estimated that if Sun followed his guidance, she would certainly reach at least the level of a super shadow. Should he relinquish her, another formidable rival would emerge once the Emperor's judgment came to pass. Faced with the third Hokage's probing, he could only redirect the conversation. The third Hokage, jesting with Zhangju, remarked that he was not even a ninja, simply seeking a place of safety within Konoha. At this moment, he dropped the pretense and candidly expressed his thoughts to Zhangju. You are undeniably Sun's mentor, and thus, you possess a right to be informed. We are all aware of Sun's exceptional talent, and I plan to recruit her into the Umbu for further training. You have no objections, I trust? Zhangju was taken aback by the old man's audacity, attempting to poach his student right before him. The situation had him cornered. He could either comply with the third Hokage's demands or surrender his disciple. After much contemplation, Zhangju replied, Your Excellency, you may be overestimating her. Sun is still quite young, and it is premature for her to join the Umbu. Instead, I propose that I serve as her instructor in the division. This was precisely what the third Hokage sought. He believed in his judgment and felt confident that nurturing one genius would lead to the emergence of more. He envisioned arranging for 2 heirs from prominent clans to join, ensuring that both Zhangju and Sun would remain in Konoha. Mr. Zhangju, do not feel compelled. I am quite serious. Perhaps we could arrange for your entrance examination tomorrow. Zhangju smiled faintly, internally lamenting that this old fox was indeed shrewd, having ensnared him so swiftly. He understood the third Hokage's strategy, to control Sun through him, potentially influencing many more future exceptional ninjas. Yet, Zhangju was not one to yield easily. Your Excellency, I am honored by your proposal. I am willing to undertake the entrance examination. However, regarding Sun's future, I hope she can choose her own path. If she wishes to join the Umbu, I will not stand in her way. If she prefers to continue her studies under my guidance, I hope the village will support that choice. The third Hokage was not surprised by Zhangju's stipulations and nodded in agreement. That is only fair. Sun's future should indeed be her own decision. As for you, I look forward to your performance in the entrance examination. Zhangju felt a sense of relief wash over him. This was but a temporary compromise. Thank you for your understanding, Your Excellency. I will strive to excel in the entrance examination and contribute to Konoha's strength. With that, the two parted ways. As he made his way down the road, Zhang Juju felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. After much contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. That old fox, Danzo must have divulged some information to Yuan Fei yesterday. Otherwise, he would not have been caught so accurately. Zhang Juju felt a twinge of regret for his oversight, realizing he had underestimated the capabilities of others. Despite possessing a certain informational advantage, his arrogance had made him susceptible to becoming prey. He decided it best to return to Sun and prepare for the upcoming training. Chapter 22. Friends. As the school bell rang, students poured out of the classroom, marking the conclusion of yet another day of lessons. Among this throng, Sun stood out remarkably. She exited the classroom with a lightness in her step, her face radiant with the exuberance of youth, seemingly brimming with anticipation for the future. Sun. A familiar voice suddenly called out to her. Turning around, she saw Kakashi approaching, accompanied by Obito, Asuma, and Kurenai. Their arrival transformed the previously quiet corridor into a lively scene. Obito took the initiative and stepped in front of Sun, grinning cheekily as he remarked, "Sun, we've all heard that Kakashi challenged you before school, only to get soundly thrashed." Upon hearing Obito's words, Kakashi's expression darkened immediately. He swiftly delivered a punch to Obito's head, leaving a sizable bump in its wake. Kakashi silently fumed. Having clearly stated to them that Sun's abilities far surpassed his own, and that her training regimen was significantly more rigorous. Yet somehow, Obito had twisted the truth of that day into his own narrative. Rubbing his head after the blow, Obito grimaced at Kakashi and exclaimed, "Gotcha, Kakashi." Asuma, observing the playful tussle, awkwardly scratched his head before turning to Sunday. "Are you heading to the training ground? Why not join us? I'm quite curious about your training methods." Kurenai then chimed in, playfully grabbing Sun's hand and pouting, "Sun, don't mind these boys. A new dumpling shop has opened in the village. Let us go eat." Sun smiled at Kurenai, shaking her head gently. "Thank you for the invitation, but I'd like to head to the training ground first today. We can go for dumplings another time." Upon hearing Sun's response, Obito leaped with joy, while Kurenai, though slightly disappointed, quickly regained her composure and asked Sun, "Can I tag along to the training?" Sun nodded in agreement, and upon seeing her consent, Kurenai turned to Obito, teasingly calling him a fool. The group merrily made their way to the training ground, laughter and chatter filling the air. Asuma, curious, inquired of Sun, "How do you typically train?" Sun removed her jacket and stretched her limbs, replying, "Well, I usually start with a warm-up, followed by physical techniques, shuriken practice, and then ninjutsu training." Asuma thought to himself that while it seemed quite comprehensive, it was not as exaggerated as Kakashi had described. Obito, now enthused, declared, "Sun, we'll train with you today, following your regimen." After Kakashi waved his hand in refusal, I decided to proceed in my own manner, encouraging the others to keep up. Observing Kakashi's retreat, Obito mockingly remarked, "What's wrong, Kakashi? Are you sulking after losing the match?" Kakashi chose to ignore him. He had witnessed the training methods of the bamboo shoot, which were entirely unsuitable for him. The approach was devised by Sasuke, pushing the limits at every step. Bamboo shoot casually stated, "If you're coming along, you must keep pace." No sooner had she spoken than she began to run after completing her stretches. The three others quickly followed. Initially, it was manageable, but as the distance widened, Bamboo Shoot's speed increased. It wasn't long before Hong succumbed and fell, followed by Asuma. Only Obito, despite gasping for breath by the end, managed to keep up with Bamboo Shoot until the very finish. Gazing at the girl before him, Obito felt a flush of embarrassment, regretting his decision. Bamboo Shoot inquired with concern, "Can you keep up? If not, I can reduce the intensity today." Obito, pushing through, replied, "I'm fine. Let us continue." Immediately after saying this, he regretted it, as Bamboo Shoot promptly created 3 shadow clones. Curious, Obito asked, "Bamboo Shoot, what are you planning to do?" "Of course, I'm preparing for the upcoming training. Otherwise, there won't be enough time for ninjutsu, taijutsu, and shuriken training," she explained. Upon hearing this, Obito felt utterly deflated, understanding now why she excelled so remarkably. He discreetly slipped over to Kakashi, seizing his shoulder. "Kakashi, you sly one. You knew the intensity of Bamboo Shoot's training, and didn't he stop us? You wanted to see us make fools of ourselves, didn't you?" Kakashi shrugged off Obito's grip, saying, "You chose to follow her. I already warned you about the high intensity of her training. You filled in the blanks with your own misconceptions. Don't blame me, you fool Obito." Subsequently, the four engaged in their respective training, uninterrupted by anyone else. Once Kakashi departed, Bamboo Shoot concluded her day of training as well. Instead of returning home, she headed to Sasuke's residence. where he had previously mentioned a new training project for her. On her way, she arrived shortly without delay. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Sasuke fiddling with a headband. The sight of the headband stirred some unsettling memories within her. Approaching Sasuke timidly, she hesitantly inquired, Sasuke, I already passed your assessment. Why do I still need to wear this? Sasuke tapped her forehead gently, responding, this isn't an assessment. This headband is meant to assist you in your training. Currently, your taijutsu and combat training rely too heavily on shadow clones, and your targets are singular, only yourself. This is prepared for you as a training partner. Upon hearing Sasuke's explanation, Bamboo Shoot's concerns evaporated, replaced by curiosity and anticipation for this novel training method. She scrutinized the headband, noticing that it was subtly distinct from the one previously used for assessments. This headband was more exquisite and emanated an enigmatic glow. How is it used? Sun inquired curiously. With a smile, Zhangzhu picked up the headband and gently placed it on Sun's head, then elaborated on its functionality. This headband will synchronize with your brainwaves. Simply close your eyes, envision the training scenario and the opponent you desire, and the headband will simulate the corresponding environment and adversary for you. You can adjust the opponent's strength and number according to your needs for targeted training. Eager to begin, Sun closed her eyes and started to imagine the training scene. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dense forest, facing a shadowy ninja. Is this my opponent? Sun asked with excitement. Indeed. You may commence your training. Zhangzhu's voice resonated beside her, as if he were right there. Sun immediately immersed herself in the training. Engaging in a fierce battle with the simulated ninja, she discovered that this opponent was on par with her, making each exchange of offense and defense quite challenging. However, it was precisely this balance of power that stimulated her potential. Time slipped away unnoticed, and by the time Sun finally triumphed over her opponent, dusk had settled. She removed the headband and saw Zhangzhu standing beside her, smiling. How do you feel? He asked. It's amazing, Sun replied enthusiastically. This training method is truly effective. I feel my combat skills have significantly improved. Zhangzhu nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, this headband can adjust the opponent's strength and tactics based on your brainwaves, ensuring maximum enhancement with every training session. However, remember not to overuse it, as it may strain your brain. Chapter 23. Training. After listening to Zhangzhu's lengthy introduction of the headband's other modes and functions, Sun excitedly clutched the headband and dashed home. For this young girl, it was akin to a timely gift in the midst of a snowstorm. With no peers available for sparring and most older ninjas ignoring her or only indulging her in playful matches, training against her clones proved inefficient and overly taxing. In contrast, this headband would allow her to unleash her full potential while creating various opponents and battle environments. Even the flow of time within the illusionary world could be adjusted. Once home, Sun lay on her bed, unable to contain her eagerness to don the headband. Although Zhangzhu had warned her against excessive use, she couldn't resist her desire. Just once should be fine, right? After this, I'll go to sleep. With the headband secured, she reclined, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself in the realm of illusions. This time, everything around her was a pristine white, unlike the previously prepared scenes. She simply needed to enter and engage in combat. Before her appeared a figure cloaked in white. Greetings, user 8654. Welcome to the Deep Training Arena. I am your assistant. Should you require any training, feel free to summon me, and I shall be at your service. Observing the featureless apparition, which radiated purity, she found herself less troubled by its lack of distinct characteristics, understanding it was merely an illusionary realm. Would you kindly elaborate on the services you can provide? Certainly. Here, I have stored extensive battle data recorded by Uchiha Sasuke, encompassing information on all adversaries he has encountered, as well as various combat techniques cataloged in the database. This includes areas such as physical combat, ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and jinjutsu, offering you comprehensive and specialized training. A barrage of technical jargon overwhelmed her. Yet she grasped the essence. This place was meant for sparring. Very well, please arrange a physical combat training session. Understood. Your opponent will be a high-ranking fighter. And the venue is a park. As the white figure's voice faded, the surroundings transformed into an open space within a park. Not far from her stood a robust figure with braided hair, whose sun-kissed skin glistened from years of exposure. The voice of the white apparition echoed once more in her mind. In this training session, you will not be permitted to use ninjutsu, and your ninja tools have been confiscated. Should you require further assistance, simply call for me during the match. Surprised by this added restriction, absent in her previous illusionary training, she felt a twinge of pressure. Yet, this pressure was inconsequential, for her aim was to refine her physical skills. The absence of ninjutsu and tools would, in fact, allow her to deepen her understanding of hand-to-hand combat. With determination, she advanced toward the fighter. As they closed the distance, the opponent moved first, bowing respectfully. "I am called Ri. Please enlighten me with your skills. My name is Ba." Before she could finish her introduction, the fighter launched an unexpected assault, delivering a fierce punch aimed squarely at her face. The sudden attack caught her off guard, and she took the blow directly, sent reeling backward. "How dare you ambush someone during their introduction?" Ri disregarded her protest, leaping into the air for a downward strike. However, she was now prepared. The young woman rolled deftly to the side, rising swiftly to avoid the attack. Seizing the moment while Ri was still regaining his balance, she executed a powerful roundhouse kick. A thunderous impact resonated as her kick struck, causing the ground to crack beneath them. Ri managed to block the attack with one arm, and as she retracted her leg, she noticed wisps of smoke rising from his arm. Strength was sufficient, yet speed fell short. It was best to refrain from passing judgment here. In the face of fierce criticism, Sun remained defiant, believing that had her opponent not initiated a surprise attack, her capabilities would not have rendered her so passive. However, the reality diverged from her perception. Although Lai was merely a simulation conjured by Xian, years of combat had endowed him with a certain awareness. He possessed his own strategy for this encounter. Just as Sun readied her stance anew, Lai, having already lunged forward, closed the distance without launching an attack. Instead, he shielded her eyes with his hand. What was happening? This was Sun's immediate thought. Subsequently, she swung her fist to dislodge his arm, only to be met by another arm blocking her path. Embarrassment and indignation welled up within her, prompting another assault. Yet once again, as she opened her arms, there was nothing before her. As she turned to seek Lai's figure, she felt the world around her tilt, her body uncontrollably collapsing as her vision began to invert. What has happened to me? Just moments ago, after Lai had successfully obscured her vision for the second time, he had already positioned himself beside Sun. His right hand's fist mere inches from her chin. No-in strike. A unique martial technique. A swift and powerful strike executed within an incredibly confined range and brief distance. From an observer's perspective, that last blow seemed to make Sun's head vanish for an instant. Sun could hardly fathom that despite being extraordinarily exceptional among her peers, and having passed the inhuman evaluations with the aid of her prowess, she had been so thoroughly defeated this time, as if she were merely a plaything in another's hands. With her consciousness fading, the sparring session came to an end. Lying on the bed, Sun gazed at the ceiling, contemplating and analyzing the previous encounter. Had she underestimated her opponent? No, that was not the case. Although the initial ambush had caught her off guard, she had subsequently focused intently on her response. She vividly recalled each of his attacks, having formulated countermeasures in her mind. Yet, her opponent had timed each move impeccably, consistently exploiting her moments of vulnerability, rendering her incapable of effective retaliation. Was it due to the overwhelming strength of her adversary? No, that was not it either. During their few physical exchanges, she distinctly sensed that his raw power did not surpass that of an ordinary person. All his strength stemmed from his muscularity, and in certain aspects, his physical condition might even have been slightly inferior to hers. What, then, had led to her defeat? Sun continuously sifted through her memories until she reached a conclusion. The answer lay in skill. It was the skill of the fighter known as Lai Yongzhou. Each strike, each evasive maneuver, every action was imbued with technique. This is what I currently lack. My previous training in physical techniques and swordsmanship seemed to rely solely on instinct during every sparring session. While this approach might be deemed acceptable when combined with ninjutsu and ninja tools, such flaws are not considered fatal in the ninja world. However, when faced with a formidable fighter like Lai, who has reached the pinnacle of specialization, my efforts resemble those of a mere child. Chapter 24. Interlude. Early the next morning, Sun, having spent the night awake, arrived at the classroom, visibly exhausted. Upon entering, she drew the attention of her classmates. Her hair was disheveled, dark circles adorned her eyes, and bloodshot hues betrayed her sleepless night. The teacher, noticing Sun's weary appearance, kindly suggested she take a seat in a less conspicuous corner at the back. For a prodigious student, especially one who had garnered attention, The teachers at the Ninja Academy were often quite lenient. Last night, after reviewing her spar with Lai, Sun felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She replayed every detail repeatedly, contemplating ways to enhance her skills. Thus, she resolved to engage in practice with her opponent once more, determined to elevate her abilities. Consequently, she trained diligently throughout the night, only concluding her efforts at dawn before hastily making her way to school. Now, seated in the classroom, Sun paid no heed to the whispers around her. She yearned only to rest her head on the desk and reclaim some of the sleep she so desperately needed. With the teacher's tacit approval and her classmates' understanding, she soon drifted into slumber. "Hey, Kakashi, what did you do with Sun yesterday? Why does she look like this today?" "Nothing at all. When I finished training, she hadn't tea left yet." "That's impossible. How else do you explain Sun's current state?" "Could it be, shut up and focus on class, you slacker?" Faced with Obito's persistent speculation, Kakashi chose not to engage in rational discourse, instead delivering a punch to Obito's head, leaving a sizable bump before retracting his hand with satisfaction. The minor commotion and gossip in the classroom were merely interludes, soon fading away, allowing Sun to finally enjoy a moment of much-needed tranquility. As the bell signaling the end of school rang, Kakashi and company roused Sun from her slumber. In her groggy state, she mumbled, "Let me sleep a little longer." "Sleep? It's already dismissal. Haven't you had enough?" Just a moment. Obito, brimming with energy, disregarded her pleas and eagerly pulled her up. After a brief nap, Sun felt considerably revitalized, although still yawning. She appeared to be in a much better state. "What did you do after returning from the training ground yesterday?" "Exactly. Kakashi, you weren't bullying her, were you? Training is crucial, but it shouldn't be excessive. Sun, let us go read together today." The four of them chimed in with their banter, causing a headache for the newly awakened Sunday stop. One at a time, he gestured towards Kakashi. "First, there is Kakashi. After returning home last night, I practiced some martial techniques. Since you are so curious, you shall serve as my sparring partner shortly. And you, Obito, since your curiosity piques, you will accompany Kakashi and me in our practice." Subsequently, Sun's gaze shifted towards Hong and Asuma, who appeared to be haunted by some malevolent spirit, shuddering involuntarily. "Hong, where's that bookstore you mentioned? Let us visit it together today." "Really? Thank you, Asuma." Before Sun could utter another word, the two swiftly executed a routine and slipped away. Obito also wished to join them, but as he made a move, Sun swiftly pulled him back and hoisted him onto her shoulder, and the trio proceeded towards the training ground. On the way to the training venue, Sun's mind was engulfed by the memories of her sparring session with Ri from the previous night. She meticulously contemplated each movement, each offensive and defensive maneuver. Prior to this, her combat skills had primarily been honed under the guidance of Jae-suk, where she learned how to exert force effectively. However, she had never truly mastered specific martial arts techniques. Her attacks and defenses had always relied on instinctive reactions. Upon entering the training ground, Sun casually set Obito aside, preparing to immerse herself fully in the impending training. Kakashi observed Sun with a hint of resignation in his eyes. He understood her determination and recognized that her requests were impossible for him to decline. "Kakashi, Obito, during this sparring session, we shall refrain from using any ninjutsu or ninja tools. I will not initiate any attacks. Are you both agreeable to this?" "Are you certain?" Kakashi replied, a trace of doubt evident in his voice. Although there was a disparity in skill, he found it hard to believe that Sun could prevail against the two of them, even without using ninjutsu or tools. "I am certain. I will only focus on defense and counterattacks. You both may attack, as long as you do not employ ninjutsu or tools. Do not underestimate me." Obito, who had been carried all the way by Sun, felt a surge of frustration. At this impulsive age, hearing Sun's earlier stipulation ignited his temper. "Kakashi, watch closely. I shall show Sun what it means to be proud of the Uchiha clan." "Then give it your all," Kakashi said, unfazed by Obito's behavior. Having known each other for a long time, he was accustomed to Obito's emotional outbursts, which invariably led to him receiving a sound thrashing. However, this time Kakashi was unwilling to coddle Obito. He too was curious to discover just how significant the gap was between Sun's newfound confidence and his own abilities. The trio quickly prepared themselves. Sun assumed a stance, her body angled, right arm hanging down, left arm drawn in, standing quietly before Kakashi and Obito, fully concentrated and awaiting the impending challenge. This posture was not arbitrarily adopted. It was one that Sun had deeply comprehended and applied during her final battle the day before. It skillfully balances the demands of defense and offense, enabling Sun to strike swiftly and accurately while maintaining a clear line of sight and a stable stance. More importantly, this posture maximizes Sun's reach advantage, allowing her to claim a broader attack range. The air is thick with a tense and anticipatory atmosphere. In Chapter 25, 2 against 1, within the training ground, Sun, Kakashi, and Obito stand facing each other. After exchanging glances, Obito and Kakashi nod at one another. Subsequently, Obito takes the initiative, crouching to sprint towards Sun in an attempt to tackle her with a body slam. However, Sun is well acquainted with such maneuvers. She has employed them herself. As Obito enters her striking range, Sun raises her fist, delivering a heavy blow to his face, quickly following up with an uppercut that connects with his jaw. Just as Obito is propelled into the air, Sun pivots, channeling her energy into a third strike that follows in quick succession. A powerful downward punch crashes Obito into the ground. The entire sequence unfolds in mere seconds, leaving Kakashi momentarily stunned by the rapidity of events. It is only when Obito coughs several times that Kakashi is jolted back to reality. "My apologies, I may have hit a bit too hard," Sun remarks, glancing down at Obito, who is sprawled on the ground, a hint of embarrassment on her face. "It's all right. He deserved it," Obito retorts, even while lying on the ground. Engaging in banter with Kakashi, Kakashi observes as Obito struggles to rise. The duel is far from over. He shifts his gaze to Sun, analyzing her recent maneuvers. An unfamiliar stance and precise judgment, but she can only balance one aspect. Obito sways as he regains his footing, wiping the dirt and a trace of blood from his mouth, his eyes wide as he fixes his gaze on Sun, as if attempting to pin her in place with his stare. Suddenly, he lunges once more towards her. Sun remains calm, keenly observing Kakashi's movements. Having gauged Obito's skill during their earlier exchange, she deems Kakashi, who has been silently observing, to be the greater threat. Obito suddenly slides low, aiming to sweep Sun's legs from beneath her. Sun nimbly leaps, evading the attack, then executes a roll in midair, landing deftly behind him. Obito swiftly pivots, throwing a punch at Sun, yet she is prepared. She deftly sidesteps, seizing his arm and using his momentum to hurl him aside. Obito stumbles, but quickly regains his balance and charges at Sun again. This time, his attacks are more ferocious and intricate, as he incessantly alters his techniques in an attempt to disrupt Sun's rhythm. Nevertheless, she seems to anticipate his movements, dodging gracefully and occasionally retaliating with a few well-placed strikes. Kakashi watches from the sidelines, quietly admiring Sun's combat skills and reflexes while searching for an opportune moment to intervene. As the fight drags on for several minutes, Obito's movements begin to slow. In a swift motion, Sun executed a spinning kick, striking Obito's waist with precision. Obito doubled over in pain, yet he refused to surrender. Instead, he attempted to seize Sun's leg. With remarkable agility, Sun leaped into the air, delivering a downward kick toward Obito. At that moment, Kakashi silently acknowledged a flaw in Sun's defense. Having observed from the sidelines, he exchanged a knowing glance with Obito, both recognizing it as the opportune moment for a coordinated assault. Obito nodded in agreement, signaling his readiness. In an instant, the assailant performed a rapid roll, evading Sun's downward strike. Kakashi immediately launched his attack, closing the distance to constrain her movements. Simultaneously, Obito charged at Sun from another angle, aiming to catch her off guard. However, upon landing, Sun realized that Kakashi had already encroached upon her. She swiftly adjusted her stance to counter Kakashi's impending assault. Just then, Obito surged from her side, throwing a punch toward Sun's midsection. Sun reacted with remarkable speed, rolling away and deftly dodging Obito's attack, while simultaneously kicking at Kakashi. Yet, Kakashi, seasoned and experienced, easily evaded the kick and seized Sun's leg. An immense pressure enveloped her as Kakashi's grip tightened. In that instant, Sun forcefully flung herself free, executing a graceful turn in midair to face Obito. Seizing the opportunity, Obito launched a new offensive, his form like the wind as he closed in on Sun, aiming a palm strike at her neck. Sun deftly tilted her head, evading the strike, and countered with a punch aimed at Obito's ribs. Obito hastily retreated, avoiding the blow. Kakashi, unfazed by Sun's escape from his grasp, felt invigorated. He swiftly advanced toward her once more, this time employing an unusual maneuver to flank her from behind. Intending to launch a surprise attack, Yet, as if she possessed eyes in the back of her head, Sun abruptly pivoted, facing Kakashi and delivering a punch. Kakashi staggered backward from the force of her blow. As he regained his footing, he noticed that Obito lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated. With a resigned sigh, Kakashi acknowledged the outcome. "It's over, son, you have triumphed." He approached to lift Obito from the ground, casting a speechless glance at Sunday. "What's wrong, Kakashi? Did I hit too hard?" she inquired. "Not at all, Sunday. Is your life always like this?" Kakashi's question caught Sun off guard, prompting her to reflect on her daily existence. Since her arrival in Konoha, her life had revolved solely around training for the past few months. Kakashi's words resonated with truth. "Son, you ought to cultivate a life beyond training. While it prevents weakness, excessive training will ultimately be your undoing." Sun stood momentarily stunned, her mind overwhelmed by the revelation. After bidding farewell to Kakashi as he escorted Obito home, she returned to her own abode. Upon arriving home, he eagerly donned the headband and commenced his training. This scene resembled that of a student addicted to the internet, relentlessly exhausting his energy without pause. For the ensuing days, his routine remained unchanged, attending classes and sleeping during the day, while dedicating his nights to training with the headband. Except for the training ground, where no one accompanied him, his life held no variation. It was not until Zaho began to scrutinize the training records that he realized something was amiss. With a gasp, he watched as Sun frequently altered her daily training counts, causing him to spill his tea in astonishment. This girl had profoundly impacted him, akin to the deep shock of addiction. One night, she had astonishingly engaged in 7 sparring sessions over the span of 8 hours. A fervor reminiscent of a mad ascent on a heavenly ladder. Concern swelled within Zahu. Such relentless training could not continue, as Sun's body would inevitably suffer. However, outright deprivation of her training opportunities seemed inappropriate. After careful contemplation, Zahu resolved to seize an opportunity to activate the communication platform within Sun's headband. He intended to masquerade as a training session, imparting a significant lesson to her about the necessity of moderation and reason in training. Chapter 26. Education. As night fell and the stars shimmered brilliantly, Sun hurried home after school, eager to adorn her headband and commence her nightly training. Unbeknownst to her, this session would differ from the usual. After confirming the battleground with Expedition, she awaited the arrival of her adversary with great anticipation. However, this time, the visitor was an elderly man who, unlike the previous warriors, sat quietly on the ground, awaiting Sunday. Initially wary, Sun's vigilance waned after several attempts to provoke a response from him, leading her to cease her efforts. "Expedition, what is going on? Is something amiss?" Upon inspection, no issues were detected. Curious about the peculiar lack of combat and training, Sun approached the old man and sat beside him. "Grandpa, why didn't you fight back earlier?" The elder remained silent, gazing at the sky. "Are you even listening, Grandpa?" Sun, now perplexed, struggled to comprehend the nature of their interaction as they sat together in silence. Slowly, the elder turned his head, revealing a profound and serene gaze. He smiled at Sun, gesturing toward the starry sky, and spoke. "Look how beautiful the stars are, alas. We seldom take the time to appreciate them." Captivated by his words, Sun lifted her gaze to the heavens, where countless stars twinkled faintly. "Little girl, what drives your relentless training?" Sun, though somewhat bewildered, instinctively articulated her aspirations, to grow stronger, to become the kind of ninja that Brother Zahu speaks of, so that everyone can live without fear and with dignity. "Have you achieved that yet?" "Not yet. I am still not strong enough." The elderly man shook his head. "Indeed, it is a given that one may never feel sufficiently strong, regardless of the moment. Individuals perpetually yearn for more. When one ascends a lofty peak, the landscape that unfolds is no longer the journey's scenery, but solely the summit of another mountain that captivates the eye. Humanity resembles the indefatigable climber, relentlessly challenging oneself and exhausting one's essence to scale one peak after another. While the vistas from these summits are undeniably exquisite, they often lack variety. To forsake an entire forest for merely a single leaf is, indeed, a lamentable folly." Listening intently to the old man's words, Sun appeared contemplative. "You must be quite puzzled now. Despite your diligent training, why does your progress seem to slow to a crawl?" Upon hearing this, Sun was taken aback. The old man had struck a chord. Though she had been training tirelessly and reflecting deeply, her advancements were indeed minuscule. She gazed at the elder with curiosity. "Child," he began, "do you know the difference between the carp in the river and those in the pond?" "What difference could there be?" Aren't they all just carp? Not quite. The carp in a pond, regardless of how long they are nurtured or how they are fed, will only grow to a certain size. Conversely, those in the river, given ample time, can grow to gargantuan proportions. Seeing that Sun still seemed perplexed, the elder shook his head. You are akin to the carp in the pond, nurtured by others and striving diligently, yet oblivious to the world beyond. Thus, your progress is sluggish. Sometimes, it is essential to pause, to slow your pace, to observe, ponder, and truly feel, for only then can you become stronger. Sun nodded thoughtfully, but just as she was about to inquire further, the elder vanished. Fortuitously, she ceased her training and retreated, removing her headband. Perhaps it was time for a restful night's sleep. Sun arose earlier than usual. Instead of diving straight into training, she chose to assist her family in preparing breakfast. The morning unfolded in a tranquil manner, and when the hour came, she bid farewell to her family, like everyone else, and headed to the ninja academy. Throughout the day, she maintained a demeanor of calm and composure. Sun could not quite fathom why she felt compelled to alter her routine. It was only after school that she realized the events of the past few days. Kakashi, Obito, Asuma, and Kurenai had seemingly neglected her for quite some time. Her classmates began to unconsciously isolate her, and even the teachers appeared to overlook her presence. This sensation unsettled her. The former Sun, engrossed in training, had never encountered such feelings. Yet now, as she paused, the solitude washed over her like a relentless tide. It was in this moment she recognized her error. She rose swiftly and pursued Kakashi and the others. In no time, she found them at the school gate. The four looked at her with surprise, while Obito displayed a hint of avoidance. The bamboo shoots observed as the four individuals fidgeted with their feet. I was wrong the other day, one of them said. I heard there is a new bookstore opening in town. Shall we go together? The four exchanged glances, each looking at the bamboo shoots with incredulous expressions. Yet, it was Daitu who, emboldened, stepped forward, placing his right hand on the bamboo shoot's forehead, comparing it to his own. No fever, huh? What is going on today? Despite his urge to react to Daito's actions, the bamboo shoots restrained themselves. However, Akane's face broke into a smile, reminiscent of their first meeting over drinks. As she grasped the bamboo shoot's hand, it's settled then. We'll go together shortly, and there shall be no backing out. Kakashi, are you all right with this? Kakashi shyly turned his head away. It's my day off, so of course, I'm fine with it. Meanwhile, Jay-Z observed from a distance, relieved to have finally resolved matters with the young lady. Truth be told, he felt a flicker of anxiety. If the words he spoke last night had not resonated with the bamboo shoots, he would have been at a loss for how to encourage her to value life more without causing her distress. Fortunately, his words seemed to have had an effect, as the bamboo shoots had begun to reflect and attempt change. He calculated that Kakashizawa and Minma should be nearing Konoha now. He had arranged their identities and prepared everything. However, the only dilemma he faced was determining what they should do upon their arrival in the village. He had little concern for Kakashizawa. Whether managing internal affairs or engaging in diplomacy, he was adept and would quickly adapt to his new surroundings. Minma, on the other hand, posed a significant challenge. Jay-Z was uncertain about how to assign Minma a suitable task that would allow him to make a meaningful contribution without causing too much disruption. Chapter 27. The meeting. As night fell, the lights of Konoha village gradually illuminated, casting a warm and tranquil glow over the ninja settlement. In a corner of the village, Jay-Z sat alone on a stone bench, his gaze fixed upon the starry sky, an amalgamation of nervousness and anticipation swirling within him. He held tightly to a prepared scroll, intended for the imminent arrival of Kakashizawa and Minma. A tangle of emotions coursed through his heart, encompassing the joy of reunion and the anxiety of uncertainty about the future. He was acutely aware that with Kakashizawa and Minma's arrival, their plans would take a pivotal step forward, subtly shifting the dynamics within Konoha. In the lengthy wait, memories of past battles fought alongside Kakashizawa and Minma replayed in Jay-Z's mind, each scene a cherished recollection resurfacing in his heart. Their laughter, debates, and steadfastness in the face of adversity were indelibly etched in his memory. Time ticked away until the midday sun shone down, and at last, two figures emerged on the horizon. Jay-Z gazed intently at the gradually defining silhouettes, an indescribable surge of excitement swelling within him. What a slow arrival, he murmured softly, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. He rose to his feet, adjusting his robe in preparation to greet these two esteemed companions. As Kaze-Eyes and Minma approached Jae-Suk, the The three exchanged smiles, and in that moment, all apprehension and waiting dissipated into nothingness. They embraced tightly, as if seeking to merge their strengths into one. You have finally arrived. Jae-suk's voice trembled, yet the joy within it was unmistakable. Jae-suk, we have come, Kaze-eyes replied with a smile, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Myanmar wore a simple yet endearing smile, radiating warmth akin to the sun, as warriors under the emperor's banner. The three occasionally found themselves at odds over various missions. However, the bond of brotherhood among them remained unyielding. They had ventured alone, tasked by the emperor to this world, feeling like drifting reeds and floating willows, and this reunion felt profoundly comforting. Yet, the tender atmosphere was fleeting. As one of the emperor's right-hand men, Kaze-eyes swiftly redirected the conversation back to their mission. Jae-suk, what is the current situation in Konoha? Not too promising, Jae-suk responded. We are currently situated in the timeline between the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, and I am unable to access specific information at this time. The intelligence provided by Kaguya has long expired. Kaze-eyes nodded, having never placed much hope in Kaguya's assistance from the outset, nor did he scrutinize Jae-suk's performance. The emperor's directive was merely to observe and integrate. Thus, they had always acted with caution to avoid unnecessary complications. However, there was good news. The white Zetsu left on us by Kaguya was still functional. I have reached an agreement with Danzo from this world, Kaze-eyes revealed, which means we can proceed with our actions without excessive restraint. Though the night had deepened, the discussion among Jae-suk, Kaze-eyes, and Myanmar continued in a secluded corner of Konoha. They sat around a campfire, conversing in hushed tones, as if afraid to disrupt the serene night. Danzo's attitude towards us seems rather ambiguous, Jae-suk remarked with a furrowed brow. He wishes to exploit our power while remaining cautious of us. Kaze-eyes snorted derisively. That is to be expected. After all, we are not true Konoha ninjas. However, as long as we remain valuable to him, he will continue to cooperate with us. Myanmar, with a hint of concern, inquired, what should we do next? We cannot remain passive indefinitely. After a moment of contemplation, Jae-suk spoke deliberately. We need to take the initiative. This will grant us greater leverage. Kaze-eyes nodded in agreement. Indeed, only by acquiring more power can we solidify our standing in this world. Myanmar's eyes brightened at this revelation. All right, I understand. We just need to capture the tailed beasts, correct? His enthusiasm was palpable, yet Jae-suk and Kaze-eyes exchanged glances, choosing not to directly respond to Myanmar's question. In any case, we must establish ourselves in the village. Jae-suk shifted the topic. Tomorrow, I will return to the third Hokage and arrange some tasks for both of you. Kaze-eyes nodded in agreement, with Myanmar also affirming beside him. Given that there were no issues, Min Tian would contact them promptly once he had results. After concluding the matters, Jae-suk led the two to their accommodations in the village before departing alone. The morning sun filtered through the clouds, gently casting its warmth upon the hidden leaf village, infusing the new day with vitality and vigor. Standing before the Hokage building, Jae-suk adjusted his robe, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. He had come to discuss important matters with the third Hokage, Yuan Fei Raizen. Upon seeing Jae-suk, a flicker of surprise crossed Yuan Fei Raizen's eyes. He had anticipated a longer interval before reuniting with the young man after their last parting, yet was taken aback by his swift return. Jae-suk, you're back so soon. Is it about the evaluation? Do not worry. It is merely a straightforward assessment and will not pose any difficulties for you, the third Hokage said with a warm smile. Jae-suk gently shook his head, responding, respected third Hokage, you misunderstand. Regardless of whether the evaluation is simple or challenging, I shall give it my all. Have you encountered any difficulties in the village? Speak to me, and I will surely assist you. There are indeed some challenges, but they are not mine. My two companions have arrived in the leaf, and I hope to request that the third Hokage arrange some work for them. Hearing this, Yuan Fei Raizen's eyes brightened with curiosity. Oh, your companions have come? Excellent. We in the leaf welcome all aspiring individuals. What kind of tasks do you wish for me to assign them? Jae-suk pondered for a moment before replying. I do not dare to ask for much. However, my two companions possess remarkable strength and unique skills. I hope to allow them to fully utilize their abilities to contribute to the leaf. The specific tasks should be determined based on your arrangements and the needs of the village. Yuan Fei Raizen nodded in understanding. After contemplating for a moment, he said, very well, I will consider suitable tasks for them. However, prior to that, I need to understand their capabilities and specialties to make more reasonable arrangements. How about they join you for an evaluation tomorrow? Chapter 28. Preparing for the test after discussing the details of the evaluation with the third Hokage. Jusuk exited the Hokage building. As he walked through the bustling streets and returned to Kaze-Ai's and Myanmar's lodgings, a serious expression adorned his face. Yet it was also tinged with anticipation. Upon pushing the door open, he found Kaze-Ai's meticulously reading a scroll of intelligence, while Myanmar eagerly polished his weapon, clearly unable to contain his eagerness to showcase his prowess. Approaching them, Jusuk spoke slowly, his voice imbued with determination and confidence. I have gathered the necessary information. The third Hokage will arrange for 3 Jonin to engage us in combat. Upon hearing of an impending conflict, Myanmar's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He sprang to his feet, fists clenched, exclaiming, "Wonderful! At last, we shall engage in a proper battle." His voice was imbued with a fervent anticipation for the challenges that lay ahead. However, Kaze-Ai's cast a sidelong glance at him, admonishingly remarking, "You, my friend, ought to temper your enthusiasm. I hope you won't cause me any undue trouble." Despite the reprimand, Kaze-Ai's words conveyed a sense of concern for Myanmar and an earnest regard for their mission. Diminished by Kaze-Ai's admonition, Myanmar deflated like a punctured balloon. Yet the glimmer of excitement in his eyes remained unabated. Kaze-Ai's then turned to Jusuk, inquiring with a tone of caution and deliberation, "Jusuk, do we possess any intelligence on those 3 elite ninjas?" Jusuk shook his head, responding, "Yuan Fei did not provide me with specific details. However, I surmise that they shall not be particularly weak. We should manage with some effort." Kaze-Ai's acknowledged this, but abruptly shifted the conversation. With a piercing gaze directed at Jusuk, his voice became low yet powerful. "Jusuk, I wish to delve deeper into matters concerning the girl." Sunday Jusuk felt a tremor within, but maintained a composed demeanor. He understood Kaze-Ai's seriousness and the necessity for cautious discourse. Taking a deep breath, Jusuk began to articulate, "Kaze-Ai's son is an extraordinary child. The resilience and determination she exhibits far exceed our expectations. Since she commenced her training, she has never faltered in the face of adversity." Kaze-Ai's, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of appreciation, yet his brow furrowed slightly, as if awaiting further information. Jusuk continued, "However, I have also observed that Sun relies excessively on certain techniques during her training. This may, to some extent, hinder her holistic development. Consequently, I am devising a new training regimen for her, hoping to facilitate her breakthrough from this limitation." Kaze-Ai's nodded, indicating his agreement with Jusuk's considerations. Yet, he posed a more pointed question, "Jusuk, should Sun's growth surpass our control, possibly becoming an impediment or threat to the imperial plan, how would you respond?" Jusuk's expression turned grave, understanding the gravity of the inquiry. After a brief silence, he resolutely replied, "If that day were to come, I would take responsibility to ensure she does not stray onto the wrong path. After all, she is a product of my own guidance, and serving the Empire is my undeniable duty." Kaze-Ai's eyes gleamed with a hint of satisfaction upon hearing this. After Jusuk departed, Myanmar, somewhat perplexed, turned to Kaze-Ai's and asked, "Lord Kaze-Ai's, why did you suddenly mention that girl, Sun? Is she truly remarkable?" Kaze-Ai's, breaking the silence, inquired, "Myanmar, what is your perspective on Sun?" Myanmar paused momentarily, reflecting before responding. "As for Sun, I believe she must be quite diligent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become so radiant in such a short span of time." Kaze nodded, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes, but it quickly morphed into concern. While Sun's talent and diligence are indeed exceptional, it is precisely for this reason that I find myself increasingly anxious about Jae-suk. "Why?" Minma asked in confusion. "Isn't Jae-suk always reliable?" Kaze sighed. "He is reliable, but his approach to nurturing Sun has begun to mirror the tactics used in the War Council. I fear he might stray from our Emperor's original intent in his pursuit of Sun's strength." Minma stared at Kaze in shock. "Surely that cannot be true? Jae-suk's loyalty is well known. People can change." Kaze shook his head, especially when faced with something or someone they hold in high regard. "If Jae-suk were to act against the Emperor's will for Sun's sake, it is not outside the realm of possibility." Minma fell silent, the weight of his worries settling in like the deepening night. After a long pause, he finally asked, "What should we do?" "We must quietly observe their movements," Kaze replied. Taking a deep breath, "We must be prepared for any eventuality. Should Jae-suk truly diverge from our path, we must have a strategy in place." Upon returning to his quarters, Jae-suk found his back drenched with perspiration. Confronted with Kazi's doubts, a flicker of fear ignited within him, not from Kazi's authority, but from the vast power he represented. If the day ever came when a choice had to be made, how would he decide? To harm Sun, or to betray the emperor? The mere thought surged forth, only to be violently suppressed by Jae-suk himself. What is wrong with me? That I would even entertain thoughts of betraying the emperor? He murmured, filled with guilt and confusion. Bathed in the luminous moonlight, Jae-suk stood quietly at the window, his gaze piercing through the night, as if searching for answers. He reminisced about the days spent fighting alongside Kazi's, a time filled with trust and understanding. Now shrouded in a veil of doubt, Kazi's suspicions felt like an invisible sword, hovering above him, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure and turmoil. He closed his eyes, attempting to calm the tempest within. Yet, the memories shared with Kazi's surged like a tidal wave, the former trust and synergy now tantalizingly close, yet rendered unattainable by the chasm of reality. That night, Jae-suk tossed and turned, a restless soul deprived of sleep. His thoughts roiled like turbulent waters, continuously grappling with his situation and future. It was not until dawn that he ceased his musings, not because he had unraveled all the answers, but because a new day had arrived. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtained seams, illuminating the room. Jae-suk faced the rising sun, adjusting his attire with resolve before stepping outside. He made his way to Kazi's and Minma's quarters, the ease of yesterday's demeanor now absent from his countenance. After a brief exchange with the two, he summoned them to prepare for their journey to the training ground. At the training ground, the third Hokage had arrived early, accompanied by 3 elite jonin, awaiting the arrival of Jae-suk and his companions. Chapter 29. Minato Namikaze. The midday sun cast its warm glow upon the training field as Jae-suk led Kazi's and Minma forward with steady strides, ready to meet the third Hokage and his accompanying jonin. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Jae-suk directly introduced his 2 companions to the third Hokage. Lord Third, these are my comrades, Kazu's and Minma. Under the sunlight, Kazu's silver hair and Minma's golden locks glimmered remarkably. After they each offered succinct self-introductions, the third Hokage smiled warmly, remarking, "Truly befitting companions of Jae-suk, both possess distinctive personalities." "You flatter us, Lord Third," Jae-suk humbly responded. Enough with the formalities, the third Hokage interjected, gesturing towards the 3 jonin behind him. "They were initially on a mission, but I would like them to engage in a spar with you, to better gauge each other's abilities. Remember, keep it respectful and avoid any serious injuries." As the third Hokage's words faded, Jae-suk, Kazu's, and Minma's expressions sharpened, exchanging glances as if silently strategizing their approach to battle. The 3 jonin stepped forward, clad in tight ninja attire and wearing umbu masks. One was stout, another bore a gourd on his back, and the last had striking golden hair. One of the jonin took a step closer to Jae-suk, saying, "Mr. Jae-suk, I have heard about you from Master Jiraiya. It is a privilege to spar today. I hope you will give it your all, as we shall not hold back." Jae-suk smiled faintly, observing the ninja before him. Recognizing the golden hair akin to Minma's, he internally deduced the identity of his opponent. He replied courteously, "Against a ninja of your caliber, we will indeed give our utmost. If we inadvertently cause any offense, I hope you will forgive us." Despite his polite demeanor, Jae-suk discreetly signaled to Kazu's and Minma to temper their strength, as he had already identified the opponent as Minato Namikaze. However, given Minato's current prowess, he posed little threat to Jae-suk and his companions. Once both sides were prepared, the third Hokage signaled for the spar to commence. "Let the match begin." His voice resonated like a starting gun, and the 6 exchanged glances before rapidly dispersing to seek their respective opponents. For them, a team battle held little significance. This test primarily aimed to assess the individual capabilities of Jae-suk, Kazu's, and Minma. Naturally, Jae-suk chose Minato as his adversary. He had heard tales of this esteemed predecessor's reputation when he first joined the fray in the original world, but had never had the opportunity to engage in a spar until now. Fulfilling a long-held wish, Minato nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Mr. Jae-suk, I look forward to our exchange." No sooner had the words left his lips than 3 specially crafted kunai shot towards Jae-suk like lightning. Jae-suk's gaze sharpened, and with a slight shift of his body, he effortlessly evaded the kunai, catching a glimpse of the seals affixed to them. "Flying Thunder God technique," Jae-suk murmured. Minato nodded in appreciation. "Mr. Jae-suk, you have keen insight. In an instant, Minato had repositioned himself at the location of the previously thrown kunai, his hand ready with a blade. After confirming the opponent's tactics, Nin had formed a rough understanding of the situation. Swiftly, he drew his kunai, channeling lightning chakra into it, instantly forging a blade of chakra. Gripping this chakra blade tightly, he struck fiercely towards Minato with lightning speed. Realizing he could not block in time, Minato cleverly hurled the kunai from his hand and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport. Just as Nin's blade was about to make contact with Minato, the latter vanished without a trace. Nin, witnessing his attack miss, remained undeterred. He executed a graceful flourish with his sword, elegantly turning to face Minato, who had instantaneously transported to another location. "Your Flying Thunder God is impressively swift," Nin remarked in genuine admiration. Minato returned the compliment with an appreciative glance, acknowledging Nin's swordsmanship as equally commendable. Subsequently, Nin drew a second kunai, forming another chakra blade. "Now, your speed will need to increase," he declared. Minato's expression beneath his mask grew serious, acutely aware that the ensuing confrontation would be exceptionally challenging. Faced with Nin's relentless offensive, he could not afford to be complacent. In preparation for the impending challenge, Minato swiftly drew a kunai, gripping it tightly as if searching for an opportunity to break through. Simultaneously, his other hand began to slowly gather chakra, which swirled and coalesced in his palm, gradually forming a continuously rotating sphere of chakra, the signature technique, Rasengan. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Nin's eyes as he recognized the jutsu Minato was preparing. This time, Nin took the initiative, launching himself forward with explosive speed, the force shattering the ground and creating a cloud of dust that enveloped the battlefield. As Minato searched for his opponent's silhouette, he suddenly heard the crackling sound of lightning from behind. Sensing the anomaly, he instinctively turned around, only to see Nin rushing towards him, brandishing two chakra blades surrounded by crackling electricity at an astonishing velocity. Reacting swiftly, Minato threw the kunai at Nin while advancing with the Rasengan. Amidst the swirling dust of the battlefield, the two figures moved rapidly. Just as the chakra blade and Rasengan were about to collide, Minato once again vanished before Nin's eyes. Almost simultaneously, he reappeared above Nin. Second stage of Flying Thunder God. Startled by Minato's sudden reappearance above him, Nin adjusted quickly, maintaining his composure as he swung his chakra blade upward to counter. However, Minato's movements were swifter. Leveraging the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, he agilely altered his position in midair, evading Nin's strike while ruthlessly bringing the Rasengan crashing down upon him. Zhang Ju reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing a roll to evade the lethal strike. As the spiraling sphere detonated, creating a massive crater upon the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt into the air, wielding his dual blades to launch a counterattack against Minato. The two engaged in an intense aerial duel, their chakra blades clashing with the spiraling sphere, intertwining lightning and gusts of wind, reverberating throughout the battlefield with their formidable might. However, the combat did not persist for long. Just as it was poised to reach a fever pitch, both combatants abruptly ceased their assault. At this moment, Minato Namikaze appeared somewhat disheveled, for it had been a considerable time since anyone in the shinobi world could match his speed. He took a deep breath, gazing at Zhang Ju with a heart brimming with admiration. "Mr. Zhang, you have proven yourself worthy," Minato remarked with a smile. Zhang Ju returned the gesture with a smile of his own, bowing in gratitude, expressing his thanks for the guidance. In another corner of the training ground, concurrently with Zhang Ju's session, Kazei stood poised under the slanting rays of sunlight, casting a long shadow. His gaze was resolute, ready to confront the impending challenge. A ninja bearing a gourd approached the arena, his figure exuding an air of mystery, clad in dark attire that starkly contrasted with the profound woods behind him. He slightly bowed to Kazei, saying, "Mr. Kazei, it is an honor to spar with you today." Kazei smiled in return, replying, "You flatter me, senior. I welcome your instruction." No sooner had the words left his lips than the gourd-bearing ninja swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, hundreds of minuscule insects erupted from his being, enveloping Kazei like a dark mist. Each of these insects was infused with his chakra, poised to launch an attack at any moment. Kazei's eyes sharpened as he moved with the swiftness of the wind, effortlessly dodging the initial wave of insects. Rather than countering directly with ninjutsu, He relied on his exceptional taijutsu and speed, deftly maneuvering around the swarm. Whenever the insects sought to close in on him, he evaded their advances with lightning-fast reflexes. The gourd-bearing ninja remained unperturbed, well aware that his insect manipulation technique required both patience and strategy. Thus, he directed the swarm to shift formations, attempting to encircle Kaze's from multiple angles. Yet, Kaze's seemed to possess an uncanny foresight regarding the insect's movements, skillfully evading each assault. As time elapsed, the battle intensified. Kaze's gradually revealed his exquisite swordsmanship. Whenever the insects approached, he swiftly severed them with his short blade. The oil-bearing ninja, not to be outdone, commanded his swarm to launch a more ferocious onslaught. Secret technique, insect tornado, he exclaimed, as the insects swiftly coalesced into a colossal black vortex. This whirlwind, accompanied by a howling wind, surged toward Kaze's, seemingly intent on engulfing him. In the face of this formidable attack, Kaze's remained composed. He inhaled deeply, weaving through the tornado with the grace of the wind. Each time the insects attempted to approach, he evaded them with precise judgment and agile movements. Meanwhile, the short blade in his hand danced incessantly, severing the insects that dared to attack him. Ultimately, through Cassier's exceptional skill and calm judgment, he successfully evaded the onslaught of the insect cyclone and discerned the opening in the Oil Woman clan's ninja's defense. With a swift stroke, he aimed directly at the opponent's chest. The ninja of the Oil Woman clan, upon witnessing this, could only command the insects to defend. Yet, against Cassier's speed and technique, such defenses appeared utterly feeble. In the end, Cassier's short blade pierced through the insect barrier, targeting the heart of Oil Woman Shimi. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, Cassier suddenly sheathed his sword and leaped backwards. "I concede," he said with a smile. The ninja of the Oil Woman clan regarded Cassier with admiration. At the same time, in the training ground, Minma stood resolutely at the center, his gaze fixed firmly on the imposing figure of a burly man opposite him. This man was a ninja of the Akimichi clan, renowned in the Hidden Leaf Village for his mastery of taijutsu and the body expansion technique. His physique loomed like a small mountain, exuding an aura of unshakable strength. "Minma, you are a promising young talent," the Akimichi ninja remarked with a smile, "but defeating me will not be an easy feat." Taking a deep breath, Minma replied, "Please, teach me, senior." No sooner had he spoken than he dashed towards the Akimichi ninja like a gust of wind. He refrained from employing any ninjutsu or jinjutsu, relying solely on pure physical prowess and speed to launch his assault. His fists and feet rained down like a tempest, aiming to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. However, the Akimichi ninja remained steadfast, unmoved as if he were a towering mountain. He effortlessly parried Minma's attacks and retaliated with a punch that seemed capable of shaking the entire training ground. Seeing this, Minma swiftly dodged the lethal blow, understanding that to overcome his formidable opponent, he must uncover a weakness. Thus, he began to maneuver rapidly around the Akimichi ninja, seeking an opening. Each time the opponent sought to strike, Minma deftly evaded and countered. Although the Akimichi ninja possessed immense strength, his speed fell short compared to Minma's. After several exchanges, Minma gradually identified a flaw. Seizing the moment, he delivered a powerful punch to the opponent's ribs, causing the Akimichi ninja to stagger. A pained grunt escaped the ninja's lips, and a look of anguish crossed his face. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he widened his eyes, acknowledging the young man before him. "Not bad, kid." Minma remained vigilant, aware that this was merely the beginning. The seasoned Nin would not be easily subdued. Indeed, the Akimichi ninja soon regained his composure and launched a fierce counteroffensive. This time, he employed the body expansion technique, instantly transforming into a colossal figure. His punches and kicks grew increasingly heavy and powerful, each strike causing the ground to tremble. Myanmar felt an unprecedented pressure, yet he did not waver. He understood that he must give his all in this moment. With unwavering focus, Myanmar scrutinized every movement of his opponent, seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough. Whenever the adversary launched an attack, he deftly evaded with agile reflexes, seizing the moment to counterattack. Although he was outmatched in strength, Myanmar's speed and technique afforded him a certain advantage in this fierce confrontation. As time progressed, the intensity of their battle escalated. Dust swirled in the training ground as their figures darted amidst it, the sound of fists and feet clashing echoing throughout. Both Myanmar and the ninja from the Akimichi clan exhibited astonishing martial prowess. Should there have been spectators, they would undoubtedly have been awestruck by the skill displayed by both combatants. However, every battle must eventually conclude. When both warriors found themselves utterly exhausted, the Akimichi ninja abruptly ceased his assault and, gazing at Myanmar, remarked, "You performed admirably. I concede defeat." Upon hearing this, relief washed over Myanmar. He recognized that he had triumphed in this grueling contest. He bowed deeply to his opponent, expressing his gratitude with, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior." Chapter 31. Passing. After the battle concluded, the six regrouped around Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei regarded the trio he had brought with a complex gaze, their disheveled appearances betraying the ferocity of the fight. Though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart, Yuan Fei did not reveal it. Instead, he exhaled a soft sigh, drawing deeply from his pipe. Moments later, he released a plume of smoke and, with composure, addressed the three who assisted him, saying, "Congratulations on successfully passing the assessment. Now, in my capacity as the third Hokage, I hereby bestow upon you the honor of Leaf Village Jonin. I hope you will contribute even more to our village." Feeling profoundly honored by the recognition, Zhangzhu bowed deeply to the third Hokage, sincerely stating, "Thank you for your acknowledgement, and I look forward to your continued guidance. Enough of formalities after such a fierce battle. Go and rest well. I will contact you directly when there are tasks at hand." Yuan Fei waved his hand, signaling their departure. The trio of Zhangzhu understood the cue and left the training ground. Watching them retreat, Yuan Fei turned to Minato and inquired, "Minato, what are your thoughts?" "Indeed, Lord Third, Mr. Zhangzhu's strength is truly commendable," Minato replied. "During the recent skirmish, I distinctly sensed that he did not unleash his full potential, yet I still felt immense pressure. In a life-or-death scenario, I fear I would only have a 30% chance of victory." Upon hearing Minato's assessment, Yuan Fei stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, 30%? It seems you hold him in high regard." He then sought the opinions of Dingzhua and Jiwei. Dingzhua rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and remarked, "That young man, Myanmar, is indeed formidable. He was able to match me blow for blow using only his physical technique. If he possesses further hidden abilities, I fear I might not stand a chance against him." As Yuan Fei gazed expectantly at Jiwei, the response from this oil woman's ninja brought him a sliver of disappointment. The man named Kaze Eyes possessed unfathomable strength. In our battle, it seemed he did not exert his full prowess, treating it more like a game. At this moment, Yuan Fei's emotions were exceedingly complex. Namikaze Minato, Akimichi Dingza, and oil woman Jiwei were all elite figures within the village, distinguished shinobi whose strength and loyalty were invaluable assets to Konoha. However, judging by the outcome of the recent confrontation, even such elites appeared powerless when faced with the trio of Zangetsu, Kaze Eyes, and Myanmar. The willingness of powerful ninjas to pledge their allegiance was undoubtedly a cause for celebration for Yuan Fei and Konoha. Yet, the formidable prowess exhibited by Zangetsu, Kaze Eyes, and Myanmar instilled a sense of dread. Yuan Fei could not help but feel a wave of apprehension. He began to worry about how he would respond if these three harbored ill intentions towards Konoha. Their strength was so overwhelming that, in the event of a conflict, what price would the village pay to overcome them? These thoughts lingered in Yuan Fei's mind, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Nonetheless, every human possesses vulnerabilities. Whether it be wealth, power, or desire, one of these elements could serve as a potential breakthrough. Regarding Zangetsu, the young ninja with whom he had interacted most frequently, Yuan Fei felt he might uncover some clues. He began to reflect on every exchange he had had with Zangetsu, seeking to identify any possible weaknesses or needs. To his surprise, he discovered that although this young man possessed exceptional insight and an understanding of power dynamics, he was not without his flaws. After careful contemplation and meticulous observation, Yuan Fei identified a potential weakness in Zangetsu, Sunday. This girl, nurtured by Zangetsu himself, exhibited remarkable potential and capability. Yet she remained a young girl yearning for belonging and connection. By fostering deep ties for Sun within the village, Yuan Fei believed he could use this bond to restrain Zangetsu, perhaps even ensuring that Zangetsu would serve Konoha with greater loyalty. In contrast to Zangetsu, Myanmar appeared more straightforward in Yuan Fei's eyes. Although powerful, his passionate and forthright nature sometimes rendered him overly impulsive. By crafting suitable scenarios that placed Myanmar in a dilemma, There was a possibility of guiding him towards decisions beneficial to Konoha Core, or at the very least, inducing errors that would lessen the threat he posed to the village. However, Kaze was a figure that instilled great trepidation in Yuan Fei. Judging from Zangetsu and Myanmar's attitudes towards him, it was evident that his status among them was extraordinary. His identity remained shrouded in mystery, and his strength was immeasurable. More intelligence was undoubtedly required. Yuan Fei pondered inwardly, and as he looked at Minato and the others, his expression softened further. Minato, you three should return to rest. The matters of the mission need not be rushed. I shall arrange for others to handle it. Yuan Fei said gently. Watergate nodded in gratitude, expressing appreciation for the concern shown by Sandame. We shall take our leave now. Indeed, the earlier battle had drained considerable energy from him. Embarking on a mission at this juncture would likely compromise their chances of success. Watergate was not merely being courteous. The exertion from the recent skirmish had taken its toll, and undertaking a task now could lead to unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, at Jae-suk's residence, the atmosphere was light and harmonious. Kazuz and Minma were seated in the spacious parlor, while Jae-suk busied himself preparing tea and snacks, extending his hospitality. Jae-suk, your place is truly magnificent. Living alone in such a large house with a beautiful garden is enviable. Unlike Kazuz and I, who can only squeeze into a cramped shelter. Minma remarked, gazing around in awe. Jae-suk chuckled and shook his head. Minma, had you arrived in Konoha early like I did to prepare, you could enjoy such comfort as well. As he spoke, he presented the prepared tea and snacks to the two guests. There are plenty of rooms here, if you wish. You are always welcome to move in. However, Kazuz appeared rather cautious. There is no need. Moving in abruptly would only heighten tensions in Konoha. You both make valid points. Jae-suk replied with a smile, placing the snacks down. Minma, Kazuz is right to consider these matters carefully. Our current identities indeed necessitate caution. Nevertheless, my door is always open to you. Should you need a quiet place to regroup, or if circumstances change in the future, feel free to come here. Kazuz nodded in agreement. Our current positions are quite unique. Although Konoha is powerful, they remain vigilant towards us. We must take actions to earn their trust. Minma, though somewhat reluctant, understood the considerations of Kazuz and Jae-suk. All right, I understand. So what should we do now? Chapter 32. The plan. I indeed have a detailed plan. Jae-suk stated, his tone revealing a sense of thoughtful composure. In this plan, Minma, you will play a crucial role. Jae-suk's gaze was filled with anticipation as it rested on Minma. Minma, flattered by Jae-suk's words, felt a bit bashful and scratched his head, offering a shy smile. Jae-suk, you make me feel a bit embarrassed. I'm really not that important. In contrast to Minma's shyness, Kazuz maintained his serious demeanor and said steadily, Jae-suk, please elaborate on your plan. Jae-suk nodded, pulled up a chair, and began to outline his strategy in detail. First, we must recognize the current situation. Although we are now Jonin of Konoha, this status was conferred by Yuan Fei. In comparison to other Jonin, we possess little renown within the village. Our foundation is quite shallow. He paused briefly before continuing. Therefore, our objective is clear. Minma's image is the most relatable, so in the upcoming missions, we will primarily promote him, ensuring that his contributions are highlighted. In this manner, his prestige within the village would naturally ascend. At that point, even the third Hokage and Danzo would hesitate to act against us due to the pressure of public opinion. Zangetsu's gaze flickered between Kasizawa and Minma, seemingly seeking their approval. Ultimately, he inquired, this is my general plan. Do you have any suggestions or additions? In this strategy, Zangetsu's choice to primarily promote Minma stemmed from two motives: Minma's charisma and his own selfish interests. Aware that Kasizawa had begun to harbor doubts about him, he sought to forge a deep bond between Minma and the village of Konoha by enhancing Minma's image. Consequently, should Kasizawa choose to take action against either the bamboo shoots or himself in the future, Zangetsu would not simultaneously have to contend with Minma as a potential threat. Upon hearing Zangetsu's plan, Kasizawa furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before slowly articulating, this plan indeed possesses a degree of feasibility. Elevating Minma's reputation to bolster our standing in Konoha is a commendable strategy. However, we must also consider the inherent risks. He raised his gaze to Zangetsu, his eyes sharp. Firstly, an overly rapid elevation of Minma's status may incite jealousy and dissatisfaction among other elite ninjas, necessitating careful management of these relationships. Secondly, should Minma falter in any task, the image we have cultivated may collapse instantaneously, posing a significant risk to us. Minma, upon hearing this, also subdued his smile, nodding earnestly. Brother Kasizawa is correct. I must not betray everyone's expectations, yet I feel considerable pressure. I shall exert my utmost effort to fulfill my duties and avoid causing trouble for anyone. Zangetsu, acknowledging their concerns, shared his perspective. I have also contemplated these risks. Nevertheless, I believe this plan merits a trial. We will proceed gradually to avoid excessive boldness, and we will fully support Minma during the tasks to ensure his performance is commendable. Kasizawa nodded in agreement. Since you have given this thorough consideration, I will lend you my full support. However, I hope we can remain vigilant and ready to address any unforeseen developments. Zangetsu concurred. For the sake of the Emperor's plan, we must indeed be extremely vigilant. Minma likewise expressed his determination. I will strive diligently to meet everyone's expectations. Very well, then we shall proceed as such, Zangetsu proclaimed. Next, we need to meticulously outline the specific action steps. Do either of you have any thoughts on this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Kasizawa was the first to propose his idea. We could utilize Black Zetsu. Within Konoha, his influence may be limited, but outside the village, his impact cannot be underestimated. He paused briefly before continuing. Black Zetsu harbors hostility towards Konoha. We can leverage this to incite the forces of Awagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure against Konoha. I am confident he would be more than willing to assist us in accomplishing this task. After listening to the proposal, Jae-suk's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. This strategy is indeed worth a try. Minma nodded in agreement. Jae-suk continued. Then, Lord Kazuz, I will trouble you with the liaison to Black Zetsu. Kazuz nodded in acknowledgement. I will swiftly establish contact with Black Zetsu, conveying our plans in detail and ensuring he acts according to our requirements. With that, the discussion came to a close. We will need to adjust the specifics of the subsequent plans based on the actual circumstances. Jae-suk, rising from his seat, stated, before the plan officially commences, I hope everyone can maintain a low profile in the village to avoid unnecessary attention. Kazuz and Minma also stood, expressing their concurrence. We shall be cautious, Kazuz remarked, and will minimize our outings to prevent any conflicts. So will I, Minma added. After escorting Kazuz and Minma out of the courtyard, Jae-suk returned alone to his room. Sitting quietly at the table, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Despite knowing that he and Kazuz might become adversaries in the future, at this moment, he felt nothing but admiration and respect for Kazuz. Jae-suk had to concede that Kazuz, from certain perspectives, was indeed quite remarkable. His wisdom, composure, and wit left a profound impression on Jae-suk. Even after devising a plan against Kazuz, Jae-suk still harbored a sense of reverence for him. This reverence stemmed not from fear or anxiety, but from an acknowledgement of Kazuz's capabilities and character. However, admiration and reverence did not imply that Jae-suk would abandon his own plans. For the sake of the maiden, son, Jae-suk found himself willing to relinquish much. This sentiment was a novel experience for him, neither fitting the traditional notion of love nor merely transcending ordinary friendship. It resembled a profound, ineffable concern and spirit of sacrifice. In the past, Jae-suk may have never envisioned making such significant changes and sacrifices for someone. Yet now, the place of Sun in his heart was unmistakable. Her happiness and safety tugged at Jae-suk's heartstrings. For that reason, he resolved to never allow anyone to threaten Sun's well-being. Not even his former comrades could cross this line. Chapter 33. Sun's training enhancement. During this interval of awaiting new assignments, Uchiha Jae-suk relished the rare tranquility. Freed from rigorous training, entangled psychological warfare, and the burdens of worry, he found solace in tending to his garden, pruning the flora, brewing a fine pot of tea, and immersing himself in this precious peace and contentment. However, such tranquil moments in life are often fleeting, and this calm typically heralds impending change. Master Jae-suk, with a bright and vibrant voice, Sun pushed open the door and strode directly into Jae-suk's residence. As the diligent Jean-ju meticulously pruned the flowers and plants in the courtyard, he lifted his gaze to see Sun's arrival, letting out a gentle sigh as he tidied his gardening tools. As Sun's mentor and guide, Jean-ju naturally understood the purpose of her visit at this moment. It was likely related to the entanglements of friendship within the school, breakthroughs in her training, or her unique perspectives on certain matters. Jean-ju was not weary of these topics. On the contrary, He was quite eager to lend an ear to Sun's confessions. However, the tranquility of his recent life made him cherish this solitary time even more. "Am I interrupting your rest, Brother Jianzhu?" Sun inquired with a hint of anxiety. "Not at all," Jianzhu replied with a smile, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "I'm just wondering why you have the time to visit me today. With school on break, Kakashi and Hong have gone out with their families. I was bored at home, so I came to find you," Sun explained. Jianzhu affectionately ruffled Sun's hair, chuckling as he remarked, "Let me guess, your visit today is not solely to see me, is it?" "Of course not." Sun hastily defended herself. "I genuinely came to see you, Brother Jianzhu. I just wanted to." Jianzhu turned and walked towards the house, beckoning Sun to follow. "All right, come with me," he said, leading her inside. The simple yet tidy space was infused with a warm, homely atmosphere. He invited Sun to sit on a soft mat and personally brewed a fragrant cup of tea for her. With a gentle smile in his eyes, Jianzhu gazed at Sun, who sat across from him. He was well aware of her straightforward character, and this visit surely carried some expectation or confusion. "Speak your mind. Did you come to discuss something or seek my assistance?" he prompted. Sun took a delicate sip of tea, her brows slightly furrowed as she revealed her dilemma. "Brother Jianzhu, it seems I have recently hit a plateau in my training. I feel as though my strength has reached a certain limit, and breaking through has become increasingly difficult." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Although some have suggested I relax and immerse myself in the nuances of life to gain new insights into my training, I still find my progress slow. And I might even say it has come to a standstill." She nearly bit her tongue saying those last 4 words. Jianzhu nodded steadily in response. He understood that every ninja encounters similar challenges on their path of cultivation. To overcome such a plateau, it was crucial to adjust one's mindset and training methods. "Demonstrate your recent training results for me," he said softly, his gaze filled with encouragement and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Sun rose and stepped into the spacious courtyard. Taking a deep breath, she began to showcase her recent training efforts with unwavering focus. Her movements were swift and precise, each technique reflecting steadfast conviction and relentless effort. Yet, under Jianzhu's keen gaze, certain flaws and deficiencies were evident, revealing themselves without concealment. From martial arts to ninjutsu and the use of ninja tools, if one merely observes the surface, Sakura's current abilities are indeed commendable, sufficient to contend with the majority of ordinary ninjas. However, in the discerning eyes of someone like Sasuke, her techniques appear rigid, her footwork unsteady, and her blade's trajectory flawed, revealing a superficiality that lacks depth. Sasuke observed closely, already formulating a plan in his mind. Presently, Sakura's training was overly focused on form, neglecting the underlying principles. Perhaps the time had come, he mused. The headband he had previously entrusted to her was not merely a tool for imitation. It could be regarded as a crystallization of the empire and the very reason why the emperor sought to embark on expeditions to parallel worlds. This headband facilitated synchronous resonance with various realms, enabling both parties to engage in a dreamlike interaction through illusionary slumber. Thus, the majority of the prior recordings were merely imitations of individuals from other worlds for the purpose of learning. Sasuke now resolved to grant Sakura access to this capability, allowing her to train with truly skilled individuals. Watching Sakura complete her training display, a contemplative expression crossed his face. He had already devised a new strategy. "Sakura, did you bring the headband today?" he inquired. "I did, Sasuke. Are you going to test it again?" Sakura hesitantly replied, clearly harboring some trepidation regarding the headband. Each time Sasuke had adjusted it, something unforgettable had occurred. The first experience had left her shaken, and the second had nearly cost her a friend. Noticing her hesitation and concern, Sasuke gently reassured her, "Do not worry. As long as you follow my instructions, there will be no issues." He felt a touch of exasperation at her lack of trust. The previous mishap had stemmed from her failure to heed his guidance, overusing the headband. Yet, he could not fault her entirely. She was still young, and her ability to manage such advanced technology was still developing. "All right, Sasuke, please promise me you won't add any strange functions this time," Sakura tentatively requested. "Hand it over." Sasuke laughed as he reached out to gently remove the headband from her head. Shaking his head with a smile, he replied, "Strange functions? I never engage in such things." Holding the headband, he observed Sakura's lingering nervousness, which struck him as somewhat amusing. He understood that her previous unpleasant experiences had instilled a sense of resistance towards the headband. However, He recognized the immense benefits it could provide for her training. Do not fret. This time, aside from granting you some new permissions, the main addition is a safeguard against excessive immersion, Sasuke explained. Although Sakura did not fully grasp what he meant by this safeguard, she sensed a professionalism and confidence in his tone that reassured her. This instilled a sense of comfort, filling her with anticipation for his forthcoming actions. Sakura nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and expectation. She trusted Sasuke, believing he would undoubtedly enhance her training experience and outcomes. Chapter 34. The Teacher from Chiou Village Indeed. You have deceived me. With unwavering trust in her companion, Sun gently lifted the headband and carefully placed it upon her head. The surface of the headband shimmered with a ghostly blue luminescence, and Sun's consciousness gradually became hazy amidst this radiance. When she awakened once more, she found herself enveloped in a pristine expanse of white. Welcome back, user 9527, Sunday. I am your assistant, Xin. That familiar voice resonated in her ears. Hello, Xin. Sun greeted with warmth. What new privileges has Brother Zhang opened up for me this time? User 9527, Sun, your current permissions are somewhat restricted, Xin replied. You may engage in 3 combat training sessions daily. Additionally, we shall provide you with access to various prototypes for your challenges and refinement. Within the white space, the environment shifted yet again. A colossal screen materialized before Sun, densely populated with information on an array of warriors, fighters, swordsmen, soldiers, psychics, and even ninjas like herself. Xin, are these individuals my challengers? Sun's voice brimmed with anticipation. Indeed, Xin affirmed. Unlike before, you will now confront these individuals in reality rather than simulated constructs. You shall have the opportunity to spar and communicate with true warriors. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of undeniable excitement sparkled in Sun's eyes. For her, the aspiration to protect her cherished ones and ensure they lead lives of dignity in this world was paramount. Yet, nestled deep within her heart lay an insatiable thirst for challenge, a fervent desire to confront the strong and pursue victory. In her eyes, the screen no longer displayed mundane data. Rather, it transformed into an enticing grand menu, presenting a plethora of delectable options that ignited her eagerness. Xin, Sun inquired curiously. Do these restrictions apply to these confrontations as well? Yes, Xin responded. According to the parameters set by your mother machine, Zhang, you are currently limited to 3 duels every 24 hours. This is to ensure you have ample time to assimilate the experiences from each battle, thus preventing fatigue and injury from excessive fighting. Sun nodded, expressing her understanding and agreement with Xion's words. She held a profound respect for Zhang's decisions. Subsequently, she began to swiftly browse the information displayed on the screen, her gaze dancing among the faces of numerous warriors. Suddenly, her eyes fixated on a familiar visage, Lai Yongzhou. This was the adversary she had first faced upon using this device, and now his prototype lay before her. A surge of inexplicable exhilaration coursed through Sun's heart. Though she had suffered numerous defeats in her earlier encounters with Lai Yongzhou, those experiences had imparted invaluable lessons about technique. Now, with the opportunity to engage in a genuine duel with the real Lai Yongzhou, she felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation and thrill. Xin, I have decided. He shall be my first opponent today, Sun declared, pointing resolutely at Lai Yongzhou on the screen. Very well, target selection complete. Xin responded, indicating that, as always, this confrontation would occur without the use of weapons and with restrictions on ninjutsu. No problem, Sun replied confidently, for she had long since grown accustomed to such limitations and found joy in them. Each constraint heightened her focus on refining her combat skills and enhancing her physical prowess. As Xion's voice faded, Sun was transported to the park, the designated arena for their duel. She sat cross-legged in the center of the park, quietly awaiting the arrival of her opponent, her heart brimming with anticipation and determination. Before long, a figure gradually came into view. It was a tall, robust man. His muscular physique clearly defined, exemplifying an ideal form. His skin glowed with a healthy bronze under the sunlight, seemingly radiating light. His features were resolute and profound, and his eyes reflected unwavering resolve and courage. He wore loose-fitting black harem pants, which accentuated his athletic build and strength. The only imperfection was the prosthetic leg that replaced his missing left leg. Although his appearance differed from what Sun had seen previously, she could still sense a unique aura emanating from him. Unlike the previous intensity and hostility, He now exuded a gentle and tranquil presence. As Lai approached Sun, he bowed and clasped his fists in respect. Yongyuan Pavilion, Lai Haiwang, I seek your guidance. His voice was steady and powerful, conveying inner strength and respect. Konoha, Sun, I seek your guidance as well, Sun replied, bowing in return to show her respect for her opponent. After both parties had exchanged greetings, they did not rush into battle. Sun pointed to Lai's prosthetic leg, her curiosity piqued. Mr. Lai, you must know that this world is merely a dream. Why not restore your lost leg? Lai smiled slightly and replied, there is no need. To yearn for what has been lost is a sign of weakness. Though I have lost a leg, I have simultaneously gained the attribute of being a one-legged man. This prosthetic leg is not only a testament to my battles, but also a reflection of my life's journey. Moreover, how could one easily relinquish a gift from a friend? Sun paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. Truly, Mr. Lai, even though this is our first meeting, you are indeed a warrior of remarkable character. Lai reciprocated with an appreciative expression. Likewise, though this is our first encounter, Miss Sun, your combat stance as a woman is exceptionally rare and beautiful. Mr. Lai, I have always wanted to ask you, Sun inquired curiously during our previous battle. I was perplexed by the technique you employed. What exactly is the martial you speak of? Lai pondered for a moment, then slowly responded, it is a form of struggle, a survival skill. According to my master Gua, martial arts are the means by which the weak can survive in the presence of the strong. It is the technique that allows prey to resist before predators. It is not merely a manifestation of strength, but also a symbol of wisdom. He paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, martial arts is a skill accessible to all. Even defenseless children and women can enhance their self-defense abilities by mastering it. I understood, so I requested Mr. Lai to personally demonstrate what martial arts truly entails. Sun fixed her determined gaze upon Lai. Chapter 35. The eruption of power. As Sun's words faded, Lai swiftly stepped back, creating a distance between them. His right hand, positioned at his waist, began to gather strength. Muscles taut and veins prominently displayed, showcasing his remarkable power. Suddenly, he lunged forward with the swiftness of a gliding motion, launching a fierce punch directed at Sun's abdomen. Sun's expression sharpened. Facing Lai's intense assault, she chose not to retreat, but to confront it head-on. In response, she too drew strength from her waist, mirroring Lai's movements, and unleashed a powerful strike. At the moment their fists collided, a shockwave of energy radiated outward. A flicker of delight appeared in Lai's eyes, but to him, this was merely a customary exchange among fighters. In the next instant, Lai's left hand shot out like lightning, seizing Sun's right arm with fluid and powerful precision, demonstrating his profound martial arts foundation. He then pivoted, using his waist to generate force, executing a flawless shoulder throw that sent Sun crashing to the ground. Yet, without a moment's pause, Sun swiftly rolled over and sprang back to her feet, ready to counter Lai's next attack. She understood that, against an opponent of such caliber, lying on the ground and waiting for her body to recover would be tantamount to awaiting her demise. This time, Lai did not pursue. Instead, he awaited Sun's strike. The previous exchange had given him a rough understanding of her capabilities. Sun, without hesitation, launched a side kick aimed directly at Lai's face. Caught off guard, Lai could only brace himself to absorb the impact. Although he managed to stabilize his stance, the ground beneath him cracked under the force. However, Sun's assault was not yet complete. She followed up with her right leg, pivoting in midair to deliver another sweeping kick towards Lai. This time, despite successfully defending himself, the sheer force propelled him backward. Observing Lai sprawled on the ground, Sun did not linger. She leaped high into the air, delivering a downward strike with her leg aimed squarely at him. With a resounding crash, the ground fractured, and as smoke billowed, Lai had already evaded the attack, rolling aside. What astonishing power, Lai thought to himself. Such strength is indeed rare among humanity, even in his vast experience. Yet, if one were to ask him whether he would lose, the answer would undoubtedly be, he would prevail. He removed his right shoe, assuming a combat stance, resolved not to hold back against this young girl any longer. Lai's fighting spirit ignited completely, preparing him to give his all. Observing Lai's readiness, Sun chose to take the initiative once more. This is not recklessness, rather, it is her preference to actively explore the unknown instead of passively waiting. Her spirit is like gunpowder, and her fighting style is direct and fierce, akin to that of artillery. As she charged towards Lai, she suddenly executed a swift stop, drawing power from the ground and unleashing a powerful punch aimed squarely at his face. Did this strike prove effective? Subsequent replays would reveal the answer. Just as her fist was about to connect with his face, Lai reacted with remarkable speed. He swiftly lifted one foot, twisting his body as he forcefully propelled himself upward. That strike landed solidly on Sun's chin. The sudden impact rendered her momentarily unconscious, her body swaying as if on the verge of collapsing. Nevertheless, Lai did not relent. He quickly seized her hair with the same foot that had struck her, forcefully slamming her head against the ground. On the brink of losing consciousness, Sun's thoughts began to drift. Following the blow, she pondered why one feels dizzy after receiving such a heavy hit. She recalled the knowledge Jasuk had imparted to her. He had explained that when the jaw is struck, the brain violently shakes within the skull, akin to how tofu trembles violently when subjected to external force. This violent motion can lead to fainting. However, Jasuk also informed her that there are ways to counteract this dizziness. One method involves possessing sufficiently robust skeletal structure to remain steady in the face of impact, thus minimizing the brain's movement. Another approach is to apply an opposing force at the moment of impact, causing the brain to stop shaking immediately. Jasuk's simple demonstration offered Sun profound insight. Just as her head was about to strike the ground, she suddenly grasped how to apply this principle. Rather than resisting the force of impact, she chose to follow it while cleverly exerting an opposing force. At the moment her head was about to touch the ground, she forcefully brought her head down in alignment with that force. This seemingly perilous maneuver was, in fact, her proactive utilization of mechanical principles to mitigate the jarring motion of her brain. Subsequently, as Lai released his hold, Sun sprang to her feet. Although the world around her still swayed and her vision remained somewhat blurred, she had successfully harnessed one force to counteract another, alleviating her sense of dizziness. She knew that as long as she could rise, there remained a chance of victory. What a decisive judgment, Miss Sun! Lai exclaimed with genuine admiration, deeply impressed by her actions. Such insight and ability to perform in the moment are truly beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. From that moment onward, he sincerely acknowledged Sun's talent and strength. Now, allow me to demonstrate the essence of martial arts, the art of dissipating force, Lai said with a smile, and began to move his hands. His movements were fluid and gentle, as if his entire body had lost its bones and weight, gracefully floating through the air. Sun watched Lai's actions, feeling utterly perplexed. She even began to question whether the scene before her was merely a figment of her imagination, a consequence of not yet fully recovering from her previous dizziness. The art of dissipation, a martial skill that renders an opponent's attacks powerless, employs specific movements and techniques to guide, disperse, and even convert the force of an attack into one's own strength. However, she was not entirely aware of these intricacies. She slapped her face gently, attempting to regain clarity, and then tentatively kicked out a foot. Yet, the moment her foot made contact with the figure before her, a sense of disquiet washed over her. The sensation was starkly different from any encounters she had previously experienced. Her foot encountered no expected resistance, but rather felt as though it had struck a feather-light plume. This peculiar feeling left her momentarily stunned. In the next instant, she observed the figure spiral gracefully in the air multiple times before landing smoothly, still exuding that same ethereal and composed demeanor. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed this scene. She comprehended that what she had just experienced was the wondrous effect of the dissipation technique displayed by the figure. Chapter 36 revealed the formidable prowess of the dissipation skill before her, leaving her in a daze, as if ensnared in an indescribable trance. What had just occurred? Such a question blossomed in her mind, her thoughts struggling to keep pace with the unfolding events. However, before she could fully shake off her stupor, the figure moved again. He slowly raised his right fist, an action that appeared unremarkable, yet bore an ineffable air of authority. As she fixated on the fist approaching her, an inexplicable fear surged within her. Though the fist seemed lacking in strength, even somewhat soft, her body felt as though drawn by some mysterious force. Every cell silently warning her, "You must evade, you must escape." This unnameable dread compelled her to retreat involuntarily, while the figure maintained that slow, yet resolute advance. "What troubles you, Miss Sun?" His voice rumbled, deep and powerful, laced with mockery and disdain. "Does this seemingly feeble punch instill fear in you?" Sun offered no response, continuing to back away until her back collided forcefully with a large tree. She realized she had nowhere left to retreat, and the figure's fist was poised to strike. In that moment, her heartbeat seemed to halt, and time appeared to freeze. Just as his fist was about to land, she instinctively crouched low, evading the lethal blow at an almost impossible angle. She felt a chill breeze sweep over her head, the air displaced by the force of his strike. Then, a deafening crash reverberated through the air. Turning to look, she beheld the massive tree, capable of being embraced by two people, splintering into mere wood shavings beneath the might of his fist. The sight caused her to gasp sharply, an overwhelming wave of indescribable terror and regret flooding her heart. Had she not evaded that punch moments ago, she would likely have been as easily obliterated as that great tree. The mere thought sent a shiver of trepidation through her. Yet, in the midst of her lingering fear, Lai abruptly ceased his assault. He withdrew his fist and, gazing at Sun, asked with a calm demeanor, "Miss Sun, do you now comprehend what martial arts truly are?" Sun remained silent, inhaling deeply in an effort to steady her racing heart. Lai's question reverberated in the air, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread outward. Standing still, Sun's eyes shimmered with a complex luminosity. She was profoundly moved by the martial prowess that Lai had exhibited. That punch represented not only a grave physical blow, but also a profound psychological impact on her spirit. She stood there, enveloped in a silence so profound that only the tumult within her heart echoed back. At last, breaking the silence, her voice, though faint, was imbued with resolve. I am beginning to understand. In her past days, Sun had never envisioned that, independent of chakra, one could achieve such remarkable heights solely through the exquisite techniques of physical martial arts. Lai's display of strength compelled her to reassess her understanding of martial arts. This pure form of physicality was a realm even seasoned jonin found difficult to attain. Although she had yet to fully grasp the essence of martial arts as articulated by Lai, her mindset had begun to shift, allowing for deeper contemplation. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to Lai. "Thank you, Mr. Lai, for your meticulous guidance." After a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to voice a question that lingered in her mind. "If I may, I have a question I wish to pose to you." "Speak," Lai responded, his tone calm and encouraging. Drawing a deep breath, Sun fixed her gaze steadily into Lai's eyes and solemnly inquired, "Mr. Lai, I am eager to know. What does strength mean to you?" Lai fell silent for a moment, his thoughts seemingly drifting far away. Then, he slowly began to articulate, his voice infused with profound contemplation. "The notion of strength may vary from person to person. For instance, my former dear friend, young Zyro, believed that strength is the minimal unit of freedom, signifying the ability to act without constraint. Meanwhile, my mentor, Gua, posited that true strength lies in the capacity to master all desires, achieving inner peace and resilience." He paused briefly, continuing, "Then there is Renga, that audacious challenger. He perceives strength as the ability to sit down with his father, engaging in sincere and equal dialogue, which for him may represent a spiritual victory and affirmation." A glimmer of depth flickered in Lai's eyes as he elaborated. "As for me, my understanding of strength perhaps lies in advancing martial arts to the next level." After a prolonged silence, Sun suddenly sensed the tightening of her headband, a reminder that she needed to depart from this training space. She bowed deeply to Lai, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lai. I shall continue to strive diligently in my training, not to disappoint your expectations." As Sun returned to reality, her eyes first fell upon Jae-suk, who awaited her with an expression full of concern. Upon seeing her safely back, he visibly exhaled in relief. "How is it, Sun?" Jae-suk inquired eagerly. "What did you gain from this experience?" Sun gazed at him, a warm sensation blossoming within her heart. A gentle smile crossed her lips as she subtly shook her head, signaling that she was unharmed. Then, with sincerity, she replied, "I am fine, Jae-suk. Moreover, I truly learned a great deal this time." A flicker of curiosity sparkled in Jae-suk's eyes. "Oh, do share with me what you have learned." Taking a deep breath, Sun began to reminisce about her experiences in the training space. "Jae-suk, I believe I now understand what that technique you employed during your assessment was." After a brief pause, she continued, "Furthermore, I have begun to comprehend what true strength entails." Jae-suk nodded in acknowledgement, a proud smile illuminating his face. "It seems you have indeed acquired much knowledge." However, under the affectionate gaze of Jae-suk, Sun felt an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction. This discontent did not stem from Jae-suk's demeanor, but rather from her deep-seated yearning to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. Jae-suk, Sun inhaled deeply. Her gaze resolute. Can you promise me something? Jae-suk blinked in surprise, then responded with a gentle smile. What is it? Speak freely, and I shall grant it if it lies within my power. Yet, Sun did not respond immediately. Instead, she insisted, First, you must promise me. Observing the seriousness etched upon her face, Jae-suk, though perplexed, chose to trust her. Very well, I promise you. Whatever you request, I will endeavor to fulfill. With Jae-suk's assurance, Sun finally spoke. Jae-suk, you know I have always admired you and have strived to keep pace with you. If one day I achieve the rank of Jonin through my own efforts, would you agree to battle me once more? Chapter 37. The mission within a secluded chamber in Konoha. 3 seasoned ninjas, Jae-suk, Kazuz, and Minma, listened intently to the directives of the third Hokage. Jae-suk, you are tasked with secretly investigating the development of their new ninjutsu in the land of Earth. Understood, Lord Hokage. Kazuz, you will journey to the land of water to conduct clandestine discussions with our allies, discerning their needs and concerns. Acknowledged, Lord Hokage. Minma, your mission is to travel to the land of lightning, seeking out and establishing connections with those who harbor favorable sentiments towards our Hidden Leaf village, in an attempt to forge closer cooperative ties. Yes, Lord Hokage, I shall do my utmost. Once the assignments were dispensed, the third Hokage regarded the trio with earnestness. This mission is of utmost importance. You 3 are the elite of Konoha, and I have faith in your capability to execute it splendidly. However, remember, safety comes first. Do not engage in reckless actions. In unison, the 3 responded, Yes, Lord Hokage. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Jae-suk, Kazuz, and Minma convened to discuss how to better accomplish their tasks and establish contact with Kurojitsu. They gathered in a secluded tea house within the Hidden Leaf village, where the delicate aroma of tea intertwined with the refreshing air outside, yet could not entirely mask the gravity etched on their faces. Jae-suk broke the silence first. Our missions differ, but all require a profound understanding of the internal affairs of other nations. I propose we reach out to Kurojitsu. Kazuz nodded gently, his gaze contemplative. Indeed, Kurojitsu is a pivotal figure, but the risks associated with contacting him are exceedingly high. Minma took a sip of tea and remarked slowly. We have previously collaborated with Kurojitsu. He possesses a certain awareness of our strength and credibility. Jae-suk inquired. Have both of you disposed of the white zetsu? Yes, Kazuz replied. We dealt with it promptly after our separation, and it is now sealed within scrolls. Jae-suk pondered for a moment. In that case, after we leave the Hidden Leaf, we can release the white zetsu. It will assist us in locating Kurojitsu. Excellent idea. Minma commended succinctly. Kazuz nodded. Now that the plan is set, we must begin preparations for our actions. We need to determine an appropriate time and place to release the white zetsu. With Kazuz solidifying the plan, the trio departed the village. According to their agreed-upon strategy, Kazuz would be responsible for releasing the white zetsu to contact Kurojitsu, while Jae-suk and Minma would each pursue their individual missions. Jae-suk felt little concern regarding Kazuz's task. He was acutely aware of Kazuz's extraordinary capabilities, which could potentially stir a tempest within the Mist Village. His prowess was so formidable that it was difficult to predict the repercussions he might unleash. However, Jae-suk harbored deep worries about Minma's undertaking. Minma's naive disposition rendered him blissfully unaware of the world's perils, and Jae-suk feared that he might encounter unforeseen challenges in the land of lightning, perhaps even provoking significant disturbances. As they journeyed toward their respective tasks, Jae-suk's thoughts drifted back to the past, reminiscing about his prior agreement with Sun. The once innocent girl now regarded him as her target, a realization that filled him with both surprise and comfort. He began to contemplate whether, upon his return from this mission, he should perform a wood-release transplantation surgery for Sun. He felt confident in his technical abilities in this regard. During his time with the combat unit, he had been the one to execute every new member's wood-release transplantation, each procedure executed flawlessly. He believed that should he perform the surgery for Sun, it would not only enhance her strength, but also fulfill the promise he had made to her. With a silent resolution formed in his heart, Jae-suk grew increasingly eager to complete the mission, so he could return swiftly to perform the surgery for Sun. He was acutely aware that the wood-release transplantation was not merely a technical endeavor. It demanded meticulous control over chakra and a profound understanding of the wood-release attribute. The wood release transplantation surgery, in simpler terms, involves the transfer of cells or tissues possessing the wood release bloodline limit into the recipient's body, thereby granting them the ability to wield wood release ninjutsu. However, this procedure carries immense risks. A moment's carelessness could result in the recipient's chakra spiraling out of control, potentially threatening their very life. Therefore, the surgeon must possess exceptional medical ninjutsu skills and extensive practical experience. During the tumultuous times of war, Jae-suk began to familiarize himself with and study this surgery. He witnessed firsthand the strength and transformation it bestowed upon his comrades, fully grasping the inherent risks and challenges that accompanied the operation. With each surgery, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to ensuring both its success and safety. He held particular concern for SN, hoping not only for the success of the surgery, but also for her to truly master the power of wood release, thereby becoming a formidable ninja. Consequently, he resolved to personally perform the surgery on SN after completing his mission, determined to unlock a new realm of power for her with his own hands. Returning to the present, Jae-suk took a deep breath. Casting aside the distractions swirling in his mind, he recognized that the most pressing matter at hand was to accomplish the task before him. To be candid, infiltrating the land of Earth posed a significant challenge for Jae-suk. The ongoing conflict between the land of fire and the land of Earth complicated and heightened the peril of the infiltration. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, the current Tsuchikage was none other than Yaki, an elder whose strength and cunning surpassed that of the third Hokage. Particularly concerning was the opponent's dust release. Jae-suk felt no confidence in his ability to defeat him without revealing his Sharingan. Fortunately, his mission was merely to gather intelligence on the Tsuchikage's newly developed ninjutsu, theoretically allowing him to avoid much conflict. However, Jae-suk had his own ulterior motives. He had been dispatched to the land of Earth, and it would be remiss not to stir up some commotion. Chapter 38. The border. Jae-suk stood at the border between the land of fire and the land of Earth, gazing out over the desolate terrain ahead. The border was heavily fortified, with patrols from the land of Earth passing through, their vigilant eyes sharp and alert to any suspicious activity. Taking a deep breath, Jae-suk understood that to successfully infiltrate the land of Earth, he first had to overcome this hurdle. A direct assault was not an option, as it would only draw more enemies, nor could he afford to take a detour, which would waste precious time and potentially fail to evade all patrols. As night began to fall, Jae-suk resolved to use the cover of darkness to seek out solitary rock ninjas. His plan was to cleverly utilize his Sharingan to obtain a signal, followed by employing a unique transformation technique for disguise. This transformation technique was not the traditional body replacement technique, but rather an original jutsu he devised during idle moments, drawing on his extensive experience from surgeries. The uniqueness of this ninjutsu lay in its ability to not only disguise the user through chakra, but also to perfectly alter the exterior cells of the practitioner into the likeness of another individual. The advantages of this transformation technique are patently evident. Regardless of the nature of the assault, the state of transformation remains intact, even persisting after the death of the practitioner. However, this formidable ninjutsu is not without its limitations, as it necessitates certain pheromones and chakra from the target. In the absence of the target's chakra, the transformation, despite its completion, cannot evade the keen perception of sensing ninjas. "Hey, Iwakawa, where are you rushing off to?" Murakami called out, perplexed by the swiftly departing figure. Iwakawa, without looking back, replied, "Murakami, I am feeling a bit unwell. I need to use the restroom. Can you cover for me for a moment?" No sooner had he spoken than he hurriedly dashed behind a massive rock, clumsily unfastening his trousers, ready to indulge in a fleeting moment of relief. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that, during his unguarded moment of release, a shadow stealthily approached. Jae-suk emerged like a specter from the shadows, silent and undetected. He gently tapped Iwakawa on the shoulder, the unexpected touch sending a jolt of surprise through Iwakawa, who turned abruptly to discern the identity of his intruder. What met his gaze, however, were a pair of crimson eyes, profound and enigmatic, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul. The owner of these eyes was none other than Jae-suk. His Sharingan shimmered with an enthralling brilliance in the twilight, ensnaring Iwakawa in a trance after a mere moment of eye contact. He felt an irresistible pull towards those scarlet orbs, rendering him powerless. A wave of weakness washed over Iwakawa. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, stripped of the ability to resist. His vision was consumed by Jae-suk's deep, crimson gaze, as if he were entirely under its thrall. Observing this, Jae-suk spoke slowly. "You will answer all my questions." His voice was deep and commanding, exuding an undeniable authority. Under Jae-suk's directive, Iwakawa, in a daze, responded, "All right." His tone was mechanical, as if controlled by some unseen force, utterly incapable of defying Jae-suk's command. "What is your name?" Jae-suk inquired coldly, his voice echoing in the night. Iwakawa's expression appeared vacant. Yet under the influence of the Sharingan, he obediently replied, "Iwakawa Nagamaki." "Which unit do you belong to?" Jae-suk continued his interrogation. "Third War Zone, Reconnaissance Squad, Third Team." Iwakawa responded mechanically, akin to a marionette under manipulation. "What are the names of your teammates?" Jae-suk pressed further, seeking this information to refine his infiltration strategy. "Murakami Riku." "Sasaki AI," Iwakawa divulged without hesitation or concealment. Upon acquiring all necessary information, Jae-suk mercilessly severed one of Iwakawa's arms. Though this act was ruthless, it constituted a crucial part of his mission. He gently placed the severed arm upon the ground and swiftly began to form seals, his fingertips dancing through the air as if weaving a mysterious spell. Ninjutsu, transformation technique. As Zhangzhu softly recited the incantation, the arms on the ground seemed to awaken, with runes emerging upon them, resembling serpentine patterns that writhed with life. These runes instantly reached out to Zhangzhu's form, as if an invisible force were reshaping his very essence. Before long, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles writhed as though they were in the process of reconstructing his appearance. In a brief moment, his visage and chakra mirrored that of Nagakumi Iwakawa perfectly, as if he were a flawless duplicate. At that juncture, Zhangzhu cast his gaze upon the prostrate form of Nagakumi Iwakawa. His eyes bore no trace of sympathy or compassion, only an unwavering resolve and cold detachment. He gently removed the garments from Iwakawa's body and donned them himself, seamlessly assimilating into the other's identity. Subsequently, Zhangzhu executed the techniques of water release and wind release to cleanse his form of blood and any lingering odors. Each of his movements appeared remarkably adept and fluid, as though he had long been accustomed to such a life. Finally, Zhangzhu fixed his gaze upon the bare Iwakawa, his Sharingan beginning to rotate slowly, ultimately transforming into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This was his ultimate ocular technique, embodying immense power and boundless potential. He inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Amaterasu," as his voice resonated. A sphere of black flames erupted from his kaleidoscope Sharingan, engulfing Iwakawa's body entirely. The flames blazed fiercely against the night sky, reducing everything to ash. After witnessing the complete incineration of Iwakawa's corpse by Amaterasu, Zhangzhu emerged from the shadows of the rocks. "Hey, Iwakawa, where have you been? Taking a bathroom break this long?" The team's tasks are piling up. A fellow companion, Murakami, expressed his discontent, casting a glance at the figure just emerging from behind the rocks, his brow furrowed in concern. Zhangzhu hastily adjusted his expression to resemble that of the familiar Nagakumi Iwakawa. He looked at Murakami, a hint of slyness flickering in his eyes, before feigning embarrassment and saying, "Apologies, brother Murakami. I've been having some digestive issues lately, and I was a bit constipated, which is why it took me so long." As he spoke, he pretended to shyly cover his backside, as if truly enduring discomfort. His other hand nervously scratched his head, adding an air of authentic awkwardness. Murakami, observing this, though still somewhat dissatisfied, refrained from further comment. He frowned and said, "Be more mindful next time. Don't keep everyone waiting too long. Let's hurry back. There's a mountain of work awaiting us." Zhangzhu eagerly nodded in agreement, quickening his pace to match Murakami's stride. Internally, he felt a sense of relief that his disguise seemed not to have raised any suspicions. Yet, he recognized that this was merely the beginning. The true challenges lay ahead. He must remain ever vigilant, ensuring that no flaw in his facade would be revealed. The two returned to the camp in succession, with Zhangzhu discreetly observing his surroundings and the individuals within. He noted that everyone in the camp was diligently performing their respective duties, maintaining an orderly environment. Chapter 39. Investigation and surprises. For several consecutive days, Genjutsu maintained a discreet demeanor. During his previous travels, he had been gathering intelligence. Yet such behavior may have aroused the suspicions of the accompanying ninjas. Although his current appearance and chakra were impeccably disguised, There may have been some inadvertent lapses in his conduct. To mitigate further suspicion, Genjutsu resolved to temporarily refrain from probing for information among the entourage. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently rousing the still sleeping Genjutsu. Iwakawa, wake up! Weave arrived at the village. No more sleeping. Sasaki Kai's words were laced with excitement. Genjutsu rubbed his bleary eyes and sat up, raising his gaze toward the front of the group, where the carriage had come to a halt and everyone had gathered at the entrance of Iwagakure village. Iwagakure was encircled by towering cliffs, forming an impregnable natural barrier. Houses were strategically scattered atop the rocky terrain, harmonizing with the surrounding rugged landscape. This arrangement rendered Iwagakure defensible and difficult to assail, bestowing it with immense strategic significance. Iwakawa, what are your plans upon returning to the village? Sasaki Kai inquired with curiosity. Genjutsu smiled faintly and replied, I intend to visit the daughter of Murakami, deliver his regards, and then seek employment within the village for a more stable life. I have grown somewhat weary of the incessant conflicts of late. Very well. Please convey my greetings to Murakami's daughter as well. If you require any assistance in the village, do not hesitate to seek me out, Sasaki Kai said, patting Genjutsu on the shoulder before they parted ways. Genjutsu successfully passed through the village entrance's inspection and stepped into Iwagakure. He first made his way to Murakami's home, where he found his daughter, Miyuki, and conveyed messages and greetings from her father. Upon seeing Iwakawa, Miyuki's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile, and she joyfully leaped into his embrace. Witnessing her innocent smile, warmth surged within Genjutsu's heart. Murakami's wife warmly invited Genjutsu to stay for a meal, but he graciously declined. Sister-in-law, I appreciate your kindness, but as this is my first meal back in the village, I wish to dine with my parents, he explained with a smile. Understanding his sentiments, Murakami's wife expressed her hope that he would visit often. Miyuki, however, clung to Genjutsu's hand, reluctant to see him leave. I promise, I will come to see you both frequently, Genjutsu reassured her, gently patting her head before departing from Murakami's home. After leaving Murakami's house, Genjutsu began to wander aimlessly through Iwagakure. The village was sizable, yet his knowledge of it was quite limited, making the quest to locate Ohyuki's laboratory exceedingly challenging. He navigated through the intricate streets and buildings, attempting to glean clues through observation and inquiries with villagers. However, it was not until nightfall that Genjutsu finally stumbled upon a secluded corner. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no one was paying attention, and cautiously dispelled the transformation jutsu that had cloaked him. As his muscles shifted and morphed, he finally reverted to his original appearance. Immediately thereafter, he deftly activated a ninjutsu to conceal his chakra, preventing any detection. After executing these maneuvers, he retrieved a finely crafted scroll from his pocket. He gently unfurled the scroll upon the ground and swiftly opened it. A wisp of smoke rose, from which he extracted his clothing and equipment. With everything in place, he was left with one final crucial step. He murmured, "Shadow clone technique," and instantly, two identical clones appeared beside him, vigilantly encircling him. He then settled into a meditative position, his hands rapidly forming seals as he activated his unique sensory ability. The expanse of Iwagakure was vast, its geographical landscape intricately convoluted. Relying solely on his own strength to conduct a search would likely prove futile, even if Yama's experiment had concluded. Therefore, he resolved to undertake a calculated risk, employing sensory ninjutsu to meticulously probe this broad and treacherous terrain. Despite possessing formidable sensory capabilities, the process of searching remained painstakingly slow. To ensure his safety, he deliberately dispatched two clones to assist in observing the surrounding environment, guaranteeing that no potential threats lurked nearby. After a thorough and exhaustive search, he finally discerned some anomalies. Deep within the mountain, he detected a concealed cavity. Although the interference of a barrier obscured his view of the interior's specific arrangements, he could only glimpse a hazy outline. Nevertheless, he remained convinced that this enigmatic location was indeed the laboratory where Yama conducted his bloodline elimination experiments. Rising, he stretched his somewhat stiff limbs and subsequently dispelled his two clones. Now that he had pinpointed the laboratory's location, the challenge of how to gain entry loomed as a formidable dilemma. The lab lay deep within the mountain, its sole entrance heavily guarded. Should he attempt a forcible entry, it would entail confronting the entire defensive force of Iwagakure, a risk far too great. He lacked the confidence to emerge unscathed from an assault by Iwagakure's forces without revealing the full extent of his abilities. Understanding the necessity of a more astute plan, he began to contemplate whether he could engage with a high-ranking individual within Iwagakure, leveraging their influence to gain safe access to the laboratory. However, most within the village were not easily swayed. Any overt action against them could potentially alert Yama, thereby jeopardizing his concealment. After much deliberation, he finally identified a suitable target, the J-Nin who had accompanied him. Since this J-Nin was aware of the laboratory's intentions, it was likely they possessed the authority or means to access the inner workings of the lab. He resolved to impersonate this J-Nin, allowing him to infiltrate the laboratory without arousing suspicion. Chapter 40. Shadows in the rock. Within the depths of his mind, Jae-suk had devised a plan, one intricately tied to the presence of his companion, the seasoned Jonin. From their earlier exchanges, he had gleaned insights into the man's audacious character. Marked by a lack of patience, Jae-suk surmised that after a prolonged tenure on the front lines, this individual would undoubtedly seek leisure in the indulgent establishments of the village. As Jae-suk wandered through Iwagakure, his search soon led him to a luxurious establishment, where he discovered the Jonin, named Iwakura-jur, luxuriating in a private hot spring, utterly unguarded. Approaching stealthily, Jae-suk suddenly revealed himself before Iwakura-jur, who was startled and instinctively prepared to shout. However, Jae-suk swiftly employed his Sharingan to subdue him. With a cold gaze fixed upon Iwakura-jur, Jae-suk began his interrogation. Iwakura-jur, enlighten me about the security measures surrounding the laboratory. Under the influence of the illusion, Iwakura-jur responded in a daze. The laboratory security is managed by the Umbu, who maintain a rigorous rotating watch. And how do you typically gain access to the laboratory? Jae-suk pressed further. I possess a special access permit, Iwakura-jur replied, his tone vacant. Each entry necessitates identity verification along with the permit. Jae-suk nodded thoughtfully, continuing. Where is your permit currently located? In my residence, Iwakura-jur answered. Only with that permit can I pass the Umbu's scrutiny to access the laboratory. Furrowing his brow, Jae-suk pondered for a moment before inquiring, is there any alternative method you possess to enter the laboratory aside from the permit? Iwakura-jur shook his head, stating no. Only those with the permit can gain entry. With this knowledge, Jae-suk's mind began to formulate a strategy. He confirmed, where exactly in your residence is your permit kept? In the drawer of my desk, Iwakura-jur replied. Satisfied with the information obtained, Jae-suk discreetly extracted the pheromones from Iwakura-jur, preparing to assume his identity. He then unleashed Amaterasu, incinerating Iwakura-jur completely. After donning Iwakura-jur's attire, Jae-suk departed the establishment and made his way to the Jonin's dwelling. However, upon entering, he was immediately confronted by Iwakura-jur's wife. My dear, you have finally returned, she spoke gently. Jae-suk felt a tightening in his chest, but maintained his composure, striving to mimic Iwakura-jur's tone as he replied, My dear, I apologize for the delay. The mission proved to be quite troublesome. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when her expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly drew a kunai, pressing it against Jae-suk's throat. You are not Jur, she declared coldly. A jolt of alarm surged through Jae-suk, yet he remained composed, attempting to deflect her suspicion. My dear, what jest is this? However, the woman remained unfazed by his words, her gaze piercing into his eyes as if striving to unveil the truth of his soul. Jiro would never utter such sentimental words to me, she said slowly, and moreover, after his mission concludes, he will undoubtedly be out frolicking with those wild women before returning. Jae-suk felt a surge of alarm. He had not anticipated that this woman possessed such profound insight into Iwakura-jiro. He understood that he must react swiftly, for failure to do so could plunge him into peril. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart. He then spoke gently. My dear, it appears you truly comprehend Jiro. However, have you ever considered that people inevitably change? Perhaps Jiro is no longer the man he once was. The woman fixed her gaze upon Jae-suk, seemingly contemplating his words. Seizing the opportunity, he continued. Moreover, my current mission is indeed perilous. I nearly did not return. It is perhaps this experience that has deepened my appreciation for our bond. Perhaps, for other men, that may be the case, but it most certainly is not for him. Faced with the piercing scrutiny of Iwakura-jiro's wife, Jae-suk could no longer maintain his facade. In a swift motion, he drew his kunai and reluctantly ended the life of the woman. My apologies. Jasuk gazed at the lifeless form on the ground, his heart heavy with resignation. He recognized that his cover had been blown, yet he had no choice but to act swiftly. Resolutely, he seized his pass and without hesitation made his way to the laboratory. Meanwhile, the Shadow Division had received word. The scientific team member Iwakurajiro's wife had lost all vital signs. Just as Jasuk hurried towards the laboratory, members of the Shadow Division were already en route, their sights set on Iwakurajiro's residence. Upon reaching the entrance of the laboratory, Jasuk encountered an interrogation from the Shadow Division. Halt! What is your purpose here? A member of the Shadow Division barred Jasuk's path, scrutinizing him with keen eyes. Unfazed, Jasuk met the gaze with composure, replying steadily, I am Iwakurajiro from the scientific team, and I have an urgent task that requires my entry into the laboratory. The Shadow Division member did not concede easily, pressing further, an urgent task? Do you have any proof? Jasuk retrieved his pass from within his garment and presented it. Here is my pass. You may verify its authenticity. Taking the pass, the Shadow Division member examined it carefully, exchanging glances with his comrades. Upon confirming its validity, his demeanor softened slightly, though he remained vigilant. Iwakurajiro, we have received word that your wife has recently passed away. Are you aware of this? Jasuk's heart tightened, yet he maintained a fade of calm. What? My wife has died. How can this be? He feigned shock and sorrow, adding, she was perfectly well when I left home. What on earth is happening? The Shadow Division member, observing Jasuk's reaction, seemed to find credence in his words. We are unclear on the specifics. We merely received notification. Regardless, this matter does not pertain to our mission. Since your pass is authentic, you may proceed. Jasuk breathed a quiet sigh of relief, grateful that the internal strife within the Shadow Division had prevented this news from reaching them thus far. He squeezed out a few tears and gratefully expressed, Thank you. I implore you to ensure justice for my wife. He knew he must enter the laboratory to fulfill his mission. Once he emerged, he would seek further clarity from you. With that, he hastily stepped into the lab, secretly relieved to have evaded yet another calamity. Meanwhile, the members of the Dark Faction remained steadfast at their posts, awaiting the next individual to enter the laboratory. Inside the lab, Zhangzhu gazed around at the meticulously arranged high-tech equipment. An uncontrollable wave of excitement surged within him. A slight, self-satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Before his eyes lay the highly classified information regarding the bloodline elimination experiment of a Wagakure. This intelligence now belonged to him. Chapter 41. Plunder and retreat amidst the tense atmosphere of the laboratory. Zhangzhu's thoughts raced as he meticulously analyzed the research materials on bloodline elimination. Though their operation had yet to be exposed, the Dark Faction of a Wagakure was not to be underestimated. Should they uncover the peculiar circumstances surrounding his wife's demise, they would undoubtedly trace it back to him. Thus, Zhangzhu was acutely aware of the urgency, as every second was invaluable. He turned the pages of the documents, his expression shifting constantly. Not this. This direction seems promising. Has a Wagakure's research on bloodline elimination progressed to this extent? He murmured to himself. As he continued to peruse the materials, Zhangzhu was astonished to find that a Wagakure's research on bloodline elimination had reached a notably advanced level. Their progress was swift, seemingly approaching the clinical trial phase. The advancement of human experimentation was also proceeding smoothly, a stark contrast to Konoha's wood-release experiments, which were fraught with challenges. This revelation deepened Zhangzhu's understanding of the underlying reasons. The wood-release experiment faced numerous restrictions. It was initiated by the third Hokage at the behest of the daimyo of the Fire Country, lacking sufficient autonomy. Furthermore, after numerous failures, it was covertly conducted by Danzo, making progress exceedingly arduous. In stark contrast, Iwagakure's bloodline elimination experiment was spearheaded by Inoki himself, with unwavering support from within the village. Inoki, as a user of dust release, undoubtedly provided significant advantages to the experiment through his direct involvement. Nevertheless, even so, Iwagakure's bloodline elimination experiment had not yet entered the true clinical phase, indicating that substantial work remained before practical application could be realized. This thought brought Zhangzhu a sense of clandestine joy. The thrill of this effortless acquisition was one that anyone would find delightfully satisfying. Now, he needed only to meticulously examine the reports on human experimentation to complete his collection of required materials. Approaching the experimental chamber, he diligently reviewed the report, while carefully comparing the life signs data of the test subjects. Observing the stable vital signs and the expected indicators, he nodded in satisfaction. Muttering to himself, indeed, the vital signs are stable, and all indicators meet the requirements. However, just as he was wholly engrossed in his work, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Izakura, what are you doing here?" Jisuke paused momentarily, then turned to face the speaker. He realized that the individual before him was not mentioned in the intelligence provided by Izakura, causing a flicker of unease in his heart. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and responded with a smile. "Oh, nothing much, just reviewing the previous experimental reports." The man furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Jisuke's reply. Seemingly puzzled as he inquired, "Is that so? I recall that you were assigned to the front lines to oversee the testing of the new detonating symbols. Why are you back so soon, only to be tasked with something else?" A jolt of alarm surged through Jisuke, but he maintained his calm exterior. He smiled and explained, "The testing mission at the front has already been completed, so I was recalled to assist in organizing the experimental reports. After all, this work is also of great importance and needs to be finished promptly." The man turned his hand over and slowly approached Jisuke, wearing an inscrutable smile. "Izakura, it seems you are rather forgetful," he remarked. Jisuke felt a tightening in his chest, but kept his demeanor steady. He met the man's gaze, attempting to glean some insight, while swiftly devising a strategy to respond. "Please, do be explicit," Jisuke replied calmly, his tone devoid of any hint of panic. The man chuckled lightly before continuing. "As far as I know, the testing of the new detonating symbols at the front lines was not completed so swiftly. Yet, here you are, inspecting experimental reports that appear unrelated to you. This inevitably raises some questions." Alarm bells rang in Jisuke's mind, yet he remained composed, seeking to uncover any inconsistency in the man's words. "Perhaps you are mistaken. The testing at the front has indeed concluded. As for my presence here, the laboratory required additional personnel, and I was summoned back. If you wish to verify, feel free to check." The man scrutinized Jisuke for a prolonged moment, seemingly assessing the veracity of his statements. Ultimately, he nodded and said, "Very well, I believe you. However, Izakura, remember that any unusual behavior in this laboratory may attract our attention. It is best to remain straightforward." With that, the man turned and departed, allowing Jisuke to exhale in relief. However, as soon as the individual vanished from his sight, he promptly contacted the shadows of the awakage. The target, Izakura Jiru, is exhibiting unusual behavior, having appeared in the experimental compartment area. Please advise. His voice was low and urgent, clearly acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The shadowy response was swift and decisive. Continue to monitor him without alarming him. We will dispatch support immediately. It is imperative to ascertain his true intentions. Meanwhile, Jisuke continued to organize the experimental reports, preparing to complete the data collection as swiftly as possible. The earlier conversation had heightened his vigilance, yet he was reluctant to retreat just yet. On one hand, there was still an abundance of material to prepare. On the other, he had no intention of leaving the laboratory and its contents for a wakage. Moreover, to withdraw immediately after such an encounter would be far too conspicuous. Under the vigilant gaze of the Umbu, Jisuke maintained an air of calmness. As he meticulously organized the experimental reports and gathered the necessary materials, he discreetly placed explosive tags at critical points within the laboratory, cleverly concealing them. Meanwhile, members of the Umbu were engaged in hushed discussions. The target's current state appeared stable, seemingly unaware of their exposure. Should they take action? One member inquired. Let us wait a bit longer. The target is still within the laboratory, surrounded by valuable experimental equipment and numerous hazardous materials. If a confrontation arises, the losses would be too great. We shall act once the target leaves the laboratory. Another member cautiously decided. They remained oblivious to the fact that Jisuke had already set the explosive tags within the lab. Taking a deep breath, Jisuke suppressed all feelings of regret. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. He gradually exited the laboratory, his hands resting naturally by his sides, appearing unguarded. Yet his mind was rife with vigilance. As he stepped outside, blinding lights immediately shone upon him, causing him to squint slightly. Shortly thereafter, he heard the stern command, "Izakura Jiru, place your hands in plain sight and cooperate with the investigation." A faint smile crossed Jisuke's lips. As if this development surprised him not at all, he slowly raised his hands, displaying them before the crowd to indicate he bore no weapons or intentions of resistance. Chapter 42. Chaos. Just as the Umbu personnel prepared to approach for a thorough inspection, Jusuk's fingers moved almost imperceptibly, drawing forth a hidden chakra thread. In the very moment when the onlookers were still in shock, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the laboratory behind him, accompanied by a deafening roar. The mountains housing the lab trembled violently. The shockwave of the explosion radiated with destructive force, instantly heating the surrounding air as if one were engulfed in a furnace. The nearby Umbu members were momentarily paralyzed by the sudden turn of events, rendered speechless and unable to react. Yet, amidst this chaos, Jusuk seized the opportunity, swiftly snatching a ninja blade from the waist of a nearby Umbu ninja. The ninja, caught off guard and unable to mount a defense, was dispatched cleanly by Jusuk's swift strike. Everything transpired in an instant. By the time the others regained their senses, Jusuk had vanished from sight using the body flicker technique. The air was left with only a faint ripple of chakra, a trace of his departure. Quickly pursue him. He must not escape, the Umbu leader commanded urgently, swiftly turning to another subordinate. And immediately notify the security team to tighten surveillance around the village perimeter. We must block all exits and prevent him from slipping away. The Umbu leader promptly directed his subordinates to initiate the chase and communication, knowing well that Jusuk could not have gone far. As long as they could apprehend him, there might still be a chance to mitigate the consequences of his oversight. As the command was issued, the members of the Dark Faction sprang into action with remarkable swiftness. A portion of them hastened along the route that Joestar might take to escape, while another contingent coordinated with the defense squad to ensure the perimeter was secure. The leader of the Dark Faction clenched his fists, acutely aware that capturing Joestar would mitigate his own dereliction of duty in this incident. Failure, however, would place the entire burden of responsibility squarely upon him. He gazed up at the inky night sky, silently praying for the success of the pursuit, while also steeling himself for the worst. Should he be unable to rectify this blunder, he would accept the consequences. Meanwhile, Joestar had swiftly reached his secret hideout, using his body flicker technique. Although this technique could not extricate him entirely from the influence of a Wagakure, it was more than sufficient to evade the Dark Faction's pursuit for the time being. Upon entering his refuge, Joestar wasted no time. He promptly retrieved his specialized gear, dispelled his transformation technique, and restored his true appearance. Yet, just as he finished donning his equipment, a shadow materialized behind him. The figure moved with remarkable speed, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Joestar's back. Fortunately, honed by years of combat, Joestar's acute instincts allowed him to execute a deft sidestep, narrowly evading this lethal strike. The assailant's fist crashed into the wall, triggering a violent explosion. Bakutan Shikari? Joestar quickly turned to identify his attacker. The individual, known as Bakutan Shikari, was a formidable shinobi from a Wagakure, possessing a bloodline limit that rendered him a force to be reckoned with. However, it was not Shikari's prowess that troubled Joestar, but rather his unique and devastating combat style. Each of Shikari's assaults resulted in cataclysmic explosions, which would undoubtedly betray Joestar's hiding place. Time was of the essence. Joestar calmly assessed the situation, recognizing that there was only one opponent before him. Without hesitation, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, an immensely powerful and enigmatic bloodline limit that significantly augmented his combat capabilities. With swift hand seals, he unleashed his jutsu, lightning release, Chidori. In an instant, the sharp cry of birds echoed throughout the hideout, as brilliant blue lightning crackled to life in his left hand. In response to Joestar's fierce onslaught, Shikari quickly reacted. He formed hand seals and unleashed Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. As his incantation concluded, the ground trembled, and a robust earthen wall rose, attempting to separate the two combatants. However, Joestar was undeterred. He disregarded the defensive barrier, and with his Chidori shimmering with electric brilliance, he pierced through the entire wall in an instant. The earthen barrier crumbled before the thunderous might of Joestar's attack, offering no resistance whatsoever. Shikari swiftly retreated, striving to distance himself from Joestar in order to execute a different jutsu to counter the assault. Yet, his intentions were far too transparent. As he leaped away, Joestar remained resolute, waiting for the opportune moment to conclude the battle. Without a moment's hesitation, he adjusted the Chidori in his hand. In an instant, the blue current that had been concentrated in his left hand transformed, shooting forth a slender stream of electricity, akin to a blue spear, swiftly piercing through the shoulder of his adversary. Chidori's sharp spear, Jotaro exclaimed in a low voice. The adversary groaned in agony, clutching his bleeding shoulder, his face a mask of disbelief. Jotaro approached without hesitation, decisively ending his life. Only after confirming that the adversary was entirely lifeless did Jotaro allow himself a moment of relief. He assessed the situation. The commotion from the battle had not been overly loud, and he should not be exposed immediately. Looking down at the lifeless body, he couldn't help but admire how this man, despite his astute judgment and ability to find his hiding place, had ultimately underestimated his own strength. However, the body now represented an unexpected boon for Jotaro. He skillfully collected the pheromones from the deceased, ensuring a safer escape from a Wagakure. Simultaneously, he did not squander the opportunity presented by the body of a Kekkei Genkai ninja, as such research materials were exceedingly rare. Cautiously, he withdrew a scroll to preserve the body. Subsequently, Jotaro utilized a transformation technique to assume the guise of the adversary and stealthily exited his hiding place. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered a hurried ENBU ninja. Upon seeing the figure, the ninja immediately approached, inquiring, "Lord Kaguya, have you dealt with the target?" Emulating the tone and demeanor of his counterpart, Jotaro replied, "No, he managed to escape. Please wait a moment while I tend to my wounds, and then I will join you in the pursuit." As he spoke, he feigned the act of bandaging his injuries. The ENBU ninja, noticing the blood on the figure, harbored no suspicions. "Thank you for your hard work, Lord Kaguya." Chapter 43. Departure. On the outskirts of a Wagakure, Jotaro, alongside other ENBU ninjas, searched for any trace of the target. As reports from various directions began to arrive, the situation appeared grim. No sign of the target in the eastern sector, none in the northern sector either. The head of the ANBU, upon hearing these reports, started to grow increasingly anxious. He quickly turned to the figure and asked, "Lord Kaguya, did you leave any wounds or marks on the adversary during your confrontation?" Jotaro remained composed, shaking his head as he replied, "None at all. The opponent was disguised as a member of a Wagakure, and he moved with remarkable speed. After injuring me, he left immediately, leaving me no time to mark him." Hearing this response, the ANBU leader appeared visibly frustrated. It seemed yet another lead had vanished. Realizing he could not obtain effective clues directly from the figure, he resorted to alternative measures. He swiftly called over an associate, "Quickly, contact the sensory unit and have them come for immediate support." He hoped that through the capabilities of the sensory unit, they could trace the chakra fluctuations of the target. Simultaneously, he did not relinquish the on-site search. The remaining individuals continued their quest, for he had just emerged from a fierce battle and surely had not ventured far. He commanded the others with conviction. Jae-suk, listening intently to the leader's directives, could not suppress a smile within, though he endeavored to mask any signs of his amusement. In his mind, he mused, "Indeed, he has not strayed far, for I am right here." At that moment, a nearby ninja noticed Jae-suk's smile, mistaking it for approval of the leader's assessment, and thus exclaimed, "Did you hear? Lord K has made a judgment. We will certainly find him." As the search progressed, the team gradually dispersed, presenting Jae-suk with a prime opportunity. Before the sensory unit could arrive, he astutely sensed the moment to act. Swiftly and decisively, he drew his kunai and ambushed an unsuspecting member of the Umbu. Disguised as K and moving with remarkable speed, his opponent had no time to react before being neutralized. However, as he approached the Umbu leader, circumstances shifted. Jae-suk had yet to strike when the leader, sensing something amiss, turned around with alertness. Gazing at Jae-suk, who held the kunai while masquerading as K, he inquired anxiously, "Lord K, what are you intending to do?" A smirk danced upon Jae-suk's lips as he replied slowly, "Do you recall your earlier assessment? That individual has not indeed departed. He is, in fact, quite close." His voice dripped with sarcasm, as if mocking the leader's belated realization. The Umbu leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at K, his voice tinged with rage and fear. "What have you done to K?" Jae-suk merely chuckled disdainfully, retorting, "If you are curious, why not descend and inquire directly?" No sooner had he spoken than Jae-suk, akin to a specter, darted past the Umbu leader. Though the leader's reflexes were commendable, he still could not capture Jae-suk's movement. In a mere instant, Jae-suk effortlessly severed his opponent's head, the act executed with precision and devoid of any hesitation. Jae-suk cast a cold glance at the bloodied head in his hand, his heart betraying no emotion. The task was unequivocally complete, He discarded the head carelessly and swiftly departed from the grisly scene. Meanwhile, within the Tsuchikage building, Noki glared furiously at the lost report before him. The bloodline elimination experiment, a project to which he had devoted countless efforts, was initially the hope of the land of Earth to ascend in the ninja world, yet now lay in ruins. The laboratory had been obliterated, all data lost. And worse still, there loomed the risk of exposure. Where are the Umbu responsible for security? Noki bellowed, seeking a target for his wrath. However, the assistant before him merely bowed in silence, kneeling on one knee, unwilling to offer any resistance. Amidst Naka's accusations, an Umbu ninja hurriedly burst into the room. Lord Third, he panted, the pursuit unit has news. Speak. Noki urged impatiently. The head of the clandestine division responsible for laboratory security has perished. The Dark Ninja reported this tragic news with great sorrow, while we discovered signs of explosive combat in a hidden basement. Currently, Lord Sho has gone missing, and blood traces belonging to him were detected at the scene of the battle. This revelation struck Noki like a thunderbolt, his complexion instantly paling, and the fury within him subsided in an instant. He waved his hand to dismiss his assistant and the Dark Ninja, seeking solitude to gather his chaotic thoughts. What he could ascertain was that their adversary possessed extraordinary strength, and it was highly likely that Sho had met with misfortune. At this juncture, the losses extended beyond the mere disruption of the bloodline elimination experiment. It also included the demise of a demolition squad leader and the invaluable body of a bloodline limit ninja. Confronted with such immense loss, Noki found himself devoid of the energy to rage. Instead of succumbing to impotent anger, he resolved to calmly contemplate how to mitigate these losses. Noki fell into deep thought, earnestly considering the forthcoming strategies. He picked up the loss report, meticulously flipping through its pages in search of clues or glimmers of hope. Although the explosion in the laboratory was quite severe, the report indicated that a portion of the facilities remained relatively intact. More importantly, the previous researchers were unharmed. As he perused the report, a plan gradually formed in Naka's mind. While the complete bloodline elimination experiment could no longer proceed, they could leverage the existing knowledge and facilities to attempt some research on bloodline limits. As long as they could achieve some measure of results, restarting the demolition squad would not be an issue. With a clear plan taking shape, Noki understood that swift action was imperative to minimize the impact of this incident on the status of the land of Earth within the ninja world. He immediately summoned his assistant into the office to meticulously outline the forthcoming work plan. He promptly organized personnel for the reconstruction of the laboratory, ensuring that the new facilities would be even more advanced and secure. Naka's tone was resolute and decisive. Let us conduct another rigorous review of the researchers, he instructed. The assistant nodded in understanding and quickly noted down Naka's directives. Next, we shall commence the research experiments on bloodline limits, Noki continued. This time, I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents to occur. Do you understand my meaning? Absolutely, Third Hokage, the assistant replied without hesitation. Chapter 44. Returned to Konoha after issuing his commands, Noki dismissed his assistant. Now that his anger had dissipated and arrangements had been temporarily settled, it was time to reflect on who might be behind this incident. Deep down, Noki already harbored suspicions. With the sand shadow preoccupied with its own challenges and the cloud and mist shadows having no conflicts with his side, the only plausible culprit remained Konoha. Contemplating this, his mood sank even lower, truly a matter of fate and timing. In his youth, he had lived under the looming shadow of Hashirama, and now, just as he was on the verge of completing his experiment, Konoha had intervened. On the other hand, Noki gazed out the window and sighed. Very well. I shall reclaim this factory on the battlefield when the time comes. At that moment, the Konoha Umbu received news from Nin. Within the Hokage's office, Yuan Fei Risen was perusing the intelligence sent by Nin. As he scrutinized the contents of the report, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He surmised that Noki was conducting an experiment on the elimination of bloodline limits. However, the progress was indeed alarming. It mattered not if the enemy succeeded, but if this reached the ears of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, his position as Hokage would likely be at stake. The daimyo had allocated significant funds for the research of wood release, and failing to produce results would effectively declare it a failure. Yet, none of this seemed to matter anymore. As Yuan Fei continued reading the latter part of the report, his furrowed brow relaxed. The laboratory for the elimination of bloodline limits had been thoroughly destroyed, and the experimental data was obliterated. At this point, Yuan Fei realized that Nin's mission was not only to gather intelligence, but also to decisively dismantle Naka's experiment. Truly, this young man was exceptionally talented. He could not help but express his admiration. He had always held high hopes for Nin, and this performance had greatly satisfied him. A perceptive individual, possessing strength, capable of discerning allegiances and understanding the dynamics of the situation, with ambition that was present yet not overwhelming. Such subordinates were exceedingly rare to find. After finishing the report, Yuan Fei reviewed the materials once more and inquired of the Umbu present. What intelligence do we have regarding Nin? Lord Third, the Umbu responded. Nin is currently en route back to Konoha, and according to reports, he has successfully evaded his pursuers. He is expected to arrive by tomorrow. Upon hearing that Nin had completely shaken off his pursuers and was anticipated to reach Konoha the following day, Yuan Fei nodded appreciatively. Indeed, swift and decisive. I commend that. And what of the other two? Yuan Fei inquired further. The Umbu member promptly replied, report to Lord Third. Meiju and Kashi's team has also successfully completed their mission. Based on their pace and distance, they are projected to arrive in Konoha the day after tomorrow. Yuan Fei nodded slightly in approval. Yes, they have indeed performed admirably, exceeding my expectations. He paused briefly before continuing. Inform the finance department to prepare in advance. Although this is their first mission, their flawless execution warrants commendation. Thus, their rewards must adhere to the highest standards set by the village. As a testament to our recognition and encouragement, the Umbu member promptly acknowledged. Understood, Lord Third. It was not Yuan Fei's intention to act preferentially. After all, Nin and his companions had only recently joined Konoha, and should they achieve success without receiving sufficient rewards, they might not remain in the village for long. At times, it is indeed essential to extend special treatment. Moreover, it must be executed swiftly, otherwise, if delayed, it could allow Danzo to seize the initiative, rendering the effort futile. Yuan Fei Raizen was more than willing to partake in the act of reaping the rewards. Yet to be the one from whom the rewards are taken would undoubtedly incite his ire. He found himself in deep contemplation, pondering what accolades would befit Zhangzhu, Myanmar, and Kaksai's ninjutsu. At their level, these ninjas had already developed their own unique combat styles and paths, rendering other jutsus potentially ineffective. Love? This notion was swiftly dismissed. His recent observations had revealed that these three were not enamored by mere beauty. Wealth? They seemed to lack for nothing in that regard. After much deliberation, his gaze settled upon Sunday. As Zhangzhu's disciple, she possessed considerable strength and talent, yet still appeared vulnerable in her formative years. Given Zhangzhu's evident concern for her, why not extend a favor and grant Sun the opportunity to learn the forbidden techniques of Konoha? This course of action would yield numerous advantages, not only soothing Zhangzhu, but also nurturing new talent for Konoha, achieving a dual benefit. Furthermore, such a reward could inadvertently create a rift among the three. Should they remain united, Yuan Fei Raizen might harbor some trepidation. However, if discord were to arise, mere words would suffice to sow division between them. With this thought, a satisfied smile graced Yuan Fei Raizen's face. He resolved to speak with Sun the following day, to convey this decision and observe the reaction of the young disciple. At the border of the Land of Fire, the sun began its descent, casting a warm orange hue across the sky. Amid this vast expanse, a solitary figure traversed the land, Zhangzhu, who had just completed his mission. He had crossed into the Land of Fire, finally embarking on his journey home. This path had been fraught with trials and dangers. He vividly recalled the tension and exhilaration he felt upon leaving Iwagakure and reaching the border of the Land of Earth. As members of the Iwagakure Umbu and frontline soldiers relentlessly pursued him. To evade capture, he had to frequently employ transformation techniques to alter his appearance and aura. What was intended as a stealthy retreat had morphed into a breathtaking escape, with hundreds pursuing him alone. I shall return to discuss matters with that old scoundrel. The third Hokage, I will no longer accept covert infiltration tasks, Zhangzhu vowed internally. His sole desire was to return to Konoha quickly, to his tranquil courtyard. There, he could leisurely engage in embroidery, trimming the grass, and savoring the pleasures of life. Occasionally, he could offer guidance to his disciple Sun. Witnessing her gradual growth, what a delightful existence that would be. He wished never to endure such treacherous days again. Meanwhile, in her bed, Sun, preparing to drift into slumber, suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Chapter 45. Arrival in the early morning at the hidden leaf village, sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon the wooden floor of the Hokage's office. Standing before Yuan Fei Risen, Zhangzhu displayed a calm demeanor as he reported on his tasks. He had executed his mission exceptionally well, not only uncovering the plans of the Tsuchikage, but also successfully thwarting their conspiracy, which greatly pleased Yuan Fei Risen. As he perused the mission logs presented by Zhangzhu, Yuan Fei Risen nodded repeatedly in approval. Lifting his gaze, admiration for Zhangzhu shone in his eyes. Zhangzhu, you have performed admirably in this mission. Not only did you gather intelligence on the Tsuchikage's plans, but you also effectively dismantled their schemes. Zhangzhu lowered his head slightly in humility, responding, "This is merely my duty as a subordinate." "No," Yuan Fei Risen interjected with a wave of his hand. "Your task was to gather information, yet your ability to make precise judgments based on the situation on the ground has yielded even greater results. Zhangzhu, you are an exceptionally talented ninja." Though Yuan Fei Risen was already well aware of the mission's details, he could not refrain from praising Zhangzhu. After all, as Hokage, such words of encouragement were essential. However, his summoning of Zhangzhu was not solely for the purpose of commendation. With the students of the Ninja Academy approaching their class assignments, Yuan Fei Risen, as the third Hokage, needed to consider how to appropriately allocate these students. Among the three who accompanied Zhangzhu, he had the most interaction with him and had gained a fair understanding of his abilities and character. In order to ensure that the talented students nurtured by Zhangzhu would remain in the Leaf Village, he resolved to keep Zhangzhu close and limit his contact with the other two. Thus, gazing at Zhangzhu, Yuan Fei Risen began to speak slowly. "Zhangzhu, you have indeed worked hard on this mission. Your performance has not gone unnoticed by the village." He paused before continuing. "Therefore, after discussions with my advisors, I have decided to assign you as the lead teacher at the Ninja Academy. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhangzhu felt a stirring within. He quickly grasped Yuan Fei Risen's intentions and found himself in agreement with the arrangement. In fact, had Yuan Fei Risen not proposed it, Zhangzhu would have likely suggested it himself, for this would allow him to have a degree of autonomy in determining the class composition. As a member of the Leaf Village, Zhangzhu inclined his head slightly, acknowledging his duty to comply with the third Hokage's decision. "Since that is settled, I shall not prolong this discussion," Yuan Fei Risen stated succinctly. "I will have someone deliver the roster to your residence shortly." He paused briefly before broaching the subject of mission rewards. "By the way, regarding the rewards for this mission, how do you find this?" With that, he handed Zhangzhu what appeared to be an ordinary scroll. Zhangzhu accepted the scroll, his curiosity piqued as he examined it. Yuan Fei Risen continued, "Within this scroll lies my profound insights into combined ninja techniques, along with some advanced forms of the 5 elemental jutsu. I believe these materials will greatly benefit you. Thank you, esteemed third Hokage, for your guidance. I shall diligently study it upon my return." Although Zhangzhu verbally expressed indifference, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He understood that Yuan Fei had entrusted him with these ninjutsu techniques purely for the purpose of imparting them to his students. Nevertheless, Zhangzhu was not particularly concerned about the specific ninjutsu rewards. He was already proficient in the vast majority of techniques possessed by the Hidden Leaf Village. The few techniques he had yet to master were largely those he deemed impractical, hence he chose not to pursue them. After completing the handover, Yuan Fei did not linger. And Zhangzhu, too, made his swift exit from the Hokage building. As he inhaled the refreshing air outside, a wave of relaxation washed over him. The days ahead promised a rare respite for him. To be candid, despite his lengthy stay in Konoha, he had yet to truly explore the streets. He weighed his wallet in his hand, relishing the satisfying heft it contained. Thus, he resolved to venture into the marketplace, eager to see what treasures awaited him. His last shopping excursion had been in the company of Sun, accompanying her in the procurement of training supplies. The mere thought of her brought a smile to Zhangzhu's lips. That little girl always managed to fill his life with boundless joy and warmth. He wondered what she was up to today as he made his way toward the bustling thoroughfare. The streets of Konoha were alive with vibrancy, an array of shops dazzling the eye and captivating the senses. Zhangzhu navigated through the crowd, glancing left and right, occasionally pausing to admire intriguing trinkets. As he passed a jewelry store, a particular bracelet caught his attention, a delicate string of colorful stones, each one glimmering like the stars in the night sky. It reminded him of Sun's eyes, clear and bright, akin to the luminous stones adorning the bracelet. He stepped inside the shop, purchased the bracelet, and envisioned the delightful surprise it would bring her. After a lengthy stroll, Zhangzhu found himself laden with an assortment of shopping bags. Satisfied with his bounty, he resolved it was time to return home. On his way back, he made sure to pick up some of Sun's favorite sweets as well. Upon his return, he carefully placed the bracelet and treats in a secure spot, each item thoughtfully chosen to surprise Sunday. Once everything was in order, he settled in the courtyard, connecting to the training system via his headband to peruse Sun's recent battle records. As the screen scrolled before him, Zhangzhu marveled at Sun's diligent efforts over the past few days. In just a little over 10 days, she had accumulated over 20 battle records, indicating her relentless pursuit of challenges and self-improvement. Initially, her performance had been far from stellar, marked predominantly by defeats. However, as time progressed, she began to adapt and master various combat techniques. Particularly in unrestricted matches, her win rate had seen a notable increase. The only concern Zhangzhu harbored was that Sun now seemed entirely engrossed in the practice of physical techniques. After reviewing more than 20 battle records, he discovered that the majority were matches against Ryongzhou, predominantly focused on physical techniques. While diligent practice is commendable, this pronounced specialization caused Jae-suk some concern. Perhaps he should engage her in another match, using the opportunity to remind her of the importance of well-rounded development. This thought flickered in Jae-suk's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. He realized he might be overly stringent. After all, Sun had only been a ninja for a little over a year, and she needed more time and space to grow and explore. Chapter 46. Enhancement. The following day, as dawn broke, Sun learned of Jae-suk's return to Konoha. Without a moment's hesitation, he requested a leave of absence from school and hurriedly made his way to Jae-suk's residence. Finally, after a brisk run, he arrived at Jae-suk's doorstep. Seeing the familiar door, an indescribable excitement surged within him. He eagerly knocked, and the door was soon opened, revealing Jae-suk's familiar and warm visage. "Jae-suk and I," Sun exclaimed, his face radiating uncontainable joy. "How did you know I was back?" Jae-suk inquired, puzzled. "Asuma told me," Sun replied. "He mentioned that you performed exceptionally well on your mission, and the third Hokage is particularly pleased." Jae-suk smiled and invited Sun inside. The moment he stepped through the door, Sun could hardly contain his curiosity. "When did you return? Why didn't you tell me?" "I intended to settle down before seeking you out," Jae-suk explained. "This mission was somewhat complex and took longer than anticipated. Moreover, I brought you some gifts." "Really?" Sun's eyes instantly sparkled, though he quickly adopted a feigned sternness. "I don't believe you." With a smile, Jae-suk retrieved a parcel from within the room and presented it to Sunday. "This is a gift for you. Open it and see." Taking the parcel, Sun's earlier irritation vanished in an instant. He carefully unwrapped it to reveal a bracelet and some of his favorite sweets. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly grasped Jae-suk's hand. "Thank you, Jae-suk and I. How has your training been during this time?" Jae-suk asked with genuine concern. "Jae-suk and I can now hold my own against Mr. Ri." Sun replied with a proud smile, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "That's wonderful to hear," Jae-suk acknowledged with a nod. "What about the other training aspects? How is your progress?" Upon hearing this question, Sun's expression became somewhat bashful. He sighed and, feeling a bit embarrassed, confessed, "I have indeed made significant progress in physical techniques, but I have encountered some difficulties with ninjutsu." After a brief pause, he continued, "My chakra capacity has always been a limitation. If I practice ninjutsu too much in a day, I find my chakra depleted and I become utterly exhausted." Jae-suk was well aware of the challenges Sun faced. Although she possessed remarkable talent and extraordinary recovery abilities, her chakra volume was rather average. This was indeed an innate condition that could not be significantly altered through sheer effort. However, for Jae-suk, this was not an insurmountable dilemma. "Have you ever considered enhancing your chakra capacity?" Jae-suk gently inquired. Sun appeared somewhat disheartened. "Jae-suk, I have indeed contemplated it. However, I have perused extensive materials within the village, all of which unequivocally assert that chakra quantity is innate and cannot be altered through effort." Upon hearing this, Jae-suk offered a faint smile. What the materials state is not entirely incorrect. The initial chakra amount is indeed influenced by inherent factors. Yet, let us not forget that the fundamental reason affecting chakra reserves lies within our very bodies. If training cannot directly augment it, we shall explore alternative methods. Sun's interest was piqued by Jae-suk's words, though she maintained a degree of caution regarding the unknown. She trusted Jae-suk, nonetheless. The gravity of the situation naturally bred doubt within her. But how shall we accomplish this? Sun inquired curiously, her eyes shimmering with a thirst for knowledge. Jae-suk locked his gaze upon Sun, his expression becoming grave. Do you truly wish to attempt this? The process will be excruciating and may even pose a threat to your life. He needed to ensure Sun was fully aware of the impending risks. Sun hesitated for a moment, clearly taken aback by the severity of the potential consequences. However, she did not falter. Instead, she resolutely met Jae-suk's gaze. I wish to try, Jae-suk. Very well, but do not rush, Jae-suk replied. What do you know about the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? He inquired slowly. I know him, Jae-suk, Sun responded. He is revered as the god of shinobi and is a legendary figure possessing the wood release Kekkei Genkai. Jae-suk nodded. Precisely. The chakra reserves of Senju Hashirama are so immense that they rival even those of tailed beasts. Sun appeared perplexed. But what does this have to do with my desire to increase my chakra? Jae-suk smiled subtly. You see, among the Senju clan, only Hashirama possesses such astonishing chakra, which is intricately linked to his unique physical constitution. More importantly, he paused, continuing, only his cells can wield the formidable wood release. Sun's eyes brightened, as if she had grasped a crucial piece of information. Jae-suk, are you suggesting? Yes, the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Jae-suk asked seriously. Are you still willing to proceed? Sun fell into contemplation. She had previously envisioned that Jae-suk might impart some forbidden techniques or special training methods, but she had not anticipated such a proposal. The prospect of vast chakra and potent wood release was undeniably alluring, yet the risks associated with cell transplantation made her hesitate. This was not merely an enhancement of power, it was a gamble with her very life. Should she succeed, she would gain unprecedented strength. However, failure would yield dire consequences. After a moment, the young woman resolved herself. Based on her profound trust in Jae-suk, she cast aside all other concerns. Jae-suk, she declared firmly, I have made my decision. To attain power, one must pay the corresponding price. Moreover, I insist that you perform the procedure. I have complete faith in you. Zhang Jue wore a satisfied smile, expressing his admiration for Sun's mindset. Indeed, the acquisition and utilization of any power come with inherent risks, and every endeavor demands a corresponding sacrifice. This is a profound truth. Failing to comprehend it can lead to the disastrous consequence of recklessly bestowing power and resources. Since you have made your decision, let us proceed accordingly, Zhang Jue stated. Once you complete the class division, I shall perform the operation for you. In the meantime, focus on nurturing your body and preparing adequately. Chapter 47. Class Division. Before the official announcement of the class division at the Ninja Academy, news had already spread like wildfire among the well-informed second-generation heirs. Sun felt a tinge of unease. She had grown accustomed to training under Zhang Jue's guidance and was uncertain whether she could adapt to the teaching methods of other instructors. In the classroom, students eagerly discussed the impending class division. Lin, we will surely be placed in the same class. I will do everything in my power to protect you, Dato declared confidently to Lin. Lin smiled in response. Thank you, Dato. With your support, I feel assured. Regardless of whether we are in the same class, you will undoubtedly be the most outstanding ninja. Kakashi, standing nearby, teased, Dato, are you planning to rely on your yet-to-awaken Sharingan to protect Lin? Dato shot him a glare. Retorting defiantly, Kakashi, don't underestimate me. I will surely awaken my Sharingan and become a top-tier ninja. Kakashi glanced at Dato, chuckling lightly. A straggler will always be a straggler. You seem to enjoy boasting about it. Pausing momentarily, Kakashi continued with a more serious tone. If you wish to grow stronger, start by not being late. Infuriated, Dato could only vent his frustration. I already said it wasn't intentional. I encountered an elderly person in need of assistance on the way. Kakashi shrugged. Right. You find someone in need every day? Observing their quarrel, Lin interjected, Kakashi, Dato, please stop arguing. Upon hearing Lin's plea, the two exchanged glances and ceased their bickering. At that moment, Kakashi noticed Sun, who was playing with a shuriken alone. He attempted to change the subject to ease the tension. Sun, have you ever wondered what kind of person our class instructor might be? Sun paused her actions and glanced at Kakashi apathetically. Not really. Knowing won't change anything. She then set down the shuriken and casually rested her head on the desk. Appearing somewhat indifferent, Dato approached and chimed in. Rather than worrying about who your instructor might be, it would be more prudent to consider whether you might frighten that instructor. His words conveyed both respect and a hint of jest towards Sunday. Dato had witnessed Sun's rigorous training and formidable strength firsthand. Her dedication and perseverance left a profound impression on him. Even though much time had passed, he vividly remembered the moment when he and Kakashi joined forces, only to be defeated by Sun single-handedly. As Sun listened to Obito's words, she merely cast him a fleeting glance and remarked, "You talk too much." Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the instructor from the Ninja Academy entered the room. Clearing his throat, he grasped a sheet of paper and announced loudly, "Next, I will call out the names of certain students. Those whose names are mentioned, please gather in the corresponding classroom." Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, Rin Noira. The teacher called, "Present." Kakashi responded promptly, "Present." Obito echoed, "Present." Rin replied with equal fervor, "You three, please proceed to classroom 1 and await further instructions," the teacher directed. Continuing with the roll call, he announced, "Asuma Saratobi, Mike Guy, Kurenai Yuhi." "Present." Asuma answered, "Present." Guy followed suit. "Present." Kurenai chimed in, "You three students, please proceed to classroom 2 and wait," the teacher reiterated clearly. The roll call continued. "Next, Shirui Gunma, Moonlight Night Breeze, Uzumaki Siren." As soon as the names were called, the three students responded in unison, "Present." The teacher then instructed, "Please proceed to classroom 3. Gunma, Night Breeze, and Siren rose, exchanged glances, and walked together to classroom 3. Eventually, only Sun, Aoyama, and Rado remained in the classroom. They sat quietly in their seats, awaiting further instructions from the teacher. The instructor surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on the trio for a moment before he set down the paper. He spoke gently to them, "Sun, Aoyama, Rado, please wait here for your homeroom teacher." Upon hearing the teacher's words, the three nodded in understanding. Once the instructor left the classroom, Aoyama and Rado moved closer to Sunday. Despite sharing the same classroom regularly, Sun was not well acquainted with them. At this moment, the other two took the initiative to introduce themselves. Aoyama spoke first, extending his hand with a smile. "Hello, I'm Aoyama, and I specialize in support, reconnaissance, sensory perception, and intelligence gathering." Rado also greeted her warmly. "Hello, Sunday. My name is Rado, and I am more proficient in swordsmanship." Surprised, Sun regarded the two before gently smiling and responding, "Hello, I am Sunday. I focus primarily on ninjutsu and taijutsu training and enjoy studying various tactics." After this brief introduction, silence enveloped the classroom once more. Rado and Aoyama, feeling somewhat awkward in conversing with the girl, appeared a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, Sun found it hard to muster interest in boys other than Kakashi and Shikamaru. Hence she did not initiate any conversation. The three sat in quiet anticipation, awaiting the arrival of their homeroom teacher. A subtle air of awkwardness and silence enveloped the room, as if each person were striving to discover an appropriate topic of conversation, yet remained at a loss for words. At last, Leitong broke this tranquility, summoning the courage to inquire, "So, Sun, do you have any dreams now that you have become a ninja?" Upon hearing this question, a glimmer of determination sparked in Sun's eyes as she replied, "To grow stronger, and to protect those I wish to safeguard, that is all." Though her voice was soft, it conveyed a profound sense of resolve and dedication. Leitong, moved by her words, remarked, "What a commendable dream." He paused, seemingly contemplating how best to articulate his own aspirations. However, at that moment, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and the class instructor entered. The trio's attention was instantly captivated, causing Leitong to momentarily halt his discourse. They all turned their gazes toward the entrance, their faces etched with curiosity, pondering the identity of the teacher who would soon share their time. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar figure. As Sun recognized the newcomer, disbelief washed over her features. She had imagined that this instructor might be a prominent jonin from the village. Yet the individual before her brought an astonishing surprise. "Kakashi-sensei?" Sun exclaimed, her voice brimming with astonishment and delight. Indeed, it was her well-known brother, Kakashi, who also served as her instructor. Chapter 48. The assessment. Sun's voice resonated throughout the classroom, drawing the attention of Leitong and Aoi, who turned to her with expressions of confusion. Meanwhile, standing at the front, Kakashi cleared his throat, preparing to deliver his address. "Ahem," he began, "Dear students. Some of you may recognize me, while others may not. Regardless, my name is Kakashi Hitaki, and I look forward to our time together." He surveyed the classroom before continuing. "Before we commence our formal lessons, I would like to learn a bit about each of you. So, Please introduce yourselves, sharing your name, interests, dreams, or anything else you wish to convey. Leitong was the first to rise, his voice ringing clear as he introduced himself. I am Leitong, and my interests lie in blades. My dream is to become Hokage. Following him, Aoi stood with poise, beginning her introduction. I am Aoyama. My interests revolve around intelligence gathering. And my dream is also to become Hokage. As all eyes turned to Sun, she suddenly felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Sitting there, gazing at Kakashi, she pondered, what? Do I really need to introduce myself? Aren't we already quite familiar? Yet, Kakashi remained unfazed, instead prompting, and you, young lady, what about your introduction? Taking a deep breath, Sun rose to her feet and commenced her self-introduction. I am Sun, my interests lie in desserts and training. And my dream is to grow stronger so that I may protect those I cherish. Upon concluding her introduction, Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for her to take her seat. Very well, Jae-suk remarked, your aspirations are commendable. Now disperse. We shall reconvene at the training grounds tomorrow morning. Remember, do not consume any food in the morning. With that, he turned and exited the classroom, leaving the 3 students within to exchange puzzled glances. Aoi approached Sun, her curiosity getting the better of her. Sun, are you well acquainted with Teacher Jae-suk? Sun nodded, responding, indeed, he has been guiding me in the art of ninjutsu since before I enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing this, Aoi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired eagerly, you must know what he has planned for us tomorrow. Sun, helplessly resting her head on the desk, replied with a pallid expression, I do not know, but judging by the last assessment given to me by Teacher Jae-suk, I can only presume tomorrow will be arduous. As she spoke, memories of that previous trial flooded back, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Aoi, noticing Sun's reaction, felt a wave of apprehension wash over her, conjuring images of interrogation scenes that sent a chill down her spine. Just then, Raid approached, observing their demeanor with a light chuckle. He placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders, saying, do not be anxious. Regardless of the nature of tomorrow's assessment, as long as we give our utmost, I am certain that Teacher Jae-suk will be pleased with our efforts. Raid's words provided a modicum of comfort to both girls. Suddenly, Sun sprang to her feet, bracing herself against the table as she proclaimed to herself, it's decided. I shall surprise Teacher Jae-suk tomorrow. With that, she swiftly exited the classroom, leaving Aoi and Raid exchanging bewildered looks. Once outside, Sun made her way directly to the ninja tool shop on the street. She enthusiastically purchased an array of various ninja equipment, from shurikens to explosive tags, amassing a collection of meticulously packed scrolls. A glimmer of mischief shone in her eyes as she conceived a brilliant idea, determined to shine brightly in tomorrow's practical training session. She speculated that Teacher Jae-suk's advice to abstain from breakfast was likely a prelude to a practical exercise, rather than feeling trepidation about this arrangement. Sun was invigorated with fighting spirit. She resolved to make full use of the ninja tools she had prepared in advance, intending to deliver an unforgettable surprise to Teacher Jae-suk. Just imagine, during the practical training, when Sun suddenly unveils her carefully prepared arsenal and launches an unexpected assault. It would surely astonish Teacher Jae-suk. He would never suspect that, during her recent sparring sessions with Mr. Retsu, she had not only honed her physical skills, but had also acquired numerous techniques concerning ninja tools. The thought made Sun chuckle wickedly. Teacher Jae-suk, you will surely regret it tomorrow. She envisioned his astonished and helpless expression, relishing the thought with a sense of secret delight. Meanwhile, Jae-suk sat in his room, scrutinizing the roster with a furrowed brow, displaying signs of displeasure. Initially, he intended to assign Kakashi and Guy as teammates for Sun, believing that their formidable skills would create a harmonious synergy. However, upon submitting the personnel roster to the third Hokage, it was met with an unequivocal rejection. The third Hokage insisted on incorporating Aoi and Raito into the team, much to the chagrin of Jae-suk. His discontent did not stem from any prejudice against the two ninjas, but rather from the conviction that their styles and strengths did not align seamlessly with Sun's. With a heavy sigh and a shake of his head, Jae-suk temporarily subdued his frustrations. He began to contemplate how to maximize the potential of this new team, aiming for commendable performances in their forthcoming mission. It was indeed a vexing situation. He decided to observe their combat capabilities the next day. Coincidentally, it had been a while since Jae-suk had sparred with Sun, and he was quite curious about her current prowess. In preparation for the practical training, Jae-suk undertook final arrangements, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of each student's abilities and potential through this exercise, thereby enabling him to guide them more effectively. Simultaneously, he anticipated that the students might surprise him. As night fell, the village was enveloped in tranquility. Yet, Sun found herself tossing and turning in bed, unable to find slumber. Her mind was consumed with visions of the upcoming practical training, imagining how she would shine in battle. She eagerly awaited the dawn, looking forward to presenting Jae-suk with an unforgettable surprise. Aoi and Raito, too, were preparing for the practice at home. As civilian ninjas, the assessment was of paramount importance for them, determining their potential to become outstanding ninjas in the future. On the day of the assessment, Aoi and Raito arrived at the training ground early, waiting in the crisp morning air. The slight chill invigorated the drowsy duo. However, after a while, the absence of Jae-suk and Sun led Raito to voice his concerns. Aoi, do you think Jae-suk-sensei has forgotten the date? He queried. I doubt that. Let's wait a bit longer. Perhaps he encountered some unforeseen circumstances, Aoi replied. And what about Sun? What's her situation? Raito mused. Well, being a girl, she might just take her time getting ready. Meanwhile, Jae-suk had yet to rise. The previous night, he had nearly sacrificed his sleep to devise the assessment and training plans for the three. Thus, when the morning alarm rang, he simply silenced it, opting to let them wait a little longer. Understanding her teacher's tendencies, Sun was certain he would allow her to wait as well. So she took the opportunity to prepare her gear at home before setting out. As noon approached and their stomachs began to grumble, Aoi and Raito grew increasingly impatient. Aoi, I believe Jae-suk-sensei is testing our judgment. He probably isn't coming today at all. As the stomach of Aoi began to rumble, she gently caressed her abdomen, contemplating the shared sentiment with Raito. You are absolutely correct. How can one engage in a practical assessment on an empty stomach? With this realization, the duo resolved to first satiate their hunger before proceeding. Just as they were about to exit the training ground, they encountered Sun, who arrived fully equipped for the occasion. The young girl donned a half-face iron mask, a form-fitting black silk outfit, and a crimson armor adorned with copper, complemented by a belt laden with various ninja tools. Her imposing appearance momentarily stunned Aoi and Raito, who simultaneously thought, seriously, is it really necessary to go all out for an assessment? Sun felt a twinge of discomfort under their scrutiny, silently questioning the necessity of her preparations. Ah, Aoi, Raito, have you just arrived? She inquired with a playful laugh. Indeed, we have just made our entrance. However, didn't teacher Jae-suk mention that we should wait for him here? What are you two off to do? Faced with Sun's question, the pair found it challenging to maintain their composure. They couldn't possibly admit that they had been waiting since early morning, only to grow hungry in the absence of anyone. The rumble of their stomachs betrayed their predicament. You haven't had breakfast? You'll need your strength for the practical assessment today, Sun remarked. Oh no, it's not that. Our dear idol tends to expend energy quickly, hence our hunger. Raito quickly clarified, striving to preserve their dignity. Very well then, let us hasten back to the training ground. I anticipate teacher Jae-suk will be arriving shortly. We wouldn't want to create a poor impression by making him wait for our first assessment, she added. Aoi silently scoffed at this remark, thinking, how ironic. Yesterday, it was announced for the morning, yet here you are, arriving just before noon, and you dare to criticize us. Nevertheless, she displayed no outward signs of her irritation, merely scratching her head in thought. Go ahead, I shall accompany Raito to grab a quick bite. We won't be long, Aoi suggested. Sun responded, I would advise against eating right now, as the upcoming assessment will be quite intense. Eating at this moment may hinder your performance. Caught in a quandary, the duo found themselves immobilized, unable to decide whether to eat or not. Ultimately, they resigned themselves to follow Sun back into the confines of the training ground. After a brief wait, Jae-suk ambled over, yawning as he approached. Unlike his usual attire, he was clad in the standard green vest and training uniform of a Konoha ninja, complete with the headband symbolizing their village. Good morning, everyone. The sun is particularly bright this morning, he greeted. Indeed, teacher Jae-suk, if you had delayed any further, the sun might have turned as crimson as the evening glow. Raito chimed in, teasing Jae-suk's tardiness. Sun, unaccustomed to his sudden levity, did not hold back, at least in her words. Yet, Jae-suk remained unfazed, attributing it to the rebellious phase of youth. Chingye and Leitong listened to the highly targeted dialogue, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, they were mere background-less children, while the others came from prominent families, What could they possibly contribute in terms of evaluation? Today's assessment was rather straightforward. Subsequently, Zhangzu took out 2 metallic bells. You only need to snatch these from me to pass the assessment. Qingye immediately sensed something amiss. There were 3 of them, yet Zhangzu had only prepared 2 bells. Confused, he promptly raised a question. Teacher Zhangzu, there are 3 of us, yet you have only brought 2 bells. Oh, is that so? Zhangzu shook the bells, checking them. Indeed. Then let us decide this way. The student who fails to acquire a bell shall be deemed eliminated. Upon hearing this, Leitong expressed his discontent. Teacher, I have worked hard to train, not just to be toyed with. Would you really eliminate Sun if she fails to get a bell? Zhangzu's gaze turned cold as he approached Leitong, squatting down to meet his eyes. Leitong, your question is pertinent and significant. Fairness is crucial in a team. So if Sun does not succeed, I will not only treat her equally, but will also remove her from my disciples. If one cannot pass this assessment, perhaps being a ninja is not the right path for them. He then winked at Sunday. Sun had no objections to this decision. After all, the requirements of the assessment were not particularly high, merely to take the bells without any stipulation to defeat him. If no one has any objections, then let us commence the assessment. I have no objections. Neither do I. Teacher Zhangzu, please prepare to begin. After much delay, Sun eagerly anticipated the assessment's commencement. However, as Zhangzu surveyed the 3 of them, he stroked his chin. Are you truly ready? At this point, Qingye and Leitong were utterly perplexed. What was this teacher implying? One moment he suggested combat, the next he did not, and they had been left hanging for half the morning, their stomachs growling with hunger. Frustrated, Leitong finally snapped. He drew his sword and charged towards Zhangzu, the blade aimed directly at the bells in his hand. Wait, Leitong, it hasn't started yet. Qingye attempted to halt his friend, but it was too late. Leitong's sword was already in motion. Just as it was about to make contact with the bells, Zhangzu swiftly retreated several paces. He secured the bells at his waist, and as their chimes resonated, Zhangzu announced the beginning of the assessment. Ding! Now let us commence. Please do not disappoint me. Chapter 50. The battle with the tolling of the bells. The battle commenced. Almost simultaneously, Sun and Qingye took refuge in the forest, leaving an enraged Leitong to confront Zhangzu alone. Fueled by anger, Leitong's every strike was swift and powerful, yet Zhangzu merely stood with his hands behind his back, retreating gracefully while avoiding each blow with remarkable agility. Reit, it appears your companions have vanished. Spare me your chatter. Your tactics hold no sway over me. Do not underestimate the bond one share with Aoi. Once I defeat you, the outcome of this assessment will be determined by my decree. With another slash, the blade glided ominously across Jae-suk's face, his gaze transfixed upon the darkened edge of the weapon. How terrifying it is. The blade is even laced with poison. Do you intend to end my life, dear teacher? At this moment, Aoi lurked in the shadows alongside Suni. Observing the fierce clash between the two, Reit pressed forward relentlessly, while Jae-suk found himself in a defensive stance, evading with great effort. Excellent. Although Reit's assaults may be somewhat reckless, they are proving effective. Suni, can you provide support to Reit? No, wait 2 minutes. Remember to retrieve Reit then, and prioritize your safety. Suni did not believe that Reit's chaotic strikes could pose a genuine threat to Jae-suk, causing him to falter. In an instant, she conjured 2 clones and spread out the ninja tool scrolls she had previously acquired, releasing a cloud of white smoke as the tools materialized upon the ground. Shuriken embedded with explosive tags, oversized shuriken, and wind-style shuriken, among others. Suni's original form seized a long blade, while her 2 clones grasped other projectiles and moved aside. All right, Aoi. I will create an opportunity with smoke bombs. Be attentive to your timing. Without waiting for Aoi to respond, Suni sprang into action, leaving Aoi with no choice but to follow suit. The relentless barrage of attacks began to wear down Reit, who was visibly fatigued, prompting Jae-suk to seize the moment to taunt him. It seems, dear warrior, you are quite exhausted. Continuing on this path may lead to your demise. With that, Jae-suk sidestepped and prepared to deliver a kick, a pure and chilling intent to kill radiating from him. Instinctively, Reit recognized the need to evade, but his weary body could scarcely respond. Am I to perish? He pondered. But as the smoke bomb erupted, Aoi appeared at his side, whisking him away. Jae-suk, having executed his kick, swept aside the smoke only to find himself grasping at nothingness. Thank you, Aoi. Your timing is impeccable. But where is Suni? Is she still engaged with teacher Jae-suk? We must assist her. As soon as RT was set down by Aoi, he attempted to rise, only to be held down by her hand. We must observe from here. Rushing in now would only complicate matters. However, before Aoi could finish her sentence, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the smoke, momentarily stunning RAT. Does Suni intend to eliminate her teacher? As the explosions continued, an array of ninja tools flew forth from 3 directions, many adorned with explosive tags. Jae-suk, caught in the midst of it all, could only evade, appearing increasingly beleaguered, far removed from the ease he once exhibited against RAT. Where did this girl acquire such wealth? Is she truly attempting to slay her master? Faced with the classic combination of skills employed by Sun, Jae-suk found himself in a predicament. The smoke bombs obscured vision, while the projectiles and explosive devices created barriers and persistent disturbances, making it exceedingly difficult for him to navigate the situation if he were not fully attentive. As the onslaught of thrown weapons began to wane, Jae-suk surmised that Sun's offensive was poised to transition to its next phase. Would ninjutsu soon follow? His intuition proved correct. After all, he had trained this apprentice well and understood her capabilities. The trio of ninjutsu techniques, earth release, swamp, fire release, great fire extinguishing, and wind release, great breakthrough, was a classic combination. The swamp would hinder the enemy's movement, the fire release would serve as the primary attack, and the wind release would bolster the fire's potency, ultimately using the searing mud to restrain the opponent. Aoi, observing from the sidelines, began to question her own existence. Are you telling me that this is a fellow genin from my own generation? She pondered in disbelief. Not to mention that if you added Raitu and his brother into the mix, this little sauna combo would incinerate anyone. The ninjutsu continued to unleash its relentless assault until the smoke began to dissipate. As Jae-suk's form became visible, Aoi immediately alerted Sunday. Now's your chance. Go seize the bell. Sun wasted no time, dispelling 2 shadow clones to conserve chakra, and charged forward wielding her long sword. With a leap, she swung down, only for the smoke to part and reveal Jae-suk had transformed into a block of wood. A substitution technique. Just as Sun was about to locate Jae-suk's actual position, he appeared beside her in an instant. What are you looking at? Sun swiftly turned, only to be met with a swift kick from Jae-suk that sent her sword flying from her grasp. Seizing the opportunity as Sun's defenses were momentarily lowered, he unleashed a powerful punch that sent her sprawling. Raitu, witnessing the scene, rushed to catch Sun, gently patting her back. Are you all right? Can you continue fighting? Sun coughed slightly. I'm fine. It's not a big deal. He didn't use his full strength. However, Raitu, observing her distress, thought otherwise. Sister, you've just been struck hard enough to make you vomit, and you say you're fine? You're claiming he is holding back? Sun, determined, rose to her feet and helped Raitu up as well. How's your recovery? Can you coordinate with me for an attack? I'm all right. I should be able to keep up with you for a while, he replied. Good, then let us prepare. Jae-suk brushed off the dirt and grime from his clothes, casting a disapproving glance at the two strategizing together so openly. Hey, is it really wise to discuss tactics right in front of the enemy? I can hear everything. Sun ignored Jae-suk's protest, removing her cumbersome armor and taking a stance as she charged forward. Raitu, now composed, adopted their most practiced formation and followed suit. Meanwhile, Aoi remained hidden in the corner, not out of reluctance, but because Sun had previously instructed him. His ninjutsu was ill-suited for direct confrontation, primarily serving as a means of disruption. Therefore, he needed to wait until the two created an opportunity for him to act. Merely observing the fierce struggle between his two companions and the adversary, Aoba felt a twinge of discomfort within him. To send his dear friend and a young lady into combat while he remained here, awaiting an uncertain opportunity. What kind of ninja was he truly? He chastised himself internally, his clenched fists already drawing blood, yet he refrained from intervening, acutely aware that any hasty action would squander the cover provided by the two fighters. Raito-san, you must endure, he thought, fixated on Jae-suk, fearful of missing even the slightest chance. Chapter 51 concluded. Faced with a relentless barrage of attacks, Jae-suk was well aware of his opponent's intentions. They aimed to exploit his fatigue, hoping to seize the bell when he faltered, a clever strategy. However, Jae-suk had no intention of granting them that opportunity, though this was merely an assessment, and the performances of the three thus far were commendable. He was willing to allow them a measure of leniency. As another series of attacks approached, Jae-suk deftly evaded Raito's poison blade while simultaneously intercepting a kick from Sunday. It must be said, Sun's martial skills had developed remarkably. Apart from lacking a bit of strength, his technique was impressively refined. Good speed, though slightly lacking in power. He remarked, releasing Sun's calf and allowing him to retreat. Continue the assault. Why have you halted? What of your sunglasses-wearing comrade? Aoba, wasn't it? Has he fled in fear? Hearing Josuk's taunts directed at his friend ignited a spark of anger within Raito, though he remained oblivious to the strategy devised between Aoba and Sunday. He began to scan the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Aoba, but his search yielded no results. Doubt about Aoba's loyalty began to creep into his mind. But as soon as it surfaced, he shook his head. Impossible. Aoba would never abandon his comrades. Really? Since the battle commenced, have you seen him make a move? Could it be that he's waiting for us to exhaust ourselves before claiming the spoils? Josuk continued to provoke Raito. For such a passionate fool. If he was not met with some adversity to temper his path, he would merely become an expendable pawn on the battlefield. At that moment, Raito was once more incensed, fully aware that his attacks were akin to child's play in Josuk's eyes. Yet he could not stand idly by while his friend was insulted. Aoba and he shared a bond forged through years of camaraderie, leaving no room for doubt in his heart. Shut your mouth. In a corner, Aoba watched Raito's reaction, his eyes already glistening with unshed tears, struggling to contain his voice. This restraint contorted his expression, his hands stained crimson, yet for the sake of that fleeting chance. He endured. As if sensing a shift in Josuk's movements, Sun seized the moment, while evading a horizontal slash from Raito. Josuk opted to leap high into the air to avoid the attack. This is an opportunity. Without a pivot in the air, one cannot execute a turn or move. However, Sun seizes this chance, swiftly appearing above Zhangzhu, and delivers a powerful downward kick. Caught between two angles of attack, Zhangzhu opts to fall backwards to evade this strike. At this moment, Aoying finally finds his chance, a splendid opportunity that the opponent cannot evade. With Earth Style, Center Decapitation. Instantly, Aoying materializes beneath Zhangzhu, his youthful hands grasping shurikens that burst forth from the ground. Now is the time. Sun, witnessing Aoying's decisive action, exclaims with excitement. Aoying, late on. Seeing his comrade finally spring into action, is filled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Zhangzhu, observing the trio's expressions, smiles, and just as Aoying severs the bell, he vanishes in an instant. As Zhangzhu departs, Sun's heavy downward strike lands squarely on Aoying's face. Aoying, are you alright? Sun, having accidentally injured his ally, quickly lifts Aoying from the ground to check on him. At that moment, aside from a shattered pair of sunglasses and a shoe print on his face, Aoying suffers no serious injuries. However, a smile graces his face. Leitong, son, I did it. He proudly displays the bell he has just acquired, before promptly fainting. Hey, Aoying. Zhangzhu appears just in time, catching Aoying. Leitong, noticing Zhangzhu's arrival, maintains his focus on the latter. Leitong, you performed admirably, even in dire circumstances. Trusting in your comrades and persevering. As a green light emanates from Zhangzhu's hand, Aoying gradually awakens. He gazes at Sun and Leitong surrounding him, and looks at Zhangzhu, who is holding him, weakly inquires, Teacher Zhangzhu, we obtained the bell. Zhangzhu smiles gently, no longer teasing as before. Yes, indeed, congratulations to you all, you have all passed. Hearing this, Leitong is taken aback, as he had already prepared himself for dismissal, but now finds himself bewildered by Zhangzhu's words. Teacher Zhangzhu, weren't there only 2 bells? Is there? Show it to me. Leitong hands the bell to Zhangzhu, who rubs it in his palm before returning it. I knew I wouldn't be mistaken. Look closely. Aren't there 3? Leitong gazes in astonishment at the bell in his hand, and to confirm his observation, he unravels the bell and places it on the ground, counting repeatedly. 1, 2, 3. Indeed, there are 3. Aoying, son, we truly passed the assessment. Observing Leitong's excitement, Sun chuckles, realizing how boys often are. Zhangzhu, however, playfully flicks Sun's forehead. Sun, it is now time to adequately explain the situation regarding your ninja tools. Zhangzhu points to the ravaged training ground, littered with Sun's discarded tools and traces of explosions. Bamboo glanced over at Jae-suk's finger, scratching his head awkwardly. Jae-suk-sensei, do you really believe I said that just to surprise you? Jae-suk looked at him with a scowl, watching Bamboo defend himself. You rascal from K-Mura Normal School. I was wrong. Before he could finish his sentence, Bamboo suddenly knelt down in a deep bow, beginning his apology. This left Jae-suk momentarily flabbergasted. It seemed that the little girl had grown quite a bit during their time apart. Jae-suk rubbed his forehead and shook his head. All right, get up. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? The three of them nodded in unison. After the battle, the three children felt as though they could devour an entire cow. Seeing their eager expressions, Jae-suk announced the plans for the rest of the day. Well then, to celebrate everyone's successful assessment, I shall treat you all to some barbecue. There is no atmosphere that unites people quite like a good barbecue. If there is, it is simply that there isn't enough meat. Thank you, Jae-suk-sensei. Aoi and Rado immediately bowed in gratitude, while Bamboo leapt up and threw her arms around Jae-suk's neck. I love you, Jae-suk-onaikin. Jae-suk pulled the exuberant Bamboo down. All right, I can see you're not hungry enough yet. Let us get going. Chapter 52, Jiraiya inside the barbecue booth. Jiraiya leisurely sipped sake and savored the delicious grilled meat, thoroughly enjoying his rare holiday. He had just returned to Konoha and completed his report to the third Hokage. Hoping to relax amidst delectable food and drink, he was unexpectedly interrupted by a familiar voice. Jiraiya paused momentarily, tilting his head to listen, trying to identify the source of the sound. The voice was so familiar that it reminded him of an acquaintance. Jae-suk-sensei, do you think we can become as strong as you in the future? Aoi and Rado, while devouring their barbecue, eagerly expressed their aspirations to Jae-suk. No, you won't. Jae-suk's response halted their eating, leaving them bewildered, their chopsticks frozen mid-air, eyes filled with embarrassment and disappointment. Aoi, Rado, do you see that tree? Will it ever grow as tall as the other tree? This question stumped the two, and their gazes followed Jae-suk's towards the window. There was a sapling, just planted that morning. How could such a fragile seedling ever grow to match the towering tree beside it? With this realization, their spirits sank further. Yes, without any external force intervening, this young tree would never catch up to the old one. But what if one day the large tree withered due to drought? Or was cut down? You, still so young, why must you aim so high? Strength is not achieved in a day or two, but rather through the gradual accumulation of effort over time. In this process, the future may seem obscured, yet what you can do is seize the present moment. As your teacher, my hope is that you will surpass me in strength in the future rather than remain stagnant at my level. After expressing these thoughts, Zhangzhu wiped his mouth, and the two youths seemed to grasp the essence of his words, the shadows in their eyes dissipating. Zhangzhu was once again speaking in a manner that was somewhat enigmatic. Well, son, it is evident that during my absence, your training intensity has noticeably faltered. In response to Sun's teasing, Zhangzhu adopted a teacher's authority, threatening him with assignments. Unfazed by this threat, Sun retorted, if you possess the skill, why not solve my defense puzzle? Zhangzhu resolved to limit Sun to one training session per day upon his return. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had been eavesdropping, finally recognized the voice. He stood up and approached Zhangzhu's area, surprised to see the headband atop Zhangzhu's head. Ah, Zhangzhu, have you truly decided to become a ninja? Zhangzhu turned to see that the newcomer was indeed Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya's gaze swept over Zhangzhu's shoulder, resting on Sun, who was voraciously devouring grilled meat. He observed the little girl with keen interest, a playful smile gracing his lips. Well, it seems that you have accomplished the task I entrusted to you quite successfully. As Zhangzhu stood to converse with Jiraiya, the attention of the three children, Qingya, Leitong, and Sun, was immediately captivated. They gazed curiously at the two adults, especially Qingya and Leitong, who, being native to Konoha, recognized Jiraiya instantly. Is that really Master Jiraiya? Qingya, trying to maintain composure, adjusted his glasses. Indeed, it cannot be mistaken, he is Master Jiraiya. Sun, seated opposite them, was somewhat puzzled by their reactions, as his impression of Jiraiya was rather vague. He only recalled that he had once provided food for him and the villagers. Hey, Qingya, Leitong, what is up with you two? Who is this person? Sun inquired quietly. This man is one of the legendary Sannin, the sage of Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya? Is he formidable? At Sun's question, Qingya was somewhat taken aback. It wasn't a matter of strength in the conventional sense, but rather that he was a rare individual, difficult to explain. After a brief exchange, Zhangzhu and Jiraiya departed, instructing Sun and the others to finish their meal and return home early to rest, with a gathering planned for the classroom the following day. Sun nodded in acknowledgement, while Qingya and Leitong watched Jiraiya and Zhangzhu leave with a hint of reluctance. In the private room of the tavern, Jiraiya swirled his drink, regarding Zhangzhu. What prompted your sudden decision to become a ninja? Why do you aspire to become a ninja? Jiraiya shook his head. Who knows? What are your thoughts on Konoha? It's decent, certainly better than many other ninja villages. Jiraiya chuckled at Sasuke's response. The pleasantries had been exchanged, and it was time to address the matter at hand. Sasuke, I presume that's how I should address you. You and your two companions hail from the land of Lulan, do you not? Or was Lulan your initial destination upon arriving here? Lord Jiraiya, you are inebriated. My homeland is in the land of grass. The moment this question was posed, Sasuke's hand instinctively found its way to the hilt of his chakra-infused sword, contemplating whether to eliminate Jiraiya right then and there, regardless of revealing his prowess. Well, if you prefer not to divulge, that's perfectly fine. Everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not? I sense that you are a gentle soul. After all, you have formed bonds here, have you not? As long as you refrain from actions that threaten Konoha or this ninja world, I will not concern myself with your origins or intentions. However, as Jiraiya's words trailed off, his face became marred with peculiar markings, resembling a grotesque mask. When the time comes, I urge you to consider your actions carefully. Faced with Jiraiya's implicit threat, Sasuke remained unfazed, though he did relax his grip on the sword. Since you are already aware of these matters, shouldn't you report to the third Hokage? Or do you have ulterior motives? Sasuke's deduction was astute. Jiraiya indeed had his own agenda, which explained why he had not reported to the third Hokage, but instead chose to issue a warning upon encountering Sasuke. Let me guess. It pertains to a prophecy, does it not? The toads of Mount Myaboku truly meddle in affairs that do not concern them. Jiraiya now felt the tension, as he had never anticipated that someone would unearth his secrets, despite his reputation for gathering intelligence. To speak candidly, I am neither privy to nor particularly interested in the details of the prophecy. However, in a certain light, our positions are quite similar, Mr. Jiraiya. I do not wish to carry out that task, yet I cannot allow this ninja world to continue its descent into chaos. I shall enact change in my own way. So rest assured, the concerns you harbor will not come to fruition, and I shall prevent them from occurring. With that, Sasuke rose and departed, leaving Jiraiya to ponder alone. Having played the role of a riddle maker, Sasuke felt a sense of relief. He had no desire to be an imperial figure. This ninja world, in many respects, fell short of the one ruled by the emperor, but that was merely a cold piece. Here, he glimpsed hope, perhaps envisioning a world that aligned with his aspirations. Chapter 53. Team training. The following noon, Sasuke was once again tardy. He could not pinpoint when exactly he had developed a newfound fondness for sleep, to the extent that he could not revert to his previous routine. Meanwhile, the trio in the classroom regarded the latecomer with disdain. Sensing the unwelcoming gaze of the academic prodigy, Sasuke cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, yesterday's assessment provided me with a clear understanding of your capabilities. To be candid, although I allowed you to pass the evaluation, it was merely based on potential. Your actual performance was utterly deplorable. With a heavy hand, I slammed a stack of documents upon the table. First, let us address you. Sunday, hearing herself singled out by me, left Sun in a state of disbelief, for she believed her performance at that moment was quite satisfactory. Yes, if I recall correctly, the three of you comprise a team. So why? When you were discussing tactics with Aoi, did you fail to inform Raito? Or do you believe that having 3 members in a team is excessive? Confronted with my inquiry, Sun found herself at a loss for words, for she indeed harbored such thoughts. She regarded that assessment as a duel solely between herself and me, deeming her 2 companions as superfluous. Now, Raito, in the face of an unfamiliar adversary, you recklessly charged in, spurred merely by provocative words. Did you truly believe your opponent would surrender out of fear of your anger? Upon hearing my critique, Raito bowed his head in embarrassment. As for Aoi, you seem to have no faults. Aoi was taken aback, thinking that she had merely seized an opportune moment to take advantage, and had done so under Sun's direction. Yet, she was the one deemed without fault. Do not be astonished, as the support in your team lacking direct combat capabilities. Being able to assist your comrades promptly without letting emotions cloud your judgment, while successfully executing the tasks assigned by your teammates, merits the highest commendation if this assessment were a character evaluation. Subsequently, I distributed the documents to the 3 of them and continued. Ninjas must maintain efficiency and composure during missions. To achieve these 2 objectives, what you require are allies and a clear mind. Your comrades are your second life, and a calm intellect serves as a weapon surpassing any ninjutsu. Those who disregard their companions are worthless, and those who lack composure are mere dregs. Now, The documents you hold in your hands outline your training regimen moving forward. The trio gazed at the densely packed content, and Sun, having glanced over it, noticed it was quite similar to her previous training. Thus, she had little reaction. However, Aoi and Raito were both somewhat intimidated by the contents. Teacher Zong, may I inquire how many days we will have to complete this training? Days. This is the training volume for each day ahead of you. Upon hearing my response, Raito slumped into his chair, while Aoi's face turned pale. Aoi covertly turned to glance at Sun, only to find that she seemed unfazed by my words. He couldn't help but wonder if I was showing favoritism towards the girls. However, when he caught sight of the training content in Sun's hands, his doubts dissipated entirely. It was a meticulously crafted training schedule, densely packed with content, far more comprehensive and intensive than that of his and Raito's training regimen. Aoba was taken aback, astonished to discover that Sun's training volume surpassed their own. Raito also noticed Aoba's surprise and followed his gaze to the training plan in Sun's hands. Swallowing hard, he felt a surge of admiration. Previously, he had presumed that Teacher Jae-suk favored the girls. But now it was evident that they had misjudged the situation entirely. Gathering his courage, Raito inquired of Teacher Jae-suk, given that our training content is already substantial. What about Sun's training? Jae-suk glanced at them, then at Sun, and elucidated, each individual's training plan is tailored according to their strength and potential. Although Sun's regimen appears more extensive, it is because she possesses the requisite strength and potential to endure such a volume of training. As for you, you must gradually increase your training load in accordance with your own circumstances. Sun, are you all right? Sun flicked through her training log and gestured affirmatively, signaling that she was fine. If there are no further questions, we shall commence training. Under the warm afternoon sun, 3 figures were animatedly traversing the track at the Konoha training ground. They were strenuously sprinting, while Jae-suk stood nearby, vigilantly observing their every movement. Initially, the trio maintained a comparable speed, tightly aligned in formation. However, as time elapsed and after 10 laps, disparities began to emerge. Aoba was the first to show signs of fatigue. His steps grew heavy, his pace noticeably slackened, and he gradually fell behind the group. Raito, though still persevering, was clearly unable to keep pace with Sun, merely struggling to remain within a reasonable distance. Jae-suk was unperturbed by this development. He had conducted extensive training with Sun, and such a level of exertion was routine for her. In contrast, it posed a significant challenge for Aoba and Raito. Jae-suk had prepared 2 specialized herbal baths, awaiting the moment they reached their limits, at which point the healing would commence. Although the efficacy of these herbal baths could not rival that of professional medical equipment, the chosen herbs significantly promoted physical development at their age. Particularly when one's stamina is depleted, every cell and organ in the body craves replenishment, making the herbal bath remarkably effective at such times. As anticipated, after less than 5 laps, Aoba collapsed first, followed closely by Raito, who succumbed to exhaustion on the track. Meanwhile, Sun completed the entire distance and subsequently engaged in light stretching nearby. Once she finished stretching, Jae-suk called Sun over to assist in placing Aoba and Raito into the prepared herbal baths. Within a few minutes, both gradually regained consciousness. Noticing their awakening, Jae-suk ceased the infusion of chakra, rose to inspect the baths, and found that the medicinal properties had been fully absorbed. He nodded in satisfaction, signaling that they were prepared to advance to the next phase of training. Still immersed in the comforting embrace of the medicinal bath, Aoi and Raito were suddenly yanked up by Jae-suk. Their clothes were dripping with water, rendering them somewhat disheveled. Jae-suk-sensei, what is happening to us? Aoi inquired. A bewildered expression etched across his face as he observed the changes unfolding. However, before they could fully regain their bearings, Jae-suk had already begun to urge them on to the next training session. You've just exhausted yourselves. Now you should have recuperated. Let us commence the next phase of training. Chapter 54. A day of rest for several consecutive days. Passers-by in the vicinity of the training grounds could hear Jae-suk's stern reprimands mingled with the lamentations of Aoi and Raito. The intensity of such training posed an extraordinary challenge for the 2 young individuals. In an effort to cultivate good training habits, Jae-suk even took the initiative to visit the homes of Aoi and Raito's parents, proposing that the 2 boys relocate to the dormitory he rented. This would enable him to supervise their training and daily lives more comprehensively. Aoi and Raito's parents were profoundly touched by Jae-suk's responsible attitude and earnest request, and they readily consented to his proposal. However, For Aoi and Raito, this was undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. Previously, after each training session, they could return home to indulge in a brief respite. Now, after moving to the dormitory, almost all of their waking hours, aside from sleep, were consumed by rigorous practice. Daily meditation and chakra refinement added to their mounting pressure. This high-intensity training persisted for a month until Jae-suk finally announced some good news. The first phase of training has temporarily concluded. Moving forward, aside from mission days, you shall rest 1 day for every 4 days of training. Today marks your first day of rest. Upon hearing this announcement, Aoi and Raito could hardly contain their joy, nearly leaping in excitement. They had finally endured 30 days of this arduous journey and could now afford a moment of relaxation. Although Aoi had grown accustomed to such training intensity, it did not preclude her from feeling fatigued. At that moment, her mood, while not as exuberant as Aoi and Raito's, still reflected a rare sense of relief and joy. Though it was a day of rest, the trio, at their age, preferred to venture out in search of spiritual rejuvenation rather than languishing at home. Exchanging knowing glances, they set off together toward the village's promenade. The summer heat grew increasingly intense beneath the sun, yet the bustle and clamor of the walking street offered them a refreshing reprieve. Clutching ice pops in their hands, they meandered aimlessly, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Just as they savored the sweetness and chill of their treats, a familiar figure emerged before them. Returning from a mission was the ever-reliable Kakashi, striding toward them. Raito's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing Kakashi. They had been very close friends during their time at the Ninja Academy, forming an inseparable trio with Aoi. At this moment of reunion, Leitong could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly approached Xianyuan, greeting him with warmth. Observing Xianyuan clad in a ninja vest, he felt a twinge of envy. "Xianyuan, have you just returned from a mission?" "Yes, I just got back not long ago." "This mission went rather smoothly, but it was utterly exhausting," Xianyuan replied, nodding with a broad smile adorning his face. "I truly envy you all. You get to embark on missions and experience such thrilling adventures. Haven't you received any assignments?" "Of course not. Teacher Jae-suk has intercepted all of them, and we've been training alongside Sun for quite some time now," Leitong said. Xianyuan, upon hearing this, glanced at Sun, who wore a nonchalant expression, and a sympathetic smile emerged on his face. That must be quite arduous. He recalled the rumors and tales he had heard during their school days regarding Sun, particularly the astonishing intensity of her training, which left many in disbelief. Now, observing the significant physical transformations of his two friends, he felt reassured that those whispers were not without merit. "You both have become so robust. It seems the training is indeed effective," Xianyuan jested, attempting to lighten the somber mood. "Indeed, we're utterly exhausted every day. However, I do feel myself growing stronger," Leitong replied with a wry smile. Aoba chimed in, "Indeed. Most of our current training consists of fundamental physical conditioning. While it has certainly fortified our physiques, I can't shake the feeling that these exercises don't significantly enhance our combat readiness." Sun interjected into the conversation, "The practical training should commence soon. Based on the method teacher Jae-suk used with me before, we should begin our combat training tomorrow." Sun's interjection drew everyone's attention. Her tone was calm, yet assertive, instilling a peculiar sense of trust. "Are you suggesting that teacher Jae-suk will soon have us engage in practical training?" "Yes, that is precisely how he trained me. Once our physical conditioning reaches a certain level, we transition to practical training to refine our combat techniques and adaptability." However, Sun did not divulge to them that, in comparison to practical training, their current physical exercises were hardly more demanding than a holiday. Meanwhile, Jae-suk was meticulously sifting through mission assignments at home. Due to the specificity of the headband, he intended to reserve it solely for Sun's training. Thus, he needed to devise an alternative approach for Aoba and Leitong's combat training. His gaze scanned the mission list, methodically eliminating the menial tasks within the villages, which, though easy, offered little in terms of enhancing practical skills. Next, he discarded several missions that posed excessive difficulty, surpassing the trio's current capabilities, ensuring that the selected tasks would be both challenging yet not overly perilous. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. Ultimately, his attention settled on a few missions that involved handling wild beasts. These tasks require the ninjas to venture into the wilderness, confronting various threats posed by wild beasts. This not only hones their combat skills, but also enhances their ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances, even if the intensity is lacking. he can still inject a bit of substance into the tasks for the trio. After confirming the missions, Jae-suk glanced at the calendar. He pondered that it was approximately time. Once this batch of tasks was completed, it would be time to begin the transplantation of Hashirama cells for SN, as well as the bloodline elimination procedure. The equipment and venue had already been prepared during his training period. Moreover, delaying further might result in Cassis and Minma returning to Konoha, complicating the surgical process. Chapter 55. The first mission the next day at the training ground. Jae-suk's team assembled punctually, but the sole difference from the past was his unusually early arrival. This contrast left the three feeling quite unsettled. Aoi, is this person truly Jae-suk sensei? Based on appearances, it indeed seemed to be him. Yet something felt amiss. Among the trio, SN, who had the most contact and intimacy with Jae-suk, immediately sensed the anomaly. Whenever Jae-suk exhibited any unusual behavior, it invariably preceded unfriendly occurrences. And she believed this time would be no exception. Jae-suk paid no heed to their reactions and calmly produced 3 mission sheets. Please quiet down. From today onward, we shall commence our missions. Everyone, take a moment to review these tasks and familiarize yourselves before we prepare to depart. He handed the 3 mission sheets to the team, which not only detailed the tasks, but also contained some known intelligence compiled by Jae-suk for their reference. However, the perceptive Aoi noticed something amiss. While the intelligence appeared comprehensive, many critical details were conspicuously absent. If they were to execute the missions based solely on this information, although it might not lead to death, injuries would be inevitable, undoubtedly affecting the mission's success. Jae-suk sensei, I have some questions regarding the intelligence. Speak. Jae-suk regarded Aoi as the external brain of the trio. It wasn't that SN lacked intelligence, but rather that her mental acuity was entirely focused on combat. Jae-suk sensei, I've noticed that many crucial pieces of information are missing from the intelligence. What is the reason for this? Indeed, the intelligence provided to you is somewhat lacking. Then, sensei, should we still proceed with the mission? Jae-suk's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to seriousness as he called over the other two. Your training is not yet complete. This marks the beginning of the second phase. The foundation of physical conditioning has concluded, and now we shall delve into practical combat. While low-level tasks within the village will furnish you with ample information and intelligence, the data for missions of a higher rank may not be as comprehensive, and some may even contain inaccuracies. Now, I require you to learn to gather intelligence independently during the execution of your tasks. If anyone has further inquiries, please speak up. Jae-z's expectations are not unreasonable. He has witnessed too many warriors perish due to an over-reliance on the information provided by intelligence departments. He will not allow such a fate to befall his disciples. Moreover, it is unwise to practice on such rudimentary missions. Should one not hone their skills before tackling more advanced assignments? Although Aoba and Rado expressed some dissatisfaction, they did not voice any opposition. Sun, on the other hand, nodded in agreement. With no further questions, prepare your gear. We shall gather at the village entrance in 3 hours. Understood. The 3 swiftly dispersed. Glancing at the time, Jae-z decided to return home for a brief rest before addressing other matters. At the village entrance 3 hours later, the trio assembled with their backpacks. While Jae-z arrived fashionably late, the others merely sighed at his tardiness, having grown accustomed to it. This time, however, he was only a little over 10 minutes late. A marked improvement from previous occasions. Noticing the bulging packs of his companions, Jae-z raised his arm triumphantly and declared with a resonant voice, Jae-z's team, first mission. We depart now. Oh, the 3 responded in unison. Yet, this newfound enthusiasm was slightly tempered by the unexpected arrival of the Namikaze Minato team, who appeared to have just returned from their own mission. Obito's sharp gaze quickly fell upon Sun and the others. Without waiting for his teammates to react, he dashed forward to greet Jae-z's team with fervor. Hey, Sun, are you all set to head out on a mission? Indeed, this is our inaugural assignment. And to be honest, I feel a bit anxious, Sun replied. Upon hearing that it was their first mission, Obito's interest peaked. Unable to resist, he began to boast about his own experiences, adopting an air of seasoned wisdom. Listen, Sun, executing missions is no trivial matter. You must remain vigilant at all times. He proceeded to impart his wisdom. And if you encounter an enemy, do not panic. Maintain your composure. Additionally, teamwork is crucial. You must trust and support one another. Oh, and also, Sun quietly listened to Obito as he rambled on with his well-worn advice. When Obito finally concluded, Having exhausted his repertoire, Sun offered a slight bow. Well, that seems to cover it. Thank you very much, Senior Obito. If possible, upon our return from the mission, I would be eager to spar with you. I trust you would not refuse a request from a junior female? At her words, Obito felt a twinge of embarrassment. He found himself in a precarious position. Wanting to maintain his image while acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Sunday internally groaning, he nonetheless endeavored to appear composed. I wouldn't dare consider myself a senior. Let us defer the matter of discussion for another time, shall we? Dato chuckled awkwardly, eager to extricate himself from the uncomfortable situation. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted Kakashi striding ahead. Kakashi, you scoundrel! Why are you moving so swiftly without waiting for me? He called out loudly, seizing the opportunity to dash back to his team. Observing Dato's hasty retreat, Sun couldn't help but chuckle softly, while Jay-Z exchanged a knowing smile with Minato, shaking his head in resignation. After this brief interlude, Jay-Z's team resumed their journey. Their first destination, after some deliberation involving Sun, Aoi, and Rat, was decided to be Suikaze Village. Despite its distance from Konoha, the route selected was deemed the most advantageous. The trio had meticulously arranged this itinerary based on the intelligence available, prioritizing tasks by their difficulty and the completeness of the information. The mission concerning Suikaze Village was characterized by a relatively low level of difficulty and the most comprehensive intelligence. Jay-Z had no objections to this arrangement. His primary role in this undertaking was to provide a safety net for the trio and, when necessary, to elevate the difficulty of their tasks. Thus, he would not be directly involved in the team's task organization. Aoi, walking centrally within the group, relayed pertinent information regarding the mission to the others. Reports indicated that Suikaze Village had recently been plagued by attacks from beasts emerging from the surrounding forests. Villagers described these creatures as possessing the ability to wield chakra, with exceptionally tough hides. Eyewitness accounts suggested that these beasts entered a state akin to electrical conductivity when they launched their assaults. Rat and Sun were taken aback by this revelation. Although Sun had encountered some peculiar beasts in his homeland, he had never heard of any that could utilize chakra. Chapter 56. Thunder Beasts. After 2 days of arduous travel, the quartet finally arrived at Suikaze Village. Nestled on the border of the Land of Fire, this small village was enveloped by exotic flora and towering trees, exuding an air of mystery and tranquility. Though modest in scale and not particularly affluent, its well-organized layout imparted a rich sense of daily life. Suikaze Village was renowned for producing high-quality Suikaze wood, and the presence of a natural hot spring further bolstered the village's economy. As soon as Jay-Z and his companions set foot in the village, they were warmly welcomed by the village chief, who had evidently been eagerly anticipating their arrival. It was apparent that if the ninjas from Konoha did not arrive soon, the village's livelihood would be jeopardized. Esteemed ninjas, your journey must have been long and wearying, the chief inquired with genuine concern. I have prepared comfortable accommodations and a sumptuous meal for you. Please do not hesitate to partake. Under the chief's guidance, Jay-Z and his companions proceeded to the village's hot spring inn. They accepted this generous hospitality, recognizing that since their client was not in a hurry, neither did they need to rush. While en route to the inn, Aoi persistently questioned the chief's accompanying personnel about the beasts. Ah, you mean the thunder beasts? The attendant replied. Indeed, please share all that you know, Aoyama urged eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, the accompanying individual responded. Rumors regarding the thunder beast have existed since my childhood. There are certain records in the village detailing its weaknesses. If memory serves me correctly, it has a notable aversion to water. Moreover, when enveloped in electricity, its skin and fur become increasingly vulnerable. He paused briefly before continuing. It is also crucial to note that one should never engage it in battle during a thunderstorm. An elder from the village once recounted witnessing the thunder beast wielding lightning to launch attacks during such weather. Aoyama diligently noted down this information, although scant. It was sufficient for the time being. He had now acquired a comprehensive understanding of the thunder beast's appearance, characteristics, and vulnerabilities, allowing him to commence preparations for their battle strategy. Meanwhile, Radamo, Aratake, and Sun had eagerly immersed themselves in the hot springs. The steam rising from the springs seemed to transport them to another realm. Within the warmth, the trio appeared to have forgotten that Aoyama was still outside, lazily leaning against the partition and engaging in conversation. Ah, this is truly delightful, Radamo sighed, stretching. These past couple of days of travel have exhausted me. This hot spring is utterly rejuvenating. Indeed, it feels as though all my muscles have relaxed, Sun concurred. By the way, have you seen Aoyama? No. Isn't he supposed to be following you? Upon realizing the oversight, both Reidamo and Sun quickly rose from the hot spring, hastily donned their garments, and rushed outside. As they stepped out of the bathing area, they discovered Aoyama had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. You have finally emerged. I have been waiting for a while, Aoyama remarked. My apologies, Aoyama. I inadvertently forgot about you, Reidamo said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Aoyama paid little mind to it, and promptly began sharing the information he had just acquired. Here's the situation. We now have all the essential details regarding the Thunder Beast. Do either of you have any uncertainties? Sun and Reidamo shook their heads in response, indicating they had no questions. Aoyama had performed admirably in gathering intelligence. While it could not be deemed flawless, the available information allowed them to understand nearly every facet of the Thunder Beast. Then, Aoyama, when shall we commence the hunt for the Thunder Beast? Reidamo inquired. Tentatively, we shall set the time for tomorrow, as it coincides with the period when the Thunder Beast ventures to the forest's edge to hunt. At this juncture, it is most relaxed, and the terrain at the forest's periphery is relatively open, making it suitable for our practical engagement, Aoyama explained. Sun nodded in agreement. I have no objections. What about you? I am in full accord with Aoyama, Reidamo affirmed. However, just as the three were still deliberating their battle strategy, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The village chief hurriedly rushed in, exclaiming, Ninja Masters! Ninja Masters! Upon seeing Sun, Leitong, and Xingye in the corridor, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness, you are still here. Please calm down and speak slowly about what troubles you, Leitong reassured the chief. I implore you, noble ninjas, to assist this old man. The chief pleaded earnestly. What is the matter? Speak freely. As long as it pertains to the Thunder Beast, it falls within our responsibilities, Leitong responded. You must save Zhijing. He is an orphan from our village. The Thunder Beast killed his parents during an attack on our home. Ever since that day, he has longed for revenge. However, he was never cut out to be a ninja, and now that he has heard ninjas are coming, he has ventured into the mountains alone to confront the Thunder Beast. The chief explained anxiously. He is certain to perish out there, so I beseech you to save him. The trio found themselves in a quandary. Their mission was solely to address the Thunder Beast problem, not to rescue individuals. Sensing their hesitation, the chief quickly added, Rest assured, noble ninjas. I will provide you with a greater fee for your services and will personally travel to the Hidden Leaf Village to elevate the mission's rank. Upon hearing the chief's words, the three were indeed somewhat swayed, yet they remained uncertain. Although Jae-suk had previously indicated that they could make autonomous decisions, matters involving money and benefits necessitated consultation with him. I have grasped the situation, Jae-suk interjected. Since the chief is willing to increase the remuneration and elevate the mission's rank, let us take this opportunity to rescue the child. It is our duty as ninjas. Jae-suk was quite willing to accommodate this unforeseen circumstance, for it provided a legitimate reason to intensify their efforts without imposing undue burdens on them. Thank you, Master Jae-suk. Leitong expressed his gratitude. Let us set forth at once. Every moment we delay diminishes the child's chance of survival. Thank you, noble ninjas. At that moment, the chief was kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, while Sun hurried to help him up. It is nothing, after all. We are ninjas of the leaf. Jae-suk nodded. Prepare yourselves. We shall enter the mountains now. Chapter 57. The rescue that night. Zhijing ventured into the woods alone, bearing a bow and arrow. His slender frame appeared even more diminutive under the weight of the excessively long bow. The quiver contained only a handful of arrows, some of which had lost most of their feathers. Yet, undeterred, he continued to search the forest for signs of the Thunder Beast, lantern in hand. Was Zhijing afraid? Naturally. He was. However, his hatred for the Thunder Beast eclipsed his fear. He still recalls that rainy night when the frenzied Thunder Beast charged into the village. As the hunter of the village, Zhijing's parents unhesitatingly stepped forward to confront the creature. It was then, cradled in the village chief's arms, that the young boy witnessed the tragic death of his parents. Only after the Thunder Beast had exhausted its wrath did he gather the remains of his beloved mother and father. From that day forth, he inherited their mantle and became a hunter of Shuiyun village. He vowed to personally hunt down the Thunder Beast and avenge his parents. However, just days ago, the beast attacked the village once more, and the chief, prioritizing the village's welfare, sought assistance from Konoha. This action left Zhijing feeling betrayed. This is my affair, my vendetta, my hatred. It is mine to resolve. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, upon seeing the ninjas from Konoha arrive in Shueyun village, he resolved, despite his unpreparedness, to venture into the mountains. Yet, he had forgotten that in the wild, there are no constant prey nor eternal hunters. As he searched for the Thunder Beast's trail, the creature hidden in the forest was also on the prowl for its evening meal. A small insect, radiating a bluish-green glow, brushed against Zhijing's cheek. In the darkness of the jungle, such luminescence was striking, and Zhijing was acutely aware of what encountering such an insect in the forest signified. He swiftly turned to follow the insect's path. As he focused his gaze, a massive silhouette within the pitch-black woods began to materialize, growing clearer with the gathering of glowing insects. He recognized it to be the Thunder Beast, adorned with golden scales and a cerulean hide. Its dense fur stood erect like that of a colossal wolf, its ears resembling upright horns. In the creature's eyes, he saw the reflection of a youth's terror. With a predatory gait, the Thunder Beast advanced toward the boy, while Zhijing nervously drew his bow taut. The longbow trembled in response to its master's anxiety. 1 step, 2 steps. As the beast approached for the 3rd step, Zhijing could no longer contain himself and released the arrow. The projectile struck feebly against the creature's scales, leaving not even a mark. The Thunder Beast cast a sidelong glance at the spot that had been hit, then let out a thunderous howl, accompanied by its roar. Electric sparks erupted from its body. Its previously closed scales began to part. Its fur grew even more lush, and tendrils of lightning entwined around it, shaking the entire forest with its bellow. Faced with this defiant prey, the Thunder Beast felt its pride insulted, and wisps of white mist escaped its mouth with each breath. At that moment, Zhijing found himself trembling on the ground, overwhelmed by the roar, his bow nowhere to be found. In this instant, he was weaponless, and fear consumed him as he confronted the scene before him. Zhijing felt as if he had returned once more to that fateful rainy night. The Thunder Beast continued its leisurely advance, preferring to toy with its feeble prey before savoring the kill rather than delivering a swift death. To the creature, only prey that perishes in fear and despair is deemed the most delectable. The Thunder Beast gradually closed in, relentlessly driving Zhijing to flee. Despite his attempts to escape, no matter how fast he ran, the Thunder Beast would reappear before him. The forest at night was illuminated by flashes of lightning. As the beast engaged Zhijing in a relentless game of cat and mouse, akin to a child discovering an ant by the roadside. The chase persisted for a brief moment, and when the Thunder Beast once again obstructed Zhijing's path, it resolved not to allow him to escape this time. After all, the bait must eventually be consumed. It raised its sharp claws, crackling with electricity, ready to strike down its prey. Yet, just as it was about to descend, a massive shuriken intercepted its attack. Finally catching up, Sun inquired about Zhijing's condition. Zhijing hastily rose, brushing off his trembling legs, and nodded vigorously. If he could still run, then they should proceed in this direction without looking back, leaving the rest to the professionals. After directing Zhijing, Sun split into 2 clones. As she watched Zhijing depart, her anxious heart finally found solace. She possessed no confidence in taking down the formidable beast alone, especially while protecting a target. Now, big fool, it's our turn to have some fun, Sun declared, as the 3 clones brandished their ninja blades, fixing their gaze upon the Thunder Beast. In response, the beast retreated. Lacking a sense of victory or defeat, the creature's worldview revolved solely around the concepts of eating and being eaten. Though this being resembled the bait in size, the aura it exuded was dangerously potent, prompting the Thunder Beast to contemplate retreat. In the realm of predators, if the cost of hunting a target is deemed excessively high, abandoning the pursuit is a perfectly reasonable choice. Who would dare to reveal their fangs against a stronger opponent? After a moment's contemplation, the Thunder Beast turned and fled. This unexpected action left Sun momentarily stunned. What was this? Why was it running before the fight even began? In her past experiences, every adversary she encountered seized the opportunity to strike swiftly and preemptively. Yet, this Thunder Beast, seemingly formidable, had chosen an uncharacteristic retreat before engagement, inciting her ire. Fortunately, once the Thunder Beast entered an electrified state, it could not easily revert, rendering it conspicuous in the night forest. With her swift legs, Sun soon followed closely behind the fleeing beast, along with her 2 clones. Zing! Zing! The shurikens in her grasp shot forth, each striking the thunder beast with precision. However, upon contact with its armor, as hard as stone, the shurikens were mercilessly deflected. What on earth has this monster been consuming to grow so resilient? Sun muttered, her frustration evident. She persistently attempted to launch attacks using shurikens and kunai, yet these conventional ninja tools appeared utterly ineffective against the thunder beast. Sun was acutely aware that her current method of assault could not genuinely inflict harm upon this formidable creature. Yearning to unleash a powerful ninjutsu to combat the thunder beast, she now faced a dilemma. In the midst of high-speed movement, she struggled to gather sufficient chakra to perform such techniques. With no better alternatives at her disposal, she continued to rely on shurikens for harassment, endeavoring to uncover any weaknesses in the thunder beast. Chapter 58. Encirclement. As Sun and the thunder beast engaged in a relentless chase, the commotion alerted the other two members of the team to their location. The forest was not particularly vast, and both Aoki and Rado arrived with commendable speed. Upon reaching Sun's vicinity, Aoki immediately discerned the thunder beast's characteristics and swiftly devised a plan in his mind. Exchanging glances with Rado, they promptly spread out. Aoki utilized a swift body flicker to position himself beside Sun, who continued to pursue the beast, driving it eastward while Rado prepared to intercept. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sun retrieved the last few wind-style shurikens and hurled them at the thunder beast. The whistling sound of the wind shurikens slicing through the air alerted the creature, prompting it to adjust its stance and dart eastward to evade Sun's assault. Sun persisted in her relentless pursuit, but to conserve chakra, she had dispelled her shadow clones. As the frequency of her attacks diminished, the thunder beast began to believe it had successfully evaded its pursuers. However, an iron chain suddenly barred its path. Rado emerged from behind a tree, gripping his black blade, his gaze sharp and focused on the thunder beast, as if challenging it with his eyes to consider its escape route. Spotting an adversary ahead, the thunder beast immediately reversed course, intent on fleeing once more. Yet, as it turned, it collided with Sun, who had just landed. Attempting to change direction again, it was confronted by Aoki. Now, the thunder beast found itself with no avenues for escape. It was encircled on three sides, with a massive boulder behind it, leaving it with nowhere to retreat. It emitted a low growl, its gaze darting between the three assailants. Faced with the advancing trio, it ultimately resolved to cease its flight. With another roar, the crackling lightning upon its body intensified. Mere humans, in its view, were nothing more than bait. As the apex predator of this forest, how could it possibly fear mere prey? In an explosive leap, its claws crackled with electric energy, aimed directly at Sun's head. A resonant metallic clang echoed around them as the thunder beast felt a sudden jolt of pain and numbness in its once proud claws. Sun had deftly parried the strike with her ninja sword, which was entwined with water chakra, rendering it even sharper. Undeterred by the initial failure, the thunder beast retracted its claws and prepared for another assault. This time, however, Sun evaded the attack by gracefully leaping sideways. In the embrace of the earth, Sun swiftly performed the hand seals, unleashing his signature ninjutsu, the swamp technique. While not a sophisticated jutsu, its expansive range effectively constrained the movements of his adversaries. Observing the shifting environment, the thunder beast erupted in a furious roar. Whirling in place, it lashed its immense tail, sending bolts of lightning hurtling forth. In the face of the thunderous assault, the trio began to evade, while Thunder Commander seized the opportunity to leap into the air, his claws crackling with electricity, targeting Thunder. However, after a month of rigorous training, Thunder's reflexes and speed had significantly improved. Even without meticulous observation, he had already detected the thunder beast's blatant movement and deftly dodged the strike while evading the lightning orbs. The beast's attack crashed heavily into the ground, illuminating the surroundings with flashes of electricity, causing ripples in the swamp, while the earth blackened under the onslaught. Meanwhile, Aoi, having evaded the lightning spheres, unleashed his own signature ninjutsu, the technique of 3,000 crows. An innumerable flock of crows materialized around him, soaring towards the thunder beast, incessantly disturbing it. At this moment, Thunder received Aoi's cue and swiftly swung his black blade towards the unarmored areas of the beast. A glimmer of cold light flashed, leaving a small bead of blood on the thunder beast's body. Though the attack inflicted minimal damage, the poison on the blade swiftly infiltrated the creature's system. The toxin rapidly spread within the thunder beast, exacerbated by the electric activation of its muscles, advancing more swiftly than ever before. At this juncture, the Thunder Beast sensed something amiss. Its vision blurred, and its body became sluggish. Nevertheless, its massive size diluted the potency of the toxin, preventing it from collapsing. Upon witnessing the success of his companions, Sun promptly executed another ninjutsu, the water release, violent stream. A powerful column of water erupted from his mouth, relentlessly battering the Thunder Beast. At that moment, the creature experienced the sting of electricity coursing through its being, its colossal form trembling violently. Observing the Thunder Beast, Sun approached Aoi in thunder, rolling his neck in preparation. Aoi inquired, "Is this it?" Sun replied, "Yes. All that remains is to finish it off to complete our mission." "I'll take care of it," he said, somewhat disheartened, as he had anticipated a more challenging battle with the formidable creature. After pursuing it for so long, he found the resolution rather anticlimactic, which left him feeling somewhat let down. Yet, disappointment aside, the mission took precedence. Sun grasped his ninjat and stepped forward, ready to eliminate the beast once and for all. If all went smoothly, the task would be accomplished. However, this outcome hinged entirely on the premise of success. In the distance, observing the scene, Jusuk felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with the results, as it utterly failed to provide the rigorous training experience he had envisioned for the trio. He resolutely retrieved the pill and, with a flick of his thumb, deftly propelled it into the mouth of the Thunder Beast without anyone noticing. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Jusuk continued to weave hand seals, intensifying his technique. As the lightning release technique, Lightning Cloud, was unleashed, the sky underwent a transformation. Clouds gathered, swiftly obscuring the luminous moon that adorned the night sky. Subsequently, flashes of electricity erupted. Jusuk surveyed his creation with satisfaction. This was what true combat training should embody. The Thunder Beast, having ingested the pill, sensed a shift, its pupils dilating in alarm. The toxins within its body were being purified, and wisps of white smoke began to emanate from its form. Recognizing the peril, Sun immediately distanced himself from the Thunder Beast. At that moment, the Thunder Beast let out another roar, one more ferocious than before. As the thunder clouds above responded with a bolt of lightning that struck the creature squarely on its back, the Thunder Beast, struck by the lightning, was enveloped in a cloud of black smoke that billowed around it. Amidst the thick haze and the deep growls, the Thunder Beast unleashed a resounding roar, akin to rolling thunder, reverberating across the vast expanse of the plains. As the smoke gradually dispersed, a blinding red light suddenly flashed, heralding an unknown transformation. Its once verdant skin, gleaming like emerald, had now turned a ghastly white, as if all the blood had been siphoned away. The golden scales that adorned the Thunder Beast had lost their brilliance, now mirroring the same pallid hue, which rendered the beast even more imposing and cold. Most disconcerting was the transformation of its once clear eyes, now a blood-red hue, glinting with malice and fury. This deep and eerie red resembled molten iron, reminiscent of hellfire raging uncontrollably. The electrical arcs coursing along the Thunder Beast also underwent a dramatic shift. The previously azure arcs now mirrored the crimson of its eyes, leaping between its scales like serpents, vividly striking against the night. In this moment, the Thunder Beast appeared as though it had emerged from the depths of hell, exuding an unparalleled aura of oppression. Chapter 59. The hellish Thunder Beast. Faced with the Thunder Beast's astonishing transformation, the three individuals were engulfed in panic. The sudden tempest had shattered all previous plans into fragments. Ao Yin was flustered. This had surpassed his carefully devised strategy, leaving him completely ignorant of how to advise his companions regarding the formidable creature before them. "Sun, Lightning, we must retreat. The situation has exceeded our expectations." Ao Yin swiftly assessed the predicament. They were ninjas, not warriors, and currently, they were merely confronting a wild beast. There was no need to engage in discussions of honor. Both Sun and Lightning nodded in agreement with Ao Yin's counsel. The oppressive aura radiating from the transformed Thunder Beast was too formidable, instilling even Sun with a reluctance to confront it head-on. But could they truly escape? Just as the three prepared to depart, the Thunder Beast sprang into action. Its colossal claws swept across the ground before it, gathering a torrent of crimson lightning in its grasp. With a powerful leap, the Thunder Beast descended violently upon Sun, determined to eliminate the girl who had costed its late-night meal and had rendered it so wretched. The force of the strike was tremendous. Although Sun managed to evade it, The ensuing lightning erupted around her, fracturing the earth and revealing the beast's terrifying strength. Sun couldn't help but marvel at such overwhelming power, noting how the lightning had grown increasingly frenzied. Failing to land its initial blow, the thunder beast leapt again towards Sun, this time spinning midair like a drill. Electricity crackling around its body at an astonishing speed. Despite Sun's attempts to react, she was inevitably ensnared by this onslaught. Lei Tong, witnessing the unfolding chaos, shouted, "Sun." Yet his voice was too slow. His own speed could not match the ferocity of the attack, even as he perceived the danger. Gripping his blade tightly, he found no opportunity to strike. His strength was insufficient to pierce the thunder beast's scales, and now that it had transformed into a hell thunder beast, his confidence dwindled further. Thus, Lei Tong could only watch helplessly as Sun and the beast engaged once more. Aoi once again employed his signature ninjutsu, the 3,000 crows technique, but this time, the crows summoned were swiftly dispersed by the thunder beast's lightning as they approached. Having witnessed all of this, Sun realized that her two companions could not assist her. Her only option now was to cover their escape and seek aid from Jozu. If all three remained, their fate would inevitably be death. "Go, Aoi. Lei Tong. I'll hold it off for now," Sun commanded loudly. Lei Tong was reluctant to abandon his comrades and could not bear the thought of leaving a woman behind, even though he understood her strength far surpassed his own. He turned to Aoi, seeking a solution. "Aoi, your mind is sharper than mine. Think of a way to help Sun." Aoi felt overwhelmed, already racking his brain. How could he abandon a teammate? Yet the dire situation pressed upon him, and for the first time, he felt ensnared in despair. No amount of cleverness could compensate for their power deficiency. The only viable option, as Sun had suggested, was to flee. Escape was their only chance. With that, he turned and delivered a swift punch to Lei Tong's abdomen. Seeing the astonishment and confusion in Lei Tong's eyes, Aoi whispered an apology. Then, with all his remaining strength, he hoisted Lei Tong and began to run. He could guarantee that this was the fastest he had ever run in his life, even as it felt agonizingly slow. The passage of time seems to have nearly vanished from him, as inner reprimands and self-loathing relentlessly tormented him along the way. In the periphery of his vision, Sun caught sight of Qing Leaf, who was still retreating. Now, she could finally engage in battle with peace of mind. He skillfully employed the substitution technique once again to evade the onslaught of the thunder beast. As the smoke dissipated, Qing Leaf reappeared, perched atop a tree, gazing down at the thunder beast below. Her objective was to delay, to buy time until she could discern the enemy's weakness or until Aruji arrived to provide support. At this moment, the roles of offense and defense shifted. With each tree Sun alighted upon, the thunder beast followed closely, demolishing the great trees in its wake. In this relentless chase, the two had managed to clear a space within the forest. However, when Sun sought another foothold, she discovered that there were no trees left to serve as cover. This was not a mere coincidence. The Thunder Beast had executed this strategy deliberately. Though the Thunder Beast possessed formidable strength and speed, it could not sustain this electrifying state indefinitely. If this continued, it would undoubtedly be drained by Sunday. Thus, as Sun ascended to the treetops, a plan began to form in the Thunder Beast's mind. Yet, it was unaware of a suitable opponent to unleash its might upon. Through careful observation, Sun had discerned the Thunder Beast's vulnerabilities. Firstly, it still feared water, and she noticed subtle fluctuations in its strength. As she had surmised, it was also experiencing this state for the first time, and its control over its power was imperfect. Furthermore, it appeared that this state imposed a significant burden on the Thunder Beast. Once on the ground, Sun swiftly summoned 3 shadow clones. Although she needed to conserve chakra, having been driven to the brink of despair, she resolved that even if it led to mutual destruction, as long as she drew breath longer than her adversary, she would emerge victorious. Amidst the chaos, figures darted about, and explosions erupted. Sun and her clones incessantly disrupted the Thunder Beast's calculations, forcing it to evade and pursue until its stamina was depleted. Additionally, Sun adeptly manipulated the terrain, using combined jutsu to create advantages for the impending battle. Ultimately, it was merely a wild beast. The initial shock it had instilled in her had diminished significantly, though its power far surpassed her own and its speed was comparable. The distinction between man and beast lay in wisdom. Even if this Thunder Beast had developed a semblance of independent thought, its behavioral logic remained that of a beast. If one could not sever or blast it apart, then perhaps it was time to try something different. With those words, Sun unfurled a scroll upon the ground. This was a summoning scroll, a gift from the shopkeeper when she had purchased her ninja tools, designed to carry larger weapons. Sun bit her finger, traced a symbol, leaving a blood mark on the scroll, and then pressed her palm down firmly. The incantation radiated outward from the center of the palm, and soon a white mist began to rise. A colossal hammer was lifted by Sun, its entire body gleaming silver, adorned with numerous explosive runes at its base. Next, let's see just how resilient your shell really is. Chapter 60. An unexpected aid. The Thunder Beast, which was being toyed with by Sun's doppelganger, sensed something amiss in the corner. It immediately abandoned its pursuit of the current target and shifted its focus towards Sun's true form. This advantage stemmed from the beast's instinct, allowing it to swiftly discern changes in its surroundings. It began to whip its tail in a circular motion, unleashing crimson orbs of electric energy. Meanwhile, Sun's doppelganger continued to dissipate. At this moment, Sun no longer required her doppelganger for cover. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Both sides had gained a clear understanding of one another. The Thunder Beast approached Sun with a leisurely gait, moving with the grace of a tiger and the stealth of a wolf. Sun, wielding the massive hammer, prepared to strike, watching as the Thunder Beast circled around her, waiting for the opportune moment, a single decisive blow. She rarely used this cumbersome weapon. Had she had other means to inflict damage upon the Thunder Beast, she would have preferred them. Yet, at this juncture, she found herself devoid of effective weaponry. She was left with no choice but to wait. However, the Thunder Beast had also recognized that this weapon could indeed harm it, possibly even lead to its demise. Fortunately, it was not in a rush to attack. It could afford to be patient. The creature before it was as cunning as a fox, as swift as a monkey, and possessed strength rivaling that of the bears and tigers in the forest. Faced with the Thunder Beast's cautious demeanor, the situation once again fell into a stalemate. If this impasse continued, Sun risked revealing a flaw first. Am I to make the first mistake? Sun pondered, yet resolved to demonstrate her intent. Rather than waiting for an involuntary blunder, she would proactively present a vulnerability. This act, however, was exceedingly bold and fraught with peril. Should she misjudge, it could cost her dearly. Yet, Sun's nature was one of risk-taking. She believed that risk equated to reward. In this world, nothing could be gained without some sacrifice. With that thought, Sun planted her feet firmly on the ground, adopting an attacking stance while deliberately misaligning her foot's angle. A sharp crack echoed from her ankle as she twisted it at that moment. Such an impeccable opportunity did not escape the Thunder Beast. It promptly halted its advance and charged forward. Sensing the ground tremble beneath it, Sun once again steadied herself, disregarding her ankle's injury, and summoned her strength anew. Break for me. The colossal hammer struck violently upon the Thunder Beast's shoulder, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The stacked explosive runes detonated in unison, producing a powerful recoil that sent the hammer flying back. Sun grasped the hammer's handle tightly, controlling the weapon as it spun in place before she swung it down from another angle towards the Thunder Beast. Thud! Once more, a deafening roar echoed as the other shoulder of the Thunder Beast was struck. Though this explosion was not as fierce as the previous one, the scales on the impacted shoulder began to shatter, revealing the flesh beneath. The tremendous force of the explosion, coupled with the immense inertia of the colossal hammer, left Sun, already fatigued and injured, gasping for breath. At that moment, the Thunder Beast writhed on the ground, racked by the pain of the assault. Witnessing this, Sun discarded the battered hammer, now rendered utterly useless after the onslaught. She unsheathed the dagger from her waist, her swollen ankle hampering her steps as she approached the rolling Thunder Beast. The blade glimmered with a chilling light, appearing even more frigid under the moonlit sky. Reaching the beast, Sun raised the blade high, placing her foot upon its chest to immobilize it, preparing to drive the dagger into the wound. Now perish, she shouted in fury, plunging the knife downward. Yet, she was not the only one roaring in anger. The Thunder Beast, too, was hiding and feigning vulnerability. The recent attack had caught it off guard, but the outcome aligned with its intentions. The adversary was now within striking distance. With a fierce roar, Sun was thrown to the ground, the beast's lethal claws pinning her to the earth. Its crimson eyes and the scarlet lightning crackled ominously in the moonlight, resembling the harbinger of death ready to declare the end of Sun's life. Confronted with her impending demise, Sun reflected upon her arrogance and pride, recognizing them as the root causes of her downfall. Had she acted with swiftness and decisiveness, This beast would never have had the chance to transform. Her pride had blinded her to the creature's intelligence, which she had foolishly dismissed as mere bestiality. Was this to be her end? How disgraceful, she mused, gazing at the night sky. Yet, the heavens do not forsake the desperate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows, entwined with explosive talismans, struck the thunder beast's wound. This explosion severed the beast's grip from Sun's chest. The unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned her. Struggling to push away the beast's claw, she managed to rise and looked around, spotting Zhijing. It turned out he had not returned to the village. Instead, he had retrieved his longbow and gathered explosive talismans from his supply point, following the trail of battle to aid her. Was he afraid? Yes, terrified to the core, especially after witnessing the transformation of the thunder beast, which filled him with dread. However, more than fear, he dreaded the thought of fleeing and missing the singular opportunity to avenge his parents. He refused to live the rest of his life in regret. He had waited for this moment, knowing that in this world, there are no dead ends. By examining oneself and gaining clarity, the power to resolve one's problems lies within. Blood gushed from the severed arm of the thunder beast, and it no longer possessed its former vigor. Only the primal desire for survival remained. He dragged his weary body, persistently attempting to distance himself from the creature. However, this time, the girl was devoid of arrogance. Step by step, she moved slowly to the side of the thunder beast, raising the broken kunai and plunging it forcefully into its body. Yet, the kunai became lodged within, and the exhausted girl found herself unable to push it further. At that moment, a rough hand grasped hers. Looking up, she saw it was Zhijing. Their eyes met, and together they exerted their strength to drive the weapon completely into the heart of the thunder beast. Blood gushed forth, cascading like rain. The crimson liquid splattered across Zhijing's face, granting him a long-awaited release. Years of nightmares and a lifetime of hatred were finally resolved. Father, mother, I have succeeded, he cried out, attempting to unleash the torment of those years. Beside him, the girl, Sun, lay sprawled on the ground, her hands a mere puddle, allowing the blood to drench her body and soak her garments. At that moment, she could no longer care. This battle had exhausted her utterly. It was finally over. Thus, Sun's final thoughts before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 61. Hot Springs. The night was as dark as ink, and the moon shone like frost. Jae-suk, accompanied by Aoi and Riet, located Zhijing and Sunday. Under the moonlight, Zhijing trudged through the forest, carrying the unconscious Sun on his back, both of them stained with blood. Her garments saturated in crimson. It appeared they had emerged victorious. Jae-suk observed, murmuring to himself. He was well aware of this outcome, having witnessed the entire battle unfold. He was quite pleased with Sun's performance. Despite some youthful flaws, she had grown considerably stronger. Jae-suk smiled downwards, while Zhijing, upon seeing the approaching trio, succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. He was not a ninja, and his endurance had been pushed to its limits. Seeing Zhijing fall, Aoi and Riet rushed forward. One lifted Sun while the other supported Zhijing. Jae-suk signaled for them to return the injured to Shueyun village while he would conduct another examination of the corpse. The thunder beast was a creature he knew well, possessing a greater understanding of it than the villagers of Shueyun. This was not merely due to curiosity. This creature should not exist here. The thunder beast was a biological weapon created by Zumar, but ordinarily, these weapons did not possess independent thought. Without a handler, they would not act on their own. As Jae-suk knelt to inspect the corpse before him, he pondered, this shouldn't be, how could this be a failed specimen? After utilizing his ninjutsu to analyze it, he discovered that the thunder beast was indeed a failed product of an experiment, even the progeny of such a failure. This implied that they were not the first to arrive in this ninja realm. Someone or some force had already set its sights on this domain. Could it be Zumar? The thought of that despicable serpent crossed his mind. If anyone had the opportunity, it would surely be him, as only he could continuously access the dragon vein. However, the underlying reasons eluded Jae-suk's understanding. While Suimaru was cunning and treacherous, all his actions were driven by his pursuit of immortality, a promise already bestowed upon him by the emperor. Within the vast empire, no one hindered Suimaru's research. Thus, he had no justification for his deeds. This conundrum perplexed Jae-suk, yet he prioritized collecting the carcass of the thunder beast, ensuring it remained concealed from Kaze's eyes and Menma. Should the two discover it, the emperor's forces would undoubtedly mobilize, plunging the ninja world into a frigid turmoil. After tidying up the aftermath of the battle, Jae-suk returned to the village of Suik Cloud. At this very moment, the village was celebrating the demise of the Thunder Beast with a grand feast. Villagers gathered around the large tree at the entrance, dancing hand in hand. The men indulged in drink while the women engaged in casual chatter. The village chief observed this harmonious scene with a sense of contentment. At the same time, Aoi and Rate were tucked away in a corner, sipping tea. Though victorious, they felt the weight of their comrades' unconsciousness, a tension that rendered them out of sync with the festivities around them. Upon noticing Jae-suk's approach, Aoi quickly rose. Her expression tinged with urgency as she inquired, "Jae-suk-sensei, Sumi has yet to awaken. What shall we do?" Jae-suk gently ruffled Aoi's hair, reassuring her. "There is no need for concern. She is not in grave danger, merely in need of rest." His words eased Aoi's anxieties considerably. Yet, Rate remained despondent in the shadows. This confrontation had profoundly impressed upon him the harsh reality of his own inadequacies. He could not compare to Aoi's sharp intellect or Sumi's formidable strength and presence. Even in the face of adversaries, he found himself overwhelmed by fear. As he watched the others revel in their victory, a bitter taste lingered in his heart, especially when the village children cast him envious glances. Such scrutiny filled Rate with guilt. Did he deserve their admiration? Rate, you are merely a thief of fruits, devoid of merit. Without Aoi and Sumi, you would scarcely endure this mission. Do you still dare to remain amidst this celebration? With these thoughts weighing on him, he gradually distanced himself from the village. Seeking solace in a small shrine nearby, he unsheathed the black blade he had long carried, an heirloom from his family, a symbol of his aspirations for recognition. Yet now, not only was his hope for glory dashed, but he doubted his very ability to survive in this ninja world. In his moment of self-doubt, Jae-suk approached him. Sensing Rate's plight when he had sought help, Jae-suk felt a responsibility as a teacher, despite recognizing Rate's lack of remarkable talent. He sat beside Rate, offering him a bottle of juice, ready to impart wisdom and guidance. The moonlight streamed into the dilapidated shrine, where Leitong sat on the floor alongside Jae-suk. Both gazing at the luminous night sky, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. At that moment, Leitong found himself at a loss on how to confront Jae-suk, especially with his ineptitude weighing heavily on him. As the disciple he had failed lay in a deep slumber. It was Jae-suk who first broke the silence, retrieving 2 cups and filling them with juice, pushing one toward Leitong while he slowly savored the other. "You are still too young for anything stronger, so I brought you juice. The flavors from the Water Cloud village are quite exceptional." Leitong stared at the juice in his cup, momentarily speechless. Jae-suk continued, "Are you trying to say that you feel useless? Or perhaps you wish to apologize for your guidance? Do you believe that Sun's unconsciousness is a result of your shortcomings?" Leitong's heart sank further as Jae-suk added, "If that is the case, you are underestimating yourself and overestimating your responsibilities." Leitong hastily retorted, "But Jae-suk-sensei, during battle, I could do nothing to aid my teammates. My strength is lacking, my mind is not agile enough, and I am easily swayed by emotions. I am a burden to this team." Jae-suk set down his cup and replied calmly, "Indeed, that is true. In that case, you should return and apply to leave the team, reverting to your civilian status." This response astonished Leitong, but after a brief moment, he clenched his teeth, grasped the hem of his clothing tightly, and managed to respond through gritted teeth, "I understand, Jae-suk-sensei." He then stood to leave, his figure appearing desolate under the moonlight. However, after only a few steps, Jae-suk called out to him, "Are you not aggrieved?" Upon hearing this, Leitong turned around, his face streaked with tears, filled with resentment. "Yes, I am aggrieved. Why am I devoid of talent? Why am I so mediocre and weak? I have tried. I have exerted all my strength. Yet what is the result? I remain utterly insignificant." Jae-suk rose and handed Leitong his black sword. Chapter 62. Adjustment. Leitong gazed at the black sword presented before him, the tide of discontent surging within his heart. This sword not only bore the heavy expectations of his family, but also represented his own dreams. Yet now he hesitated. Did he still deserve to wield this blade? However, spurred on by Jae-suk's encouragement, he ultimately accepted the sword. Seeing Leitong take hold of the weapon, Jae-suk ceased his urging and began to narrate a tale about a sword saint. "Leitong, do you know what a swordsman is? They are those who do not rely on physical techniques, ninjutsu, genjutsu, or any other such skills. They are neither ninjas nor samurai. These individuals can barely utilize chakra and, in theory, are deemed worthless. Yet, Even among such individuals, true strength can emerge. Some among them possess talent, but cannot be recognized as sword saints. The path to becoming a sword saint, I have only encountered one dying testament about it. Lei Tang listened intently, never before considering that someone could rise to greatness under such harsh circumstances. His epitaph read, "I am quite ordinary." As a swordsman, his potential paled in comparison to that of his peers. Among the exceptionally gifted, how profoundly mundane I felt. Envy and self-loathing gnawed at my soul, day and night, leading me to realize that I merely shared the universal yearning for existence. Moreover, it did not take long for me to recognize that this was not solely my own consciousness. Yet, I believed that every talent must have its purpose and that one day, it would be acknowledged. Even if I were to meet my end in despair, I would resolutely wield my sword. Thus, at the conclusion of my life, I understood that my bestowed talent is nothing but ordinariness. Reflecting on my existence, this was the answer I received. To endure hardship in training is the testament to a life born of conviction. I dreamt of soaring through the skies with all my weapons in hand. Now, I harbor no regrets. Possessing mediocre talent while cherishing extraordinary dreams is not a sin. I am grateful for the sky that allows me to dance with my sword freely. Truly, it is a perfect life. The sword saint rests here in eternal slumber. Upon finishing the epitaph, Jusuk hurled his cup skyward, drawing forth his ninja blade and slicing through the air with a single stroke. The cold gleam shimmered, and frost danced in the air. This strike was so ordinary and plain, yet it left a trail of ethereal blue light in the sky. Lei Tang, do you understand? The barriers to one's strength are not innate talents or gifts, but oneself. If you wish to forge your own path, it lies beneath your feet. If you love the sword and seek to make it renowned, then pour all your passion into it. If 10 hours of training a day is insufficient, extend it to 16. While a genius may wield their sword 100 times in a day, you must wield it 1,000. Two things outweigh innate talent. The first is passion, and the second is your heart, your will. Reflect and recall the sensation of gripping your sword for the very first time. Remember that feeling. And then dedicate everything to your training. As for being ordinary, that is merely an excuse crafted by the weak to wallow in self-pity. So, have you come to understand now? Lei Tang stood transfixed, Jusuk's words flowing into his heart like a refreshing spring. An inexplicable strength surged within him as he gripped the hilt of his black sword with more intensity than ever before, as if he sought to meld it into his very being. Yes, ordinariness is my talent, Lei Tang thought to himself. He drew forth the black sword that had always accompanied him, this time grasping the hilt tighter than he ever had. It was as if he were a child who had discovered a straight branch by the roadside. Lei Tang sought to reconnect with the sensation of his first sword strike, yearning to rediscover his love for the sword. The cicadas chirped, the birds sang, and the moonlight swayed gently, while the rustling of the forest failed to disturb him. After a considerable interval, Lei Tang executed a single sword strike, remarkably uncomplicated yet utterly flawless. The blade descended with striking straightness, harmonizing with Lei Tang's force, leaving a fleeting shadow of the sword in the air. He had reclaimed that elusive sensation, laughing and weeping beneath the moonlight. Observing Lei Tang's executed strike, Jusuk revealed a satisfied smile, knowing that the young man had rediscovered his original aspirations and passion, embarking on a path uniquely his own. Although this path was fraught with thorns and challenges, such obstacles would only serve to fortify the seeker of truth. Meanwhile, Sun was immersed in the medicinal bath Jusuk had prepared for her. The warm herbal water enveloped her body, providing waves of soothing comfort. Following a fierce battle, this bath was undoubtedly the best means of relaxation for her. Slowly, she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. The solitude of the environment instilled a sense of tranquility within her. She refrained from hastily seeking the company of others, instead stretching her weary limbs and gently leaning against the wall of the tub. In that moment, she yearned only to quietly relish this rare peace. However, fate had other plans. The ever-busy and caring Aoi could not shake his concern for Sun's well-being, prompting him to come check on her. He stood outside the door, cautiously observing Sun, fearful of disturbing her. Upon realizing that Sun had awakened, he exclaimed with excitement, "Sun, how are you feeling?" Hearing Aoi's voice, Sun responded in her currently frail tone, "I'm all right, just on the verge of death. Is there something you need? If not, you might as well prepare a coffin for me." Despite the teasing nature of her words, Aoi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that as long as Sun could jest, Her condition was not dire. Aoi smiled, saying, "Sister Sun, just rest and recuperate. Once you're able to move, if you find yourself bored, feel free to join the festivities at the village square. The people of Shueiyun village are hosting a grand celebration, and it's quite lively." Sun smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Once she regained her strength, she would certainly partake in the merriment of the feast. For now, she wished only to continue basking in the comfort and relaxation afforded by the medicinal bath, allowing both her body and spirit to rest fully. After Aoi departed from the hot spring inn and returned to the square, he saw Lei Tong and Ju Suk approaching in tandem. He waved to greet them, saying, "Ju Suk-sensei, Lei Tong, Sun has awakened." Ju Suk and Lei Tong exchanged knowing smiles, while the curious Aoi rushed to Lei Tong's side, asking, "Where have you been for so long? I must tell you, the performances in the village were spectacular. It's such a pity you and Ju Suk-sensei missed them." Thus concluded Chapter 63, heralding a new beginning. The festivities of Shueiyun village lasted for 3 splendid days before finally drawing to a close. The grand celebration enveloped everyone in joy, particularly the village chief, whose warm hospitality left the visiting party feeling compelled to extend their stay. Noticing the merriment shared among them, Teacher Zhangzhu made an exception and granted a brief respite to the trio. Qingye welcomed this holiday with open arms, taking the opportunity to relax, while the other two steadfastly adhered to their training regimen, displaying unwavering dedication. As the afternoon of the 4th day dawned, the 3 gradually emerged from their slumber, their memories slowly returning to last night, the final evening of festivities, during which Teacher Zhangzhu had permitted them to indulge in a modest sampling of fine wine. For those unaccustomed to drinking, the sip quickly led them into a state of inebriation, awakened by the passage of time and a night of revelry. They felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet also found the experience rather amusing. Sun was the first to rise, stepping out of their lodgings and strolling through the village streets. Despite the summer season, the temperature in Shueiyun village, nestled in the mountains, remained pleasantly mild. A gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, refreshing him and alleviating the discomfort of his hangover. He wandered leisurely, absorbing the scenery and observing the villagers with curiosity. Suddenly, a young boy rushed towards him, clutching a parcel tightly. "Ninja Miss, this is a gift for you," he gasped, handing the present to Sunday surprised. Sun accepted the gift, but before he could express his gratitude, the boy had already dashed away. This young lad was Zhijing, who had retrieved a cherished heirloom from his home, a hairpin that held profound significance, being his mother's treasured possession. After much hesitation, he decided to part with this gift, knowing that without the assistance of Sun and her companions, he would have been unable to avenge his parents, and might have even perished at the jaws of the Thunder Beast. This kindness he would forever remember. However, the boy's shyness rendered him somewhat uncomfortable in Sun's presence. He hurriedly thrust the gift into her hands before fleeing, as if fearing rejection of his gratitude. Intrigued, Sun unwrapped the parcel to reveal an exquisite hairpin, its design a harmonious blend of gold and blue, simple yet timeless, exuding an air of elegance. Gently, she gathered her hair and secured it with the pin. Glancing into a nearby crystal-clear pool, she admired her new hairstyle, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Sun called out in the direction Zhijing had departed. "Thank you for your gift. I truly love it." She held no aversion towards Zhijing, although his strength was relatively modest. The courage he displayed in the face of adversity left a lasting impression. It was this bravery that enabled him to step forward in a moment of peril and save her. Thus, in Sun's heart, Zhijing was a figure deserving of respect and gratitude. Before long, Sun had explored every nook and cranny of the quaint Shueiyun village, her heart full as she returned to the inn. At this moment, Leitong and Aoba had also risen, embarking on their respective activities. Leitong was diligently practicing in the yard, each swing of his sword resembling a duel with an invisible opponent. Meanwhile, Aoba sat in his room, meticulously examining the intelligence pertaining to their mission, his gaze flitting across the words as he sought out every potential clue and detail. When the two noticed Sun finally preparing herself, they were taken aback. In their recollections, Sun had always been a rough and tumble tomboy, yet at this moment, she adorned herself with an exquisite hairpin and donned a relaxed outfit. Her long, fair limbs glimmered in the sunlight, presenting a breathtaking beauty that left them astonished. The two young men, witnessing Sun's transformation, felt a blush rise to their cheeks, as they had never encountered this feminine side of her before. Aoba removed his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes, and put them back on. As if to confirm he was not mistaken, in a tone of disbelief, he exclaimed, "No? Did I see wrong? Sister Sun, what has gotten into you today?" His gaze scrutinized her from head to toe, seemingly searching for any deviation from her usual self. Though Lei Tong remained silent, his eyes also conveyed a similar astonishment, fixated on Sun as if awaiting her response. However, Aoba's remarks left Sun feeling slightly displeased. She furrowed her brow and retorted, "What do you mean? What is wrong with me today? Am I not allowed to dress up?" Her tone carried a hint of annoyance, clearly unimpressed by Aoba's reaction. Realizing he may have misspoken, Aoba hastily clarified, "No, Sister Sun, that's not what I meant. Of course you can dress up. It's just that you're not usually like this." Lei Tong nodded in agreement, supporting Aoba's explanation. He added, "Indeed, Sun, you typically don't pay much attention to your appearance, so this sudden change has taken us by surprise." Sun rolled her eyes in exasperation and responded with a hint of irritation, "Forget it. I can't be bothered with you two. How is everyone's preparation coming along? Has Teacher Zhang mentioned when we will depart?" Aoba adjusted his glasses and replied, "We're nearly ready. Teacher Zhang said he would return in the afternoon, and we will set off early tomorrow." Sun nodded, acknowledging Aoba's response. She surveyed her surroundings, meticulously checking her gear and luggage to ensure everything was in order. Then, with a relaxed demeanor, she said, "All right, I'll go soak in the hot springs for a bit. If Teacher Zhang returns, please call for me." With that, Sun gracefully made her way to the hot springs. She relished the opportunity to unwind, feeling the warm water caress her skin, providing a momentary escape from the pressures of the impending task and granting her a fleeting tranquility. Aoba and Lei Tong exchanged smiles, and Aoba waved his hand, indicating he would take responsibility for calling Sun when Teacher Zhang arrived. In the hot springs, Sun closed her eyes, quietly savoring the serenity and comfort enveloping her. The vapor enveloped her, imparting an ethereal and mysterious beauty. In this moment, she seemed to be in a world of her own, isolated from the outside. Soon, Aoyan's voice shattered the tranquility. "Sun, Jojo-sensei has returned." Sun opened her eyes, rising from the hot spring, droplets cascading from her skin, sparkling with a crystalline luster. She wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out of the hot spring, preparing to join her teacher and companions to discuss the forthcoming action plan. Chapter 64. The difficulty of work often depends on your superior. After exiting the steamy bathroom, Sun picked up a nearby towel and meticulously dried her dripping hair. Her hair, as smooth as silk, shimmered with a healthy sheen. She gently secured her hair into a bun with a hairpin, a simple action that exuded a unique elegance. Subsequently, she donned a blue bathrobe adorned with exquisite embroidery, which was both sophisticated and stylish. Once she had composed herself, Sun glided into the spacious living room. At that moment, the room was already occupied by Jojo, Aoyan, and Raito, who seemed to be engaged in light-hearted conversation, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Sun's entrance appeared to infuse the space with a refreshing aura. Jojo immediately noticed her, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. In that instant, she appeared strikingly different from the usual image he had of her. This delicate and elegant attire left him both surprised and intrigued. He realized he had never seen Sun dressed so exquisitely. She resembled a brilliant gem, dazzling even more under the soft glow of the lights. He found himself stealing glances at her, admiration flickering in his eyes. Sun sensed Jojo's intense gaze, a wave of inexplicable shyness swelling within her. Her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of the dawn's blush, as she gently lowered her head, averting Jojo's eyes. Jojo, aware of his own indiscretion, cleared his throat in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Then, with a smile, he said to Sun, "Please, take a seat, Sunday." Following his invitation, she settled into the space between Aoyan and Raito, her posture dignified and graceful, akin to a refined lady from a prestigious family. Upon seeing her comfortably seated, Jojo once again expressed his admiration. "Sun, you look beautiful today." His tone was filled with sincerity and appreciation. Hearing Jojo's compliment, Sun's cheeks reddened further. She felt as if she were a piece of iron just removed from the forge, radiating warmth. Shyly lifting her head to meet Jojo's gaze, she murmured, "Thank you, Jojo Nyakin, for your kind words." Her voice trembled and was barely audible, as if a gentle breeze could disperse it. Then, Jojo, his expression serious, unfurled a scroll, ready to convey significant news. An urgent notification had just arrived from the village. He gradually opened the scroll, surveying each person present. The forthcoming task will be suspended. We must return to the village immediately. This announcement astonished everyone present, particularly Aoba. He understood that abandoning the mission represented a significant blow to the village's reputation. Typically, such a decision would never be made lightly, unless under exceptionally dire circumstances. Unable to contain his curiosity, Aoba inquired, "Sensei, what has transpired in the village?" Jay-Z nodded solemnly and replied, "Indeed, there is an urgent matter. The situation on the front lines has escalated, and the village can no longer attend to these scattered tasks. The third Hokage has instructed us to return to the village at once and prepare for deployment to the Land of Rain." Upon hearing the name of the Land of Rain, Tsukasa's body shuddered slightly. She was all too familiar with that place. Her hometown lay not far from its border. Once, she had believed that coming to Konoha would distance her from the specter of war, but now it seemed she had been rather naive. Jay-Z inhaled deeply and continued gravely, "Therefore, everyone, please prepare yourselves. During this time, you must adjust your state of mind. For what lies ahead will no longer be mere skirmishes." His words cast a heavier pall over the atmosphere in the room. Aoba, Rado, and Tsukasa were all engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Although they typically excelled, the looming threat of war bred inevitable fear and anxiety within them. Aoba pressed his lips together, his eyes betraying his trepidation. Rado clenched his fists, seemingly trying to bolster his resolve through this act. Meanwhile, Tsukasa's thoughts drifted back to her homeland, the small village near the border of the Land of Rain, which had once been a paradise of her childhood. Jay-Z perceptively recognized the fear and unease reflected in his student's eyes. He was well acquainted with such feelings, having traversed a similar path himself. In the face of life and death, true fearlessness is an elusive state. However, as their teacher, he bore the responsibility to guide them, to imbue them with strength and confidence. He gently raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance, his expression warm yet resolute, and said, "However, you need not worry. I will continue to serve as the captain of our team for this mission. As your teacher, I will do everything in my power to protect you and ensure that we return safely together." This time, Jay-Z's promise was heartfelt. He was acutely aware of the battlefield's brutality and understood the weight of his responsibilities. While executing missions, he would impose strict standards upon his students and occasionally increase the difficulty of their tasks to enhance their skills and experience. But now was not the time for such methods. As their teacher, he could not bear the thought of witnessing his students fall in battle, let alone perish before his very eyes. Upon hearing Jusuk's resolute words, Aoba, Raido, and Sun felt a sense of reassurance, albeit still tinged with trepidation. Observing the students' emotions had stabilized, Jusuk continued, "If there are no further issues, let us gather our belongings and prepare for departure. We shall strive to return to the village as swiftly as possible to make the necessary preparations." With that, Jusuk rose and made his way to his room to pack his belongings. Aoba, Raido, and Sun promptly followed suit, each retreating to their own quarters to organize their items. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, Jusuk, Aoba, Raido, and Sun congregated at the entrance of the inn, poised to leave Shueiyun village. Their silhouettes appeared particularly resolute against the golden light. At that moment, Zhijing hurriedly approached, running until he reached Sun, where he came to a halt. Breathless and leaning on his knees, his face a tapestry of anticipation and anxiety, with his eyes sparkling as they met Sun's. "Miss Ninja," Zhijing stammered, his voice quivering slightly. "Could you please tell me your name?" Sun regarded the earnest youth before her, taken aback by the sincerity and hope reflected in his gaze. After a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to share her name. "I am Sun," she replied with a smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Zhijing." With that, she turned to leave. As the four figures gradually receded into the distance, Zhijing summoned his courage and called out, "Miss Sun, I will strive to become the finest hunter." Sun did not look back, but simply smiled. Chapter 65. Return to Konoha in stark contrast to their leisurely journey to Shueiyun village. The quartet's return to Konoha was marked by a swift and resolute pace. Urged by the demands of the Hokage's mission, they pressed on day and night, pausing only for brief moments of rest and training, exerting themselves to cover the distance. As the first light of dawn began to illuminate the horizon, the gates of Konoha came into view. Aoba, Raido, and Sun instinctively quickened their steps, their faces alight with the joy and anticipation of returning home. Jusuk, however, maintained a steady pace, seemingly lost in thought. As they approached the gates of Konoha, a familiar figure came into focus, The third Hokage, Yuan Firijan, stood waiting for their return, his gaze encompassing the four with profound concern and anticipation. Jisuk, you have all worked hard. Jean's voice resonated, steady and authoritative. He eschewed unnecessary pleasantries, diving directly into the matter at hand. You were the last team to arrive in Konoha. The situation is urgent. We must convene to discuss our next course of action. Please come to my office shortly. Having endured the trials of their long journey, Jisuk, mindful of his companion's fatigue, instructed Aoba, Raito, and Sun to rest first, while he followed the third Hokage, Yuan Firijan, to the Hokage's office. On the way to the office, Hisashi briefly informed Jisuk of the current tense situation. Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain has recently been quite active, having declared war on two nations simultaneously. Hisashi's voice was tinged with deep concern. If Konoha wishes to avoid being mired in the quagmire of this conflict, we must take swift and decisive action. What we require is not merely a victory, but a resounding defeat for the Land of Earth, compelling them to retreat in recognition of their folly. At this juncture, Hisashi paused, turning to Jisuk, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and trust. Jisuk, this time, I hope you can assist Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. You four are the elite of Konoha, and I am confident that together you can devise a flawless battle strategy to secure this critical war for our village. The name Hanzo of the Salamander left a distinct impression in Jisuk's mind. He had previously perused the archives regarding this formidable adversary, aware that he was a powerful traditional ninja, quite reminiscent of Jiraiya's style. However, at this moment, Jisuk was beset by doubts. Lord Third Hokage, if the mission is of such significance, why have Kasiza and Minma not been recalled? Jisuk finally voiced his concern. Hisashi momentarily hesitated, unwilling to address the query directly. Although the current situation was undeniably precarious, he remained vigilant regarding Kasiza and Minma. Thus, he opted for a pretext to deflect Jisuk's inquiry. Their tasks are still of considerable importance and must continue, lest we find ourselves besieged on all sides in the imminent conflict, Hisashi vaguely explained. Jisuk understood the implication of Hisashi's words. Since the other party was reluctant to divulge further information, he refrained from pressing further. He nodded in understanding. Understood, Lord Third. Jisuk replied. Hisashi nodded in satisfaction. That is good to hear. We will elaborate further in the meeting, he stated, leading Jisuk onward to the office in preparation for the impending conference. The conference room was filled to capacity, the atmosphere solemn and tense. In addition to numerous elite shinobi, representatives from the major clans of Konoha were present, including a notable representative from the Uchiha clan, underscoring the extraordinary significance of this assembly. The third Hokage, Hisashi, strode confidently to the podium, casting his gaze over each attendee before speaking slowly, his voice resolute and powerful. Esteemed colleagues, I thank you for taking the time from your busy schedules to attend this urgent meeting. You are likely already aware of the situation we face. Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain has recently escalated his actions, launching attacks against two nations, posing a significant challenge for us in Konoha. Hisashi paused momentarily before continuing. Our objective is clear. We must uphold the peace and tranquility of Konoha. To achieve this, prompt and robust measures must be undertaken. I have conferred with several key members, and we intend to launch a swift strike against the Land of Earth to demonstrate our resolve and strength. At this juncture, Hisashi's gaze shifted towards Jisuk. Jisuk, you will form a special operations team alongside Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, tasked with planning and executing this operation. Despite the numerous concerns voiced by the elite shinobi and representatives regarding the third Hokage's arrangement, they refrained from further commentary in the presence of Danzo, who remained silent. Subsequently, Hisashi elaborated on the general framework of the combat plan, encompassing the timing, location, and troop deployment. He emphasized that the essence of this operation lies in its speed and element of surprise, aiming to catch the Land of Earth unawares. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the crowd gradually dispersed, yet in a secluded corner of the corridor, Danzo quietly intercepted Jisuk. His eyes were profound, as if concealing some significant secret. Jisuk, I wish to discuss a matter of import regarding this mission. Danzo's voice was low and serious. Jisuk glanced around to ensure no one else was present before he followed Danzo to a secluded alcove. Lord Danzo, what is it that you wish to discuss? Jisuk inquired with curiosity. Danzo took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Jae-suk, I hope that during this mission, you can spare Hans's life. Jae-suk paused, looking at Danzo in confusion. Lord Danzo, what do you mean by that? Hans is our adversary. The circumstances on the battlefield are ever-changing, and I cannot guarantee that I can accomplish this. Danzo furrowed his brow, explaining, I understand this is difficult, but I have my reasons. Hans is a valuable source of intelligence. If we can spare his life, we may glean more information regarding the land of rain and the land of earth from him. Jae-suk offered a wry smile. Lord Danzo, you overestimate my abilities. Hans, known as the Salamander, possesses unfathomable strength. It would be a feat in itself for me to ensure my own survival, let alone control the flow of battle. Danzo lapsed into silence for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he sighed. You are correct. The battlefield is unpredictable. However, I still hope you will do your utmost. At the very least. When Hisashi's 3 disciples engage Hans, refrain from intervening. Jae-suk nodded. I understand, Lord Danzo. I will endeavor to comply with your request. But I must ask for your understanding that I cannot make any guarantees. Chapter 66. Deliberation. Jae-suk's response appeared to sidestep Danzo's concerns, which stirred a slight displeasure within Danzo. For him, Hans's survival was crucial to his plans at this stage. Danzo could accept, even welcome, the notion of Hans serving as a stepping stone for Hisashi's 3 disciples, paving their path to growth. However, should Hans perish now, it would pose significant complications for Danzo's strategy. Name your conditions. Towanzo resolved to abandon the pretense with Jae-suk, opting instead for a direct exchange of interests in hopes of resolving the current predicament. Jae-suk narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Lord Towanzo, you truly have a knack for jest. As ninjas of Konoha, is it not our duty to adhere to the orders of the Hokage? Though his words were laced with respect, a hint of mockery lingered in his tone. Towanzo's patience had been nearly exhausted. He responded with a stern voice. Kimura Jae-suk, my patience is finite. Do not continue to test my limits. In Konoha, no one dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet Jae-suk repeatedly toyed with him, inciting considerable ire. Nevertheless, Jae-suk remained undaunted. He tempered his frivolous demeanor slightly, but retained his smile as he said, Lord Towanzo, if we are to discuss terms, should it not be you who presents your bargaining chips first? Towanzo inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his rising emotions. You may freely learn all the forbidden jutsu collected by the root organization. This was an exceedingly tempting offer, as the forbidden techniques amassed by the organization were potent and rare. Yet, Jae-suk expressed his dissatisfaction with the proposal, shaking his head to indicate that it held little value for him. Towanzo, noticing this, furrowed his brow, clearly displeased as he declared, Kimura Jae-suk, do not push your luck. If you are unsatisfied, then state your terms. Jae-suk approached Towanzo, grasping the hand that held his cane. He leaned in, whispering into Towanzo's ear, Lord Towanzo, might I borrow your wood-release laboratory for a brief time? This request astonished Towanzo. He had not anticipated Jae-suk would propose such a condition, leaving him momentarily speechless. He was entirely unaware of Jae-suk's intentions for his wood-release laboratory, but it held immense significance for Towanzo, containing years of research and confidential information. Absolutely not. I cannot permit such a condition. Towanzo firmly rejected Jae-suk's request. The laboratory was too vital to him to be lent out lightly. However, Jae-suk appeared to have anticipated Towanzo's reaction, remaining undeterred as he pressed on. It is merely a temporary borrowing, Lord Towanzo. Besides, do you not desire more information regarding the cells of Hashirama? Jae-suk's words began to sway Towanzo. The Hashirama cells were an area of relentless pursuit for Towanzo. Acquiring further information would undoubtedly aid his research significantly. Intrigued, Towanzo countered, what do you mean? Jae-suk smiled as he elucidated, nothing sinister, merely a minor surgical procedure for my disciple. Throughout the operation, I will meticulously document all data, and the surgical records along with other relevant materials will remain in the laboratory. Thus, you will not only gain access to the latest research data on Hashirama cells, but will also ensure the safety and confidentiality of your laboratory. Seeing Danzo still hesitating, Obito proposed a crucial condition. I have but one request. This matter must remain free from the scrutiny and involvement of others. Only the 2 of us shall have knowledge of it, ensuring the confidentiality of the entire process. Danzo fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He understood that acquiescing to Obito's request could lead to a significant breakthrough in the research of Hashirama's cells, yet it also entailed certain risks. However, when juxtaposed with the potential rewards, these risks seemed trivial. After a fierce internal struggle, Danzo finally reached a decision. He lifted his gaze to meet Obito's eyes and slowly nodded. Very well, I agree. However, you must guarantee the safety and confidentiality of the procedure, otherwise, I will make you aware of the grave consequences. Obito revealed a satisfied smile. When do you intend to commence? Danzo inquired in a low voice, a hint of barely perceptible doubt flickering in his eyes. Obito met Danzo's gaze without flinching, responding candidly, the sooner, the better, ideally tomorrow. After all, we are set to embark on a mission to the land of rain in a week, and I would prefer there to be no unforeseen incidents concerning my disciple during this period. Danzo had no objections to this. The quicker the progress of the wood release experiment, the better. Moreover, as the laboratory was continually operational, arranging a procedure at 0 hour posed no significant challenge. And thus he acquiesced. Very well, then tomorrow it is. Do you require anything from me in preparation? Danzo asked. Not at all. I shall prepare everything myself. I merely need you, Lord Danzo, to ensure that no one disturbs us, Obito replied with a smile. Danzo nodded again, yet internally remained vigilant. He did not entirely trust Obito, but recognized that their collaboration at this juncture was mutually beneficial. Thus, he chose to temporarily set aside his doubts and fully cooperate with Obito to facilitate the operation. I understand. Tomorrow I will make all necessary arrangements to ensure the smooth execution of your procedure, Danzo stated. Obito, upon hearing this, offered a slight bow in gratitude. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Danzo. Danzo snorted softly in response. Humph, just ensure that you do not forget your promises. With that, he vanished in a flash using the body flicker technique, leaving Obito standing alone. Once Danzo departed, Obito felt a measure of calmness wash over him. Although Danzo's demands had come rather unexpectedly, considering the current circumstances, this collaboration indeed favored him. A week's time was ample for recovery post-surgery. He held great confidence in his disciple, Tsunade. He knew that she possessed a resilient spirit and exceptional talent. If she could endure this trial, her future would surely hold even greater accomplishments. However, the outcome of the surgery and the recovery process ultimately depended more on Tsunade herself. As her teacher, Obito had done all within his power to assist her. Now, all that remained was for her to carve her own destiny. Chapter 67. The operation at the break of dawn the following day, Jasuke awaited patiently at the threshold of Sun's residence. He chose not to disturb her repose, opting instead for silent anticipation. When Sun emerged, fully dressed, she was pleasantly surprised to see Jasuke waiting at her doorstep. How did you rest yesterday, Sun? Jasuke inquired gently. Sun, her cheeks flushing at the sight of him, responded softly, I rested quite well, Jasuke and I. But, are you here waiting for me? Jasuke nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Do you remember the cellular transplant I mentioned before, the one involving Hashirama cells? Sun appeared taken aback, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. You told me that after the operation, my chakra capacity would significantly increase, and I might even gain the ability to wield wood release. Indeed, Jasuke affirmed. The preparations for the surgery are complete. Now, follow me, and refrain from speaking or asking questions along the way. Do you understand? After a moment's hesitation, the impending war loomed large in her mind, and she resolved not to let this opportunity for strength slip away. Thus, they journeyed together to the Roots Wood Release Laboratory, enveloped in silence throughout the trip. Before long, they arrived at the laboratory. Although Sun was filled with curiosity, she respected Jasuke's request and remained silent during the entire journey. Upon entering the lab, she lay down on the operating table as instructed by Jasuke. The medical team was fully assembled, each member diligently inspecting the surgical instruments to ensure everything was in optimal condition. Danzo had personally overseen the arrangements the previous day, guaranteeing that all necessary resources and personnel were adequately allocated. As Jasuke entered the ward, he found Sun lying quietly on the operating table, her eyes shut as if summoning her inner strength. He recognized the resilience and courage within this young woman, yet the gravity of the surgery was undeniable, and some tension was to be expected. Sun, relax. Everything will be all right, Jasuke reassured her softly, gently taking her hand in his. Slowly, Sun opened her eyes, and upon seeing her mentor, a flicker of determination shone within them. Sensei, I am not afraid. I know I will get through this. Josuk nodded, his heart swelling with pride. Having such a disciple was his greatest honor. As the time for the operation approached, the medical team sprang into action. Josuk donned the surgical attire, masked and gloved, taking a deep breath before stepping into the operating room. Inside, the atmosphere was tense yet solemn. Each member understood that the forthcoming hours would test their medical expertise and collaborative spirit. The operation commenced. With steady hands, Josuk made the initial incision into Sun's skin. Blood, surgical instruments, and the directives of the medical team melded into a scene of urgent precision. Time ticked away, and beads of sweat began to form on Josuk's forehead. Yet he maintained an unwavering calmness and focus, wielding the scalpel with the same precision as his gaze, deftly navigating the inner realm of the tissue. Ultimately, at the final juncture, the transplantation of the interstitial cell tissue was successfully completed. He gently halted his hand and removed his mask, revealing a faint smile upon his face. The operation had concluded, and it unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his performance. Despite having simulated this procedure countless times in the war zone, this occasion stood apart. It was the first time he had conducted a live operation on someone he deeply cared for, and a flicker of tension lingered in his heart. With the assistance of the medical staff, he carefully transported the still unconscious patient to the ward. The effects of the anesthetic had yet to dissipate, and the patient lay quietly. After ensuring the patient was comfortably settled in the ward, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he took a seat by the bedside and began meticulously documenting every detail of the interstitial cell surgery, from inception to completion, leaving no aspect unrecorded. As he immersed himself in his notes, Danzo entered the ward, observing the seriousness with which he was recording the surgical details. Satisfied, Danzo nodded and inquired with genuine concern about the patient's condition. How did the surgery proceed? How is your disciple faring? If there are any complications, I can summon the wife of the Reaper to assist. Gazing up briefly at Danzo, he waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. The surgery went exceptionally well. She requires rest now and will recover in due time. Furthermore, let us not forget your initial promise. Harbor no ill thoughts towards her. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes flickered momentarily before he regained his composure. He nodded, signifying his intention to uphold his word. He continued, I have documented all the details of the interstitial cell surgery here. If there is nothing further, I shall take her away once she awakens. Danzo glanced at the notebook in his hand and nodded once more. He refrained from elaborating, simply congratulating him on the successful operation before departing. As he exited the ward, his expression grew solemn. He summoned an underling and instructed in hushed tones, in the forthcoming operation against the Land of Rain. You must keep a vigilant eye on her movements. She is now a valuable asset to our Hidden Leaf Village, a perfect amalgamation of interstitial cells. And her significance is undeniable. If we cannot guarantee her absolute safety during the operation, I authorize you to take necessary measures. It is better to destroy than to allow her to fall into the hands of other factions. The subordinate's demeanor sharpened, and he promptly responded, Understood, Lord Danzo. I will personally arrange for personnel to closely monitor and ensure her safety. Should any disturbances arise, we shall act according to your directives. The importance of wood release to the Hidden Leaf Village is indeed paramount, wielding immense power within the ninja world. For Danzo, the disciple of the second Hokage, his obsession with wood release ran deep within his very essence. He vividly recalled the grandeur of the first Hokage utilizing wood release, a breathtaking power that lingered in his memory. It was precisely this indelible impression that fueled Danzo's relentless pursuit of mastering wood release. He sought tirelessly for methods to harness such power, willing to pay any price in his quest. In his eyes, possessing wood release would empower Konoha, ensuring the village's supremacy in the shinobi world. Although he had made a pact with Sasuke to honor each other's choices and decisions, the allure of wood release ignited within Danzo an obsession and desire that threatened to shatter their agreement. He understood that his actions might provoke Sasuke's discontent and disdain, potentially straining their relationship. Yet, he believed that the mastery of wood release justified any consequence. He was prepared to sacrifice everything for the future of Konoha, for the strength of the village. Chapter 68. Rehabilitation Training. A brief respite on the second day post-surgery, Tsunade was discharged smoothly, under Sasuke's stringent guidance. She refrained from divulging any details of the operation, choosing instead to embrace silence and focus on her rehabilitation. During this period, Tsunade diligently followed Sasuke, striving to adapt to the bodily changes induced by Hashirama's cells. In addition to the cells, Sasuke had indeed employed some clandestine techniques during the procedure, implanting a mysterious and experimental technology within Tsunade. Theoretically, this technology could awaken a bloodline limit, yet until activation, all remained uncertain. In Sasuke's world, while this technology was exhilarating, it was still in an unstable experimental phase. It held the potential to help the user awaken various bloodline limits, but the specific outcome was shrouded in unpredictability. During today's rehabilitation session, Tsunade approached Sasuke with uncontainable excitement. "Sasuke, I just discovered something remarkable." Her tone betrayed her exhilaration. Sasuke, intrigued, looked up and inquired, "Tsunade, did you find anything unusual about your body?" She quickly shook her head. "No, Sasuke. I discovered a unique jutsu. Let me show you." Without forming any hand seals, a tricolored glow of green, yellow, and pink emanated from her, enveloping her like petals, casting a radiant halo around her figure. "Sasuke, I've realized that in this state, my speed, reflexes, and strength have significantly enhanced," Tsunade eagerly explained, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation for her newfound power. Sasuke gazed at the tricolored light surrounding Tsunade, filled with wonder. The bloodline limits he had encountered were typically hybrids of two elemental natures, yet what Tsunade exhibited was evidently a novel transformation of her own chakra nature. This change was both mysterious and formidable, igniting a sense of anticipation for the possibilities that lay ahead. Subsequently, Jusuk inquired with curiosity, "Son, how long can this unique state of yours persist?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Sun responded, "Well, if I refrain from entering combat, this special condition can last for several hours. However, during battle, due to the considerable energy expenditure, it can only be sustained for approximately 30 minutes. If prolonged beyond that, my chakra would falter under the consumption." She paused momentarily before continuing. "Nevertheless, I sense that since integrating the cells of Hashirama, my chakra reserves have yet to reach their zenith and are still on the rise." Upon hearing Sen's reply, Jusuk nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed impressive. Given Sen's current rate of development, coupled with the newly cultivated ninjutsu, it was likely that she would become one of the foremost powers in the entire ninja realm. He then remarked, "Excellent, son. During this period, focus on developing your own techniques. Remember, rest is equally vital to ensure the recovery of both body and spirit. We shall set forth in a couple of days, so please be prepared." Sen nodded earnestly. "Understood, Jusuk and I." With that, she turned and made her way to the training grounds within the village. Upon arriving at the training area, Sen immediately noticed Kakashi, whose demeanor today was markedly different from usual, appearing somewhat melancholic and lost. Concerned, she approached him to engage in conversation. "What troubles you, Kakashi? You seem out of sorts today," Sen gently inquired, attempting to discern Kakashi's inner turmoil. Kakashi glanced up at Sun, his thoughts drifting back to their first encounter during battle, where the clash of their ideologies and exchanges remained vivid in his memory. With a deep sigh, he voiced his worries. "The rumors about my father in the village have become more rampant." His voice was low and laden with resignation. "Sometimes I wonder, can a ninja truly not possess emotions? Must we really forsake everything for the sake of our duties?" In response, Sen seated herself beside Kakashi and spoke in a soothing tone. "Kakashi, why concern yourself with such gossip? You know what kind of ninja you are better than anyone else. Why allow the words of others to hinder you? Understand that even I, a mere genin, have my share of rumors circulating in the village. They are merely expressions of jealousy and slander directed at us. What matters is that we adhere to our own beliefs and principles and pursue what we deem to be right." Despite feeling somewhat uplifted, Kakashi remained perplexed. Just as he was about to speak, Sen interrupted him. "There is no but," she asserted firmly. "Your dreams, your ideals, and your father's expectations of you, these are yours to fulfill. No one can advance on your behalf, and being overly concerned with others' opinions will only render you weak." Sen's words plunged Kakashi into contemplation. He realized she was encouraging him to steadfastly uphold his beliefs and not be swayed by external voices. Gratefully, he gazed at Sun, and the haze of confusion within him gradually began to dissipate. "It is said that you have recently developed a new ninjutsu. Could you kindly showcase it for me?" Sun, shifting the topic, endeavored to draw Kakashi from his reverie. Kakashi rose, prepared to unveil his new technique. With swift hand seals, A dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly ignited in his palm, seemingly harnessing boundless power. The radiance emanated forth, leaving onlookers in awe. Upon completing the demonstration, Kakashi turned to Sun and inquired, "I have yet to name this technique. What do you think it should be called?" Sun gazed at the dissipating lightning in Kakashi's hand, her eyes shimmering with contemplation. After a brief moment, she took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Such ferocious power must possess incredible speed. Kakashi, if possible. I believe it could even sever lightning. Although her tone remained calm, the gravity of her words was undeniable. Kakashi, taken aback for an instant, quickly transformed his surprise into profound agreement. "In that case, let us name it Raikiri," he declared, with a tone that reflected firmness and confidence. "Raikiri? That is a fine name," Kakashi replied with a subtle smile, expressing his appreciation for the title. "Let us test it. Perhaps it truly can sever lightning, as you suggest." Chapter 69. The Front Line in the Land of Rain. Within the frontline base of Konoha, Orochimaru sat alone in the command tent. A solitary oil lamp cast a faint glow upon his contemplative visage. His gaze fixated on the sand table before him, adorned with numerous small flags representing various factions. The battle lines intricate and convoluted. His eyes flitted between the sand table and the documents in his grasp, occasionally adjusting the flags, as if seeking an opportunity for breakthrough. In the dim light, his countenance appeared somewhat grim, and the twitching corners of his mouth betrayed his inner turmoil and unease. The war had persisted for an extended period. Yet the situation at the front for Konoha was far from optimistic. The strategic plans devised by the third Hokage now seemed almost unattainable. Maintaining the current front had become exceedingly arduous, let alone expanding their victories. The Land of Fire, as a major power, should have had the strongest strength through its leading village, the Hidden Leaf. However, Konoha's performance in this conflict was shocking. Continuous defeats on the battlefield, severe delays in logistical support, and a shortage of personnel all posed significant constraints on the village's ability to achieve victory. What enraged and rendered Orochimaru powerless the most was the political infighting behind the scenes. The power struggle between his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo seemed interminable. The command of the front line had become a pawn in their ongoing battle. At times, he pondered how one could govern a shinobi village amidst such vermin. Yet he merely contemplated, for as a ninja and a subordinate to both Danzo and Sarutobi, Orochimaru found himself with limited options. All he could do was execute his missions diligently. Of course, the reports reaching him were not entirely grim. There were some glimmers of hope. For instance, reinforcements arranged by the third Hokage were on their way. The front line is currently in dire need of both manpower and resources. Tsunade's medical team is on the verge of collapse, and without Jiraiya's steadfast presence, it is likely that the existing front would be unsustainable. This group of individuals may inevitably be pushed back to the borders of the Land of Fire by the enemy. However, the support from the third Hokage has undoubtedly provided them with a much-needed boost of morale. Orochimaru set aside the military chess pieces he had been handling and picked up the lists of supplies and personnel, leaning back in his chair to scrutinize them closely. The list of supplies was quite extensive, encompassing everything from ninja tools and medicinal herbs to various specialized tactical equipment. From this support list, Orochimaru could distinctly perceive that the rear had genuinely resolved to assist. Unlike previous token gestures of aid, this support was remarkably ample, with both equipment and medicine prepared in abundance. Particularly noteworthy were the medical supplies, considering the rainy climate of the Land of Rain, which often leads to illness among the frontline soldiers. The arrival of these medicines was undoubtedly a timely blessing. However, what intrigued Orochimaru even more was the personnel list. He observed that, in addition to elite ninjas from various prominent clans, even lower-ranking ninjas from the village had been dispatched. This was undoubtedly a strong signal indicating the rear's emphasis on and support for the front line. While perusing the personnel list, Orochimaru's attention was captured by the name Jae-suk. He had some recollection of this individual, seemingly a recently accepted rogue ninja from the village, rumored to possess considerable strength, with some even comparing him to Jiraiya. Nevertheless, Orochimaru has always maintained a cautious attitude towards others' evaluations. Hearing is but a shadow, seeing is believing. The praises or criticisms of others are far less reliable than one's own direct observation and judgment. On the following morning, Jae-suk and his contingent arrived at Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru had been waiting at the entrance, scanning the crowd for Jae-suk's figure. When he finally spotted him, a tall man with a resolute expression disembarking from a carriage. Orochimaru's gaze shifted in a peculiar manner. Jae-suk also noticed Orochimaru's scrutiny. After arranging accommodations for his companions, he swiftly approached Orochimaru. Before him, Jae-suk maintained the appropriate decorum, slightly bowing and extending his right hand, stating, "Lord Orochimaru, I come at the behest of the third Hokage to assist you. I look forward to your guidance." Orochimaru gently grasped Jae-suk's hand and responded in his characteristically deep voice, "I have heard much about you. I hope your abilities are as remarkable as the rumors suggest." Although the initial meeting was not particularly warm, it did not hinder their forthcoming collaboration, as Jae-suk's primary mission was to assist Orochimaru. After withdrawing his hand, Orochimaru said, "Jae-suk, let us proceed to the war conference room." He gestured towards a nearby tent, indicating, "Please, follow me to the war conference room." As the two entered the tent, Orochimaru stood before the strategic sand table, his gaze penetrating as he contemplated the current battlefield. He turned to Jae-suk and inquired, "What is your perspective on the current situation?" Jae-suk refrained from responding hastily. After a moment of reflection, he retorted, "Lord Orochimaru, it ultimately hinges on the tactics you wish to adopt." Orochimaru, taken aback yet swiftly regaining his composure, curiously pressed on, "What do you mean by that?" Jae-suk elucidated, "If you intend to adopt a defensive posture, reinforcing our current front and advancing gradually, then, given the present circumstances, our position is rather precarious. The elongated front, strained resources, and scattered forces pose substantial challenges. More critically, such a strategy is susceptible to exploitation by the enemy, who may concentrate their superior numbers to mount a decisive breakthrough against us." He paused momentarily to gauge Orochimaru's reaction before continuing. "However, should you favor a more flexible and unexpected approach, the current chaotic front could, in fact, present opportunities for us. Amid this intricate environment, we can leverage the enemy's misconceptions and oversights to launch swift assaults. Furthermore, the disorderly lines imply that the enemy will struggle to implement effective defensive adjustments in a short time, thus enabling us to execute surprise attacks." Intrigued by Jae-suk's insights, Orochimaru slowly remarked, "Oh, please elaborate." Nodding, Jae-suk began to analyze in detail. "If we opt for a steady and cautious approach, we must possess sufficient troops and resources to sustain this front. Moreover, the overarching strategic objectives of the third Hokage will be challenging to achieve." Orochimaru pondered for a moment before asking, "Then, what if we choose to deploy unconventional tactics and engage in a daring confrontation?" With a slight smile, Jae-suk continued, "That is where our advantage lies. Although the current front appears chaotic, it simultaneously grants us concealment and surprise. We can exploit this disarray to launch unexpected attacks, disrupting the enemy's deployments. We might even feign a retreat to lure Hanzo the Salamander into the open." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Jae-suk, your perspective is quite insightful. Do you have any specific plans?" Nodding, Jae-suk began to outline his strategy in detail. "We can select several key points for a breakthrough, such as here, here, and here." As he spoke, he indicated several locations on the map. "We can use the cover of night to launch a sudden assault, catching the enemy off guard. Simultaneously, we can set ambushes at these points, waiting for the enemy reinforcements, and then deliver a crushing blow." Chapter 70. Arrangements. Orochimaru held Jae-suk's planning skills in high esteem. His strategies resonated with Orochimaru's own, and this synergy filled him with delight. Working alongside a peer of equal caliber was indeed a gratifying experience. Orochimaru nodded slightly, expressing his approval of Jae-suk's plan. However, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he slowly approached Zangetsu, scrutinizing him with a gaze that was both profound and elusive. This penetrating look stirred a sense of unease within Zangetsu, prompting him to inquire, "Lord Orochimaru, is there something you wish to discuss?" Orochimaru gently patted Zangetsu's shoulder, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "Oh, dear Zangetsu, or should I refer to you as Uchiha Zangetsu?" Upon hearing the name Uchiha Zangetsu, he was momentarily taken aback. Soon, clarity surged within him, as myriad questions that had previously plagued his mind suddenly found resolution. He finally comprehended the origin of the Empire's failed war beasts in this ninja realm. It dawned on him that the two incarnations of Orochimaru had long engaged in clandestine collusion, and it was likely that his true identity, along with the secrets of Kaziz and others, had come to their knowledge. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to remain composed. Orochimaru, what jest is this? How could I possibly belong to the Uchiha clan? Zangetsu retorted with a sardonic smirk. Orochimaru, unfazed by this assertion, approached Zangetsu with a calm demeanor, producing a communication device and placing it gently upon the table. Since you so vehemently deny it, why not consult with Hibimaru? Observing the evident connection between Orochimaru and Hibimaru, Zangetsu ceased to conceal his own truths, his eyes illuminating with the brilliance of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Orochimaru, given your dealings with Hibimaru, you must be well aware of our methods for dealing with traitors. Orochimaru remained unperturbed in the face of Zangetsu's threat. He understood well the sentiments regarding heretics and traitors shared during his exchanges with Hibimaru, yet he was even more certain that Zangetsu had strayed from the Emperor's path. The information he had acquired from Danzo regarding the wood release experiments convinced Orochimaru that this man before him, even if not entirely betraying the Emperor, had already lost his loyalty. Zangetsu, if you truly wish to cleanse your ranks, might you first reflect upon your own actions? Orochimaru's tone dripped with subtle mockery. If Kazis were to discover that you have surreptitiously applied the Empire's confidential techniques to your disciple, the consequences would likely be beyond your capacity to bear. Zangetsu recognized that he was now ensnared by Orochimaru's machinations, yet he did not reveal any panic. He still held a contingency plan. In extreme circumstances, eliminating Orochimaru could resolve matters, albeit at the cost of losing support from Konoha. Orochimaru sensed the chilling intent emanating from Zangetsu, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He hastily spoke, attempting to ease the tension. Lord Zangetsu, your murderous intent is indeed formidable. However, rest assured, your identity and purpose remain absolutely secure and will not be disclosed. He inhaled deeply, continuing, in a certain sense, our objectives are actually aligned. I do not require you to sacrifice your life. I merely hope that we can collaborate. Zangetsu reined in his murderous intent, calmly inquiring, what is it that you seek? At this moment, he too experienced the sensation of being constrained, a stark contrast to his usual manipulation of others through intelligence. Orochimaru felt a surge of delight within, yet maintained a facade of composure. I require the equipment and database you bring. Rest assured, this will not be to your detriment. As you've witnessed, the trajectory of this war is unmistakably clear. Once the conflict concludes, my influence within the village will significantly increase. At that juncture, I shall assist you with both Kazus and Menma. What do you think? This transaction proved relatively advantageous for Jae-suk, despite a lingering discomfort throughout the process. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. The equipment and instruments he brought, aside from the headband, would have minimal impact upon relinquishment. Moreover, entrusting these to Orochimaru would allow for their legitimate use within the village, which could be seen as a positive outcome. As for Orochimaru's promise to handle Kazuz and Menma, Jae-suk merely smiled. He did not expect Orochimaru to eliminate them entirely, but as long as they were kept away from the village in the short term, he would be quite satisfied. After a brief contemplation, Jae-suk made his decision. He retrieved his communicator and established a connection with Orochimaru. As data flowed continuously across the communicator's panel, the information from the database was swiftly synchronized with Orochimaru. The database has been transferred to you, Jae-suk stated. As for the instruments, they are secured in my home in Konoha. Orochimaru reviewed the received content and, satisfied, stowed away the communicator. I sincerely appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Jae-suk of K-Village. With that, he departed from the operations meeting room. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, Jae-suk was overcome with revulsion. He thought to himself, that vile serpent is displeasing in any world. However, he recognized that this transaction, though unsettling, was indeed the most prudent choice given the circumstances. Orochimaru's departure heightened Jae-suk's vigilance. He realized that within the current shinobi world, it was likely that more than just Orochimaru was aware of him. Koromaru's methods were cunning and ruthless, and he would undoubtedly not limit himself to just one pawn like Orochimaru. Chapter 71. The first battle after leaving the operations meeting room, Orochimaru immediately commenced meticulous battle preparations. Simultaneously, Jae-suk's team members, Sun, Raid, and Aoi, were specially assigned to a combat zone of relatively lower intensity. This strategic arrangement aimed to provide these newly minted genin with a safe opportunity to hone their skills in a real combat environment. Remember, this is your first practical engagement. Safety is always paramount, Orochimaru warned them sternly while assigning tasks. Jae-suk, as their instructor, observed from the sidelines. The location he had selected was of moderate intensity, perfectly suitable for their capabilities, a comprehensive test of their training. They all understood clearly that on the battlefield, any oversight could come at a grave cost. Before long, teams soon arrived at the combat zone located in the Land of Rain. The forest stood in stark contrast to the environment of the Land of Fire, with its dense, towering trees and a canopy that obscured the sky, rendering visibility exceedingly limited. Such an atmosphere undoubtedly heightened the difficulty and unpredictability of battle, instilling a sense of tension within the trio. In this unfamiliar terrain, the ever-reliable Arataki appointed Sun as the temporary leader, entrusting her with the responsibility of guiding the team through the impending conflict. Having grown up in environments akin to this, Sun felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity rather than trepidation. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart in preparation for the challenges that lay ahead. Following a heartfelt conversation with Arataki under the moonlight, Raito experienced a significant shift in his mindset. He understood that enduring hardship was the most opportune moment for growth. Thus, he did not succumb to fear or hesitation due to the harsh surroundings. Instead, he fortified his resolve and determination. Conversely, for Aoi, the situation was a source of immense pressure. Lacking any information about his surroundings and finding himself in such perilous conditions, he felt as if he were ensconced in darkness, vulnerable to sudden enemy attacks that could prove fatal. His palms began to sweat, and his heartbeat quickened. Noticing Aoi's anxious demeanor, Sun and Raito instinctively approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "Do not fret. We are here for you," Sun softly reassured. Raito nodded in agreement, striving to bolster Aoi's confidence. "They are merely the lesser ninjas from the Rain Shadow Village. You need not fear." Reassured by his comrade's words, Aoi's nerves eased slightly. He inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure. Sun continued, "Moreover, our mission is not particularly perilous. We are merely patrolling within secured territories. Given the current situation, we should encounter no significant threats." However, scarcely had she spoken when an unforeseen event unfolded. This area, previously a battleground between Konoha and the Rain-Hidden Village, should have been occupied solely by their respective forces. Yet, Anoki, unyielding in his ambitions, took advantage of the skirmish to stealthily deploy an elite unit into the region. Although this squad was small, comprising merely 4 members, 3 Nin and 1 Nin, their prowess was formidable. For the Rain Ninja Village, this unit was more than capable of aiding them in breaching the defenses of the area. The sudden appearance of adversaries plunged Sun's team into a tense atmosphere. They immediately shifted into a combat-ready state, preparing to confront this unexpected battle. Aoi, casting aside his earlier anxiety, gripped his weapon tightly, ready to fight alongside his teammates. Whoosh! Whoosh! The air was pierced by sharp sounds of projectiles, followed by deafening explosions. Several kunai, laced with explosive tags, streaked across the sky like meteors, striking the very ground where they had just stood, igniting a fierce explosion. Flames soared, smoke billowed, and the entire battlefield seemed to tremble under the tremendous force of the blast. Fortunately, Sun's reflexes were remarkably swift. She immediately sensed the impending attack. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly pulled Lei Tong and Qin Yi with her, and the 3 of them took refuge behind a nearby cover in a flash. As the echoes of the explosion gradually dissipated, the smoke that enveloped the battlefield began to clear. The trio of the Sun team huddled closely together, the sound of their heartbeats resonating distinctly in the profound silence. "Is everyone all right?" Sun broke the silence, her voice laced with concern for her companions. "I'm fine," Lei Tong replied, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. "Thanks to your quick reflexes," Sunday Qin Yi nodded in affirmation, his complexion pale, yet his tone unwavering. "I'm also unscathed, thank you." However, the tension that had permeated the battlefield did not wane with the fading aftermath of the explosion. The 3 members of the Sun team remained tightly clustered, their eyes reflecting resolve and determination. "Prepare for combat," Sun commanded in a hushed tone, swiftly analyzing the current situation. As the temporary leader of the team, she understood the weight of her responsibilities. Qin Yi immediately ascertained the number of our adversaries. Sun decisively issued her first command. "We need to grasp the enemy's specific circumstances to formulate an effective combat strategy." Qin Yi nodded, closing his eyes to concentrate on sensing the surrounding energies. His ability enabled him to perceive the number and positions of foes within a certain radius, which was vital for the impending confrontation. Lei Tong, provide cover for Qing Yi here. Sun continued with her arrangements. Ensure his safety while being prepared to support me at a moment's notice. I will divert their attention to create a better environment for Qing Yi's perception. Without hesitation, Lei Tong positioned himself beside Qing Yi, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. His weapon was gripped tightly, ready to confront any imminent threats. Taking a deep breath, Sun dashed out from behind the cover. As the most formidable member of the team, she was compelled to undertake this perilous task. Her figure darted swiftly through the trees, evading attacks from the Rock Shadow ninjas. The enemy's onslaught persisted. Yet the Rock Shadow ninjas exercised caution. They dared not employ ninjutsu recklessly without ascertaining the number of Sun's team. This provided Sun with a moment to breathe and recalibrate her tactics. After narrowly evading multiple assaults, Sun suddenly heard Qing Yi's voice resonate in her mind. Sun, I have confirmed the enemy's numbers. There are 4 in total. I will have Lei Tong assist you in marking their precise locations. Elated by Qing Yi's revelation, Sun felt a surge of confidence with her teammates' support. She quickly responded, understood. Inform me once you are ready. Chapter 72. The initial battle. Qing Yi moved swiftly through the woods, his form agile and nimble. He continuously employed his sensing abilities, aware that the Rock Shadow ninjas were keenly observing their every movement. In the depths of her mind, Sun contemplated and analyzed the various scenarios that could arise in the impending battle. She was acutely aware that if it were merely herself and Aoi fighting side by side, the risks would escalate significantly. Therefore, she resolved to include Raito in their combat formation. Raito, you shall join us in this venture. Sun proclaimed with a voice that resonated with both gravity and resolve. Understood, Raito replied succinctly, his grip on his weapon tightening. He recognized that as a member of the team, he bore an indispensable responsibility. Should they rely solely on the two of them to launch an offensive, their strength would prove inadequate, rendering them vulnerable to the enemy's fierce assault. However, the collaboration of the three would undoubtedly enhance their overall combat capabilities and deterrent power. The trio, each firmly clutching their weapons, steeled themselves for the imminent confrontation. Despite their awareness of the enemy's formidable prowess and numerical superiority, fear did not take root in their hearts. Sun inhaled deeply, swiftly adjusting her battle readiness, then charged forth from the thicket without hesitation. Aoi, Raito, stay close behind me, she called out, her voice imbued with determination and decisiveness. Upon hearing Sun's command, Aoi and Raito promptly followed suit, emerging from the woods in unison. They swiftly fanned out, searching for any signs of their adversaries. In this tense and uncertain moment, their heartbeats quickened slightly, yet their gazes radiated unwavering resolve and determination. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions shattered the tranquility of the forest. The source of the explosions was precisely where they had earlier detected the presence of the Rock Shadow ninjas. Sun and her companions immediately halted, scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes. They understood that this was a ruse devised by the Rock Shadow ninjas, attempting to draw their attention through such explosive distractions in order to set a trap. Yet, Sun did not succumb to panic in the face of this provocation. The three members of her team tightened their grips on their weapons, quickly regaining their composure before charging out of the woods. These Rock Shadow ninjas are indeed cunning, Sun mused inwardly. In such a complex battlefield environment, failing to swiftly identify the enemy's position and decisively counterattack could very well lead to ambush or surprise assault. The trio rapidly dispersed, each seeking traces of their foes. They knew well that as the leader, Sun must shoulder her responsibilities. If only two engaged in the attack, their defensive capabilities would be severely compromised, making them susceptible to an enemy incursion. Not good. The Rock Shadow ninjas have spotted us, Aoi suddenly exclaimed in alarm. What is happening? Sun's heart raced as she turned to assess the situation, only to see a Rock Shadow ninja standing quietly at a distance. Their gaze fixed intently upon the three of them. Run, Sun shouted emphatically. Aoi and Raito, heeding her command, immediately followed her lead, hastily vacating the scene. Yet the Iwagakure ninjas did not relinquish their pursuit. Shortly after their escape, two more Iwagakure ninjas appeared, swiftly closing in on them. Their speed was astonishing, their figures darting through the forest like shadows of darkness. We must split up, shouted Sun. This way, they cannot track all three of us at once. Aoi and Raito immediately grasped Sun's intention, and the trio swiftly diverged, racing in different directions. Sun silently prayed in her heart, hoping this strategy would prove effective. She understood that if she were captured, the entire team would be plunged into peril. She ran desperately, the sounds of the Iwagakure ninjas chasing behind her echoing through the woods. Her heart raced, sweat trickled down her forehead, yet she dared not pause for even a moment. Meanwhile, Aoi and Rado were also sprinting with all their might. They too heard the pursuit behind them, acutely aware that the Iwagakure ninjas were closing in. This chase endured for what felt like an eternity, until all three were utterly exhausted. However, they knew that if caught by the Iwagakure ninjas, the consequences would be dire. Finally, deep within the woods, Sun discovered a hiding spot. She nestled into a thicket, cautiously observing her surroundings. Shortly thereafter, Aoi and Rado also found their respective shelters. They communicated through signals, confirming each other's safety. Although they had temporarily evaded the Iwagakure ninjas, the trio understood that the danger was far from over. They needed to devise their next plan swiftly. We require a secure location to rest. Sun conveyed her thoughts to Aoi and Rado through gestures. Aoi replied, I know of a concealed cave. We can go there. Rado concurred. Indeed, let us head there first and then figure out how to deal with these Iwagakure ninjas. Thus, the three cautiously departed from their hiding spots, following Aoi's guidance to the secluded cave. Inside the cave, they took a moment to rest, replenishing their supplies of food and water. During this time, Sun meticulously analyzed the previous skirmish and the tactics of the Iwagakure ninjas. They clearly came prepared. Fully aware of our movements, Sun reflected. However, they should have been oblivious to the intelligence we deployed at the front lines. Aoi voiced her concern. Indeed, Rado replied, sitting up and drawing his black blade from his waist, the sharp edge glinting ominously in the dim cave. This Iwagakure squad likely came to gather intelligence. And we happened upon them. He stood and approached the cave entrance, his voice resolute. Logically, they should not be privy to our frontline arrangements. However, now that we have encountered them, we must not allow them the opportunity to relay this information back. Should the enemy become aware of our frontline deployments, it could spell grave trouble for our campaign. Upon hearing this, Aoi hurriedly rose to his feet, his expression tense and even trembling slightly. We are merely lower-ranked ninjas. If we confront them head-on, we will perish. Sun gently patted Aoi's shoulder and spoke in a calming tone. Do not worry, Aoi. Just as before, focus on gathering intelligence and leave the forthcoming battle to me and Raiton. A radiant smile graced her face, as if it could dispel all shadows and fears. Observing Sun's smile, Aoi felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. He took a deep breath and nodded. All right, Sunday. I will do my utmost. She understood Aoi's trepidation. Despite their similar ages, he was ultimately a child raised in the peaceful village of Konoha, and it was entirely natural to feel fear in the face of life and death. Chapter 73. 5 energies converging. Aoi sat on the ground, wielding a kunai to sketch the current situation in the sandy earth while explaining to Sun and Raiton. According to my previous observations, there are 4 of them. Coupled with intelligence from the front lines, the typical configuration from a Iwagakure consists of 1 jonin leading 3 chunin. Therefore, it is highly probable that we are facing a similar arrangement. He paused, lifting his gaze to meet Sun and Raiton's eyes, his expression grave as he continued. This means we will confront a formidable jonin and 3 chunin, rendering our situation quite dire. Then, Aoi's gaze swept between Sun and Raiton, taking a deep breath before addressing them. In terms of numbers, we are clearly at a disadvantage. Regarding strength, my role primarily involves intelligence gathering, and I can only provide limited support. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Thus, the main force in this battle will be you two. Sun, you need not be modest. Your strength surpasses ours, and is the primary combat power of our team. Raiton, the key lies with you. Sun will engage the 3 chunin, and you must deal with the jonin while I provide full cooperation. After Aoi finished speaking, he fixed his determined gaze upon the two, awaiting their responses. Sun was the first to rise, stretching her shoulders confidently. I am ready. No issues on my end. Raiton, what about you? Hearing this, Raiton also stood, executing an elegant flourish with his blade, the glimmer of the steel reflecting his resolve. I am prepared as well. You need not worry about the coordination between Aoi and me. Aoi sheathed his kunai, standing tall with a spirit brimming with determination. Then let us set forth. We shall show those Iwagakure scoundrels the might of Konoha's lower-ranked ninjas. Outside the cave, The dense woods provided a concealed gathering spot for the 4 Iwagakure ninjas. They sat together, whispering about their forthcoming action plan. We have confirmed some crucial information regarding Konoha's frontline arrangements, the leading Iwagakure Jonin stated solemnly. Now, the only issue we face is those 3 Konoha ninjas. We must handle them with caution. We cannot allow them to become our stumbling blocks. A middle-ranking ninja from Iwagakure spoke. We can attempt to resolve them before they become aware of our intentions. This way, our actions will proceed more smoothly. Another Iwagakure ninja, who had just emerged from a sensing technique, interjected. I sense that the 3 Konoha ninjas have revealed themselves from their hiding spots and are now approaching us. Judging by their trajectory and speed, it is highly likely they have discovered our presence. Furthermore, their team probably includes sensing ninjas as well. Upon hearing this, the leading Iwagakure Jonin displayed a scornful smile. They choose not to retreat to report the situation, but instead advance towards us. It seems they have been deemed prey. He surveyed the other 3 ninjas, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, as he continued. We must not allow ourselves to be underestimated any longer. Let us set forth. This time, we shall return with their heads as a token of our intelligence mission. At his command, the 4 Iwagakure ninjas sprang into action, akin to 4 unleashed tigers, charging towards the Konoha ninjas. Within the dense forest, Team Sun swiftly maneuvered. Aoyan, with a grave expression, declared, the enemy's 4 have commenced their advance. According to my senses, the 3 middle-ranking ninjas are to our northeast, while the Jonin is directly to our north. Everyone, let us move. As Aoyan issued the command, Team Sun dispersed rapidly, adhering to their tactical plan. Sun dashed towards the northeast, prepared to confront the 3 middle-ranking ninjas, while Raito stealthily made his way north, targeting the formidable Jonin. The battle was imminent. Sun was the first to engage the 3 middle-ranking ninjas, and they were instantly embroiled in a fierce clash. A flurry of projectiles danced through the air, accompanied by the sounds of explosions and bursts of flame. Subsequently, the 3 middle-ranking ninjas, through their seamless coordination, swiftly encircled Sun, attempting to limit her movements. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, refraining from launching further attacks. At this juncture, one of the Iwagakure middle-ranking ninjas shattered the silence with a mocking tone. Little girl, has Konoha truly run out of capable ninjas? Have they sent a mere child to her demise? Sun, unfazed by the taunt, merely smiled slightly in response. Whether or not they are lacking, you shall find out. Her gaze swept cautiously over the 3 Iwagakure middle-ranking ninjas, confirming that the Jonin was not among them. A sigh of relief welled within her. This realization bolstered her confidence, for she knew that in the absence of the Jonin's interference, she possessed ample assurance to face the trio before her. Sun thought to herself, 30 minutes should suffice to deal with them. Resolute in her decision to end the confrontation swiftly, she aimed to deny the enemy any respite. With that, she clasped her hands together, channeling her chakra. With a powerful shout, a torrent of formidable chakra surged from within her. Golden, pink, and blue chakra intertwined harmoniously, resembling a dazzling rainbow, enveloping Sun in a radiant aura. This was Sun's unique bloodline limit, 5 elements convergence. This extraordinary ability is the result of the intricate intertwining of 5 distinct chakra attributes with the power of yin and yang within Sun's body, perfectly manifested through the transformation of her physique by the cells of Hashirama. The 3 Jonin present exchanged glances of astonishment, having never before witnessed such a unique bloodline limit, particularly exhibited by a mere genin, which was indeed unexpected. However, their surprise was fleeting. The Jonin who had previously mocked Sun quickly regained his composure, raising his hand to shout, she is but a lowly genin. What does possessing a bloodline limit matter if she lacks the talent to grow? Without the development of a genius, she is nothing. The other 2 Jonin swiftly followed suit, silently agreeing that she was merely a genin. Possessing a bloodline limit would not change her status. In their past, they had extinguished the flames of numerous so-called geniuses while carrying out underhanded tasks for the village. Faced with their disdain and scorn, Sun, expressionless, drew her kunai, a cold smirk playing on her lips as she spoke with an air of defiance. If that is the case, then come and test yourselves. Let us see if you esteemed Jonin can withstand the onslaught of this lowly genin. Chapter 74. The fiery palm. The ensuing battle unfolded like a vivid tapestry. Rapid and intense, Sun surged toward the 3 Jonin with astonishing speed, her kunai slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. The Nin who had ridiculed her was the first to confront her, brandishing a shuriken in an attempt to fend off her assault. In her state of 5 elements convergence, Sun's speed rivaled that which she had achieved during her battle with Obito, enhanced by her lightning release. Her swordsmanship was as swift as lightning, dazzling to behold. With a swift motion, Sun's kunai struck down the Nin's weapon, forcing him to stagger back. Disbelief etched across his face. The sight of this genin disarming him in a single exchange left him internally questioning, are all genin from Konoha monsters? Simultaneously, witnessing their companion falter, the other 2 Nin quickly joined the fray. They launched simultaneous attacks from either side, aiming to encircle her. Yet, despite their concerted efforts, their speed paled in comparison to Sun's. Like a graceful fish, she maneuvered effortlessly among them, each strike of her blade precisely countering or evading their fierce assaults. Her movements flowed smoothly, as if she were dancing upon the battlefield. She must be restrained. This collective thought resonated among the 3 Nin. They realized that without effectively limiting Sun's mobility, victory in this confrontation was unattainable. One of the Nin decisively took action. Just as Sun's kunai was poised to strike her teammate's neck, he swiftly activated the earth release technique, conjuring a sturdy earthen wall that expertly intercepted Sun's blade. Earth release, earth flow wall, he shouted, his tone imbued with resolve and determination. With the wall's emergence, Sun felt an overwhelming resistance. She immediately released the kunai from her grasp and nimbly retreated. However, she soon realized that new earthen walls were continuously rising around her, gradually enclosing her in a constricted space. Within this confined area, Sun faced off against the Chunin who had previously mocked her. The air seemed to solidify, and the tension was suffocating. The Chunin clasped his hands together, as a multitude of stones rapidly coalesced in his right hand, forming a colossal stone fist. A sinister grin spread across his face as he prepared to unleash a fatal blow. Earth release, stone fist, he bellowed, and the stone fist, accompanied by a howling wind, hurtled towards Sunday. This was his prideful ninjutsu, immensely powerful, capable of obliterating any obstacle in its path. However, the technique had a notable flaw. It was easily evaded. Yet, in this confined space, Sun had nowhere to escape. This was also their trio's trump card. By coordinating their efforts, they forced the enemy into a corner, allowing him to deliver the final strike. This tactic had proven effective time and again, providing them with openings against formidable foes. The 2 Chunin outside had relaxed their vigilance, wiping the sweat from their brows and exchanging banter. What of a genius! Without familiar weapons and the arrogance of speed, they are destined to fall before us. However, before their words could fully escape their lips, a thunderous crash echoed from within the earthen walls. The sound was jarring, causing the 2 Chunin to tense up, hastily glancing towards its source. As debris from the walls scattered and the dust settled, they were astounded to discover their comrade, eyes rolled back and lifeless, effortlessly held in Sun's grasp. This sight left them speechless, an inexplicable fear surging within them. "What have you done?" one of them exclaimed, his voice trembling with barely concealed dread. Sun cast aside the lifeless body with indifference and replied coolly, "Did I ever claim my taijutsu and strength were lacking?" Her tone dripped with disdain and mockery, as if ridiculing their underestimation and ignorance. Reflecting on the previous battle, the boastful Chunin had charged at her, roaring, "Die already. Prepare to meet your arrogance in hell, genius of Konoha." His fist, slicing through the air with lethal intent, aimed directly for Sun's life. Yet, Sun remained unfazed. She inhaled deeply, lowered her stance, her eyes glimmering with calm determination. Just as his fist was about to connect, she raised her hand and struck decisively. The blow landed squarely on his chest, and an explosion of flames erupted from within the Chunin. The flames blazed fiercely, illuminating Sun's indifferent visage, as if heralding her victory. 5 elements. Origin fire palm, she murmured softly, her voice imbued with confidence and authority. She concentrated the fiery chakra of 5 elements, origin fire, into her palm. And upon contact with her adversary, it ignited his chakra, leading to a violent explosion that rendered him instantly incapacitated. The remaining 2 Chunin no longer wore their earlier mocking expressions. Instead, fear of this unknown formidable opponent took their place. They realized that the little girl before them was not as easily manageable as they had anticipated. Since a direct confrontation proved futile, they resolved to alter their strategy. Attempting to ensnare her, and await the arrival of their leader for reinforcements. By then, dealing with the girl would be a trivial matter. Thus, the two nin exchanged knowing glances, and together they unleashed their ninjutsu. One of them formed hand seals and chanted, "Earth Release, Earthquake Core." As his words echoed, the ground beneath the girl began to tremble violently, as if a colossal force was brewing underground. The other followed suit, swiftly forming hand seals and exclaiming, "Earth Release, Rockfall." In an instant, numerous gigantic boulders descended from the sky like raindrops, attempting to confine her within a minuscule area. As the two nin simultaneously activated their jutsu, the ground beneath the girl rapidly sank, creating a vast pit. The raining rocks became increasingly dense, seemingly intent on burying her beneath the ruins. Despite the ferocity of the nin's assault, the attack posed little threat to her. In the state of five elements convergence, her reflexes and dynamic vision reached their zenith, and her physical agility was exceptionally acute. Although the rocks fell in a torrential downpour, she adeptly navigated through them with remarkable speed, darting like a bolt of lightning. She leapt gracefully, evading each falling stone with precision while ascending towards the sky. The two nin, witnessing this, were left in astonishment. They had initially believed such an onslaught would at least temporarily trap her, yet they were taken aback by her effortless evasion. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from their sight. "Where did she go?" one of them shouted. The other nin hurriedly scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking any trace of her. But it was already too late. In that fleeting moment of distraction, she suddenly materialized above them like a specter, her kunai gleaming ominously. With a swift slash, she uttered, "Five elements convergence, ascend." The blade's energy surged forth, accompanied by a roaring wind, slicing through the air and hurtling toward the two nin. Caught off guard, they barely managed to turn aside. Nevertheless, the blade's energy grazed their forms, leaving deep gashes, and blood instantly stained their garments. One of them cried out in pain, staggering and nearly collapsing to the ground. The other, though managing to steady himself, appeared pallid as a ghost, clearly suffering significant injury. Observing this, the girl felt no shred of pity. She understood that mercy on the battlefield equated to cruelty towards oneself. Moreover, she could not maintain the state of five elements convergence for long. The failure of her previous strike had intensified her pressure. Quickly, she adjusted her breathing, stabilizing the flow of chakra within her, while warily casting her gaze towards the distant woods, where the rock-hidden Jonin might emerge. The absence of news from Aoyagi and Rate sparked a flicker of unease within her. If they failed to eliminate that elite ninja, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly prove more arduous. It was imperative to swiftly conclude the conflict at hand and provide assistance to their comrades. In her heart, Sun made a silent determination. Once more, she brandished her kunai, launching a fierce assault against the two injured nin. Under the onslaught of Sun's relentless attacks, the two nin soon found themselves vanquished. Realizing the dire circumstances, they quickly understood that they were no match for Sun, and their only hope lay in retreat. They hastily turned, exerting every ounce of strength to flee deeper into the forest, hoping to locate their leader and reverse the tide of battle. However, Sun immediately discerned their intentions. Her expression darkened as she swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a new jutsu. Five elements unification, lightning release mode. Upon completing the seals, the chakra coursing through Sun became tempestuous, weaving a net of electricity around her. Previously, her body had been unable to endure the side effects of this mode. Muscle tissue would necrotize, and cells would wither. Yet now, bolstered by Hashirama's cells, Sun could unabashedly enter this state without fear of any repercussions. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple, Sun scoffed, her form transforming into a streak of lightning as she pursued the fleeing nin. Her speed was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, she caught up with them. Upon realizing they were being pursued, one of the nin resolutely halted. Addressing his companion, "You go find the leader, I will hold her off here." His words were imbued with unwavering resolve, as if he had already prepared himself for sacrifice. Understanding the gravity of the situation, his partner did not hesitate, turning to flee deeper into the woods. The remaining nin drew a kunai, charging towards Sunday. Yet, the disparity in their abilities was palpable. Even with all his might, he found himself outmatched before Sunday. The electricity crackling around her kunai effortlessly severed his weapon in a single clash. The nin gasped in shock, But there was no time to react. Sun's kunai, propelled by sheer force, sliced through his body, blood erupting forth instantaneously. His eyes widened, disbelief etched across his features as he struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. With the fall of the Ch-Nin, only Sun remained in the forest, along with the panicked Ch-Nin fleeing before her. He desperately fought to escape, but Sun's speed was superior, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. Just as despair began to take hold, a familiar figure suddenly emerged in his line of sight, their leader, the elite ninja from Awagakure. However, the leader's demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar, as if enveloped by an unusual aura. Upon spotting the leader, the Ch-Nin felt as though he had glimpsed salvation. He called out, his voice brimming with joy and anticipation. "Leader, over here. That wretched girl has killed both of us. Please save me." Hearing his cries, Sun paused, standing a short distance away, observing quietly. The Ch-Nin, seeing her halt, turned to face her. Though his breath was unsteady, his words dripped with provocation and mockery. The Ch-Nin's visage twisted in disdain as he pointed at the Jonin team leader shrouded in shadow, mocking, "Ha! Aren't you quite formidable, the prodigy of Konoha? Come now. If you are indeed so powerful, why not engage him in battle? We've dispatched numerous individuals like you, who rely solely on their bloodline limits, from Awagakure." Upon hearing this, Sun's expression darkened, though she refrained from succumbing to the Ch-Nin's provocation. Instead, her heart was laden with concern for the safety of Aoi and Araki, which hindered her ability to focus entirely on the adversary before her. She understood that the appearance of the Awagakure Jonin signified an escalation in their conflict, and she remained oblivious to the fate of her two teammates. The Jonin had indeed materialized before her, and based on prior arrangements, it seemed that her comrades were in grave peril. Meanwhile, the Ch-Nin continued his taunts, his words growing increasingly repugnant. Yet Sun had yet to resolve herself to fight to the death. As the Ch-Nin's derision became more grating, Sun chose to ignore him. She began to scrutinize the Awagakure Jonin, and then, with a slight smile, addressed the Ch-Nin. "After all this talk, you must be quite parched." The Ch-Nin, bewildered by her words, confidently believed that his leader was an indomitable force, seasoned in battle, beyond their reckoning. He could not fathom why this youth dared to utter such audacious claims. "Boss, would you please act swiftly? The sooner we deal with this brat, the sooner we can report our mission," the Ch-Nin urged, hoping for prompt action from the Jonin. However, upon his words landing, there was no response. The Ch-Nin began to feel a pang of anxiety, his tone tinged with fear as he pressed, "Boss, this isn't a joke. Both of them have already been slain." Yet, the Jonin remained silent, standing there in quietude. Summoning his courage, the Ch-Nin timidly approached the Jonin, hand outstretched, only for the latter to suddenly collapse to the ground without warning. This sight plunged the Ch-Nin into utter disarray, and he gazed helplessly at the fallen Jonin, his heart brimming with terror and despair. Observing the Ch-Nin's plight, Sun scoffed lightly, remarking, "It seems your leader is not quite himself at the moment." Her words dripped with disdain and mockery, as if to convey to the Ch-Nin that their scheme had irrevocably unraveled. Chapter 76. Reluctance to resist at this juncture. The Ch-Nin had wholly lost the courage to resist, acutely aware that he was no match for Sunday. As she advanced with relentless force, waves of fear surged within him, compelling him to instinctively flee from this perilous situation. Struggling to rise from the ground, he exerted every ounce of strength to crawl forward, leaving deep claw marks on the earth, as though narrating his inner despair and struggle. Yet, no matter how fervently he endeavored, his speed paled in comparison to Sun's. Watching the Ch-Nin's desperate retreat, Sun's eyes flickered with disdain. She chose not to hasten after him, instead standing her ground, calmly observing the surrounding movements. As the Ch-Nin in Yaoyin village believed he had been spared and prepared to escape, a boy's toe suddenly appeared before him. Startled, he looked up to find a familiar figure coldly standing in front of him. It was Aoi, who he had been desperately seeking. A sense of dread filled the Ch-Nin as he realized the perilous nature of his situation. He attempted to rise, but his body, weary from the previous battle and flight, refused to move. Aoi regarded the Ch-Nin with an impassive expression, stating flatly, "Did you think you could evade us?" The Ch-Nin's heart sank. He knew there was no escape. Trembling, he pleaded, "Please, spare me. I am merely a Ch-Nin, not a key player in this conflict." However, Aoi dismissed his entreaty. He crouched down, locking eyes with the Nin, and declared, "On the battlefield, there is no mercy. You chose to stand against us, and you must face the consequences." At that moment, Raito emerged from the shadows of a nearby tree, his black blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. He stepped forward, observing the now defenseless Nin, a glimmer of resolve passing through his eyes. There was no escape for him. In a low voice, Raito proclaimed, and with ruthless precision, he brought down the black blade, ending the Nin's life. When Sun witnessed her companion's safe return, the tension in her heart finally eased. She quickly deactivated the 5 elements vitality technique. Although it had taken a toll, it remained within an acceptable range, allowing her to act normally without succumbing to exhaustion. She approached Raito and Aoi, ready to inquire about their situation. However, before she could speak, Aoi interjected, "Sun, did you deal with that Nin?" Taken aback, Sun replied, "Did you not leave a corpse behind after dealing with him?" Aoi and Raito exchanged puzzled glances, clearly bewildered. Aoi hurriedly clarified, "We did not encounter a Nin. We only dealt with those Nin. Could it be that the Nin never appeared?" Sun shook her head, her brow furrowed in concern. "No, I am certain I saw the Nin, and his condition was peculiar. His movements were stiff, and his chakra fluctuations were weak. I assumed you had already dealt with him." Upon meeting again, both parties quickly sensed the issue and retraced their steps for verification. When Raito confirmed that the figure was indeed the Nin, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. Sun, now thoroughly perplexed, inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Aoi began to recount the entire sequence of events to Sunday. While Sun was engaged in combat, Aoi and Raito had encountered a Nin as well. Fortunately, due to the opponent's overconfidence, they managed to inflict some damage through Aoi's technique, the 3,000 crows, combined with Raito's exquisite swordsmanship. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength was evident, and they were soon forced to retreat. Yet, Raito remained convinced that the adversary had succumbed to the poison he had applied to his black blade. Despite the considerable disparity in strength, they chose to pursue relentlessly. However, their journey only led them to the previously engaged Chunin. After listening to Aoba's explanation, Sun finally unraveled the entire sequence of events. It turned out that the prior Jonin had indeed been poisoned by the black blade of the enemy. The rapid circulation of blood due to intense exertion caused the toxin to act swiftly. Yet, due to his exceptional physical constitution, he did not collapse immediately, resulting in the peculiar scene they had witnessed earlier. His formidable physique delayed the onset of the poison, allowing him to maintain a degree of mobility for some time. At that moment, a sudden cacophony arose, instantly seizing the trio's attention. Having just concluded battle, their nerves remained taut, and they instantly fell into a state of vigilance. Sun, without hesitation, prepared to activate the 5 elements chakra, golden chakra subtly coursing around her, poised to unleash tremendous power. Raito also assumed a defensive stance, gripping the black blade tightly, his gaze sharp and alert, focused on the source of the sound. Although Aoba did not act immediately, his perceptive abilities were fully engaged, striving to detect any anomalies in the surroundings. He understood that if enemies were approaching, the ensuing confrontation would be exceptionally arduous. Sun had already mentally prepared for the worst. She knew that if the enemy were numerous or formidable, she would have to shield Aoba and Raito in their retreat, ensuring that vital information could safely return to Konoha. To her, the dual responsibilities of protecting her comrades and relaying intelligence were equally paramount, and she was willing to pay any price for it. The trio awaited anxiously as the noise drew nearer, yet they remained unable to discern the identity of the approaching party. Subsequently, a green specter darted through like lightning, and soon after, a Konoha ninja clad in green armored attire materialized before them. The arrival of this ninja was akin to a gentle spring breeze, significantly alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. This individual was indeed the support from Konoha, and his timely appearance undoubtedly bestowed a profound sense of security upon Sun, Raito, and Aoba. Although the three had lacked the time or opportunity to signal for help, it was evident that the commotion from their earlier skirmish had attracted attention from behind. "Wonderful! Reinforcements from Konoha," Raito exclaimed, his face lighting up with a long-lost smile. Aoba also exhaled in relief, remarking, "I never expected our commotion would draw in reinforcements." Sun too felt a wave of relief wash over her as she deactivated the 5 elements chakra once more. Chapter 77. Return to the camp. Having dispelled the 5 Qi Chaoyuan state, Sun exhibited a slightly pallid complexion, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Alongside Qingye, she provided a detailed account of the preceding events to the arriving Ch-Nin reinforcements. Are the bodies still there? The Ch-Nin inquired with urgency, acutely aware of the significance of intelligence and the crucial information those corpses might harbor. Sun nodded in affirmation, responding, yes. The bodies of the J-Nin and the 3 Ch-Nin remain at the site. We have yet to attend to them. The Ch-Nin sighed in relief, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his features. He recognized that these remains would serve as pivotal clues in their analysis of the enemy's strength and tactics. Excellent. The Ch-Nin praised. You have all performed admirably. We will send personnel to manage the bodies and simultaneously gather further intelligence. Deeply impressed and respectful of Sun, Leitong, and Qingye's performance, the Ch-Nin marveled at how these 3 newly minted genin had confronted unexpected challenges on the battlefield, yet managed to independently dismantle a Ch-Nin squad led by a J-Nin with astonishing resilience and ingenuity. Incredible, the Ch-Nin exclaimed, his gaze filled with admiration. Qingye, overhearing such commendations, felt a twinge of embarrassment and humbly responded, it was nothing. The opponent underestimated us, allowing us to exploit their oversight. The Ch-Nin shook his head, regarding Qingye earnestly, do not diminish your achievements. Victories in battle are never mere coincidences. Your ability to seize upon your adversary's weaknesses and react promptly is a true testament to your prowess. Furthermore, the synergy and cooperation you 3 exhibited during the combat were also critical factors. Feeling somewhat bashful from the Ch-Nin's words, Qingye scratched his head and smiled. Thank you for your kind words. The Ch-Nin nodded in satisfaction, but soon his expression turned grave as he cautioned. All right, we must hasten back to the camp. This area is not entirely secure. The Rain Village ninjas are likely aware of the battle's aftermath and will arrive shortly. Upon receiving the Ch-Nin's warning, Qingye immediately quelled his smile. He nodded in understanding and turned to Sun and Leitong, saying, we should quickly return to the camp. This place is unsafe. The trio swiftly organized their gear and prepared for their withdrawal. Despite their recent victory, the conflict was far from over, as the Rain Village ninjas could arrive at any moment. The journey back was uneventful, as they traversed territory firmly under Konoha's control, ensuring their safety. Upon their return to the camp, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. As they stepped into the camp, they were greeted by the sight of Jay-Z emerging from the operations meeting room to welcome them. The sight of Jay-Z evoked feelings of warmth and gratitude in the 3. You've returned, Jay-Z exclaimed, striding towards them with a beaming smile. I heard you performed exceptionally well. That's splendid news. Sun, Qingye, and Leitong nodded in agreement, affirming Jay-Z's commendation. They are aware that the successful completion of this mission is largely attributed to the guidance and training provided by Jae-suk. Teacher Jae-suk, this mission indeed encountered some setbacks, but fortunately, we have all returned safely, Sun said with a smile, expressing gratitude for his unwavering support. Jae-suk waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such formality. Your performance has indeed been remarkable. I heard that you managed to independently confront a group led by a J-Nin. That is truly impressive. Upon receiving Jae-suk's praise, Aoi shyly scratched his head, while Sun and Raito beamed with pride. The recognition of their efforts served as a tremendous encouragement for them. By the way, we have some intelligence that needs to be reported to our superiors, Aoi stated. Teacher Jae-suk, could you accompany us to meet Lord Orochimaru? Jae-suk nodded affirmatively, saying, no problem. I will take you to see Lord Orochimaru right away. Under Jae-suk's guidance, Sun, Aoi, and Raito entered the operational conference room of the camp. Inside, the atmosphere was tense and solemn, as Orochimaru was intently analyzing the various intelligence reports from the front lines. When he noticed Jae-suk entering the conference room with 3 young genin, Orochimaru paused momentarily, then set aside the documents in his hands and raised his gaze towards Jae-suk, inquiring with an authoritative tone, Jae-suk, could you elucidate why you have brought these 3 genin to the operational conference room? His voice was deep and penetrating, commanding immediate attention. Jae-suk nodded respectfully and replied, Lord Orochimaru, these 3 genin have just encountered a ninja squad led by a J-Nin at the frontline defense area, and they possess some vital intelligence that they need to report directly to you. Upon hearing Jae-suk's explanation, Orochimaru's gaze swept over Sun, Aoi, and Raito, a flicker of appreciation gleaming in his eyes. He gestured for them to step forward and present their report. Thus, Sun Aoi and Raito approached and recounted in detail the enemies they encountered during the mission, the course of the battle, and the intelligence they had gathered. Orochimaru listened intently, nodding and asking questions, demonstrating his utmost seriousness regarding the information. Once they had concluded their briefing, the three genin respectfully stepped aside, awaiting further instructions from Orochimaru. The situation is as follows, Lord Orochimaru, Sun summarized, her voice resolute and clear. Orochimaru set down his pen and lifted his gaze to the three, admiration flickering in his eyes. He nodded slightly and remarked, "You have done exceptionally well, not only completing the mission successfully, but also gathering such crucial intelligence." Turning to Jae-suk, he commanded, "Jae-suk, please prepare appropriate rewards and commendations for these three genin. Their performance deserves our recognition and encouragement." Jae-suk promptly complied. While Orochimaru continued addressing Sun and her companions, "The intelligence you provided is vital for our forthcoming strategic deployments. Please remain vigilant and be prepared to tackle any challenges that may arise." After the departure of Sun, Qingye, and Leitong, Orochimaru's gaze shifted to the departing Jae-suk, gently calling out to him, "Jae-suk-kun, please stay for a moment." Jae-suk halted, turning to face Orochimaru, his expression imbued with respect. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru. What is your command?" Orochimaru nodded, gesturing for Jae-suk to approach. Chapter 78. Attacking the weak point. Orochimaru beckoned Jae-suk closer and spoke in a hushed tone. "Jae-suk-kun, it has now been confirmed that a vanguard force has been dispatched from Awagakure. What is your perspective on this situation?" Having engaged with Noki, Jae-suk felt that there was no need to place undue significance on the arrival of this force. This war was destined to involve all five great nations. It was merely a matter of whether it would occur sooner or later. Once near, Jae-suk replied quietly, "There is no need for concern. Since this vanguard has been dealt with, we need not pay any heed to Awagakure." Orochimaru furrowed his brow, evidently surprised by Jae-suk's nonchalance, and inquired further, "Why is that?" Jae-suk replied with composure, "Lord Orochimaru, no nation can claim immunity from this war. Nakus Awagakure is bound to stir the waters, and thus, we must remain steadfast in our prior plans and not allow ourselves to be disturbed." Upon hearing Jae-suk's words, Orochimaru nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his statement. After all, he was merely a frontline commander responsible for the battlefield conditions in the Land of Rain. The engagement of other great nations would necessitate the establishment of several battlefronts, matters that did not concern him directly. The political intricacies could be left to those in the rear. After all, as the prominent figures of the Land of Fire often say, ninjas are to engage in combat, while they bear the burden of broader considerations. With that in mind, Orochimaru felt relieved of further concerns and turned to Jae-suk once more. "Jae-suk-kun, I plan to send your three students to higher intensity battle zones. Do you have any objections?" "No. I am merely worried about the potential harm my students may encounter during this conflict." Jae-suk candidly expressed his concern. Orochimaru regarded Jae-suk intently and replied with calm assurance, "Do not worry, Jae-suk-kun. I will ensure they experience minimal harm in battle. I will assign experienced ninjas to lead them, guaranteeing their safety." Upon hearing Orochimaru's assurance, Jae-suk's apprehension eased slightly. He nodded, expressing his trust in Orochimaru's decision. "That is reassuring. I believe that under your arrangement, they will receive ample training while also being kept safe. I will strive to ensure they gain the best experience in battle," Orochimaru stated. Zhangzhou harbors no concern for Sun or Raito regarding their potential injuries on the battlefield. For him, as long as they remain alive, it is tantamount to being unscathed. This conviction is precisely why he feels at ease allowing these three youngsters to venture into combat, even without his presence, given Sun's capabilities. It cannot be said that they will shine brilliantly, yet safeguarding themselves should pose no significant challenge. Upon receiving the notification from the camp's communicator, Sun's team promptly prepared for departure. The three members of Sun's team, Sun, Aoi, and Raito, had made thorough preparations. They meticulously checked their gear, ensuring the integrity of their ninja tools, and adjusted their mental states to face the impending battle with utmost readiness. The communicator conveyed the orders and directives from Orochimaru, clarifying their mission and objectives. Upon learning that they had been assigned to a combat zone of heightened intensity, the trio exhibited varied reactions. Aoi harbored some doubts, fearing that the forthcoming battle might exceed their capabilities. However, Sun and Raito remained relatively composed, exhibiting no undue anxiety. In previous encounters, Sun and Raito had clashed with the ninjas of Awagakure and discovered that their adversaries were not as formidable as they had anticipated. Furthermore, they brimmed with confidence regarding the impending skirmish with the Rain ninjas. Although the Land of Rain could slightly contend with the 5 great nations, this was predominantly due to the formidable prowess of Hanzo the Salamander, a figure revered as a demigod in the ninja world. Nevertheless, apart from Hanzo, the strength of the other ninjas from the Land of Rain could only be described as average. Moreover, Sun's team possessed their own advantages. Raito excelled in the use of poison, while Sun wielded cells derived from Hashirama, endowing them with greater assurance when confronting the poison-wielding Rain ninjas. Coupled with Aoi's intelligence and analytical skills, as long as their team maintained composure on the battlefield, achieving significant military accomplishments might not be necessary. Surviving until the end should be well within their grasp. Sun adjusted her pack, ensuring that everything was in order before glancing at Aoi and Raito. If we are all prepared, then let us embark. Indeed, Raito affirmed. Aoi nodded in agreement, signaling her readiness. Once the trio was fully prepared, the communicator offered a salute and departed. At that moment, the Rain Village encampment was bustling with activity, as busy ninjas navigated through every corner, diligently setting up defensive fortifications. The air was thick with a tense and solemn atmosphere, as if a grand battle was imminent. In the center of the encampment, a towering tent stood out dramatically against the night sky. This was the command center of the Rain Village, where Hanzo the Salamander was presently chastising his subordinates. His voice, deep and authoritative, intensified the already charged atmosphere within the tent. What has transpired with our front lines during this period? The discrepancies between the reports and reality are astounding. Hanzo exclaimed, his fury palpable. He understood all too well that as the leader of the Rain Village, he must ensure the stability of the front lines and the smooth progression of the battle. However, the recent developments in the battlefield have left him profoundly disheartened. Although Hans possesses formidable strength, he cannot ensure his timely presence at every front. In Konoha, the presence of Jiraiya poses a significant challenge for him. Jiraiya's prowess rivals his own, effectively restraining Hans and preventing him from fully immersing himself in the conflict. Compounding Hans's frustration is Tsunade's logistical support, which has rendered their poisons nearly ineffective. As a medical ninja of Konoha, Tsunade exhibits remarkable resistance to toxins and can provide effective antidotes for Konoha shinobi. This has rendered the poisonous techniques, for which the Rain Village is renowned, nearly impotent on the battlefield. Hans is acutely aware that this war is of paramount importance for the Rain Village. He must devise every possible strategy to turn the tide and secure victory. Yet, the predicament before him weighs heavily upon his shoulders. Until a report landed on his desk, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. The report detailed a particular sector in Konoha undergoing a change in guard, with 3 newly appointed lower-ranked ninjas. Hans immediately recognized this as a rare opportunity. He swiftly summoned his trusted aides and commanded with a grave tone, "Arrange for our best to launch an assault on that sector in Konoha. Their defenses are weak, and the newly appointed lower ninjas lack experience. It is the perfect moment for us to break through." A flicker of determination and ruthlessness shone in Hans's gaze as he added, "Simultaneously, I shall personally strike at the sector where Jiraiya is stationed to create opportunities for you. Jiraiya is also a vital asset for Konoha, and his presence prevents me from engaging fully. Only by neutralizing him can we alter the course of this battle." Hans understands that the current stalemate is exceedingly disadvantageous for the Land of Rain. With Konoha's abundance of shinobi and ample supplies, if this situation persists, the Land of Rain may very well face total collapse.